to people about this topic, but it seems like you're not actually able to do that.
Should we see give him another try? Like maybe it popped his head. Maybe now that he realized that he's the problem.
You guys are gluttons for punishment, dude. It's crazy. Meet again. Jesus. You haven't let me talk at all. It's so crazy.
Did you pick up what I said?
And then I give you proof, and you're like, I'm not going to disprove that because I can't. So
did you pick up what was pointed out to you about the orientation thing?
Bro, you guys trying to like psychologically analyze me? That just shows how
yes or no.
We just want to know if the information given stuck to your stupid brain.
Do you want to know why I got banned from those rooms?
So yes or no, did you pick up what was pointed out to you about the orientation actually determining whether it's going to be clockwise? So that's a no? You didn't get it? It all went over your head? It was a waste of time explaining that to you? Is that it?
Pot calling the kettle black, dude. It's crazy.
No, I'm just trying to find out, was this a waste of time?
It over your head?
Yeah, did it?
I would say yes.
Do you understand that no matter where I'm standing on the earth, if I face north and look at the sky...
I get that you guys are like lonely and you need a community, so that makes sense.
Okay, I'll just have to control this every step of the way. I see how it's going to be. So if I'm facing north...
Can I interject?
Well...
Can I interject and just ask a question? I know y'all are in the middle of something, but I do...
to be honest, probably going to be more constructive than this. I'm going to give him one more chance, and if he fails again, then yeah, go for it. Do you understand that no matter where I'm standing on the earth, if I'm facing north, doesn't matter where I'm standing, northern, southern hemisphere so-called, it's going to be apparent counterclockwise star rotation. Do you understand this, square foot? Yes or no is all I need.
I want the other guy to talk, so go for it.
Yeah, sounds good. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm just on Reddit trying to figure out the terminology here. So do any of y'all believe in a heliocentric model for this?
I think square foot's the only one at the moment who does, probably.
So nobody else does? Like, there's not a flat earther who believes that the sun is the center?
I've never heard of that before, personally.
The sun, yeah, the Copernicus, I think you're talking about, right? The 1400s, Copernicus talked about a sun-centered universe. And like so in the Copernicus model, the whole universe is the solar system. And in this universe, you've got the sun at the center, and then you've got 6 planets, and right outside of Saturn, the whole universe abruptly ends with a firmament where there's affixed stars to the firmament. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. I mean, that's something that what I think is interesting is that when people talk about, hey, the Earth is not a flat, it's heliocentric, I'm like, well, do you accept Copernicus models? And they'll be like, well, no. So like there's like 16 of them. He had like 16 different models. So, I mean, at some point, we're not that far apart. Like, people have been rejecting heliocentric models since the 1400s. There's been about 3,000 of them. People here, flat earthers, are just 3,001. We're only really one model apart from each other. That's it. You've said 3,000 models are wrong. I've said 3,001 are wrong. And they're going to add another one. Sooner or later, you're going to agree with me that this current heliocentric model is wrong. They'll roll out another model, and you'll be like, well, that one's right. I'm like, well, no, that one's wrong too. We're always going to be perpetually one model away from each other. At some point, though, there'll be so many wrong models, like 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, like over and over and over again, that at some point you're going to be like, yeah, the Earth is flat. It's just too many. It's been too wrong for so many years that we got to roll the clock back and go right back to geocentric.
So, like,
what?
Why have I been lied to all these years? Is it the Jews?
Oh, don't do that. You're arguing like an atheist against religious people? Why are you arguing that way when you have
what are you talking about?
Thousands of people who use it daily, like You have pilots.
I don't. Hold on. Pump the brakes. We got
full
I'm not trying
engineers
to.
who
I'm not trying
use
to interrupt you, but
aeronautical
you're
charts.
starting off as a faulty premise here. How am I arguing like an atheist? Where did that come from?
Because you're doing the thing like, well, I have one thing, but like everyone else has been wrong, so maybe my thing's wrong at some point, but you don't worry about how many people like, oh, this is how we found your thing, right? This is how we found the one that works. And the fact that there's a metric ton of math, aeronautical charts, and the fact, I mean, pilots use a completely different map than the regular map. They use completely curved trajectories to get where they want to go. And they're able to go around the world. That's the wild part. They're actually able to go around the world. I don't know how you guys get around that.
They follow flight
On a
corridors.
plane, you literally do go around the world.
Okay, can we take a step back? Do you agree that the heliocentric models presented by Copernicus are in error? They're wrong. Bueller?
Sun is at the center of Earth. Okay.
Bueller? Are you there or not?
What's the matter with those models? How do they differ from what it should be?
Okay, so do you think, how many planets are there in your worldview?
From what I know, it would be from the scientists. It would be 8 or 9 or whatever, however many, give or take Pluto. Who gives a shit, right?
What about Planet X?
Say it again. Sorry.
The Planet X?
Is Planet X, is that farther out or is that in the middle? Where is it? Maybe.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It seems like you're not really up on the helio. You can't rep the model because you really don't know it.
Oh, if you're going to quiz me out of like being able to talk, that's fair. Okay,
no, I'm not trying to quiz you. I'm just saying that how do you know the model's right when you don't know anything about it? That would be my question. I'm not saying you can't say heliocentric. You can say whatever you want. But my point would be you don't even know anything about it.
Well, the best I have is so I guess no, true, because we haven't been past the moon really, so there aren't very good models for us even making our way other than sending out satellites, which we have done, and we've used other planets to slingshot off of to send those satellites very far, or as you're told, whatever.
Okay, this is another random thing. So you don't know anything
what do you know about question satellites? Will be why, like, what does the lie get them?
What do you know about satellites?
That they're mostly that they're incredibly useful for being able to be communication. No, they're communication nodes that circle around the Earth and communicate with each other. And since we have so many of them, they can keep us with constant communication around the globe, which actually makes complete sense. Even a flat Earth would make sense, though, if we had. But how would they stay up there, I guess? But maybe just a super high radio tower could technically do it on a flat Earth. Because it will be there wouldn't be any planet in the way of the radio waves. I don't know but we literally have entire industries of satellite communications that literally do this. And I don't know how you can just say that's not a thing.
Quite easy. Considering 99% of the world's communications goes through undersea cables.
For the Atlantic, yeah, I mean, some of that, sure. But like, what about past Britain and past France and past those?
99% of the world's communications go through undersea cables. So that means there's only 1% that counts around across towers and stuff.
And then it would continue across towers. Fair. You know what? Fair. I guess you could say that.
Well, you're just saying that these satellites exist. So what's the difference?
Have we really never had a fucking technician here? Jesus. Hold on.
There's one clown that claims
you're right, I can't argue. You got me, dog.
What's a satellite anyway? What would you classify as a satellite?
It's just a piece of equipment we sent into orbit that stabilizes and is it allows us to consistently send signals to other ones
without an orbit.
We can see them too. What do you when you see a satellite? Have you ever seen a satellite in the air? Have you not been like, what is that? Is it just
it looks like a star.
Why is that a
Seen
star?
lights.
No, it's a star that moves against all the other stars. Is the problem?
I've seen lights. Yeah, moving. I've seen lights moving in the sky. So I wouldn't deny that there's. I wouldn't deny that we're capable of putting technology in the sky.
Fair.
Been doing that for centuries.
Well, do you think God is angry at us for especially Elon Musk for damaging the dome? He keeps sending rockets up and damaging the dome. Low key, I've had that conversation with a real life friend, which was pretty entertaining. I didn't give too much shit. Whatever. It's fun to think about.
I don't know about any dome.
Oh yeah, well, a lot of people think there's a dome, which keeps all the.
Do they?
In. Yeah, because that's one of the easier ways to understand keeping the atmosphere in. And
so they literally think
the fact that you have
to
actually ignore gravity is wild.
So they literally think it's dome shaped, right? It's like
it's flat, and then there's some type of it's a dome around it that keeps the atmosphere in. So yeah.
So dome would imply like a semi-sphere, right?
Yeah.
Well, I don't think that. A container, yeah, but not a dome.
Yeah. A container in what would it be, like a cylindrical? What would be like
some sort of containment?
Fair. I guess their thought is, funnily enough, very scientific, as in they would use the most probably engineerily, I don't know, whatever word you want to. The dome will be the most strong thing you could have over.
I mean, you guys think there's containment as well, an invisible force containment.
True.
That you can't prove.
Well, it's not really containment. It's just gravity, which we observe daily.
Oh, so it's not preventing gases from escaping into the vacuum of space?
Yeah.
So it's containing. It's containing gases.
True.
Yeah, and it's this invisible Star Wars like force of the universe. It's all around you, but you can't see it. You can't do anything with it. You can't prove it.
True. No, yeah, correct. You cannot prove it, and the best you've got is your bet theories. Theories will be the word for it because there's a lot of evidence for it. Because how else could you?
But it's crazy that someone would think that the gases are contained by like a physical barrier.
Say it again.
But it's crazy that someone could possibly think that the Earth's gases are contained through a physical barrier.
Oh yeah, no, that's absolutely is plausible for sure.
Okay, cool.
I wonder how flat earthers answer, why do things go down?
Heavier than the medium.
Because they lack support.
What do you mean?
Lack of structural support.
Okay, what does that mean exactly?
Where does that force? Where does that force?
Something's not strong enough to hold something up. It's going to fall down, right?
Well, do you have a hypothesis on why things go down?
There are two people talking at the same time, so I couldn't hear. What was the answer?
He just said because things go down again.
I said because, like, if something's not strong enough to hold something up, it's going to fall down, right?
No, the question is more, why doesn't it fall up or left or right, or why specifically? Why a specific direction?
I have no idea. Who could possibly figure that out?
And
a whole lot of people.
Do you have a hypothesis or anything, or
no, I don't.
You do.
Oh, I've got nothing to manipulate. I've got no independent variable to manipulate.
Not only do we have a hypothesis, but we have a theory, and then we have a theory that fits
Can you test
all of our other theories. We do test.
Do you have a viable independent variable that you could test?
We do test it because we were able to put things around the planet, and we're like, oh, it's round.
No, that would be begging the question.
Maybe everything has a little force to it. Oh, maybe that's why we have tides.
That would be
maybe
begging the
that's
question,
why
bro.
all the other planets.
Saying that you can utilize this thing before having proven its existence is circular reasoning, bro.
It's not circular reason. What?
It is. Saying that you're utilizing this thing in order to achieve something else before you've proven its existence is circular reasoning.
No, we didn't say that at all.
It is.
We said, what the hell is this? And then we tried with random mathematical models and ideas until like, oh, this actually does fit in, like puzzle pieces.
Math doesn't put things in the sky and make them go magically around things, bro.
It does.
No, it doesn't. Math is abstract.
Well,
it's conceptual. It's not physical.
That's why
it has no measure. It has no metric. It can't be measured through in any quantity of matter or energy.
No, it is. That's how we calculate.
No, it's not. Math is not.
Like, oh, based
math
on
is what
math,
you use to quantify things like matter and energy.
Earth is. Then if we move something fast enough, and we sent it high enough and then move it fast enough in a direction, it circles. Because that mass
cool story, bro.
Doesn't move away or move
cool story, bro. How did you validate
fast enough to have enough
How did you validate all that?
To circle. And then
how did you validate this?
Stabilize it, and now we put.
How did you validate this? Instead of continuing to tell me more of your story, how about you validate the beginning of your story?
That's
what
a great
did you manipulate?
Question. Have you ever
manipulated?
Have you ever had a satellite scientist in here to tell you? Because they will.
What independent variable was manipulated in order to validate your scientific hypothesis for your reason why things fall down?
If you had a guess, what would it be? Why do things fall down and if you had a guess about why things would fall down and not up or left or right or any other direction, what would it be?
Gravity Cowboys.
Yeah, I have no idea, man. It's just the way things are. Why do you think entropy happens? What causes entropy? Why does high pressure move towards low pressure? Why does heat move towards cold?
I mean, those are why specifically. How we know, but why? I think we can answer the how.
We don't know why.
Yeah, because there's not necessarily
an answer.
I mean, there's
an independent variable you could test.
It's not really about an independent variable. It's more about...
Yeah, it is. If you want to know why something's happening and you want to perform a scientific experiment to test a scientific hypothesis, you need to manipulate an independent variable. That will be your supposed cause of the effect.
It's fine.
Is that natural science or not? Aren't I detailing natural science? Am I reading I could be pretty much reading from a textbook on natural science and the scientific method.
Yeah. Let's go to another topic because I can't finish a sentence. Apart from flat Earth, because obviously, your mods on this, which is an interest of you, what other interest do you have? I'm genuinely curious.
None of your business. Next.
Come on.
Well, I like long walks on the beach. I like to listen to Toto. And bro, what the heck?
I don't know. What do you have any other hobbies, any interest? I'm genuinely.
I didn't know we were here to be personally interviewed. What's this?
I like turtles.
You don't have to answer, but I'm asking.
He likes turtles.
Yeah.
I have a huge collection of things. I'm a collector. Yeah, does that matter?
Yeah, actually, it's quite interesting. What do you collect?
Pogs.
Yeah. Worldviews, no. Pogs? Did you say Pogs?
Yeah.
I actually got some Pog-like things the other day. I didn't even know what they are. They were in a thrift shop, and I just grabbed them because they looked alright. They looked old and
been a while since the days of Pog.
Yeah, have fun, man. You do whatever you want.
I like to collect globe proof, except so far I've racked up none.
It's like super rare, isn't it? It's like rarer than gold.
Yeah, highly collectible.
What do you mean? All the evidence is for the globe.
Oh, fuck, here comes Twonger. He's just gonna say, science. All the evidence.
Yep. All of the evidence.
All the things.
What do you get as a reward for trolling in here? Do you get like a vacation to, I don't know, some type of island or something?
I get the joy of knowing that I'm right.
But if you're right, you are also left. Don't you know that? That doesn't mean you're correct.
You playing like word games with me or something?
No, it's facts. Why are you playing a game?
Huh?
Huh? Huh?
Honk, honk.
Still waiting for that measurement of flat Earth.
Okay, have you got a measuring cup?
You ever heard of water, Twonger? Water?
Get your measuring cup. It's going to have some lines on it, some straight lines, right? Some horizontal lines on the side. And then you fill up the liquid to that point, and you'll see that it's equal with it. It's level. Congratulations.
You must be trolling.
No, I'm not.
That's the best evidence you got, Brad? Yikes!
Hey, the surface of that liquid lies horizontal.
If that's your
Do you
evidence,
disagree?
dude,
Do you disagree? Do you disagree? Do you disagree?
Oh, no, dude.
Do you disagree? Do you disagree, Tonga?
Oh, no.
Do you disagree, Twonga?
You just took a sip of water? You just did that, or was it some type of other liquid? Some other liquid? Was it water or something else? Twonger, you just drink some water? Did you just had some water?
I did. How did you know that?
Okay, you just had some water. Therefore, you debunked the globe right there. Having some water.
Yep.
There you go. Easy. Once you see, drink, or even say water, globe is done.
You can't be serious.
Water doesn't work on the globe.
Are you serious?
You know the globe star doesn't work in reality because we have water, and water debunks it. Even spheres debunk the globe, I believe. And if you combine water and spheres, you can tell that those two things
have a cup.
Don't do what you claim.
That's called a cup. That's a cup. The outside of a sphere and water, that's a cup because it holds water, right?
Sure, you can say it like that.
It doesn't though, so it's not a cup.
But think about it. If we grab a real sphere, right, in reality, like the real natural world, and we grab a sphere, then we grab some water, real water, right, and we put those together, that's the globe debunked right there. Because it doesn't. Those two things don't do what the globe claims they do. Think about it. The globe sphere and the water on the globe are doing something else that water and globes don't do in reality.
It's just a coincidence that the Earth doesn't have enough liquid on it to cover all the land. Right? It's just a coincidence that lakes need a cavity to sit in. It's just a coincidence. It doesn't really need a cavity. If there were no divots in the Earth, in the sphere Earth, all the water would still stick to the side of it, right? No.
That's what?
That's what?
Do you need a cavity to hold water?
No.
A large portion of water? To restrict its volume, do you need a large cavity?
No.
No, you don't. So lakes don't need to have a shoreline. They don't need something to be elevated higher than it to contain the water.
No.
No, you're crazy, bro. Get with reality.
Well, Tungo is trying to, just represent his whatever job he has. I don't know what type of reward he gets from trolling.
I told you what I get out of it.
What do you get? Like some type of vacation?
Is this the best you can do?
I mean, what do you get by LARPing? It's got to be something that you enjoy, right? Something that you like.
There's nothing I'm LARPing about, bro. Everyone knows
like a free vacation with a boyfriend or something?
Here. The only LARPing is the flat Earth. Everyone knows that.
Is it like some type of vacation with your boyfriend once a year or something for all expenses paid?
It's a 2-week vacation with my boyfriend.
That's what it is. I knew it. It has to be something. So you LARP.
Is that what you want to hear? Is that going to make you happy?
I don't know, because I mean, it has to be something.
Some people just naturally want to know how the world works. That's what it is, bro. I know that's hard for you to wrap your head around. Is like some people have a natural curiosity for the truth and how things work.
So there you go. You just had some water. You know how water works. It doesn't work on the outside of a sphere.
I know that might seem foreign.
He doesn't need a cup. He doesn't need a container for his water.
He does. He just denying it. He denies water, denies the cup, denies the containment, and then he says, "Look, fantasy is real." Because I don't know. He gets something out of lying.
This is really weird, bro. Like, you gotta be honest. What you're doing right now is
pretty weird.
It's weird behavior.
You are.
Like, I'm right here, bro. You can talk to me. Are you like talking to the? Are you talking to the YouTube stream right now? Like, what are you doing?
You are super weird. Yes, we agree.
No, what's weird is when someone is in the channel and you're talking about them while they're in the channel. It's odd behavior, dude. I'm right here.
Yeah,
you're right here.
At least wait until I leave, and then you can say like, "Oh wow!" Like then you can do all the whitewashing of the rhetoric that you want. But at least wait until I leave.
You just had some water in a cup, and you're denying that that's how it works. You're denying that, and you just had it in. You have that water on the cup in front of you.
I literally am not gonna waste another word on you. Okay.
T-Dub, he has a cup of water, and he's denying it. How?
So I have a question, which is a little bit interesting. The question about the up and down again.
There's no up and down on a globe. There's only in and out.
I mean, there is a feeling of up and down at the very least. What I was specifically talking about is about like some kind of if the Earth is flat.
Do you use your senses to get these feelings? To you said there's
of an
a
up
feeling.
And down.
Yeah, you use your senses. Down, yeah. Do you use your senses to?
Yeah, of an up and down. Yes, correct.
Okay, so if you use your senses, that debunks the globe because you don't sense the motion, you don't observe the curvature, you don't sense the motion or the spin.
That's not what I'm saying.
The globe will be complete nonsense.
Yeah, that's not what I'm saying.
What you feel and the feelings that you were talking about, what you feel with your senses, debunk the globe claim.
No,
because the globe is contrary
that's
to your
not
senses.
My question. No, but that's not my question.
But you gotta add all the pieces together. You can't just grab one piece and try to have a picture of the whole thing with one piece.
I mean, the question is simply like, because there is a feeling of up and down doesn't mean there is an actual up and down. That's the point I was making.
Just like Tonga, because I have a cup of water right here doesn't mean that there's a cup with water. That's what. Come on, dude.
Yes, that's the point. Just because you can have different feelings doesn't mean that what you feel or experience is actually like some kind of metaphysical truth of the universe. My point.
Everything I experience points to a globe.
Like the cup of water.
Nonetheless, but nonetheless, go back to the question I wanted to ask.
What question? What's the question again?
Yeah, I was gonna ask the question and you cut me off. So the point is that there's an up and down at the very least if the Earth is flat, there is an up and down objectively, right?
And there is an up and down. Things go up and things go down, and then they go across horizontal.
Yes, correct.
And then there's vertical,
yes, correct.
Up and down.
Correct. And if you let me finish, I can ask my question. And so the question is simply like, how to get an up and down? That's more the question that I was asking. What creates an up and down? What is up?
That's an axiom. What creates it? I mean, you have a horizontal frame of reference, and then that's axiomatic. What created it? Maybe a designer. What created it? That's a good question.
Okay. So it's a God argument. You're saying basically those.
I mean, whatever that means for you, but within a construct, there has to be some type of designer, and this is a construct. It's pretty obvious.
What is this baloney?
Yeah, but you're making a God argument right now. Like the designer is obviously like a God argument.
Well, maybe when you say God, what do you picture in your head? What is that?
I don't know. That God is how would you define God? I don't know. Do you believe in God? Simple question.
Designer, a creator, whatever you want to call it.
Whatever. Do you believe in something that has the ability to design?
I acknowledge a design. I acknowledge a designer because there is a design.
Okay, so you believe in God. It's fairly simple.
No,
it's a simple question.
It's like when I see water, I don't believe in the water. I know and I acknowledge that there is water and water behaves the way it behaves. I don't believe it does. It's not my belief that water is.
Okay, so you know there is a God. Whatever it is, you know there is a God. Whatever.
There is a designer.
Okay, so what is this designer? Which is just
the designer of the design, the coder for the code, the architect of the construct.
Are you to obfuscate forever, or can you just answer a simple question?
You want me to tell you like the color of his hair, how many fingers he has?
I don't care.
He likes to play poker in the weekends. That's what you want to know.
Just simple what you believe or know, whatever it is.
No. It's not about what I believe. It's that there is a design. Therefore, there is a designer.
Okay, tell me about this designer. Go ahead.
You want to know about the designer? You're gonna have to pray to him so he can give you revelation, and you're gonna find out yourself.
There you go. So you're religious. Revelation.
No. Acknowledging reality is not religious. It's just
flat Earth is a religious idea.
Yeah.
No, this is not about flat Earth. Flat Earth is a surface.
You think Muhammad is a prophet? Let's go with this.
Is that what you think?
I'm asking what you think. I don't know.
Muhammad was a guy, right? It was a guy. So that's it.
Okay. Do you think he was a prophet?
He's not the designer, is he?
I'm not saying
he was a designer. Oh, okay. So there you go.
Did I?
This is a red herring.
Yeah, do you think Muhammad was a prophet? I didn't ask.
I don't know. I didn't know
Muhammad
him. I don't know who he was. I never met him, so I don't know about him.
Okay. Do you think Jesus was the Son of God?
I never met him. You mean like Jesus? Like Jesus? Yeah, I want Jesus in, like, I go to Walmart and he helped me saves in Walmart. Jesus gives me like a 50% coupon sometimes. Jesus.
Okay. So what can you tell me about this designer?
Oh, the designer of the construct. So there you go. Look, we have laws, right? Laws of nature, axioms. And then we have something called gas pressure, right? And gas pressure is the force that the gases exert on the walls of its container, right? So as an antecedent cause and effect relationship, there has to be a container in place because we have a gas pressure. Because if there was no container, the gases will expand and there will be no gas pressure. Because gas pressure is caused by the gases pushing against the walls of the container. And as an antecedent, a designer for the container must be.
Okay, so what else can you tell me about the designer? Go ahead.
Well, you have the moving of the luminaries cycles like clockwork. They move in patterns that repeat like a clock, and for that shows.
You're telling me about the design.
The design.
You're telling me about the design.
Exactly. I'm telling you about the
design.
I'm
asking you about the design.
Points over
I'm
the
asking
designer.
you about the designer. The designer.
Oh, that's a good question. You're gonna have to, if you want to add those questions answers, you're gonna have to, maybe get on your knees, pray, and you might get revelation.
Okay, and what can you help me say the good prayer?
Okay, I'll tell you about the design. You want to know about the design, right?
The designer.
Well, the designer designed a few things that you are experiencing, and we can talk about that. Like, the Earth is in a horizontal frame of reference. It's not curving. We have water. We have water. We have water. We have water and water. Listen, the design
you never answer.
Water.
You don't actually answer.
You're ignoring the answers. You
no, because you're not talking about this isn't the question I ask. You can just say I don't want to answer it, which is fine. Try to answer just be straightforward.
I told you already. If you want to know about the creator, you're gonna have to pray to the creator, so you can get the answers
and I asked you what kind of prayer should I ask. I said what kind of prayer should I say?
That's for you to find out. That's for you to find out.
Okay, so you don't know.
Like I told you, I don't know the colors of his hair. I can tell you
that's not my question.
Look, listen, bro. When you have a watch or a car, right? You have a car. You don't ask about what's the color of the designer of this guy? What's the color of his hair? What does he like to drink in the morning?
I don't care.
Does he exercise on the weekends or maybe 7 days a week?
This isn't the question I'm asking. This isn't my question, though.
It's obvious that the car was designed, and there was a designer and an engineer that made the car, right?
Yeah.
And you know that for a fact. You don't question if the guy exists or not.
I'm asking can you give me some characteristics of the designer?
Characteristics.
Or something can take me closer, like anything.
That might be based on type of opinion, and I'm not here to give you my opinion. I'm giving you to speak about the facts.
Okay. You could have told me this like 15 minutes ago.
I told you already, dude. I answered you already. If you wanted to know, you're gonna have to pray. Have you ever
just
prayed?
Say I don't answer. Just say I don't want to answer. It's not
listen. Answer. If you want to really know, you just have to acknowledge the design of things and the creation, and you acknowledge that, and you might find some of the characteristics in the creation. You might find it there.
Yeah. Thank you for not answering the question. Deciding to say
you want to hear some type of answer that you want to probably agree with or whatever. But you're not gonna always like the medicine, dude. You just have to take it.
Next time, just say I don't know. I don't want to say. Just make it.
I told you already. There's stuff that we don't know.
You might need it.
There's stuff that we don't know, and stuff that we do know. Like the water, we do know that the water requires pressure to be in the liquid state. We do know that requires a container to be the way it is, right? We do know that stuff. And if you follow through, you're going to find containment and a design environment, and that requires a designer. You're going to find a code. You're going to find a construct in place and a code, and that requires a coder. It's pretty simple. It's not that complicated. If you want to overcomplicate it, that's on you. We don't know how the code was put in place. We don't know how the construct was put in place. We don't know all the mechanisms. We don't have all the details of the construct or the code in place, but it's there. Just because you don't comprehend the code doesn't mean that it's not there. It's because you don't know how the construct was designed or created. That doesn't mean that the construct is not in place. Now, if you want to deny it, that's another thing. Like Twonger, he has water on a cup, and he's denying that he has that. he claims the opposite of reality, which is maybe a LARP, or maybe he's just dumb. But I don't think he's dumb, he's just LARPing. Obviously. Or maybe he is. What happened? The guy dropped, he didn't like the answers?
Well, you didn't answer, but that's fine. It's just what I wanted to hear is, do you know about the designer? That's it.
I know about his design. I know about the design, but the designer. What is the
there? You go. There you go.
Ask a specific question about the designer. What's the question about it? Tell me about the designer. What I can tell you about the designer is the design in place. That's what I can tell you about the designer.
I'm making it simple for you. I don't care about the design. I care about the designer. That's all.
So, well, hopefully one day when I go, I meet him. Hopefully. I'll pray for that. Hopefully you meet him too, and then you ask your questions.
Sure.
Yeah, maybe it's not the time to meet him yet, you know? Maybe the time will come. The time and the hour. You just keep praying. Don't deny his design. He might, you might meet him. Tell you more about your questions. What about the design? Do you see the design in place? You see any design in place? Do you acknowledge it?
I do not care.
Oh, you don't care? So what are you doing here if you don't care?
I'm asking questions because I'm interested in some answers.
But you don't care about the answers?
Correct. Not those. The questions I ask. I care about the questions I ask.
So do you acknowledge reality? You acknowledge that at the least.
Sorry?
Do you acknowledge reality, like the physics of water, gas pressure, horizontal, vertical? Do you acknowledge that?
I don't care.
You don't care?
Correct.
You don't care about reality?
Correct. 5 times.
So what do you care about? What do you care about? Fantasy?
The designer.
Oh, you care about the designer? So tell me about the designer. Tell me.
I don't know. That's why I came to ask questions.
Oh, you don't know? So you care about stuff that you don't know?
Correct.
So you ignore the things that we know and the things that you could know. So you have vincible ignorance, but you want to make it invincible ignorance because you just don't care. So even though you can be not ignorant about reality, you choose to be ignorant.
Sure. If you know what, let's say yes.
Yeah. You have vincible ignorance, but you choose not to. You choose not to acknowledge reality and just stay ignorant about it. Yeah, that's vincible ignorance.
Exactly.
And there is we have something, we have invincible ignorance, that something that you cannot know about, and being ignorant is not a bad thing.
So you can't know about the designer. That's your stance.
Oh, you could know. I'm not saying you can't. Okay. There's people that probably know. I can tell you about his work, about his
who do you
his
think
design.
Know?
Whoever met him.
Okay. Yes.
That's a good question.
You can just say I don't know.
I do know about the design.
I'm not interested.
You're not interested in the design.
Correct.
That's hilarious.
Oh shit, you masochists unmuted me? What the fuck, dude? Are you ready for more punishment from daddy? Let's go, dude.
That is not
Who's
here,
up?
bro.
Who's up to the chopping block, dude? The guy talking about water in a cup, bro. Let's go, dude. Give me it. Give me all your shit, dude.
Yeah, there's waters. There's waters.
Yeah, what? Wait, who was the one that said put water in a cup and?
So your boyfriend, your boyfriend.
But explain that to me as a layman, dude.
And he thinks that the water is on the outside of the cup.
Wait, so you said you guys used a water on a ball example, by the way. You're saying that water doesn't stick to the surface of a ball? Like if I pour water over a ball, it's not going to be wet?
Think about it. Put all the pieces together.
Yeah, you think about it, dude. If I pour water on your basketball, is that basketball going to be wet?
But that basketball and that water are in a contained environment. The one that you're trying to talk about, right?
Bro, dude, you are stretching.
Yes,
bro,
you can have water. You can have water because we are in a contained environment that is required.
No, I have a basketball in my hand, right?
Yeah,
and we're standing in the rain. Is that ball going to be wet if we walk inside?
You can wet that ball. Yes, you can make
so,
it wet.
So water is going to stick to that surface. Why?
Yeah, but then follow the antecedent, because if that water and that ball are in a vacuum,
water is still going to stick to the surface, otherwise it wouldn't be wet, right?
If you put that water in a vacuum, you will have no water, so you wouldn't be.
You're dodging what I'm saying. If I have a basketball,
you're ignoring the antecedent to the water, which is the gas pressure.
Dog, you're coping, dude. You're coping this one. Water clearly sticks to the ball. You have 100%.
You have water.
Otherwise, nothing would ever get wet.
Yeah,
that's why gravity.
Remember what I said? That the ball and the water debunked the globe claim.
Yeah. Explain that to me as a kindergartner.
So real water.
I have kindergarten intelligence. Explain it to me.
So the real water that you have in reality, the one that you can drink.
Real water? What's the other option?
Water. The other option is okay. So listen. The other option is the coloring that you use to paint the globe, that people call water on the outside of the globe. That is not water. You cannot drink that one. You know, when you have a globe, when you have the globe depiction and that blue that they paint on it, that's not water.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
You're still dodging what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. Dude. If me and you are standing outside in the rain with a basketball, and then we walk inside with that same basketball that was just out in the rain, is there not going to be water on that basketball?
To have those conditions in the first place, you require a contained environment, a dynamic contained.
You're dodging the question, bro. Just yes or no. Just yes or no. Is there going to be water on the ball? Is the ball going to be wet?
Yes, the water is gonna be wet.
Dodging, the water, Coke, Speed, and Baltimore, bro.
The water is gonna make the ball wet.
Exactly, and why is the ball wet?
And to have the water,
and why is the ball wet? But you're saying that water needs like a container. Okay, so why does it stick to the ball?
Are you denying that?
Why does water stick to the ball? You can't explain that because that's what gravity is. Okay, I see.
Gravity, what's that? Is it like a word? Is gravity a word that you say like a
this
parrot?
Suboptimal intelligence
explain gravity.
is not working.
Gravity.
You gotta explain what you're saying.
Explain gravity. You just said gravity.
Well, you gotta answer what I'm saying. You gotta refute what I'm saying.
You just made a claim. You say gravity is making water do that. So explain gravity. What's gravity?
To the ball? Yeah. Well, how else does it stick to the ball? Regardless of how it does.
Do you agree that it does? What are the mechanisms of gravity? What are those?
You're still not answering. Just say yes or no.
You ignore.
When I walk inside with that ball, is it going to be wet? Is there going to be water on it?
Just stick to your claim.
That's not, dude.
You're ignoring that water requires gas pressure.
I thought like European people were supposed to have some integrity, dude. What the fuck, bro? You are
you're projecting, bro. Why are you projecting like that?
Yeah. All right. Hey, it's a yes or no question. I mean, even a kindergartner can answer that, right?
Are you counting now?
Yeah, that's what I thought, dude. Just dodge it, man. This is just single digit IQ talk between me and you right now, bro. You are on a wavelength way below where you need to be.
Yeah.
It's crazy, dude.
This is a
water in a cup proves that the Earth is flat. Duh.
Liquid water. You can have
water in a cup and it's flat. Duh.
So then, since I answered your question, what happens to water in a vacuum?
You didn't answer my question. Answer my question first.
What happens to water in a vacuum?
Yes or no? Answer my question, then I'll answer yours. We'll respect each other.
What question? What
answer
question? You
my
can have
question.
water in a cup? Yes,
I've
you can
asked
have
you,
water in a
is
cup.
water going to be on that ball? Yeah.
Is there going to be like bodies of water?
You're not going to answer it, are you?
So
I'm not going to answer your questions, right? Because we don't have a mutual respect established. You're not respecting my questions.
LARPer,
I'm not going to respect your questions. How about that? How does that sound? It's equality, right? It's equality. So when you answer my question with a yes or a no, then I will answer your question. Does that sound good?
I'll mute you and you won't be able to ask any more questions.
I bet you will, dude. I bet you will.
Yeah.
For how long?
No, don't bet.
Dude, my resolve is strong as shit, bro. The last mute y'all gave me did not work. So I'm still here.
If you acknowledge
and I'll be here. I'll be here all fucking night until you go to sleep, dude. I promise. My resolve is so much stronger than yours. Dude, your mutes.
Your LARP is a strong one. The force is
hey, bro,
it's
like
strong
simple. You can answer a yes or no question, or you can forfeit the argument.
Hey,
that's simple, right?
I already told you that to have water in the first place, you require gas pressure, and gas pressure requires containment.
And yet,
you don't have
when
that on the
I walk inside with a basketball there on it, and yet, right? And yet,
is that how you
again,
drink water?
I propose the question. Is there going to be water on that ball? Is there going to be water on that ball? Any ball, anything.
In the ball, yeah. In the ball, yeah, but not on it.
Inside of it, so it's seeped inside the ball, and it's not on.
The ball,
so
the
ball isn't wet.
The ball, but not on the ball.
The ball isn't wet. The ball isn't. The surface of the ball is not wet.
In it, yes. You're gonna have.
You can't literally see the droplets coming off of it, right?
Coming off it. Oh, okay, yeah. They come off it. What happens if you spin it?
Because the pressure. Dude, wait. So, are you admitting that there is water on the ball, right?
And you're saying yes? You're saying that they come off it.
Just say yes or no, bro. Why are you dodging it? Why are you dodging it if it's so easy to disprove?
I already told
you
you can have the water on
You're
the
not
ball.
saying yes or no. I asked you a simple yes or no question. Answer.
Yes. You can have water in the ball. Yes.
No. On the so you don't.
No.
So you're saying no. So what you're saying is no. So wait, what you're saying is no. So what you're saying is no, right? When I walk in, when I walk inside with a ball. It's a yes. Good. Then we're both in agreement. Welcome to fucking Round Earth,
the ball? Oh,
so welcome to Round Earth, brother. Welcome.
You agree. Is round
Thank you. I appreciate that, dude.
And you walk.
I appreciate you agreeing with me, bro. It's real simple. This is real simple shit, dude. This is middle school grade.
Your fantasy is not real. Sorry, buddy.
But you just agreed with me. You just agreed
that real water works in reality, but not the
real water. Yeah. You agreed with me, and that's okay, dude. You need to learn. You need to grow as a person, right? You don't stay stagnant.
The gradients that you use to paint the globe, that's not water. Sorry, buddy.
Yeah, Doug, you already agreed with me. It's too late, dude. Welcome to Round Earth. Enlightened. You're welcome.
Around? You mean like
you
a round table?
Welcome. You're welcome for thinking about this.
You're a round table earther.
Because you're going to go to bed tonight and you're going to be swimming in your own thoughts because you're alone and you're going to think about it. So you're welcome.
So you are a round table earther. So yeah,
Doug, you have a cup of water. I promise you are very welcome, dude. Okay, you're very welcome for this conversation. You needed it.
I didn't know you were a round table
earther. You're not stupid. You're not stupid, right? You're not dumb. Okay,
you still cannot prove that. But if you claim the Earth is round, I mean, okay, that's
so your belief. All right, so let's do a different line of questioning. What do you do for work? What's your job? Do you have a job? I don't care if you have a job. But
remember that I had a question
what's your expertise? Yeah, this is relevant. Trust me. This is relevant. Trust me.
Okay, so you're gonna answer the question. So, can you have water in a vacuum? Go ahead.
Can you have water in a vacuum?
Can you have water in a vacuum? Liquid water in a vacuum? Can you? Yes or no?
What do you mean? Yeah, of course you can.
Okay, demonstrate it. Go ahead.
In a vacuum. Our Earth is contained in a vacuum.
When you say we, do you mean like you and I?
We standing on the Earth. Yep. So I answered your question. It's rebuttal. Okay.
That's nonsense.
What do you do for work?
Water evaporates in a vacuum.
Are you thinking about a vacuum as in like a Hoover vacuum? Or do you not understand what a vacuum is?
In a vacuum, water turns into gas.
A lack of matter. Okay, so we don't understand what a vacuum is.
In a vacuum, water.
I can explain it to you. Do you want an explanation of what a vacuum is?
Gas pressure in the first place, and you're gonna have the water because you require gas pressure to have the water.
You and every other flat earther seem to not understand very simple, basic concepts, and because you don't understand it, you misconstrue that as distruth, and that's okay.
You don't understand it. You only understand.
No, I can explain it to you.
And when you die,
I can explain what a vacuum is to you.
Under the ground, bro. But you're over it. Don't
what
you
would be under the? Wait, what would?
You? Because right now you're saying you understand, but you don't understand it. You are above it. You overstand it,
bro. Jesus.
Come on, bro. You're above the ground. You're not under the ball.
You're gonna be better off.
So you think that you are under the ball, bro? Come on, that's ridiculous. You know that you cannot be on the side of the basketball that you claim. Remember, you never done that trick. In your mind, maybe you did. You cannot be under the ball.
Are you not going to answer? It's probably because you don't have a job. But what do you do for work? What do you do for work?
You cannot be on the side of the ball. None of your business.
Okay. I don't even need to know what you do for work. Let's say you were a carpenter. Let's say you were an architect, right? You're not. No, but let's say you were.
Let's not say that.
Let's say you had the mental.
Let's not say that. Let's not say that. So you cannot have the gas pressure without the container. So you cannot have liquid water. So you cannot have the conditions that you will have the water and the gas pressure on the outside of the sphere. You don't have those. You don't have that mechanism in place to be able to have the water on the outside of a spinning sphere in a vacuum. But now you're claiming that you do, even though you cannot demonstrate it. Are you going to demonstrate the water on the sphere in a vacuum?
Personally, right now.
Okay, so now demonstrate. You said that you can have water on the sphere in a vacuum. Now show that. Show it.
Here we go, dude. Here we go with the mutes, dude.
Are you going to show it?
Bro, you're too easy, dude. Oh, God.
So you're going to show it?
Yo, dude, this single.
Are you going to show it? Yes or no? Yes or no?
You can mute, bro. Get shit on.
So you're not gonna show it? Is that what you're saying?
You're gonna sit in here lonely, dude, if you don't talk to me. I guarantee you that. So go to mute.
No.
Yeah, you're lonely, bro, for sure. Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
That's the ultimate problem with everybody in here.
I'm gonna speak to you lonely. Yeah, I'm gonna speak to you lonely. Yeah.
No. If I don't speak to you, you're not gonna speak to
nobody else is gonna get in our way. Don't worry. It's you and me. Don't worry about it.
You're the only one getting in the way, dog.
So now
you're leaving me.
You said that you can have water on the outside of a spinning sphere in a vacuum. Can you demonstrate that? Can you?
I said you can have water in a vacuum. I don't know what outside of a sphere means.
Okay, can you show that?
In the vacuum space, and there is water.
Can you show that?
Are you saying you can't have water in space, or do you not believe space exists?
Remember, you're the one that said that you walked in to the room with the basketball and with water. On the surface of the basketball, right? But
and
now you gotta take that basketball in a vacuum and show that.
What are you talking about, bro? Dude, you don't know what a vacuum is. That's okay.
What is it?
I'm not going to fucking have this conversation, bro. You need to really do some critical thinking and evaluation of your life.
Yes, you will.
Honestly, all of you do in here. Honestly, that's a real thing. All of you need to evaluate your life.
You have to. Because you don't have anything better to do, bro. You're lonely.
From a sense of loneliness and isolation, dude. That's why you congregate here. That's why you collectively talk about this stuff in your echo chambers, because you're weak-minded and you can't handle the pressures of real life.
What is that? What is an echo chamber? What is that?
But it's okay. I mean, dude, I don't blame you.
Do you know what that is? An echo chamber,
bro. Honestly, life sucks for dudes.
Your life sucks.
I get it, but I mean, you need to examine the states of your lives. Why are you guys so alone?
Is it
because of your belief systems, and because of those belief systems you act like assholes? Is that maybe what it is?
That's you.
Maybe. So maybe evaluate your life and then, just rethink, dude. Just rethink.
Why you projecting like that, buddy?
Okay, dude. Whatever you say, man. If you don't ever want to grow, then don't. I don't care, dude. I don't give a shit. There's plenty of people that will grow.
I grew up already.
You should never stop growing.
Really? Like, are you like a fat guy or something?
Are you saying you should never stop learning? That's...
Oh, learning. Yeah, you can learn almost every day something new.
Learning is growing. Yeah, those are synonyms, dude. That's a synonym. Yeah, it's a synonym, bro. We don't know what synonyms mean either. I mean, this is just like moronic shit that I'm doing with you, bro. Like I'm on
I
have to like lower the IQ level.
That's pretty
I have to
moronic.
turn the dial down to
But it's
speak
okay.
to
Eventually, you
anybody
will
in here.
learn.
It's not even just you, dude. That's the thing. It's your whole congregation in here. Everybody
Eventually,
in here
you will
every
learn
flat earther is the same fundamentally.
Fantasy.
Mentally, fundamentally, every flat earther that I've spoken to is a loner, a lonely person, and that's why they congregate.
Wow, amazing. Is
that's why you believe what you believe. That's why y'all are so adamant about it. It's why you're so
I mean, you're the one denying
towards
water.
opposing
That
opinions.
sounds like a you issue.
Because you don't have anything else to hold on to.
You're the one denying water, bro.
You can hold on to.
Have you ever tried water? Have you ever tried it?
Doug, this thing with the water goes nowhere. I promise.
Yeah,
you,
because you don't like the fact. You don't like.
I've already literally shit on you with the water argument. So let's move past that,
that's
dude.
Disgusting, bro. Stop being disgusting.
Yeah, dude, I took a fatty dump on you, bro. For real.
Disgusting.
And everybody in here. Like, if you don't mute me, I will shit on all of you 100%.
Don't.
I mean, but you have to mute people that are smarter than you because it makes you feel inferior.
Oh,
like,
the guy that is not muted saying that. The guy that is not muted.
You're not, and I honestly, dude, take some balls. That's why I'm like confident that you're going to grow. But most of the people in here are like heretic, weirdo, fucking crit, weirdo, flat earth Batman, weirdo, bro. I've seen all these dudes in the flat earth Discord on the fucking English Hub channel. You think this is the only place I'm in, dude? I'm fucking ripping y'all apart across the cosmos, dude. It's constant, and you'll never get rid of me. I promise, dude. Never. This is so fascinating to me that people are this lost. It's sad, and it's intriguing. And I've like claimed this as my mission to change as many of y'all as possible. To just shame you into it. Because logic doesn't work. Logic and reasoning doesn't work. Science doesn't work. Shame is the only thing that works on people like y'all. For real. Shame, being publicly humiliated, that'll make you change. But y'all are at a point where you're too involved with your own beliefs, and like that's the only thing you can hold on to. It's a very like the logic that y'all have is deeply psychological.
Why are you doing this? Like you get like a vacation with your boyfriend or something? That's why you.
I want to help y'all, dude. Honestly, this comes from a place of love, as much as you might think it's not, because it sounds mean.
Help.
You guys are on a lower rung of the totem pole. You're on a lower rung of the totem pole in society because of this crazy retarded belief that has been disproven for 2,000 years. So you're isolating yourselves. You're isolating yourselves with this shit, and it's like this constant cycle. So I'm trying to help by shaming you, because some people need to be shamed into change. That's just how it works. But we live in a society where shame is looked down upon, and people will silence themselves and put themselves in echo chambers so they don't ever have to hear the truth. Like, dude, it's sad, but I also feel, like I said, I feel bad.
Don't be sad. Be happy, bro. It's okay.
It comes from a place of genuine, like,
don't be
want
sad.
for y'all to
hey,
be
you don't need to be sad, bro. It's okay.
I want people to be happy, and there's y'all aren't happy, dude. None of y'all are happy in here.
First.
I've never heard a happy flat earther speak, dude. And the day I do, then maybe that's the day I'll change. But the day that
be happy,
that's not gonna happen.
If you're sad, you won't be able to make other people happy. You know that, right? If you're a sad person, you won't be able to.
I'm 100%. I 100% agree with you, dog.
Yeah, so don't be a sad person. Be happy. Come on, bro.
You can't. That like reverberation thing that y'all try to do with me doesn't work, dude. I'm a grown man. It just doesn't work. You can't like flip
you're not a grown man. You're still
growing.
Remember, you're still a child. Remember, you say you.
Yeah, but grown man doesn't mean the same thing as constantly growing and learning. That's different. This is what I'm saying, man. Like you need a father figure in your life. That's really what most of y'all need. You need like a daddy. How can a
minor like you? How can a minor like
somebody that's not retarded to actually show y'all how to be a grown man and like be a good person in society?
A minor like you cannot be a daddy to anyone, bro.
That's what y'all need. You need really like just taking it to like a basic
children, bro. How are you gonna be a daddy figure if you don't know what a child is?
A huge spanking, dude. It's crazy. But I mean, like we can again, like if you want to take this away from the psychological and argue the facts, we can argue the facts. If you want to get back to the facts,
like a daddy. There too. You're not a daddy. You'll never
I'll shame you there too, dude. I'll shame you there too. If you want to talk about facts, I'll put you in your place there too, brother. Promise.
You deny water. Imagine denying water and trying to.
I don't deny water. You're the one saying there's a difference between water and real water, bro. I don't know what the fuck real water
there is
means.
the water, and then there is what you claim is water. The crayons on the globe, that blue color on the globe. You say, look, the water on the globe. That's not water, buddy. Sorry
on
to
a
tell you.
painted globe, are you saying that I think that that's water?
Yeah.
I don't know, dude. That's
you know the globe that you claim that you when you pictured in your mind a globe, right? The Earth as a globe. That blue that you see, that's not water. Exactly. So you think that
on a painted globe,
water is the real
on a painted globe, you are right. That is not real water. Okay.
It's not real
So,
water.
all right. So again, logic and reasoning doesn't work. So let's just go back to shame. Let's go back to shame. Let's go back to shaming you on what you believe. So you believe that the Earth is flat. You have to prove to me that the Earth is flat. You're in the flat Earth Discord proving the Earth is flat.
I'm not a flat earther. That's a stereotype fallacy.
Now, what are you, Doug?
I'm a above the ground, in the medium, under the heavens earther.
I don't know. Okay. Why can't that be a globe? Why are you against the globe then?
Because the globe is impossible.
How?
Because think about it. The only real globe that you ever experience is the one that you go, I don't know, Walmart, Target, or some retail store. And when you go to the fictional section, you buy that globe on the table and you take it to your house for decoration purposes. And most of the time, they're 50% off. That's the only
globe I've experienced.
That's the only globe that you ever experience in reality.
Why do you
say
that? The one that
you buy at the store, and you see the blue.
How do you know that I've never? How do you know that I've never been to space?
That you see on that globe is not water.
See, you're kind of, dude.
Just breaking the news for you, so you can realize
dude. Like I don't know, dude. I could have been to space, bro.
It's just like Santa Claus. You know when you took the pictures with Santa Claus.
Exactly.
And you
Flat Earth is just like Santa Claus. You are completely right. When all the evidence points to the contrary, you still believe in Santa Claus, dude. That's crazy.
That's you,
right?
That's you.
Okay.
So
well,
listen,
project less, but I mean, like, dude, you're literally believing in Santa Claus.
Water.
Flat Earth is a religion, and first and foremost, which is why most people are Christian that are flat earthers. It's well, you just stereotype me, dude. So I don't know what you're saying. We're going tit for tat here, brother.
I mean, you're the one that said that you can have water in the vacuum, bro.
Like, I promise you, I'm going to fucking break you, bro. 100%. If we keep talking and you don't mute me, I will break you down because I'm just smarter than you. I'm smarter than you. I have a stronger mentality than you. I'm more confident than you. I will break you down 100%.
You believe in fantasies, and you're the smart one.
Well, the projection doesn't work on me, Doug, because again, I'm a grown man. Okay, I've been around, so the projection thing is just going to get me to call it out, Doug. I'm just going to call it out. I'm just going to call it out. Boom, rubber glue, dude. Rubber to glue, dog. Yeah, I don't know what you're doing here. If you want to talk facts, I'll shame you in facts.
You know what? Now that you mentioned glue, you will need glue to attach.
Dude, look at this dude in the side chatter thinking I don't know about the triangle test, you fucking moron, bro. This is what I'm talking about. This low single-digit IQ, weird meme posting shit, dude. You guys need to fucking be better.
And you're here.
You're people on this earth that could contribute to society, and you're choosing actively to be fucking anti. Dude, it's crazy. It's so crazy. You could be a positive influence on people, and yet you're choosing to be toxic. It's
what
so
do you
crazy.
do this week for community service? What do you do?
What the fuck did you do for community service? You won't even tell me what your job is, dude. You don't have a job. Your job is online arguing with people on Discord. Okay.
You know what? My job
all of y'all's jobs is here. That's why there's a 24/7 flat Earth. Y'all are in here 24/7, bro. You don't think I've seen the fucking? You don't think I've seen the stat post from y'all's amount that you're in here? 18 hours a fucking day. Get fucked with that, bro. Get outside.
That's kind of gay, bro.
Be
Stop saying
positive.
gay stuff.
Be productive.
Keep it PG-13.
Yeah, dude, don't be a baby now. Don't be a baby now, bro. If you had any opportunity to make fun of me, you would. You can't, dude. You can't because you're talking to daddy, bro. You don't make fun of daddy.
You don't even have children. How can you say daddy?
And I'm just fucking sunning all of y'all in here that won't even speak up. Help this fucking
You're like
dude, bro.
14, bro. What are you saying, daddy?
Whatever you say, brother. Hey, look, literally this whole chat is sun because unlike the English hub where you guys have a protection where you can permaban people, this is apparently not the case here. So I have free reign, which is glorious, dude. God, I've been waiting for this chance to talk to y'all without it's so crazy. Mute me for 30 minutes, an hour, I'll stick and wait. I fucking wait like a little snake and come in and just bite your ass,
to
dude.
this world.
It's just too easy. I'm going to shame y'all until you change. Shame to change.
I don't want you to be muted, so just tell me, because I'm a little bit confused. I just came 2 or 3 minutes.
Mute me if you want, bro. I literally don't give a shit.
You're interrupting the other guy. Go ahead, guy.
I'm a little bit confused. Can you tell me why are you crying during those 3 minutes since I came here? I found you crying and you're still crying. What's the point?
Yes, Quirfeed, why are you crying? Tell the guy.
You mute to be able to talk. That's so crazy, dude. It's weak.
Just tell me, please.
It's a weakness, dude. Y'all are weak.
Explain to me why are you
weak-willed, weak-minded, weak of conviction, weak.
So, what?
You're weak. You have to mute me in order to argue. That's weakness. That's cowardice.
The guy that is not muted.
No, because
he just did mute me. Did you not just mute me?
You're muting when you speak over people. You're muting them. When you speak over me, you're muting me. When you speak over Necros, you're muting him. So, for people to be able to speak, we have to mute you so you don't mute other people. You get that?
Yeah, whatever you say, dude. I can talk with you.
When you overspeak other people, you're muting other people. So why are you muting people? Go ahead.
Yeah, dog, mute me all you want, bro. It literally changes nothing.
So why are you muting other people? That shows you're weak. You muting other people. That shows how weak you are. And you claiming that people want to call you daddy, even though you don't even have children, bro. Come on, you don't even have the time or the balls to approach a woman and say, hey, let's have children. Look, bro, you don't. Come on, bro. Nobody can call you daddy. Come on, dude. You're a weak. You're a weak boy. You're a weak boy. You're a weak boy. You're just a little boy.
Oh, strength, dude.
You're just a little boy. You're weak.
But James, when I came here, he was crying, but not about the mute. I think.
Oh God, it's so cringe.
I don't think that because it was you were muted, you were crying earlier during more than 3 minutes. So just tell me, what is it about again?
Yeah, can you tell him what you're crying about, bro? Come on, tell him.
Just go ahead. Please, tell me.
What? Oh, dude, I already told y'all. I'm trying to help you.
Crying about again?
I'm trying to help you. You can call it whatever you want, but I'm trying to help.
Yeah, but just consider me a brother that want to help you, to stop you from.
No. I want to help. I want to help you. I want to help you. You can't help me. 100%. You can't help me.
What triggered you? What is the thing that triggered you that made you mad?
I can tell you. It's not. I mean, you can call it trigger.
Just listen. What is the thing that triggered you and made you mad, and you started yelling and crying? And it wasn't about the mute. You were not talking about the mute. So can you clarify the thing? What is the thing that is triggering you?
I just tried to. You keep muting me. Like a pussy. Like a weak pussy, dude. Like a weak pussy. Mute again.
You don't get.
Mute again. Mute again, dude. Mute again. You're weak.
No.
Mute it again. Show your weakness, dude. Show it.
You want him to mute you to run from answering the question?
I'm not running from shit, dog. Y'all are the ones muting.
He's running away.
No,
y'all the ones muting. Who's running, dude? I'm right here. I haven't gone anywhere.
Over speaking people, you're muting.
Dude, if you can't fucking handle over speaking, then you are weak. I'm sorry.
You're showing how weak you are.
You just spoke when I was speaking. Dude, what are you talking about, bro? I'm literally showing you the error of your ways. I'm literally showing you the error of your ways, and you just won't accept it.
How weak you are,
continue. We'll continue.
So you were crying. I asked you a question about the reason that made you cry, and now you are running like a bitch. So I have 2 questions.
I'm running. You're muting, bro.
Hey, why are you muting Necros? Stop muting Necros. Go ahead, Necros. Continue.
So my first question: why are you triggered? For what reason?
I already answered that shit, retard.
And why are you running from answering the question?
No, you didn't.
I already answered both of your questions.
Just
no, you didn't.
Again. Try.
How did I not?
Answer.
I just
come on,
told
stop
you.
running away.
What y'all are speaking about, what you believe is toxic. I'm trying to help. This is very simple.
How? How are you helping?
What you believe? Yes, your religion of this flat Earth. Yes, that is a belief. It is not proven by anything. So
it is a belief. Flat Earth is it? It is no. It's not.
It is a belief. It is a religion.
No, just let me tell you. Flat Earth is the thing that I experience and you experience every day. Motionless Earth is the thing that I experience and you experience during every day, and it's an objective reality. It's not subjective.
Not true.
You see flat horizontal water in your cup, in your bucket.
He's a water denier. He thinks that the blue on
the water argument again. All right, yeah, explain it. Let me do this to you too.
Oh my God,
okay,
just let me finish.
Stop muting him, dude.
Get triggered. Don't get triggered.
Don't get triggered. Just relax. Put your panties on.
You see that flat water everywhere. You see it in the lake and in the ocean through that horizontal horizon. So that's your daily experience and mine and everyone's daily experience. So it's not something that I believe.
Let me disprove it.
So it's not something
I get it. You believe water is flat. Let me disprove you, right? That's what you're asking me to do, right?
Just listen. It's not something
No.
that
I've already listened to you. I don't want to listen anymore.
Why are you muting him? Stop muting.
You're scared?
Bro, there you go, dude.
Is that your cognitive dissonance rushing out? I think you can.
I've already heard it. Can I disprove your water claim? Or are you going to mute me?
I think you can handle your cognitive dissonance and let me finish what I was saying.
Jesus, dude. Okay, go
ahead. Because we experience that flat horizontal horizon, flat surface of water in our daily life, are you able to validate that it is just because it is a giant big ball? We experience it flat. That's what we all say.
He said round earlier.
We experience flatness, but you say that, yeah, we experience flatness, but it is because a giant ball, we can't see the curvature of that. So can you validate that claim? Please, can you validate?
Of course you can validate that claim, dude. Of course you can validate that claim.
Please, nice. Go ahead.
Validate what? That the Earth is round?
Yeah, that the Earth is
like a coin or like a pizza?
Look.
Like a round table? I don't know. Maybe.
Listen, the Earth is a sphere. It's an obloid spheroid. That's the correct term.
That's nonsense.
And saying that you're wait, really quick. I just want you to assess that you're saying that you experience the world is flat, right? So when you walk outside. Oh, so I can't finish? You can mute me now again? Okay. This is that hypocritical dog shit that I'm talking about. You guys are morons. Get fucked, honestly. But you don't experience a flat Earth. You literally don't. There's nowhere that's perfectly flat. That's why bro.
Oh, no one is.
How do I explain this to somebody with a single digit animal IQ? Okay.
You can.
When you walk outside, you're saying you experience a perfectly flat Earth, right? And water can never be curved or concaved on its surface. Water can never form another shape outside. So how do you explain rain, water droplets? How do you explain the spherical surface of a single droplet of water on a surface forming?
That's containment. That's
In
containment.
what? Where's the containment? If I drop a drop of water on my fingertip, it's going to form a sphere. Why?
That's not a sphere.
It's not gonna lay flat. What are you talking about?
It to you. That's surface tension.
Okay, explain it, please.
Yeah, nice. So you can shut up and listen to the explanation. So that's the surface tension of the water. That's why when we bring the claim,
but then you don't need a container, right? It's containing itself.
Can you try to listen? That's why when we talk about the surface of water, we talk about the surface of large bodies of water. That's why when I was bringing to you the example, I started from a cup, because large bodies of water are not droplets that have the surface tension that can.
So your proof is hold a cup of water up. Is it flat? that means the Earth is flat. That's retarded, bro.
Why are you muting him, bro? Why are you muting him?
I didn't say just the cup of water.
I'm just saying it's retarded, dude. It's just a retarded take. It proves nothing.
So just listen. I didn't say just the cup of water. I said all large bodies of water. You can start from a cup. Large bodies of water, and when I give you the example, I give you a cup, a bucket, a tub, a pool, a lake, ocean. Are flat.
Okay, let me just use the same example I did for fucking homeboy here. Let's see if you dodge it as well.
Yeah, let's go back to that one.
Let's go back to this. Let's go back to this.
Give it a second.
Since very clearly, sure. If we're standing outside with any ball, let's just call it a ball. Could be anything, but let's just use a ball for the sake of argument. If we're standing out in the rain, it gets wet, and then we walk inside where there's no rain, is there still going to be water on that ball?
Okay, let me address that directly. So
this is it, yes or no, dude. Is the ball going to be wet?
Look at this. I'm gonna give you the answer, right? So listen. No.
The answer is no.
Pure liquid. Listen. I'm gonna give you the answer.
Saying no. Okay. Well, you're retarded.
Okay. Listen. Hello. No. Pure liquid water cannot exist in a true vacuum.
And yet it fucking does, though, dude. And yet, when I walk into it, when I put water on a ball, water is on the ball. It gets wet. So, and yet, it is the case. You're saying you're
listen, bro.
You're denying your own objective reality.
No, a wet basketball is not synonymous with water sticking to the earth.
Any surface.
Forces. Listen.
Any surface. Any surface.
As they involve different forces and scales.
You guys are mentally challenged. So you're not answering the question, yes or no. If you say no, then you're saying that wetness doesn't exist. Things can't be wet. If you're saying yes, then you agree with the globe Earth. You agree with gravity. You have to agree with gravity.
Have water exist?
We're not in a gravity. I'm in my garage. That's not a vacuum.
You need a vacuum. And you need to take water, put it on a ball, put it in a vacuum.
And yet, without a vacuum, it still sticks to the fucking surface of the ball, idiot.
Your ball is in a vacuum.
We don't live in a vacuum.
You guys are fucking retarded, though. This is why you need to be shamed into submission, for real. Like, it's legit a problem. It's a legit mind rot problem with this younger generation of lonely incel weirdos, bro. It's so sad. And
Okay, go ahead. Other guys. No, wait, Necro. Someone else was saying something. Go ahead, bro.
You need water on a ball in a vacuum to make it analogous to your religious ball. If you don't have that, then you're not giving us an equivalent example.
Go ahead, Square Fit.
Sure, whatever you say, dog. It's not an equivalent. Whatever you say.
So there you go. You agree then?
It's not. You're not correct. But whatever you need to tell yourself.
Wait, you denying reality again? Damn.
You will grow out of this for sure because you can't maintain this belief system in our society. It's just not how it works. You will be isolated forever, and that's a sad existence. And I hope you don't. I hope you don't. I hope you change. I hope you take the blue.
When did we stop believing that the heliocentric ball-tard was inside of a vacuum? Probably never, except you. Vacuums cause water to evaporate into a gas because there's low pressure above it. And then since you're trying to make a fucking vacuum, the gas pressure fucks off outside the container because of the pump. So then eventually, there's no water in that vacuum. But there's water on your ball in a vacuum. Extreme low pressure, lower than anything you can make.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
I wish I could take y'all out with me for a beer and show you that you can actually get pussy, dude. I could wingman so hard for y'all, legit. It's just sad, man. This is sad. For
be
real.
sad, bro. It's gonna be okay. One day you'll get a pussy. One day you will.
Honestly, dude, I'm really. But I could like honestly, dude.
Then you can be a real man because you'll be doing more than the real men in your world. They don't have any real evidence of the globe. They have this shit for you to believe in, and you're believing it wholeheartedly, and you're not even validating any of it. You're a fluffer right now.
It is so cringe.
See, brother, see what
Jesus Christ, bro.
See
I don't even know. Like the more I talk to people.
SQ, see where your logical fallacies are taking us. So try to stick to the topic. Instead of ad hominem, when you talk about people, when you're attacking your opponent instead of the argument, you're doing a logical fallacy. So just stick to the topic. I understand that you are so triggered. I understand that you have your cognitive dissonance issue. So you have your belief that have been challenged by some new idea that says that the earth is not a ball, it's flat. So you got triggered. I understand that shit. But try to handle yourself. Be more mature.
Yeah, try to grow, man.
Yeah, dog, y'all are really trying to turn it around on me, but it's just not going to work.
Try to grow, man.
I'm just better than y'all is the thing. I'm better.
I'm not.
God damn, you guys need a daddy like it's nobody's business. You father.
A daddy that is not a daddy? Is that what we need? A daddy that is
crazy,
not a daddy?
dude. You guys are fatherless, bro.
Still doing the same thing. You're talking about us. Instead,
I am. I'm gonna attack.
Why aren't you just defending your globe instead of bringing the example of a wet ball that have droplets, which is not analogy to the Earth that have an ocean? One single surface that is composing 75% of the surface. It's not the wet ball at all. That's not even to what 5% that. The wet ball is just have 5% of its surface covered by some small droplets that have their own surface tension, and that surface tension will break out when you add more water, like in that meme that I just sent in the side chat. So the surface tension will break out, and that body of water will just flatten out.
He quit. He gave up.
No, the dog is still here.
Dude, you're fucking retarded. You just mute and don't tell when you're unmuting. I'm not constantly looking at the screen. Don't project your shit onto me, dude.
Oh gosh.
God, dude, it's so crazy.
Wait, you haven't grown yet?
Just really quick, just to talk about facts. It's so cringe. Oh, Jesus.
No one is denying that water have surface tension.
No, you're denying gravity.
He is denying it.
You're denying gravity, which is mentally retarded.
He thinks, hey, Necros, he thinks that the blue on the globe with crayons, that's water.
Just wait, I'm not denying gravity too.
Then how can you, bro? Okay, wait. Actually, this is an interesting inquiry now. Actually, I'm actually interested. Okay, so you believe in gravity, and yet you don't believe in a globe?
It's a specific one. It's called.
Wait, what? You can't cherry pick gravity. That's not how. Okay,
no, it's
great.
called
All
like
right,
that.
explain it to me. How does gravity work on a flat Earth?
I'm not cherry picking gravity. I'm telling you that I believe that gravity is real. Archimedes' principle is a real
Ask me to
principle.
define gravity, Platter, dude, bro.
I'm defining it for you. If you pay, I'm defining it for you.
No, I'm just looking at the side chat.
I'm defining it for you if you pay attention. Archimedes' principle is a real principle. Its second name is specific gravity. I'm not making that up. I'm not denying gravity. It does exist. It's a real principle.
And when Necros told you about specific gravity, that's an actual term for gravity. So why are you denying that as well?
Gravity in and of itself is also a term. So why are you denying gravity?
Listen, he told you about specific gravity. Why are you denying that?
But how do you have specific gravity without gravity as a whole? How do you have a specific part of nothing?
Okay, just define, when you say gravity, just define that, because I don't think you know what you're
talking about. You're looking at the side chat thinking I'm going to get stumped like that. It's the force. It's
wait, have him define gravity. Just define gravity. Just define gravity before we move on. Define that.
Yeah, the force against a massive object.
That's not a force.
Relative to its size. It is a force. Somebody said it earlier. Like it's sort of like.
Okay, post the citation. I want to read it. Note your words. Post the citation about gravity being a force. Post that.
And I'm not posting shit. You can get fucked.
Okay, so you're done.
I don't need to accept claims that come without evidence. So a claim that without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. So it's not wrongdoing. So if you come with the claim of something called gravity, other than the real gravity, which is Archimedes' principle, which is the relative density, also called relative density, or specific gravity. So I'm not denying that. So if you come with something else that is just pseudoscientific claim, I don't have to accept that. If you don't have evidence, if you claim it to be scientific, yeah, go ahead, validate it with the scientific method. I would be glad to accept that.
Gravity definition Bible? The fuck? How does that work? The fuck does the Bible define as gravity? Concept of dignity, seriousness, and importance? What the fuck, dude?
Can you stop cursing every other word, dude?
Bro, I'm reading what biblical people think gravity is. It's just retarded. Jesus Christ.
I can tell you what.
I just told you what fucking gravity was, but you're saying no. Like, it's so hypocritical.
That's you making that up.
Just like what? Making what
up? You said about gravity that you made that up.
I didn't make that shit up. I know what the fuck gravity is because I'm not a retard.
Where do you get it from? What you said.
What do you mean? Where do you get what the definition of gravity is?
Yeah, post it.
Okay.
Post where you got it from. If not, you made it
what up. The definition of gravity is. Here's a Wikipedia post. Here's the Wikipedia page.
The scientific method that was demonstrated.
Why don't you give me scientific explanation on why the Earth is flat? How about that? I'm not in here to prove shit.
That's not science, dude.
I really don't give a fuck. I'm here to shame. Like I said before, I'm in here to shame you guys.
That's a category error. A measurement.
If you want to keep taking the punishment, that's more than welcome with me. But I'm not here to prove anything to you.
So, SQ, I have now to punish you because of what you just said.
I don't care, dude. I'll be in here. I'll be in here with a different account in 5 minutes, bro.
No, just listen.
Punish as much as you want, dude. If you ban me, I'll come in here with a different one. If you mute.
Oh my god, it's not about punishing you by banning you. He's gonna tell you something else. Shut up. Go ahead, Necros.
Just stay still. you just said something that is completely stupid, because you asked us to validate the flat Earth scientifically.
We're in the 24/7 flat Earth history.
While science doesn't deal with shapes. You could ask us to validate the shape of the Earth, or the Earth is flat, using geometry, because that's the thing that deals with shapes. It's using geometry. When you measure the things, when you survey the shape of the thing, yeah, that's geometry. It's not science. Science deals with cause and effects. So
you don't understand what science is. I got you. All right.
Are you ashamed from yourself that you failed in third grade?
Don't project, bro. That's weak. That's weakness. Don't project.
Are you ashamed that you failed in third grade topics?
Don't project, dude.
And you don't know what is science. You just showed us that you don't know what science is or what geometry is.
Squirrelfeed, you expose yourself, dude. You expose yourself. Keep doing it. Good job.
Yeah, keep muting, bro.
No, you're the one muting the other guy. Well, speaking over him, you're the one
God, you're so weak.
You're muting. Stop muting. Stop muting. Stop it. Stop doing it. So you exposed that you don't know what science is. You say you won't post anything about gravity. So it's you making stuff up in here and just talking about your made-up religion. That's what you're doing in here. Got it. You're promoting your own religion in here, and well, this is not what this channel is about.
That's definitely just
I'm shaming.
It's just cognitive dissonance issue. So he have to do that. He's suffering. I understand that. I suffered the same thing.
Yeah, we're here to help you, Squarefeed. We're here to help you, and you created your own religion. You believe it's true, but we can point out to certain things that will obviously debunk your belief, your religion, and that's what you're here for. I get it. You said earlier you're here for help, and we're helping you.
The fact that you're trying to return fire on my own shit is so cringe.
Oh no, but stop crying, bro. Stop crying. Stop
crying, God, it's so cringe, dude. Cope see the mold, bro.
You say so Squarefeed. Remember, when you say gravity, like a parrot, you don't know what it means. You're just making stuff up like a parrot. You cannot demonstrate that in reality. You're saying a word without knowing what it means, like a parrot.
Yeah, we demonstrate gravity all the time, brother.
When you say we, do you mean like you and me?
Everybody. If I throw a ball up into the air, that shit comes down. Why?
Shit, a ball is not shit, dude.
If I throw anything anywhere, it falls down. Why?
What about helium? Does that fall?
We won't explain that. All right, yeah, okay.
You said anything anywhere. Does helium go down?
If I throw or move anything, if I throw something out of my hand, why does it fall to the ground? What the fuck are you talking about, dude? If I throw something into the air, why does it not go infinitely into space?
Specific gravity.
You're retarded. That's okay.
No. I gave you the answer. No. Don't add harm. Don't talk about people while you are in debate. It's a logical fallacy. He gave you the answer. He told you that it is specific gravity. You should by now research what is specific gravity. It's also
and yet you can't have gravity, specific gravity, without gravity. How do you have a specific of nothing?
Specific
y'all
gravity
are fucking morons, dude.
So just listen, Archimedes, so the one who made Archimedes' principle was there and died before Newton. The first guy who invented that idea of gravity. So Archimedes was way before that shit. So just stop your nonsense. And Archimedes' principle, the formula, doesn't have any gravity in.
Jesus, space is fake, huh? Okay.
You are
prove that space is fake. Why do y'all not have to prove?
So why you are gish galloping? It's another fallacy. You're jumping from gravity, and because you know that you can't validate gravity, you jump to another topic, which is space. Oh, space. And now, are you conceding that gravity is just bullshit? Is a pseudoscientific topic? We can jump to space bullshit.
Actually, Necros, bullshit, you can find it in nature. The gravity that he claiming, the one he made up, you cannot find that in nature. So gravity is not bullshit, Necros.
That's true. Yeah, that's Tooth Fairy.
I think this guy has bullshit for brains. That's what I'm witnessing in nature right now.
Yeah, y'all's mental is slowly deteriorating. I can feel it. It's actually amazing.
Do nothing but ad hom, dude. Your mental deteriorated a long time ago, clearly.
So, can you try to talk without using logical fallacy?
Yeah, try.
Nah, I'm gonna keep calling you morons, dude. You can keep beating.
Yeah, he's already fucked it up.
Yeah, that's a logical fallacy. It's not.
You ask him, can you argue without doing logical fallacy? He said, nah.
Yeah, he said no. Yeah. I think his teacher is not Professor Dave, the king of fallacy.
Truth for once.
Oh, dude, bro, he's nothing on me. You guys are in for a treat.
Nice. So
he takes it easy on flat earthers, bro. Y'all are real, like, mental mongoloid.
Is that your daddy? Is that your daddy, Professor Dave? That's your daddy?
Hell yeah, dude. Daddy Dave, brother. Teaching me the ways of how to teach.
So don't follow him, Jamesy. Can you try to have the conversation about the shape of the Earth
I already explained what gravity.
The use of logical fallacies. Can you try?
Yeah, I already explained what gravity was, and you dismissed it. So I don't know what to talk about.
You didn't.
That's why I moved on to Space is Fake, which was posted in the side chat.
Explanation.
The space.
So just listen. Try to listen. Explanations are not proofs. I can explain to you how the tooth fairy fly. That doesn't mean that the tooth fairy exists. Yeah.
Explain to me how the tooth fairy flies.
So because she is too small and too light, she had those wings like the wings of the bee, and because its weight is exactly the same weight as the bee, and its wings as the same size as the bee, and its aerodynamic shape, the tooth fairy can fly.
And we can also that's how we can also tell you why the tooth fairy flies, because three-toes gnomes are trying to make soup out of her.
Hey, honestly, the fact that y'all just rolled with that punch is hope in the darkness. It's a light. It's just, I know it's in there, and y'all. I know it's in there.
Logical fallacy. So you failed in the task. You couldn't.
What's my logical fallacy, by the way? I just assume that y'all are sub intelligence levels. That's my assumption. It's not a fallacy. It's an assumption.
Just listen.
An educated guess.
I can break to you what fallacy is. It's you attacking the person instead of the argument.
That's not a fallacy. I'm claiming something that I believe is true. Just like anything else.
It's you claiming.
I believe you are sub triple digit IQ. That's what I believe.
Yeah, it's you claiming something about the person instead of the topic. It's called ad hominem.
But that does matter. But it does matter.
It matters.
You wouldn't trust the village idiot with building your house, would you?
True, that matters.
No, you wouldn't. You wouldn't.
I wouldn't trust what you say.
You wouldn't. So, I mean...
No, it matters. Listen, it matters when you say logical fallacy. It matters for us to call that logical fallacy, because each time we call logical fallacy that our opponent is doing, it shows that how illogical he is.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Like I said, I'm claiming, and you guys like to throw that word around a lot, that every person that believes in flat Earth is sub triple digit IQ. That's my claim.
Yeah,
prove me wrong.
You're correct. No, there is nothing. I am
100% correct.
You believe that it's something that you just believe.
But it does matter because, like I said, like you wouldn't trust a retard or an idiot to build your house.
Okay, bro, I'm an idiot, but the fact that I'm a flat earther has nothing to do with it. I was an idiot before I was a flat earther. Thank you very much.
the fuck?
I'm done with the conversation. I don't know.
So why not grow? What the fuck? Why?
Hey, bro. Hey, 1 sec. They build houses on flat Earth principles. All horizontals are parallel, all verticals are parallel.
You cannot have those on a globe, Dart.
So you do trust flat earthers to build houses?
Once you say house, that's the globe debunk right there. You said house, there you go. Globe debunk.
Yeah, just like water was a debunk.
Exactly. Remember water? You use water for the globe debunk.
Builders use water to establish horizontal planes of reference using water levels because the two ends of the water level will be at the same altitude in a straight line. It's flat Earth, bro. That's flat. I don't know why you're so coping so hard about it.
He doesn't believe in that stuff. I mean, he doesn't know about it.
Oh, that's a logical fallacy. You don't know.
Is this the only entertainment we have?
No.
Oh. Who else?
We have Robnocious. Oh, what happened? Robnocious, welcome.
Oh, now I get unmuted because you guys need me. Where were you 10 minutes ago where my needs were wanted? What about my needs?
We need you like air. We need you like air. We do need you like air.
I'm only
and
a piece of meat to you guys. You don't love me.
No. Water and air. You don't need meat. You need water and air.
Just for the record, I love you, bro. Most of my friends are spinny globetards. I used to have dreams of going to space and experiencing zero G and all that stuff too, man. I trust me. Like, I wanted to go to Saturn, bro, and Jupiter. I had dreams. Someday we'll get there. I promise.
Someday we're gonna go to the moon.
Yeah, I told people that. I was like, someday I'm gonna go to the moon, and it's all gonna be great. I'm gonna jump really high. I said that shit, bro. I swear. I was like, I'm gonna get on.
I know. And then you met Eric Dubé, and you said, "What the hell? Earth might be flat."
Yeah, it's not happening, bro. I'm going to die down here on the flat Earth with the rest of everybody else. I promise. Nobody's going anywhere. There's no space elevators. There's no space hotels. There's no.
Yeah. That's the funny thing. You continue to pay their taxes and finance those things, and you will never benefit anything from that outer space. You will never go to that space hotel. You will never put your foot on the moon. You will never go to space at all.
I've been coming in here for like about 2 years now, man. It's the same shit all the time. Actually, it's kind of worse. It's the fact that I have to come in here and I still come in here. And everybody, you get muted. You mute the other guy. You can only talk to one guy at a time. You guys try to control everything so much, dude. It's just gonna ruin everything.
Hey, quit the meta. If you didn't want to talk about that sort of shit, you wouldn't get muted probably. So just quit the meta.
And it's true, Rob Noxious, if you say that you've been here 2 years, since 2 years now, it never changed. No one could bring a proof for the globe, and no one went to this outer space, to that space hotel. And it will continue to be like that for the years after.
I know, forever, man.
You see,
wait, Robnocious, you said it's the same, but the other guy just told you that he used to be a glober and he's not a glober anymore, so he did change. But the fact that you haven't changed doesn't mean that things haven't changed, does it?
No,
yeah, let me give an example. Bro, no, let me ask you a question. When they tell you, and you see like ads or you see like stuff like it's like, billions of miles away, a planet that may have. What do you think they're like trying to sell you here, dude? Like when they're telling you about some planet that may have life that you will never ever be able to reach, you will never be able to go to, and like it's literally just a bright spot out in the black sky, and they tell you that maybe there may be life on there. What next, dude? What next? Like, just tell me, please.
What next with what? What do you mean?
Like, why are they telling you that? What are they trying to sell you? Like, where do you go
because
from there?
they think it's true.
Well, they're not trying to sell you anything because there's no price.
They telling you that they scammed you, and they're gonna continue the scam, and you just have to keep paying for the scam.
So he asked a question, and then the flat earther answered. That's cool. That's cool.
No, Matthew answered.
Yeah,
He's
my
not a
answer
flat
is
earther.
because they think it's true.
They think the scam is true.
Well, they wouldn't call it a scam. They think there are other planets out there, and they have evidence for it.
But they're scamming, right? Even though they believe in the scam.
No. If you're telling the truth, it's not a scam.
Exactly.
So they never made it to the planet. They didn't do anything with the planet. They cannot take it to the planet, but they still promising that they're doing these things with whatever the planet, taking the money.
Nobody's
the resources.
It's called science, man. Science can help you figure out if that planet that they're looking at can support life and have on it. Yeah, man. I know you don't want to believe it, but that's the way it is. Just because you don't believe something doesn't make anything. Just because you don't believe something personally doesn't mean shit, man.
Oh wait,
so just because you benefit out of the scam and other people don't benefit out of it, you're okay because you benefit out of it.
Where's the scam though? No one's making any money off it. No one's buying land on the planet. No one's doing anything. Where's the scam at, man? There's no scam involved.
If you analyze Matthew's question, I like his Matthew's answer. I like his answer because he said because they think so. The question was for what they are trying to sell you when they are telling you that there might be life in some planet that resembles to Earth. So he said that they think it's true. Means that they are not selling anything and it's pointless and it's just a waste of time. They are thinking that there is life. They don't have any validation for that. And they are just throwing some nonsense in television.
Well, obviously there's no validation of it. They never ever once said this planet has life on it. That's just ridiculous. They said there's a likeliness. This is a good possibility. All the hopeful things, but they've never declared that. You just said that.
Yeah, but you beat it up.
Information, useless information, and nice. Yeah. So
they use correct. They use
or they are just making repeating that shit because it have to be repeated in front of people.
They just charge billions of dollars on a promise, and they just give you cartoons and ink on paper and charge you billions of dollars for it. That's a scam.
Who told you that? What do you mean ink and paper? What are you talking about?
You remember when you get the planets and these places far away, and you just get cartoons of them?
Yeah, you do realize that pictures are
cartoons, bro. Cartoons that cost billions of dollars, bro. That's a scam.
All pictures, but you know that all pictures come from ink, right? I mean, ink is part of being a picture, right? You realize
when you pay billions of dollars for cartoons, that's a scam.
There's no cartoons. There's no cartoons. You're just saying that.
No, those are cartoons. That counts, bro. CGI.
How can you prove it? How can you prove it? How can you prove it to me that it's a cartoon?
Voltron was computer animated. That was a cartoon.
Yeah, bro. And I watched Voltron. I actually grew up with Voltron. So again, prove to me. I'm not talking about Voltron. I'm talking about the pictures that you're saying are cartoons. Pull up a picture that's a cartoon. Explain to me how you know it's a cartoon.
Okay, wait. Well, some of them they're a cartoon too. You're just not looking at them. Like if you watch India's and China's like space stuff, bro, I guarantee you're gonna be like, oh shit, yeah, that's a cartoon.
More cartoons.
You just totally avoided what I said, dude. You can bring up any picture you want, dude, and just prove it to me.
So the moon landings is obviously the moon landings. How much they cost? Like
I don't care about the moon landing. I don't care about the moon landing. I'm talking about the shape of the planet.
Any picture, so just listen, Rob.
So that's a cartoon. When you talk about the shape of the planet, what you get is a cartoon as well.
Okay, well, prove it, man. Show me how it's a cartoon. You can't just say it's a cartoon.
That's all you get. You get cartoons, bro.
Says who? Says who though?
A scam.
The burden is not on us.
And you. It sounds like you benefit from the scam. That's why you protecting it.
Says who though? Who says it's a scam?
You, the scammer. You.
Okay, I don't say it's a scam. First of all, so you're just wrong.
Well, you're because totally when the scammers are scamming, they say it's not a scam. That's you.
Whatever. You have no ability to look at a picture and decide whether it's fake or real. You have no expertise. You're not
when the scammers call,
that's the bottom line.
They say this is not a scam. That's what you're doing.
Cool, buddy. Sure, buddy. Nice way to avoid the question. Avoid the point, avoid everything. You're just avoiding everything but this.
You're denying that all of the shit that you get from outer space is cartoons.
Yeah, it's not cartoons. It's just not. Again, because you say it. You won't go any further because you don't know what to say now. You don't know what to say now when someone calls you on it. Usually people say, "Oh shit, man, you're right," but I'm saying, "Hey, can you show me how you know this?"
Okay, show me a photograph. Show me a photograph.
I'm not showing you shit. I'm not showing you shit. You said photos are cartoons.
That's disgusting. Don't show shit. We're not talking about shit. We're talking about cartoons, and nobody asked you about shit. So stop talking about shit, dude.
Okay, well, I'm sorry. Using a slang.
Stop being disgusting, Rob.
Can I say something?
So you're playing games like a child, 10-year-old kid.
Just listen.
Well, don't be disgusted then.
Okay. I wasn't talking about feces, dude.
Just listen. The burden of proof is not on him. It's not on James.
It is. Yes, he is. No. Yes, it is. Don't do this, Necro. He said that they're cartoons. If he says something's cartoon, he has to prove it. That's the bottom line. You're not going to wiggle out of this. You're not going to back out of this.
Listen. Just try to listen. If
you so you can poison the well, you're going to lie. Go ahead and lie.
No, I'm not poisoning the well.
The globe is a fantasy cartoon. Come on,
it's your server, dude. Go ahead and lie, man. Whatever.
The burden of proof is not on him. So if you bring a photo to me and you claim something with the photo, like for example, the Earth or the unicorn or Santa Claus, if you claim that thing to be real, I won't consider it. The burden of proof, if I say that photo is not real.
Man. Okay, I get it.
Try to listen.
No. You sound stupid, dude. You're not smart, man. You're not smart, dude.
Just don't interrupt me. So when I say that
you're not saying anything.
So when I say that image of unicorn that you are showing to me is not real image of a unicorn.
Okay, we're not talking about unicorns though, dude.
Just listen. We are talking about fake things.
I know your spiel. I know your whole spiel, dude. You've already done this before, Necro.
We talk about.
That's why you're here, to listen to the spiel, bro. That's why you're here, so you'll listen to it.
I've heard this a million times. This is crazy.
So listen 1,000,001 time. It's okay.
We are talking about fantasy, globe Earth.
No, it's not a fantasy. It's not a fantasy at all. We're talking about
fantasy. It's like
I'm not making a claim.
It's not a fantasy. It's a misrepresentation presented in reality.
Oh my God! You're claiming that a photo is fake. It's on you to prove the photo is fake. That's the end of the argument. There's no other argument.
No,
you're not going to twist it. No, yeah. That's how it goes.
James,
the picture of water. Listen, Necros. The picture of water on the outside of a sphere in a vacuum. That's a misrepresentation of reality. It's not real.
Okay, and says who? Says you. You're the only person that says that.
Water. Real water.
Yeah. Where does reality wrote this down? Did reality tell you this?
When we go to the real natural world and we grab water, right? And then we grab a sphere and we put those things together, it's gonna show you that
so now we're on the second grade level.
The thing in the picture is a misrepresentation of reality. So
all right, you're trolling, dude. I know you're trolling, bro.
You're trolling. You're trolling.
You just said if we grab some water and put it on a ball, it proves reality. You're a troll, dude.
It shows you how water and spheres work in reality.
It shows you that you have the brain of a monkey. It shows you have the brain of a monkey.
And then the image that you're selling for billions of dollars of the globe, that is a misrepresentation of the water and the sphere.
Okay, buddy. Sure, man.
Make sure to make an iron core and spin it at hundreds of thousands of miles per hour so gravity takes hold. Centrifugal force.
Spin it at hundreds of thousands of miles an hour. Wow.
Guarantee you won't.
You guys are just slow brain people, man. Either that or trolls. That's the only other option.
Yeah, that's your opinion, Rob. That's your opinion. I don't care about your feelings. But still, and like I said, if you come to me with the picture of the Earth and the picture of unicorn, I will say in both situations that, it's not a real image that you are bringing to me. The burden of proof for both images is not on me. I'm not the one who have to validate that those images are not real. It's on you.
It's on you, the scammer, to prove that your scam is not a scam. Come on, Rob.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard, dude.
Proof that the scam is not a scam.
Can you? I'm trying to talk, man. Don't interrupt, man. This is just getting lame. The bottom line is, if I bring to you $100 bill, and I give it to you, and I tell you it's real, it's up to you to prove that it's counterfeit. You have to run the pen on it. You're retarded, dude. You guys think you're smarter than anything.
You're a scammer.
I'm not stopping anything. There's no scam.
Oh my God, the dollar.
You protect scams. You're a scammer, right?
Rob
You protect
you guys sat in here, didn't go talk.
You
to
are a
you guys
scammer.
hide in your little den.
You are a scammer.
Here.
Jamesy, please. So Rob Noxious, the dollar
He's a
is
scammer,
something
yes.
that is the dollar is something.
I don't want to talk to you, Necro, about this, dude. You're annoying me, dude. You're just
Rob
slow brain.
You came here annoyed already. You came here annoyed.
The dollar is
maybe
something
you ate too much carbs. You were having just a meal, maybe too much carbs, and that's what now you're digesting. Your brain is taking power of your, I don't know, emotions, and now you cannot participate in the conversation because your body is digesting the food.
You guys love to hear yourselves talk, dude. You guys think you're like the cat's meow.
Sounds like you. Sounds like a scammer, like you.
A scammer? What? Who's scamming? What? Scamming implies that what are you getting out of the scam? What are you getting out of the scam? What are you getting out of the scam? What are you getting out of the scam, though? What are you getting out of the scam?
You're giving people a picture of the dollar.
What are you getting out of the scam, Gemsy? You're retarded. You shut up.
You're triggered because someone is exposing your scam and you're trying to protect it.
What scam? You won't even say what it is. You just say scam. You're retarded.
Remember, you're claiming me that the Earth is a globe, it's a representation of reality. You're protecting the scam.
Is there any real flat earthers here that want to talk about flat Earth? Or you just these trolls?
No, wait,
you guys are trolls.
Just for the record, we're on the flat Earth because we like the flat Earth.
You're a troll.
Okay, hold on a second. If I was to tell my girlfriend or fiance or wife or whatever that I'm hanging out on the flat Earth because I think it's flat, she might think I'm a loser and leave me. But if you tell your girlfriend or your wife or fiance that you're on the
Okay.
my signal keeps cutting out. Good God.
So the scam, Rob Noxious, is that you're not giving people $1. You're giving them a picture of $1 and telling them, "Oh, go prove that the dollar is fake."
No, it's a picture. It's still on you. If I show you a picture and you don't think it's fake, you have to prove it's fake. I don't have to prove it's real. That makes no sense. I'm showing you the picture, therefore it's real. You don't know what you're talking about. You're just making things up, dude.
Okay, so I show you a picture of a unicorn. I don't have to prove it's real. It's real, and you have to accept it just based on what you just said.
I have to prove it's fake.
Your standards,
I have to prove it's fake.
Your standards, by your standards, you'd have to prove it's fake. You got to accept by default that the picture of the unicorn is truly a photograph of a unicorn. Congratulations.
If you tell me it's real. If you told me it's real.
Yes, I know. If I say so, and if I say that's a real photograph of Bigfoot, then by those standards you just gave us, you got to accept that's a real photograph.
Okay, show me one.
So that's what you've done. Congratulations. You played yourself.
Yeah, so if I go to the natural world and I see water and I see the earth not curving, the water not curving, we have gas pressure, we have all of those things put together, and then Rob comes out and shows me a picture that misrepresents and shows me something that water doesn't do, gas pressure doesn't do, the earth is not doing, that is and tries to force me to buy it, right? That's a scam. He's a scammer. It's pretty obvious.
Show me a picture of a unicorn right now, and I'll prove to you it's fake.
It's in the side chat.
When you show an image of the earth curving, water on the outside in a vacuum, that's a scam, Rob.
The picture of the unicorn is in the side chat.
And you selling it, you're the scammer.
So go ahead and validate.
There we go. Yeah, because of what Rob said, now he's got to accept the existence of unicorns. That's where his worldview leads him.
See, again, you're just.
No, that's right. You're trapped. You already did this to yourself. You already trapped yourself here. Rob Noxious is a grown man who believes that unicorns are real.
You're making shit up. You're making shit up.
You're talking.
That's what scammers do.
I totally told you to prove a point to you that if you posted a picture of a unicorn, you would be able to prove that it was fucking fake.
Rob, you're behaving like a scammer.
No, you're behaving like a bunch of trolls, dude. You guys are trying to troll.
You're a scammer.
Trolls, dude.
James,
yeah, now we can prove the fucking picture is fucking fake. You're just running through a fucking thing.
So
I know. I'm already doing it. The picture is fake.
Nice.
It says the picture is absolutely 100% fake.
Prove it.
Multiple reasons.
Okay, prove
First of all, unicorns are not real. They're a mythical being.
Oh, okay. Well, first of all, globe is not real. Okay.
Okay.
All right. I can meet you there.
Dude, you guys are like retarded, man. This is so stupid.
I mean, that's your logic that you're calling retarded. Did you know that? You're calling yourself retarded.
You're calling you retarded, dude.
Yeah, I was just reflecting your own logic right back to you. And then you heard how stupid you sounded, right?
Yes, you weren't though.
That it sounded retarded.
So now Robert because he couldn't validate that the picture is not real.
Yes, I did. I just put it in Google. It came back as a fake. It's a fake picture. I put it in Google. What are you talking about?
Why?
Google.
It says it's a fucking 100% fake. You can run pictures and you can run pictures.
How do you know that?
Yeah. Oh my God, you guys are dumb, dude. You're just trolls.
You are
dude.
scammers.
It's fake. The onus is on you to prove it's fake, and all you've done is gone. It's fake. It's fake. It's fake. But you didn't prove it.
Yeah. Cool.
Right? This is your criteria you gave us. You have to prove it's fake. You told us that. You told us we give you pictures of unicorns, leprechauns, tooth fairies. You said that you have to prove it's fake, and until you prove it's fake, it stands as genuine. You told us that.
So pick the globe picture. So the globe picture is genuine. So you prove it fake. The globe picture is genuine.
You're a scammer.
Until you prove it fake. You can't prove it fake.
You believe in
unicorns. You can't prove the globe picture fake. You can't prove the globe picture.
You believe in unicorns.
They're cool, man. I don't believe in unicorns. You do.
Oh, you believe in unicorns because it is your standard of
telling
evidence.
You, I don't.
You look at
I'm telling you right now. I'm telling you, I don't believe.
Fail to validate that the follow is fake, so it means that the follow is real. And you failed to validate that follow is fake.
Bums, dude. You guys have no fucking information at all. You just
in reality
every day.
We have all the information about the scam, and we can identify it as a scam.
I got a fix for you. I got a fix. So you can go to the NASA website yourself. This is to the Globies. You can go to the NASA website yourself, download the picture of the moon or of the Earth over the moon horizon, run that into like Photoshop or whatever, and lower the saturation. Hold on a second. Lower the saturation, and you will see. Apparently, I've never done this, so like,
of course
you're doing science for both of us. Apparently, if you run the saturation down on that image, you can see that it's been heavily cropped and edited.
Okay, so cool. Even if it's cropped and edited, there was still a real photo at one time. And the bottom line is, this guy's never done anything.
It's a scam, Rob.
He just said he did it. You're a scam, dude. You keep saying the same thing over and over, dude. You have autism, bro. You keep saying the same thing over and over.
You're worse than the Indian scammers. You're worse than them.
Yeah, okay, you're autistic, bro. You are autistic.
You're worse than the Indian scammers, bro. Worst.
Indian scammers are probably the worst. I wouldn't go that far. But, bro,
They haven't reached $1 trillion yet in scams. They haven't reached $1 trillion. Rob's scam already reached $1 trillion. So
you sound like a third world weirdo, dude. You're a third world weirdo, dude. I don't care what you say, bro.
You saying that America is the third world? Okay, America is the third world, if you say so.
I might be a third world weirdo, but you guys are six-figure sinners, and that makes us equal in my books.
Okay, comedy relief, sir.
I mean, you're scamming people, Rob. But how does that make you feel?
Right now, everything.
How does that make you feel? Does that make you feel good? You sleep good when you scam people?
Yeah,
you sleep
no
good?
one scams anybody though. You still haven't.
You are.
Cool. You are. You're scamming people.
You're protecting the scam, so you're a scammer.
You're scamming people. You're scamming people. You're in a cult. You're scamming people. That's what you do. You get donations from your little fucking chats. For your little scam, you're the scammer.
That's you. That's you.
That's not me. I've never got one donation in my life.
You force your way. You force your way. Your scam is forced. Your scam is forced.
Oh,
it's not donation. It's forced.
How's it forced? How's it forced?
You remember taxation? Remember that?
No, I don't.
Taxation without representation. Wait, I don't know why I said that. I don't know.
He's denying the taxation. Wow.
Full-fledged research. What taxation?
He's a delusional scammer.
What taxation? What taxation? I'm trying to ask you. You're not answering anything. You're just saying things and hoping for people to say, yeah. You're a clown, dude.
Yeah.
You're a fucking clown. You're not big time, dude.
Guys, it's just the shape of things. Relax.
No, it's not. It's bigger than this. It's just a problem with society.
Or the lack of it.
People like these people who prey on this shit, dude. These people are the dredge of society.
That's you.
See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying, dude?
You project
this kind of guy. Yeah. These people would never ever act like this in front of anybody in real life, ever.
Yes, they do.
Yeah, if I see a scammer scamming, I'll tell him, bro, stop scamming.
Everybody on Discord acts exactly like they act on Discord in real life, and that's why we're on Discord, bro, because we don't mix in real life. Like, give me a break.
Yeah, okay. Sure, buddy. Sure. I've never. Okay. I pray for the day someone brings up flat Earth to me in real life. I pray for the day. Even someone in my own family, they're getting KO'd. They're getting KO'd. Even if it's my own family, they're getting KO'd.
Bro, in your friend group, you're the one that brings up flat Earth. I guarantee it. You're the flat Earther in your friend group.
I don't.
Yeah.
Again, you're just wrong. No, I don't. I'm telling you, I don't. Though. I'm telling you, I don't. I'm telling you, I don't. Oh, okay.
I bet he does.
I know. I bet he does. Listen to you fucking losers.
Why they will start asking questions and they might turn and you're not gonna like that?
I bet you $5 you do.
Yeah, okay.
He doesn't bring it up because he might turn people into it. Listen, once he starts protecting the scam and promoting the scam, people are gonna be like, Rob sounds like a scammer.
The only scam is flat Earth, dude. Will Duffy just destroyed you guys today again, dude. None of you guys showed up.
Duffy, he's a scammer. Duffy is a scammer. You know,
Alpha Veritas is supposed to be your leader, and he's in the fucking chat.
Duffy scams old people.
He wouldn't even get on a panel.
Duffy scams old people, dude.
Oh yeah, prove it, dude. Prove it, man.
It's public record.
Okay, but then it should be easy to prove. You just say things. You just say things and then say, "Oh gosh, you don't know." You're a clown, dude. You're a true clown, dude. A car salesman.
You are a scammer.
All right, chat. Is this guy the flat earther of his group of friends? Is this Globy a flat earther of his group of friends? Yes or no? Type it in the chat.
It's a weirdo, dude. But I love it.
Rob doesn't believe in the globe. He says he's protecting the scam. That's the difference.
Sure, buddy.
I think he's a witch, actually. I have a feeling he's some kind of witch.
Or maybe he's possessed.
I'm just real obnoxious.
Maybe he's maybe he's a body without a soul or something.
Oh wait,
you guys can keep guessing, man. You guys are losers. You guys keep guessing. I'm right here. I'm in the fucking room.
You're in the what?
I'm in the motherfucking room, and you guys are sitting there guessing and talking about what I am. I'm right here.
Oh gosh.
It's fucking ridiculous. As I'm saying, you guys live in a goofball reality. It's like some kind of like.
No, you have the ball in your reality. We live in a goofball reality.
It's like a Minecraft game you guys are playing in your own.
You're here hanging out. You're here hanging out, trying to sell your scam.
See, the funny thing is, you don't act like no one knows what you're doing. You just
you guys
rile a person up that comes in here.
You guys have the goofball, Rob. It's called the globe. We have the flat ball. Or goof flat, or whatever you call it.
Oh, yeah, exactly. You don't even know what to say, dude, because you're so stupid. You don't even know what to say. This isn't for you.
I've never been faced with this kind of reprobate behavior before. I'm in shock a little bit.
I've been here multiple times over the years, dude. I get banned at least once a month, twice a month.
Yeah, it's about to happen again. I need to interject for a minute and make like an announcement to. So not this Friday, but the Friday after. There's a PhD astrophysicist that wants to come in and have a debate discussion. I don't know in particular. Someone came in and said they're good. You know, they have a astronomy thing every couple weeks, and so said he brought him in before, and then no one was in here because we were all over at the English Hub. So he wants to make sure someone's going to be in here. So not this Friday, following Friday, 8 Eastern time. Be there or be square.
Sounds good. Rob, don't show up.
Bro, even if they ended up not being there and turned out square, somebody would come in and be like, no, they're a circle.
No, they'd say they're a triangle. It was only 3 sides with 90-degree angles.
It's interesting, but just because you're an astrophysicist doesn't mean you're good at debate. So we'll see how it goes.
I warned the person. I said, I don't know what you think he's going to come in here and do, but if he's never debated this topic, he's going to have a long night.
That's what I'm saying. You guys are so delusional. It's crazy.
Yeah, you may be tall, dark, handsome, rich, but you're also got a nice head of hair.
Rob Noxious, what do you think an astronomer knows about the shape of the Earth? And how would they know it? What part of their profession? What part of their profession tells them, Sean?
An actual astronomer has so much more knowledge.
Really?
An actual astronomer has so much more knowledge of the planet and the stars and the way they work than you could ever even hope to by watching any amount of YouTube videos or listening to any of your friends. You can't listen to people who know nothing and get smarter. That's your guys' problem. You talk amongst yourselves and you think you're learning shit, but you can't learn from people who don't know nothing.
Really?
Yeah, really.
You have a very ignorant opinion.
Oh, ignorant. That's how life works, dude. If you ever work around a bunch of morons, you ever work around a bunch of morons.
Why do you assume that people here are uneducated? Why are you assuming that?
No, he's just mean. That's all. Rob's just mean. He had cornflakes this morning, so he's a big meanie pie.
Well, apparently someone pissed in him.
Y'all get so easily offended. It just shows the lack of conviction. It's just really...
if it makes you feel any better, I'm not very smart either. So I'm not.
You guys don't really even. I think the thing is, you guys don't really actually believe in this shit. It's just a sense of community. It's like a loneliness issue.
Who are you talking to?
You guys are just isolating yourselves from society.
Okay, so let me ask you this.
Indio, I fucking know you, dude. You were a fucking weasel, bro. Get the fuck out of
here. You can get banned or you can listen. Take your pick. So I want to know what information gave you this goddamn dime store psychologist's opinion about why we're here.
All right, so can I answer? I'm a little bit older. I'm 45.
Not you, Rob. Him.
Oh, sorry.
What are you asking me?
Where you got
dinosaur?
Your dinosaur?
What about
opinion?
dinosaur?
Dime store opinion.
Dime store?
Yeah, do you see these things called 5 and dime stores? Little kid.
Yeah, it means cheap. It means not worth much. It means his opinion isn't worth much.
Yeah, I mean, dude, when you outgrow that speech impediment.
No, you're a little kid. You're a little kid.
Hey, what's up, friends?
That will be the sky.
What did you say?
We got an armchair sociologist in the chat who somehow analyzed our motivations without any input and discern them somehow.
So he's like pretending to understand you when really he doesn't know shit?
Yeah. He made a general statement about all of us, not just me.
Do you mind me asking what he said?
He said, we don't really believe the Earth is flat. We're in here for attention.
No, I think that's just ignorant.
Community. He was like, you guys are just a cult.
Yeah, I think that's a very ignorant statement from someone who doesn't understand a lot about the community.
He is right, though. We don't believe it.
Wait, what?
Remember, you can't say believe. You can't say believe. I know that rule.
No, there's a difference between belief and justified true belief. Otherwise known as
you guys are so scripted. It's so scripted, man. You guys all feed off each other. I've seen it. I look from the outside looking in.
Rob, all you're revealing is your lack of education because if you had any academic background, you would know we're using terminology typically used in academia, but you don't know that, and you think it's somehow flat Earth vernacular.
In epistemology, knowledge overlaps belief.
So, Indio, in the beginning, I used to think that was the case, Indio. And on some words, it is the case, but on some words, it isn't. But I'm just saying, you guys literally, you talk to each other so much that one guy will say something and the other guy will know exactly what to say to just either complete it or just revamp it.
Because they're very
hold on, I'm almost done.
with the subject matter.
All you're doing is doing
He's
a dance.
completing
You're
you.
a dance with each
Rob,
other.
he's completing you.
Yeah, because I know your script, bro.
Yeah, okay, cool, man.
Like you're
I have no
sorry, you got me so
script, dude.
twisted there for a second. You're accusing other people of running through a script, but you're literally running through the same script
I
all
don't
these
have a script,
anti-flat
dude.
earthers
Nobody
and
likes
right
me.
these so-called globe
Scammers
heads are
do
like
have a
running all the
script,
time.
and Rob Nash's part
Like,
of the scam. He has a script.
can I pivot in a different direction because I think these kinds of conversations are not very fruitful.
Exactly, you're scared of them.
Well, it's not because I'm scared of them. I just don't find it very entertaining or engaging.
Rob wants to talk about anything but the topic, so he's going on mute. He wants to talk about us and social bullshit.
I was curious about the Munchausen trilemma since someone brought up epistemology.
I'm scared of bot flies. Bot flies scare the shit out of me, man. To be honest. Bot flies. They like lay larvas in you, dude. That's terrifying. That exists.
Wait, you mean like bot, like BOT, like robot flies?
No, they're called bot flies.
Get on room topic, please. Pick a topic, but get on room topic.
Yeah, that's why, because like someone mentioned belief earlier, so I was hoping to like build on that a little bit because that gets into questions of knowledge. That's why I asked about the Munchausen trilemma. But if that's not on topic enough, that's fine.
The Munchausen, I've never heard of that.
Yeah, so it's this idea that in order to make a truth-apt statement and evaluate its truth, you need to do one of three things. You either need to engage in the assertion of an axiom of some kind, you need to engage in circular logic, or you need to engage in recursive logic. While all of these on their own in pure logic would be indications of contradiction, they're necessary for evaluating the truth value of more complex systems, right?
The true value of a more complex system. What do you mean by that?
Yeah. Like things like ought claims, right? Because the is ought gap, right? Things like metaphysics, right? Would be another example, right?
You mean wait, but you say the truth value, I guess. So metaphysics doesn't have a truth value, right? Like is ought does not have a truth value. I guess I by truth value just
No, I'm saying systems, right? But like just generally truth. In order to evaluate the truth of a statement, right? You have to do one of those things to evaluate true or false. Right, but I'm saying it's especially poignant when we're talking about more complex systems.
Okay, I see.
I'm not saying it's limited to that. Sorry, that was a misspeak on my part.
And this is under, you said it's under the name of
Munchausen trilemma, the same Munchausen as Munchausen syndrome, but a different guy.
Yeah. Okay, let me.
Same name, different guy.
Like the truth of water. You have liquid water on a surface that is flat, horizontal. You require a certain pressure to have that water in the liquid state, and to have the pressure, containment is required. So you have a few things, a bunch of things put together to be able to have one thing in the first place.
Oh, I'm curious about that actually. So in the bottom at the bottom of the sea, right? Is there more or less pressure than at near the surface?
More, right?
He said gas pressure, bro. Yeah.
Sorry.
He said.
Did you say gas?
Not liquid gas. GAS gas. Not liquid.
Well, yeah, I mean, like the further you go, the more water is on top of you, right? So, like, it's heavier. So there's more pressure.
But liquid doesn't have the degrees of freedom that gas does.
Yeah, of course. So, but do you think that it doesn't work like that with gases? Like gases don't weigh on each other.
Can't work like that with gas. Can't work like that.
Well,
They'd have to be pressing on themselves. They would have to do. Hold on, Sheep. They would have to do work on themselves for that to be the case.
work on themselves. Wait, sorry. Can you tell me what the difference is?
In the second law of thermodynamics sense, they'd have to do work on themselves because pressure is a surface. It's the force on a surface. You don't have a surface. So gas would have to do work on itself.
Don't have to be physical. Right? Like surfaces are just imaginary. Like you need to.
Wait, in the same way that you have, like, if you're at the bottom of the ocean, you have pressure from water. Why wouldn't you have that for gas? Like, just made of gas.
Because
like,
liquid.
If you like. Sorry, I don't mean to.
Yeah, so I'm going to answer this question. So liquid, though to you it seems like it flows and it's a fluid, it's actually interconnected. It has intermolecular bonds. So water, for instance, has dimers. So we think of it as H2O, but that H2O is in alignments, right? There could be,
there are forces. There are forces between.
Yeah, well, they're called dimers of water. So they're different structures of water themselves, and they actually interlock with each other at the molecular level. So they don't have the degrees of freedom that a gas does. Gases go in every direction. They're not bound.
No, but if you bind,
this is because of the polarity, relative polarity of water molecules, right?
If the molecules bind together, right? Basically, what's happening is that you're basically, I mean, not exactly, but you're kind of having the degrees of freedom of the entire sea. Let's say, whatever the lake that you're working in, right? You're not, but you still have a lot of degrees of freedom, right? I mean, you have fewer. You're correct about that, but I guess I don't understand why that would make it not have a pressure for the gases, but have it why a layer of gas doesn't create a pressure just like a layer of water does on the one underneath. I don't get that.
Okay, pressure is defined by the force exerted on the walls of a container.
Well, but
that's the definition.
Okay, but then if that was the case, then the liquid also wouldn't have, because there is no container, right, for the lake or the sea.
Gas pressure, dude. I don't know why you keep going to water.
Oh, you didn't say gas pressure. You just said pressure, so that's why I said that. So there's a different definition of pressure for a gas than there is for a liquid?
No, there's different dynamics.
No, I understand different dynamics, but you mentioned the definition.
You can have water pressure.
Mm-hmm.
Water is in a container, right? It's contained within the ocean. It's not contained within the ocean.
But then also the air, you can say it's contained within the atmosphere. It's the same thing, right? So they're both not contained or both contained. There's no difference, right?
This is a great academic discussion, but all this is resolved by experiment, and no one can demonstrate gas pressure without a container empirically.
There is proof.
Dude, the interruptions are just nonstop and getting annoying.
This is a new one. Salsi just interrupted the conversation. So Salsi, just mute yourself or be muted. Just wait a few minutes before you can comment.
So regardless of whatever theory we come up with or hypothesis about where gas should behave, it ultimately will be decided by experiment. And no one can, by experimental means, show gas pressure without a container. They can talk about it. They can't actually demonstrate it.
What about I guess I'm curious, because what is the difference with the water? Like, how do you demonstrate water pressure without a container?
You can't.
You cannot?
No.
Okay, but then by that logic also,
what are you talking about? It's in a container. The ocean.
Because you said no, but if I so an ocean is kind of just like a big valley, right? Like, just roughly. So you can also have a valley, right, full of air, right? So are you saying that in that valley then air would have a pressure?
No, it'll have a pressure.
Isn't one of the limitations of thermodynamics, though, that it only applies to closed systems? So would the second law of thermodynamics apply here?
Yeah, the second law of thermodynamics dictates that gas tries to reach.
But second law of thermodynamics is only true for a closed system, right? Air isn't a closed system.
Yeah, but I just want to clarify that the second law of thermodynamics has nothing to do with this. The second law of thermodynamics is about entropy. This is not. I think you're thinking about maybe the first one, the
word. Sorry, yeah. Either way, the laws of thermodynamics are bound to closed systems. They don't apply to open systems.
No, that's not true. That's not true.
They apply to all systems, open, closed, and isolated.
Because otherwise you couldn't do thermodynamic, right? And we do thermodynamic. Like you do require equilibrium. That's usually true. Like you require equilibrium because otherwise, like
doesn't equilibrium itself require a closed system?
In some cases it would be true. It kind of depends. But to be clear though, I don't think we have invoked any law of thermodynamic. Like we're just talking about the definition.
So you can have an open system that's in equilibrium.
An open system that is in equilibrium, I think so. Yeah. To be honest, I'm not sure about that. Let's see.
I don't think you can. That's why I phrased it the way that I did. Well, this would be a more accurate way to phrase it. I think that they're equivalent truth.
No, but my question is that like the laws of thermodynamics are not involved in defining pressure for a fluid, right? A gas or a liquid. And so basically what I'm just legitimately curious about is like, why do you see a difference between the way there is pressure at the bottom of the sea and there is pressure at the bottom of the atmosphere, right? To me, those two things are just the same. And I do agree that gases work a little different than fluids. They're not the same thing, yes. But as far as pressure is concerned, to me, they work pretty much the same. So I don't understand that part.
Well, water falls down, gas does not fall down.
Well, yeah. For example, like have you ever?
So gases have a kinetic energy, and that kinetic energy dictates that they move in all directions. Now, these gases are not taking little parabolic arcs, and they're not. There is no. Hold on. There is no gravity in the kinetic theory of gases whatsoever. Does not exist. Because if it existed, that means that gravity would do work on a thermodynamic system and cause it to increase in temperature, pressure, or decrease in volume.
Have you ever lit a smoke bomb?
Yeah. Also, just for the record, isn't the pressure at the bottom?
Like when you light a smoke bomb, the gas falls down. Why does it do that?
Exactly.
It's smoke or particulates.
No. But yeah, smoke. You're right. Well, I mean, I'm not sure about right because they kind of works.
Your carbon particulates. It's not. It's not carbon gas, dude. That would have to be 10,000 degrees.
Okay, but then there's lakes in like Africa or so that are like full. Basically, there's a layer of CO2.
So with the water, dude.
No. But I'm a winemaker, and like when I make wine, basically like there's a layer of CO2 that forms right on top of the wine as it's fermenting, and you can tell.
The CO2 is heavier than the air above it, right? So it falls to the bottom. Just like if you use like argon gas to preserve a wine, right? Exactly. That argon gas is heavier than the air, regular air around it. So it falls to the bottom and it prevents the wine from oxidizing.
Right.
Yeah, so if a gas takes up more mass or has more mass per space, like there's more volume and it's like the molecules are tighter, it's going to go lower. As the molecules spread out, they go higher. This is why when things are hot, they go up, and when things are cold, they go down. This works in fluid dynamics and aerodynamics as well. And then it separates in like solids, like molecular density is separated. So like at the bottom, it's like really tight. At the top, it's really loose. So like the higher you go in atmosphere, molecules become vacuous. There's more space between molecules, and molecules actually bond differently in higher atmospheres.
But why though? Why do they get more rarefied as you go up?
Well, because everything's separated by that dynamic frequency. So like it's just layering. I don't know exactly why it is. I guess it's like just the states of matter and how they're organized through whatever medium we're in.
But I think that the explanation is just that again they have so the lower layers, right, of the atmosphere are pressed upon by the upper ones, and so that's why they get pressed together, right?
Well, I don't think so. I don't think that's what's going on. I think whatever's going on, basically, I believe in certain things about the periodic table. So before that's separated into whatever it is by however much energy was added to this system at one point in time. Now I think that it's a complete system, like in Tesla forces, once the self-assembling wires reach the negative, energy's firing through the system, and now the assembling wires will start degrading over time. So now that I think it's a closed system and the circuit's complete, now I think it's degrading over time, and everything is trying to get back to equilibrium and fade off into tohu wabohu. So basically all the dynamic frequency in the periodic table, which gives them their atomic number and construct and separation, is going to like basically fade off. So like basically, you know, the space-time fabric ripping stuff, I think that's going to happen. I think like molecular bond is going to fade eventually.
Okay, I'll be honest.
I don't endorse any of that.
I don't know how that connects with the rest that we were talking about.
Well,
okay, yes, I'll get why
everything's separated by its density. So everything's trying to reach a certain point. It's trying to organize itself so it can get back to equilibrium. Right now, the universe is in chaos. We're living beings. It's a living universe. It's in chaos and random disorder. It's trying to get back to nothingness, I think, okay, now. I think we're tending towards that. So
this is just to clarify, right? So you would agree that the general, I guess, the consensus understanding, right, of physicists about that disagrees with you. And I don't mean it in a derogatory manner. I just want to know if you think that you are telling me physics, or you think you're telling me something.
I think some from the 80s might. I think most, if like we went to the 80s, would probably disagree with me. But in 2025, I think I could find at least 5 or 6 that would agree with me, probably.
Physicists, you mean?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, can you? I mean, I would be very curious if you could find one.
So would I. Like, I'm going to be honest. Like, I would love to know what some would have to say about that.
Okay, I guess.
Wait, does everybody know that we're on a flat Earth Discord? Like, I mow grass, just to let you know.
My last question would be then: so I think people think here generally that gravity does act on liquid molecules, but it doesn't on gas, or do you or are you saying that it doesn't act on either? Like they're just like not
Wait, sorry, I missed that. Can you say that again?
Oh yeah.
It doesn't matter what we think. It only matters what experiment shows.
No, okay, but like, what do you think experiment showed? Right, that's my question.
No one can demonstrate that gravity pulls down gas, dude. In any experiment, so I can get that gravity can hold gas away from the vacuum, which is what you're claiming. Hold on, dude. Hold on, bro. So what people are claiming is that there's gas on Earth that's being held away from the vacuum by gravity. Okay, if that was true, then we could be able to do it. We should be able to do a small scale experiment where we can demonstrate this is true. But no one can do that experiment. No one can demonstrate it. Like, it's not possible. So there's no experimental validation of the idea. It's just an idea that people have.
No, I see what you're trying to say. Like, it's hard to create a source of gravity, right, that is large enough that you could see that. And I agree with you.
Well, you can do it on Earth, right?
I got one more source you can check.
Hold on, I could take a vacuum cylinder, right? That's in vacuum, and I can insert a little bit of gas in it and see if all the gas gets sunk to the bottom and pulled to the bottom by gravity.
Right, which it does.
You guys can
no, it does not.
Actually,
it does not. I have a closed container that's a vacuum. You insert gas, it'll reach thermodynamic equilibrium throughout the entire container.
No. But thermodynamic equilibrium is not a doesn't mean that the gas is spread out evenly. Because in fact, the gas will be more dense at the bottom. It's just that the amount by which
you're just saying that. You're just saying that, though. Show me.
But you're saying that it isn't, right? So it's I'm asking you to show me that it isn't.
We know that when we insert gas to the vacuum on the surface of the Earth from experiment, that it distributes evenly throughout the container.
I mean,
it'll reach the same temperature, right?
No,
same temperature, pressure, volume.
It's higher. It's higher temperature at the bottom. I mean, that's why. Okay. That's why the Earth.
Why are you saying that, though? Why are you? What is the basis? Are you saying that? Theory or experiment?
Both.
Both.
Because yeah.
Who did? When was this experiment done?
Oh wait, so you're saying that it was never done? That's a different claim. Because before you said that it was done, but it didn't show those results.
You can do this yourself, dude. You can literally just make a vacuum chamber.
Well, but then people must have done it.
You think so?
Well, I mean, you could do it, right? I mean, you're on the Flat Earth server, so you must have done it and checked.
Well, Radwin did some vacuum. When Radwin comes back, if you're come here tomorrow morning, he's done a bunch of vacuum chamber tests. Steve Morrow did this too.
Okay. Huh.
I've just personally never done any vacuum chamber tests. I do know that gas in a vacuum typically distributes evenly.
I mean, approximately yes, because the Earth is a very weak source of gravity, but you can tell that there is a little bit more.
But we're going to do it on the surface of the Earth, right, where the gravity is the strongest.
Yeah, for sure. But but it's still very weak relative to the kinetic energy of the gas. So basically, the particles of gas, are going in all directions, and although they are slowed down a little bit, pulled down by the gravity, still the gravity is not doing enough work to slow them down a lot. So you will see a little bit of concentration at the bottom, but not as much.
That's a great idea, but we have the molecular kinetic theory of gases, and there is no gravity in any of the formulas.
No, I guarantee you that. I mean, I've studied that.
If you say it's in there, I'm going to call you a liar. Okay?
No. I mean,
I'll post the text. I'll post the textbook right now.
Sure.
There is no little g in any of the formulas.
Wait, but you have to be careful. Like physics, the way physics work, right, is that we simplify things. And so, for example, if I have to look at let's say a tank of gas, right?
You don't need to tell me about physics. I took physics in university, 2 classes of it, physics 1 and 2. You don't have to tell me about physics.
Well, I have a PhD in that though.
You have a PhD in physics?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool story, bro.
Yeah. So if you take imagine Stony.
From where?
I shouldn't dox myself.
Okay. What was your dissertation on?
Dark matter, direct detection of dark matter, direct and indirect detection of dark matter particles.
Your PhD thesis was, or doctoral thesis was on direct detection of our dark matter. With what instrumentation?
Well, so for the direct part, we proposed using a solid state detector, basically a salt. Made of thallium.
Gallium arsenide.
Thallium in that case, and basically we propose that if you detect it with electrons, if you consider the target, right, of the detection of the dark matter detection being the electrons rather than the nuclei of this thing, you will gain more visibility into a different area of the parameter space of the dark matter model. So that specifically models with lighter dark matter than the usually studied ones.
Okay.
And India, you should know better than to ask the PhD about their dissertation. They can go on forever. No, but it is interesting. Like
no, you have to ask because it's just like a shit test to see if they actually did. There's a lot of people that fake being a PhD. They don't even know what a doctoral dissertation even is.
Got it.
I get it. No problem. So, but yeah, I think that okay. Actually, maybe let's drop that topic specifically. But so is the contention that basically because you cannot demonstrate gravity at the level of I guess gases and something like that, therefore the model that we use for gravity is not valid? Like I guess what I'm trying to figure out is how that bakes into the flat Earth. I guess that's the part that I'm trying to figure out.
Well, probably not going to like this, is that outer space vacuum can't exist because all the air, since it can't be held by gravity, would fuck off into outer space, right?
Gotcha. Yeah, yes, if there wasn't gravity, that for sure that would happen.
But that's the thing in contention. Does gravity, whatever that is, little g in this case, does it make gas molecules take little parabolic arcs?
I think it does. And can't you tell the pressure differential in closed containers?
Right.
But the Earth is a dynamic system. It's not static. So you're always going to get a pressure differential. And our contention is that gas is created at the surface of the Earth, which shouldn't even be arguable because this is where we have gazillions of chemical reactions happening every second of every day.
Never seen a commercial.
And I could get into some obscure papers published on it where they empirically measured this, but I'm not gonna. Probably wouldn't believe it because it comes out of China. So, and they publish. They're not. I wouldn't say they're as rigorous as the West in publishing shit.
So if gravity doesn't act on, let's say, gases, but I guess what explains like why stuff falls down? Like how do you
Nobody knows the reason for that.
Oh, okay.
Well, I mean, like that's another thing. Like, what experiment could we do to demonstrate the cause of a falling object?
But so science doesn't usually.
No, it's not. This is a commercial, buddy.
Okay. Science doesn't necessarily bother itself with causes. Like usually, what the first thing you do in science is to create, recognize patterns, right? So basically, being able to make predictions and predictions.
Kinematic models.
Yeah, it can be a kinematic model. It can be a dynamic. It can be anything really that helps you make a prediction. Like if I see X, I will then observe Y. And so now I don't know if that's necessarily a cause, but what I can do is make a prediction, right? So the model of gravity, right? Even if you have, I guess, criticisms, right, about that, as long as it makes correct predictions, that's sort of a success, right? And of course, you will say that it doesn't make the correct prediction, so that's fine. But
I have no problem with the predictions of the model. Toby, you're hot mic'd. Hold on a second, Toby.
Oh shit! I am sorry, guys.
Yeah. All right. Cool. So the thing is, when you go into the realm of models, you could have multiple models for the same phenomenon that make the same predictions. How do you know which one is physically real in that case?
So in my that's a philosophy question. In my philosophy,
I know.
yeah. In my philosophy, they're equivalent, and so they're both equivalently real. It's just a different representation of the same, and I'm just going to end up using the one that is simpler to work with.
Okay, awesome. So you know Maxwell's equations, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So his equations actually are a mechanical model of an ether. A mechanical model with little tiny balls that roll against each other. They're originally 20 quaternion equations, but they were, by I think it's Tate and Heaviside, they were turned into a vector form.
Sure.
Anyway, it was originally it's technically a model of the ether, but nobody believes in the ether anymore.
Wait. So why do you think it's not the ether though? Because
that's what it was. I mean, I can post screenshots from his book.
Well, sure, you can do that. I can read them, but I guess it would be easier if you just explain
he made a mechanical model, so he has diagrams of what the ether's doing, right? Little rotating balls that roll against each other, kind of like incompressible gas, but it was more like an incompressible fluid made up of rotating spheres, and when the spheres rotate in a particular way, that would make a current.
So to be honest,
this is how he modeled it. And it's accurate, right? It makes the accurate predictions, but is it physically real?
Well, so it's been too long for me when I looked into that last, but certainly, right? Okay, let's assume for a second that there is a way to formulate Maxwell's equation that goes through some medium called ether. But like it
was the way they're formulated. It's the way they are now.
Yeah, I'm saying let's assume that that's the case, right? But we, as you just said, there's also another.
We don't have to assume it, though. I don't like you saying that. We don't have to assume it.
No, because I haven't checked it in a long time. That's what I'm saying. So I cannot confirm it myself.
It is the case.
Well, that's fine, but I cannot confirm myself. That's what I'm saying. So but you do agree that there's another formulation that has electric and magnetic fields, right? With the equation, right? Yeah.
Then that's how they use it in electrical engineering, which is also different, right?
Correct.
Which is using imaginary numbers like -J and all that stuff, right? So we have multiple models, but Maxwell's model was the mechanical model. They can't possibly be equivalent. Can't possibly be.
But that's the part that I don't understand. Like, if the two things have been derived from one another, then they have to be equivalent. Otherwise, some mistake was made.
One is abstract, one is mechanical. It's a dynamic mechanical model. The same way that you make a machine with gears and pulleys and stuff. That's how he modeled it.
But again,
that's how they.
What I don't understand is that if that thing is equivalent to the one that we have nowadays, right? With
equivalent in what way, though? Equivalent in result,
equivalent
right?
Meaning that if you put the same inputs, you get the same outputs.
Yeah. but they're not. But that's the only part that's equivalent.
Oh, but to me, it's the
epicycles is equivalent to Kepler's model, which is equivalent to the Tycho Brahe model. But they all model something physically different.
No, I don't think so.
You don't think Tycho Brahe's model, for instance, had the sun and moon orbiting the Earth and the planets orbiting the sun?
Yeah, but it doesn't matter.
It's circular orbits.
No, I know, but the point is that, in fact, that's exactly why the phrase epicycle is used, right, in common language. We mean when like you are saying the same thing but just with more details. So like if the two models predict the same position for the planet Neptune, whatever, right, I'm picking something at a certain amount of at a certain time, then the two models are completely equivalent, and it's just that one of them is more complex and contrived than the other, and so probably we shouldn't use that one.
Okay, so when the only equivalence is from the perspective of a viewer on Earth, that's where it appears to be. But the way it is in Euclidean space, they're not in the same position in Euclidean space.
Yeah, in which case they're not equivalent. Yes, I agree.
So, but my point is that yes, we can make models that make predictions. That doesn't make the model, and what happens within the model, right? Whatever presupposition, hyperbolic geometry, spherical geometry, 30 fucking dimensions, whatever the case may be, doesn't make all that stuff physically real. Yes, there's like an infinite number of models for freaking any arbitrary data set.
Yeah, but I mean, my philosophy there is that science is not in the business of what's physically real. Science is in the business of making predictions, and like as long as all the predictions work, you keep the model. And the moment the predictions don't work, right, and we have a lot of examples in history, right, you have to get a better model.
And it sounds purely utilitarian.
Yeah.
Okay, I have no problem with that. If you just because this is what Copernicus said, is that they can never know the true causes. He wrote this in the Revolutions of the Heavenly Bodies that, as long as they can predict where the planets are going to be from principles of geometry, that was good enough. And that they can't actually make a hypothesis or know the true causes of their motions.
Yeah.
It's fine. They're dealt with, this is dealt with in a purely utilitarian way. So that's fine. But when people start running around making claims that X causes Y and Y causes Z, then that's where I object, because you have a model, and maybe within the model X causes Y, right? But when you start reifying the variables, that's where we can run into the philosophical problem of now you're making claims about reality.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree with you, but I think the disagreement between flat Earth and globe Earth isn't just model, right? It's really a disagreement in terms of like the prediction and the observations, right?
Yeah, there's observations that are inconsistent with the Earth being a globe of 3,959 miles. So many, in fact, that for instance, there's a laser test that was done, but they took a laser. 1.92 meters. It is done like IJsselmeer, which is in the Netherlands. Okay, so it's done like IJsselmeer in the Netherlands. They took a laser. It's done 5 times, 3 times, one weekend, and then 3 weeks later they did it again 2 more times to verify the first through. Anyway, so they took a laser, they shined it across 40 kilometers of the lake, and they picked up the laser on the other side at 1.5 meters. The globe Earth predicts that the laser should have been 127 meters in the air. So this is off by 2 orders of magnitude. It's not even a close call. So what are we supposed to do with observations like this? Say some magic happened 2 weeks, 3 weeks apart?
Right. So that's why I usually don't like to kind of talk the physics of this, because like at the end of the day, right? And it's something that I think we already went over some other time, but at the end of the day, you need to in order for that to be the case, you need to believe that basically people are in some type of people call it conspiracy, whatever, but they're agreeing on hiding these facts, right?
Because that's a sociological argument. It's irrelevant.
But that's what but that's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that the scientific part is not really relevant and important. What's important is that you need to believe that there is a level of agreement.
No, I don't.
Well, but okay.
You don't need to believe anything about what people do.
Okay, but then that's interesting, because then why would people have not then immediately said, "Oh my God,
they don't know. They're like you. They're like you, like everybody else in this chat. You don't. Okay, let me ask you. How do you know the Earth's a globe? Not you personally, not how you think somebody else knows you.
Yeah, well, mostly because I've dealt with a bunch of like different models where,
we already covered the model thing, and we dispensed with the models aren't real. So I'm going to ask you again. How do you know the Earth's a globe?
1 second. Being not real doesn't mean that they're not accurate, though, right? You know what I mean?
Who cares? We're trying to figure out what the Earth is, not what some prediction, some phenomenon. We don't care about that.
Then we disagree because that's not what I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to figure out which model is correct, and the model with the globe is.
Well, that's what you're trying to do. That's not what we're trying to do.
I'm not sure that's true.
We're not trying to make a model. We're trying to just figure out what is, right? If you want to know, like, if a black swan exists, you go look for a black swan, and if you find one, it exists. If you don't find one, it don't. Right?
So why do you depict it as flat? Why do you dictate it as flat? That's a model.
No,
right.
I mean,
yeah, right, 100%.
To some degree, in some respects, you could call that a model because flat is an idealized.
Not in some respects, just factually, you can say yes or no. That is a model. Flat.
Okay, no, it's not a model.
Well, I would agree. I think I agree.
It's a descriptor.
Yeah, but I mean, your
scientific models are for phenomenon. They don't deal with what is. In fact, the shape of the Earth isn't even a scientific question. It's a question of geometry.
Flat's not a shape either.
Yeah, it's not that either. So this is really simple.
Wait, hold on. I'm actually curious about this meme. Can you explain?
But you still haven't answered how you know the Earth's a globe, because you think that there's a whole bunch of other scientists that know the Earth's a globe.
Yeah.
So you're a scientist. So how do you know?
But to be clear,
because you're the type. Hold on a second. You're the type of person. You got a PhD in physics that people appeal to that they know the Earth's a globe. So I'm going to ask you, for everybody that relies on PhDs in physics to know that the fact that they know the Earth's a globe. How do you know it's a globe? You personally, not how you think somebody else knows.
I understand what you're asking. Trust me, I do. I'll make a very quick premise, and then I will directly address it, which is like, you could ask the question, how do I know that dark matter exists, right? And I did a thesis, right, on dark matter. And the answer I would give you is exactly the same for the two questions. And it is, that's what I learned. That's what all the models and all the books that I've learned agree and harmonize with each other. That's how everybody in the field has agreed. So it's a sociological thing.
No, let him finish.
I would have said it's a necessary antecedent.
So check this out. All you told me you know is about the scientific literature. You haven't told me anything about how you know the Earth's a globe.
That's fundamentally true. No. But you're right, and that's actually exactly why I was saying that the science is not that important. I think the sociological argument is way more important because
no, it's really not.
Here's why. Because we do know those things because of the agreement of the literature. Like, I have to trust. At the end of the day, I'm an idiot, right? I'm not going to be able to go and.
You're taking a long way to say I don't know the Earth's a globe.
No. Yeah. I'm telling you,
and I'm brainwashed.
I'm telling you, I'm telling you that, like, in order to know anything complicated, right, about the world, or we could talk about linguistics, right? Like, in order to
it's not complicated.
You need to but that's the thing. It is very complicated, and you need
to. No, it's not.
So you need to.
No, why would you think it's complicated? Why would you think curved versus flat is complicated? It's like third grade algebra. Third grade math, dude.
No, though, but it isn't.
No, yeah, it is. Look, it's real. Listen, is curved versus flat a dichotomy?
Well, it depends on how we define flat and curved.
In a traditional Euclidean sense.
No, but you mean flat as in a surface, a flat surface versus a curved surface?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
yes. Yes.
Okay. So you can't have a ball that's flat. It has to be curved. Correct. So if you can figure out whether the surface of the Earth is flat versus curved, it's very simple. If it's flat, it's not a ball. If it's curved, it is a ball.
No, I understand, but
it's no more complicated than that. This is part of the problem is people trying to make something that's simple complex for no reason.
The question I have for you is how do you figure it? I know that it's not complicated to say it, but what I'm saying is that it's complicated to figure it out.
What's complicated about it? You can't trust your own eyes?
Because it's a very, very large sphere. Very large.
That's a very large sphere.
It's too biggy.
Wait, I don't get it.
How do you know it's a sphere?
No. If you assume the flat model versus the spherical model, they are hard to tell apart because the sphere can be made very large in order to kind of...
Oh, the globe predicts its flatness.
No, I don't get it.
We hear this all the time. To be all due respect, we hear this all the time. Like, we hear this, like, Earth too biggy. That's what we call it, Earth too biggy. You can't tell the difference. Well, you know that the horizon's supposed to be 3 miles away for a 6-foot person at the beach, right?
No.
Okay, that's where it's supposed to be. So the horizon distance should be 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer site in feet.
Oh, well, I don't know that.
Yeah, so it's very close, right? And in 10 miles, the Earth is supposed to drop down. Its drop of the surface should be 66 feet of drop.
Yeah, but unfortunately...
That's like what, 20 meters? 20 meters of drop in 10 miles? The Earth is way smaller than people think it is. What they say it is. 3,959 mile radius. This isn't our math. This is the globe math of what they say. The mean radius is 3,959 miles. So the 10-mile drop is 66 feet. Okay, the horizon is 1.22 miles times the square root of zero's height in feet. We have observations from 1 foot height with a camera of the horizon being 30 miles away when it should be 1 mile away. And these are not one-off. There's a guy with a YouTube channel that's been recording this constantly, 2 or 3 times a week from the exact same location, going on 2 years now.
But India, the problem, what I'm saying is that, right, it's the same as you said before, right, about the, what was it? I forgot what it was. The lake one. So...
the laser.
Yeah, the laser one. So the thing is, again, so in order for that, so I have no way right now, right, on my 2 feet to verify that. And in order to believe that that's the case, I would have to believe that, like, literally nobody who was there, who did the measurements, was like, hey guys, by the way, this is happening this way. And then other people were like, oh shit, really? So fundamentally, right, I have to believe
it's hard to confuse 1.5 meters with 127 meters.
That's what I'm saying. That's exactly
it isn't a measurement error.
That's precisely my point. My point is that it cannot be a measurement error, so it has to be a conspiracy.
Conspiracy of what? The Earth? Who's in on the conspiracy of the Earth?
The people who did the measurements, right? They have to be somehow sworn to ignoring those results because it cannot be a measurement error, right?
Okay, I don't understand what you're meaning. Why would they need to conspire to ignore the measurement results? They measured what they measured, and
right?
Reported it.
And so, what a human would do, like in that case, is to say, "Hey, holy shit! The Earth is flat. We have it all wrong. Let's go. Let's publish this thing." Right? They would immediately go like that. But like, where?
I'll post the paper.
Okay.
It's more like a report than a paper. It wasn't like published in any journal or anything like that.
Does the paper say, and therefore the Earth is flat, or is it just the measurement?
Because it says your mom is fat. That's what it says.
No.
Because if it's just the measurements, then that's not what I'm talking about, right? What I'm talking about is, like, did people go, fuck, the Earth is flat. Here's I publish it.
They just publish the data.
But that's the part that I see. That's the part that I'm not arguing, right? It's entirely possible that they saw data and they published it. But the problem is, like, why didn't they conclude, fuck, the Earth is flat, and I want people to know?
They did.
Oh, okay. So post that, but it has to say that. It has to say that.
Well, they're literally a group called FE Core. They started like a nonprofit to go do a bunch of experimental tests. Like gyros and lasers. They actually did the laser test quite a few times. They went to Balaton. They went to another lake in Europe. So all these people are in Europe.
But so these people are not scientists?
Well, they have degrees. They're not professional scientists. I'd say they're engineers.
Oh, that's the okay. But then see, the problem is that even
why do they got to be scientists?
No.
Are they like some special group of people that have exclusive knowledge that nobody else has?
No, not at all. And I think everybody should be doing stuff like this. But that's not the point I'm making. The point I'm making is, why didn't some scientists try to do that?
Why they need to be scientists?
No. You're not understanding the point I'm making. I'm not saying that they need to be scientists. What I'm saying is, imagine that actually, great example.
I just hold on. Can I say something real quick? Over and over again, you keep trying to make sociological arguments instead of addressing evidence. You must be the shit physicist. Because I'm pretty sure science is an empirical human endeavor, right? It's not based upon theory, logic, or anything. Ultimately, it's tested by experiment, right?
Wait, it's based on all of that. It's based on theory, logic. It's based on experiment.
Can you do science without empirical observation?
No. All of them are needed. All of them are needed.
They're not needed. All you need is the empirical observation. You don't need the other shit.
No, unfortunately, that's not true. So
can I conclude that things fall by just like picking something up and letting it go with my hand? Do I need models? Do I need anything like that?
Yeah, you need
science means a systematic study of the natural world and the things in it. Okay, that's what the definition of it is.
Yeah, but I mean, in practice, to do that, you need to have sociology, you need to have theory, you need to have logic, you need to have experiments. You have to have all of them.
Oh, you need logic. I agree.
But the meaning of science is not the true thing. It's like feminism is the same as science in these days.
Okay, that's great. That's great. We're not deflecting into that. So, really simply, measuring something is not science. We're simply measuring the Earth. That's it.
I mean, it's part of science. I'm confused.
But science uses measurement. But measurement alone isn't science.
No, but that's okay. So let's go with that. But what I'm trying to say, I'm not trying to discredit the work of these people that you have in mind, right? I'm not.
I mean, this is I just gave you one example. There's a whole bunch of people that have replicated these ideas.
That's totally fine. But let me tell you where I'm going with this. What I would expect, like it does, for example, in archaeology, right? There's some dude with a metal detector, right? They found something, and this person is not a scientist, just like an amateur, right? And they found something, and then scientists come along and are like, "Holy shit, you find this? Let me publish." Right? So why didn't the same thing happen in this case, right? So why didn't the scientists say, "Holy fuck, that guy did an experiment with lakes. Let's publish that." And
why didn't you publish something? You know about it now. Maybe it can be you.
Well,
because the world is ruled by families, bro, and these families they want everything.
Okay, so because
this is a senseless interjection or something.
Yeah, I just don't believe that it's going to be worth my time. To be very honest with you, like I think if
maybe all the other scientists thought the same thing you think.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's.
You're asking me to read minds of people and why they don't do things.
I understand. You
know how you can find out? Hold on. You know how you can find out? You know how you can find out? You can just go test it yourself. That's how you can find out.
But I
you can just prove it to yourself, bro.
Yeah. I probably maybe I could, but like the thing is, like we're not getting younger, and I just have better stuff to do. To be honest, like I'm being honest here. Like honestly, I just don't think it's a good way of investing my time or anybody's. Honestly,
it is a simple test that a fucking child could do.
But it's not that simple. It's going to take at least months, right?
To shine a laser?
Well, yeah, I mean...
You don't even need a laser. You only need a mirror, technically. Right? You can take a mirror, reflect the sunlight off some distance, right?
Uh-huh.
Pardon me? What was it?
Don't you have to put it sort of across a lake or something like that?
Yeah, you could cross the lake, cross the ocean, across the bay.
Okay.
Cross salt flats. There's lots of things you can do.
So, okay, actually, can you help me? Let me think through the experiment you're proposing. So I go.
So here's one. I'll give you an example. Another one somebody did. They went to the Salton Sea, which is an ancient lake that's inbound in California. So they took 3 mirrors. So they made like a triangle.
Sure.
And each person shined a mirror, reflected the mirror to the other 2 people, right? 18 miles in each leg of the triangle. Now, each mirror should have been 128 feet under the horizon, but they all easily saw the mirror.
I'm not that fast. Sorry, I'm very slow. So they have 3 mirrors,
and then
there are 3 mirrors like in a triangle, right?
Yes, like the triangle is what equilateral. What type of triangle is it?
I think the longest leg was 18 miles. I think the shortest was 13.
Okay, gotcha. And then somebody shown a laser from where?
Well, this was mirrors. This was the 3 mirrors.
Oh, I see. So there was no laser in this case involved?
Not in this case. They just used mirrors.
Okay. Keep going.
And each like, so, Vertex A shined the mirror at B and C, and B shined to the A and C, and C shined to the A and B. Each person saw the reflected light off the mirror. So, like I said, according to the curve calculation, even 10 miles is supposed to be 66 feet under the curve of the Earth. Put it this way: at 3 miles, right? Someone is supposed to be. That's where the horizon is, but that's supposed to be 6 feet lower than you.
But in order, okay, hold on. I'm actually sorry. I'm really slow here.
You can look all this stuff up on curve calculators on the internet where you can just punch the numbers in.
That's fine. I'm rather being explained because I'm very, very slow. So, okay, there's 3 mirrors, and then basically
all we're doing is testing for curve. That's all we're doing, right? So, so I'll go from the beginning. Now, imagine you're on the top of the ball. Okay, you shine a light, and the light goes straight. The ball should curve away from that laser beam, light, whatever, right? Should curve down and away from it.
Yeah.
Right? It should not run parallel with the surface of the Earth if the Earth is curved.
Yeah, I mean a tiny bit, but it's not essentially not at all. Yeah.
Yeah, so this is what we're testing, whether the laser gets farther away from the surface than at the starting point.
Okay, I guess the part that I don't get is why mirrors. Like, can't you just use objects? Like, if you have an object and you don't see it,
you want a bright light source.
Okay, sure. Okay, so then so then we can use some type of.
So you're not confused, and you're like, maybe that's the thing, maybe it's not the thing.
No, sure, no, that's
pretty.
Yeah. Okay, so all right, so basically, what we need is like a surface that is as approximate to, I guess, quote unquote, a sphere or flat,
we use water because water is number one. Most of the surface of the Earth is supposed to be water, right?
Yeah, right.
And it's all connected. I mean, we call it 7 seas and the oceans, but it's just all connected water.
And so you're saying
flats also that only have a deviation of like less than 3 inches or something like that.
Well, we can do the math, right? So hold on. So okay, hold on.
Do you want to see demonstrations to do the math on that? Like, so we just skip the step of because we know
he's still. He said he's a slow learner, so let's just baby step it with him.
Yeah. So all right. So what do we need to calculate here? We need to calculate basically, given a certain height from the surface of the source of light, and then the receiver. We need to calculate basically how high above the surface do I have to go and in order to be able to see from the other side. Okay, good.
Yeah.
So basically,
you're reinventing the wheel, dude. There's tons of these calculators on the internet.
No, I know, but I really love
with the formulas in it, so you can look at the formula.
I have a fetish for math. I'll tell you. I'll be honest. I do.
Okay.
That's why I got into this business.
Just keep your hands out of your pants.
Don't worry. I know it's a PG-13 server or something. So all right. So okay. So we got the 2 things. So we got the radius of the Earth. Okay, great. And then what I need to calculate is, oh yes, I need to calculate the 2 sides such that that triangle is isosceles. Okay. I got it. So the thing I also need to know is how far apart the 2 things are. So let's assume that the angle in between is okay. So let's say 1 kilometer of arc. Oh fuck. Okay, 1 kilometer of arc. And so if I do sine of theta, sine of theta times the radius of the Earth will tell me the length of the arc. So sine. Okay, so I need to do the arc sine then to find it out. All right, fine. Shit. So there is okay. So arc sine.
Supposed to be 69 miles per degree.
Oh, great. 69 miles per degree. Okay, hold on.
Of the arc or of the
arc.
The arc.
Arc distance.
Okay, great. So you said 69 miles?
Yeah, per degree.
Okay. Sweet. So okay, now what I need to calculate is the yes, the length of the hypotenuse. So the length of the hypotenuse would be the sine of theta half. Not the sine. Is it the sine? Is it the tangent? It would be okay. It would be radius square. Okay, I got it, guys. Radius square plus radius times sine of theta over 2 squared also. Sine squared. Okay, sweet. And then that thing I need to multiply. I need to take the square root of that in order to get the hypotenuse. Okay. We got it. I'm almost there. I'm excited.
Check. Mic check.
Yeah. What's
Can
up?
you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you very well.
So I hate to interrupt your process. I appreciate what you're trying to do. Maybe this will make it a little more simple. Yeah, we're actually, all we need, bottom line, is the drop over that length of distance.
No, I know, that's what I'm calculating. So,
okay.
Okay. And by the way, you can talk, like, while I go through the math, you can also talk about something else. I don't want to hold up the entire room because I'm kind of slow here. But radius.
Meanwhile,
okay, I gotta get up in a few hours, so these guys can talk to you. I gotta go. It was good talking to you, man. I appreciate it.
I'll finish the calculation next time. We're gonna talk again. Okay?
Yeah, I mean, these guys are pretty knowledgeable too, so you can talk to them if you want.
Oh, yeah, sounds good. Yeah, good talking.
All right, peace out. Good to see you, Sony. Elijah too.
Yeah. See you, Indio.
Peace out, Indio. Peace. Take it easy on him, Sony. No, I'm kidding. Don't take it easy on him. Bust his balls. No.
Yeah, meanwhile, 2 hours later.
Sine squared, theta half, plus 1, minus 1. There you go. So that would be, okay, now I just need theta. Okay, should I do some like small degree approximation here? I mean, I guess. Okay, I need to yes, I did that. Okay, so this would be the delta R. Okay, sweet. Now, what if I... Good. Okay, so we said 69 miles for a degree. So, but 69 miles is kind of tough, right? So we're probably not going to be able to do 69 miles, right? Because let's do something a little bit more. I don't know. Maybe it's not that bad. Actually, let's use that number. That's fine. 69 miles. So that would be 1 degree. So I need to take the sine squared of half a degree. Okay, good. Let me do it. Sine of 0.5 degrees. Okay. I got that. Then I need to square it. And I need to add 1. And I need to take the square root. And then I need to subtract 1.
You can do 10 miles. There's demonstrations available for 10 miles and also 20 miles.
Okay, well, then in that case, okay, so if we got 10 miles, I need to do, hold on, give me another second, I will compute the angle for that. So.
There's also demonstrations for 21 miles, and which other ones you guys got, like 30 miles?
Oh, fuck, I was using kilometers now, shit. That's fine, 10 miles is good. Okay, so 10 miles would be equal to radius in miles times the sine of theta. So what is theta? It would have to be so sine of theta is equal. Oh fuck! Oh my god! I'm getting PTSD from high school. Okay, so what's the? Oh fuck! I'm so sad with myself. I forget the bisection formulas for the sine. Okay, bisection formulas, trigonometry. Man, getting all this is bad. All right. I got it. So
Information is posted in the chat, so you can look at that as well.
oh, thanks. Yeah, I'll use it to double check what I write.
Yeah, we could just check his work with any Earth curve chart that's available.
Mm-hmm.
So we know at 10 miles it should be 66.67 feet approximately of vertical drop.
Okay.
Yep. But as in the Black Swan, we have the oil rig habitat at 9.41 miles. We have a horizon at that point of at least 10 miles. But in the same shot that this video was taken at 1 foot above the ocean, we see the islands off to the right of the oil rigs. Those are at 29 miles.
Mm-hmm.
So you basically could figure for 30 miles easily, because those islands go out to the west. So the closest part would be 29 miles, but further out they go to 30 miles and further. So, basically what you're up against here is a horizon at 10 miles would make the Earth's radius 264,000 miles. That's a 500,000 mile diameter. And then the 30 miles would be magnitudes larger. That would make your Earth ball millions of miles in diameter versus 8,000 that it's supposed to be. So what is your tolerance for error in the globe in these simple observations that we have?
Yeah, we need to calculate that from the formulas. Sine theta. So let's see. Fuck, I don't remember trigonometry at all. This is so sad. Oh yeah, obviously. Oh, what a fucking idiot. Okay, so
You can also add the observer height.
yeah, that's what I'm doing. That's the most
from the observation.
Yeah, that's the most important part.
You can do 1 foot.
Well, I'm doing it slightly different. I will explain in a minute, but yeah. R times 1 minus cosine squared theta is equals to let's call it d, distance. Okay. So so if I work out the cosine, it would be d squared over r squared equals 1 minus cosine squared. So cosine of theta is equal to 1 minus, oh my god, I'm such an idiot. Okay, square root of that, yeah, good. Now I'm gonna plug that into the formula, and what we get at the end is that the delta r is equal to r, open parenthesis, square root of 1 minus cosine of theta. So 1 minus square root of 1 minus d squared over r squared divided by 2 plus 1 and then minus 1. Okay, good. Okay, so now I have that formula as a function of what? As a function of the distance. Okay, great. So plug it into my Python notebook very quickly. Jupyter notebook. Come on, baby, don't let me down. And they let me down. Okay, no worries. I'm gonna restart it. I'm gonna go to some Okay, I'm gonna load NumPy. Come on, NumPy. Okay, and then I'm gonna have this following format: def. Let's call it height of r comma d. Yeah, that's it. Defined as return r times open parenthesis numpy dot square root of 1 minus, again, numpy dot square root of 1 minus d squared divided by r squared um 1 minus that square root, okay, 1 minus that, and then divide by 2 the whole thing, divide by 2, and then I took the square root of that, but before I close the square root, I have to do plus 1, and then, wait, am I done? My therapist is gonna be so mad at me. So mad at me for doing this instead of brushing my teeth or something. Okay, where the fuck did I put my calculations? Other. No, I didn't delete that. Okay. So. Oh, okay, so it's just literally plus 1 in there. Okay, so 1 minus square root, and this whole thing is divided by 2, and then it's added to 1, and then once there's another parenthesis, and then I do minus 1 before taking the other square root. Okay, this does not, yeah, there's no way that works. Alright, I'm gonna do the parenthesis right. Oh, yeah, stupid me. Okay, the square root closes before that. Okay, I think this works. All right, let's try. So here's the claim, and then I need to double check my math. But if the radius of the Earth is, okay, let's see, radius Earth 3963 miles. Okay, and then the distance is, let's say, 20 miles or 10 miles, whatever it is. Okay, what the fuck did I do here? Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, so the claim is that if you are 10 miles apart along the arc of the supposedly spherical Earth, in order for two observers to be able to see each other across a lake, let's say, they cannot be lower than oh fuck, this is in miles. I need to convert to something. Okay, miles to feet, let's say. Oh, 5280. Okay. They cannot be more than about 17 foot tall. So if you are lower than 16.6 feet above the surface of the Earth, you are not going to be able to see the other observer on the other side. Again, maybe I made some mistakes, so I don't know for sure, but that's the way I'm.
16 feet. That would be for 5 miles, not 10 miles.
Oh, really? That's what you're saying? Wait, are you measuring?
It's really simple. Listen, the simplest thing to do is, like, based on the Earth radius, if you just do 8 inches times the miles squared. So let's say it's 5 miles, right? So if you take 5 miles, or you were trying to do 10 miles. So if you just do 10 miles, you go 10 times 10 times 8 inches. So it's 10 times 10 is 100 times 8 inches. That's 800 inches divided by 12 equals 66.67 feet for 10 miles. So that's the simplest way to do this, is to go.
Because you're thinking about the drop, but I'm not thinking in terms of the drop. That might be correct.
So that's kind of the problem, because all we're trying to determine is the drop.
No, but I think it's a bad framework, because it's much easier to say, hey, if I'm shorter than this much, I'm not going to be able to see the other person on the other side. I think that's
the same thing as drop.
Well, it's equivalent, but I think the drop is harder to think about, because, like, in order to, okay, like, how would you measure the drop? You know what I mean? Like, if you do the experiment, how are you going to do it? Because the way I was thinking about doing the experiment is simply like, you put two objects, laser, whatever it is, right? Two objects at the same height above the sea level or the lake level across the two, right? The two ends. And then you check how high do you have to go with these two objects in order for them to be able to see each other. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does make sense. So let me explain, like, a simple observation I've done many times near the water here. I live next to the ocean on the West Coast, Pacific Ocean, and I can look from one beach across, like a bay of water, across water to another beach 5 miles away, and I can zoom in to the shoreline 5 miles away with 1 and 2 foot waves. So at 5 miles, those waves, the 1 and 2 foot waves in the harbor that I'm looking at, they should be 16.67 feet below my line of sight. I would never see 2 foot waves. Now, if I go to the ocean, which I've done that also, where you have 4 and 5 foot waves, at the most 5 foot. Most of the time they're 3 to 4. But let's say they're 4 feet, and I look 5 or 6 miles across the ocean water to another beach, and I see the 4 foot waves breaking on the shore. Those still should be 16 feet below my line of sight. So a 4 foot wave would never be, so you can use the wave height.
No, but the problem is that there are two
height.
Yeah, but there are two
so
issues.
The waves, 4 foot waves, I would never be able to observe 4 foot waves 5 miles away, standing at the beach, like, let's say 6 feet above the water.
But the problem with that is that, so the reason that we picked a body of water is that we wanted it to be freaking flat, right? And still. So you cannot use something that has waves in it, because of course it's going to be all ripply. So that doesn't work.
Yeah, it does work, because we have the mean, low, you have the troughs of waves, and you have the peak of waves.
But you would have to, but brother, like, come on, that's not a very that's entirely breaking with what we wanted to do, right?
So what? Listen, just because there's waves doesn't mean the 4 foot waves are breaking 18 feet tall.
Well, the problem,
you got to get real about that.
So you're saying in order for them to visible, it would have to be 16 tall? I don't think so, because, like, imagine that. So the problem is that when you have little waves, you also have bigger waves underneath, right? So, like, the sea surface is, like, entirely messy. It's just, you can do it's too dirty of an experimental. It's too messy of an experimental setup. You really need to do it with the lake that is still.
Yeah. So the first one I told you about was 5 miles across the harbor. It's a sheltered area of water. And the waves breaking on the shore at 5 miles away are no bigger than 2 feet. They're like 1 to 2 feet.
So you're saying that
I can see those waves.
So you're saying that's...
Listen, I can actually see people dipping their feet into the water 5 miles away with a cheap binoculars. Yeah, I can see their legs in the water.
Yeah, but your height, your height above the level is quite high, right?
My height above the water is like 6 feet.
Correct. And so
Yeah.
how far?
So do the simple. So listen, do the simple calculation of 6 feet. Do the 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. What's the square root of 6?
Wait, 1 second. Sorry, you're saying that. So how far across is it? Sorry, the
5 miles.
5 miles. Yes. Okay. So and 5 miles. You're saying that you shouldn't be able to see. Let's see. What do I get if I do 5 miles? My thingy.
So the square root of 6, my height above the water is 2.44 times 1.225. That would be the distance to the geometric horizon. Everything beyond that would need to be dropping away at approximately 8 inches with the miles squared.
So let me give you a much easier thing. So if that's your setup, right, you're 5 miles across, then a child that is 4 feet tall should not be able to see another child that is 4 feet tall. Or if you want to knee, if you want to take a knee, I guess that also works.
So listen, at 6 feet above the water, the geometric horizon, the limit where everything drops away is only 3 miles. So I'm looking at things, I'm looking at shorelines 5 and 6 miles away and watching 1 to 2 foot waves breaking on a shoreline with people dipping their feet, and I can see their legs in the water.
So that's the part that I don't.
There's no way getting around it. I can see the surface.
Exos, if you haven't figured it out, dude, these people are simple and they can't do trigonometry, which is why they have to simplify the math. That's why they're doing 8 inches per mile squared across the entire globe.
You don't have proof of the globe. You think you're intellectual superiority. So you interrupt me? Yeah, you'll get muted. So you think your so-called educational elitist syndrome that you have is going to conquer the actual observation of flat water? Good luck. I bet you didn't do anything at all to prove that your Earth is a globe. You just come to Flat Earth servers and spout out your big mouth with no proof of the globe, period.
Just concentrate on the other guy, Sonny.
Yeah, so so I guess, okay, so you're saying that basically you're standing above the surface of the harbor 6 feet, you're saying, above it,
right.
And you're able to see something basically that is, I don't know, I guess 0 feet tall, right? Because they're dipping their toe in the
Yeah, I can see the shoreline and these small waves because it's in a harbor, so they're small waves.
Right.
They're not big.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of more complicated math. It's just like I wanted to keep it simple and just have of the same height. Sorry?
Well, I think it's complicated because it proves that the water is flat and not curving, and it's supposed to be curving.
No, I know, but I just don't. Just to be honest with you, I just don't believe that that's the observation you did. Like either you were higher, you were underestimating your height and from the water, or that's what I'm thinking here.
Well, I can see the same thing from Coney Island. I'm looking at the shore of New Jersey.
Right, but I mean, right, but
you're saying right, but your incredulity or believing that there must be something wrong that we've done is not necessary. If you're going to question it, go and do it yourself.
Yeah, but I think I have. So let's see. Because if you go to what did I do here? 6 feet.
So I mean, let's just take it a step back then. So even if I'm 10 feet above the water surface, which I wasn't, the geometric horizon is still only at 3.87 miles. But I'm seeing waves breaking on the shore, 1 and 2 foot waves breaking on the shore, 5 and 6 miles away in the harbor.
Right. So yeah.
Not possible. Not possible on the globe.
Let's see. So hold on, I'm trying to find a body of water here that doesn't come to mind. Okay, Bay Area. There you go.
I mean, it gets worse. It gets worse for you as you go on because I have a 30-mile observation where I can see oil rigs at 10 miles, and I see the shoreline of Catalina Island 30 miles away.
Right.
So that's supposed to be 486 feet below my line of sight, with a third of the island missing, but you can see lights along the shoreline.
Right. So this is what, 10 miles across?
At 1 foot observer?
No, my 30-mile observation, I was 6 feet above the ocean. I'll put it in the chat. I posted it before.
How do you measure distances on Google Map? Hold on.
You use the line tool.
I know you would know.
Location and line. You get a location fix on the location, then you draw a line from one location to the next.
Gotcha. Okay, so I did that. Okay, so it's approximately... so that's 2 miles, so it's like 2... perfect! Oh, that's actually perfect, because it's about 6 miles across. Okay, so I've been... I live around the Bay Area, okay, San Francisco Bay Area, and I have definitely observed... so basically, if you stand around East Palo Alto, if you look across, like towards New York, I don't think I've ever been able to see anyone, below basically head level. So I think my observations are consistent with the Earth being spherical. Actually, that's cool. I'll go back to that and take a picture and see what's going on. But yeah, I don't think I have.
Yeah, I don't know if you see the image at 5 minutes after that Ethergress A and G posted, 5 minutes after the hour. It shows the oil rigs, which we call the Black Swan. And in that observation, you can see the islands at 29 miles.
Those oil rigs, right, you're talking about?
That's at 1 foot above the ocean.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean... Yeah, I don't know if I buy that we know exactly how tall they are, and like
I can provide the original video has the camera set up, and you can view that yourself, and it's about at 3 minutes or 2 minutes 40 in that video. I'll post it.
Or do it yourself.
Right, but that's what I'm saying.
That's true.
So I don't think I would do it with those oil rigs. I think it's much easier to just be across the Bay Area and set up an object of a certain height, and then do another one on this side.
However you want to do it, dude.
Yeah,
as long as you can verify what's been happening, then yeah.
Yeah, what have you done, Jedi?
Many observations like the Black Swan. I live in England, so I'm surrounded by water. I've made many observations of the northwestern coast of France from the southeast coast of England. Minimum distance 23 miles, maximum distance 35 miles. That's just across the English Channel to France. Done a couple of observations down the English Channel from Brighton to Worthing and beyond. Furthest distance I think I've seen is about 31 miles of an object. So loads.
You've seen 39 miles of an object?
31 miles of an object, which was a spit of land. Yeah, I think I managed to get it at about 31 miles from my location.
So you're saying that I see. So you're saying that you were able to see something 30 miles away?
Yeah.
You shouldn't be able to see that. Oh, okay.
No, not at all. Not from my height. I give myself about 15 foot off the surface of the water. I should not have been able to see the object that was 31 miles away. So yeah, lots of observations, dude. Like I said, you do it yourself.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it, and so I'm probably gonna get arrested by the rangers if I go put something on the shoreline of the Bay Area. But you know what? It's gonna be worth it.
Probably not. Depends on where. Anyway, at 27 minutes after I have my observation of Catalina Island, map showing the distance, and my photograph at about 6 feet above the water. You see the water right there at my feet.
Oh, hold on. Oh, that's another oil thingy.
No. Well, there are oil rigs, but you see the island out beyond.
Ah, the island in the back.
Yeah, that island is 30 miles, 30.88 miles.
No, but wait, but wouldn't that no, but the height of islands doesn't exist, right? The because it depends on the tide.
Oh my God. How big do you think these tides are? 486-foot tides?
Well, tides are like several feet usually, right?
Yeah, but they're not 486 feet high.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, that's the curvature that's missing in my photograph is 486 feet of missing curvature.
So
where'd you get that number from?
I got it from an Earth curve calculator.
Yeah,
but is that the hidden height?
That's the hidden height. Yep.
All right.
Wait. Okay. So I think I just need to get a better better math here. But basically, you're saying you were on Mount Orizaba at some point, which is approximately 2,000 feet, and then you saw a beach. I'm kind of confused because wait, but you didn't see the beach, right? So I guess I'm confused. I don't see you seeing the beach in this picture. Am I correct?
This isn't the same picture. This isn't the same as I was talking about the harbor before. This is a separate one.
Yeah. So
yeah, the other one I was talking about was 5 miles across San Diego Harbor.
So what you're saying is that you should be able to see. You're saying you shouldn't even be able to see the island at all. You're seeing even the peak of the island.
I definitely shouldn't be able to see the water extending outward and upward in my visual range, along with the oil rigs that are going out to about 10 miles that you can see the lights of. And then further out and higher up in my visual range, you see boats near the shore. And if you zoom into that picture, you can actually see lights on the shoreline.
I don't know if I agree with that. Those look like very tall. Like there's one in the middle. There's some type of lights.
That's an oil rig.
Oh, okay. Wait, no. I see the big oil rig, but then there's some more lights on the.
Yeah, there's more. Or so you have the first oil rig that's off to the right of center. Yeah. Then you have other oil rigs, 2 more that are out to the left of center.
Yeah.
And then closer in to the island.
Correct.
You have a ship that's out there. It looks like about halfway in between.
Yeah, but between
the lights on the shoreline, if you zoom in to that image, you can see lights on the shoreline.
No, but you mean between the ship and the oil rig?
Between the last ship or the last oil rig on the far left to the shoreline.
The last oil rig on the far left and the shoreline.
Yeah, you see the big lights that are off to the far left? That's another oil rig. That one's at 9.95 miles.
Okay. Yeah, so I don't see. So the only lights that look like they're on the shore are after the 2 small oil rigs on the left, and then near the big one. Like there is a big oil rig in the middle, and to the left of that, I see some lights that look to me like they're on the shore.
That's another oil rig. You have the shore that's further out.
Okay.
But if you look at that, if you blow up that, if you blow up the image on a large screen, you can see lights on the shore.
I mean, I have blown it out, but I literally see nothing. I'm sorry. Like I just see a vague haze.
Yeah. So if you look closely, there's a light haze close to the shoreline, and there are several little blips of lighter colors.
That's just noise. That's not.
Just give him the black swan.
Yeah, there's lights there.
Give him the black swan.
Yeah, I think this
another black swan. Yep.
It doesn't count.
It's another black swan.
No, I just think honestly,
he's hand waving everything.
Yeah, you're just saying, nah. So, what's your excuse for 30 miles of shoreline of an island?
Wait, no. But the point is like you want to see lights, but there are no lights in this picture. So I think.
No, really. Okay, that's your excuse.
The oil rigs.
No. But the oil rigs are not what we're talking about. We're talking about being able to see the shoreline of the island, and it's not there. It's not there. I'm actually kind of surprised because this picture. Thank you actually for doing this observation for us. But this picture is exactly telling you that you cannot see it, so it's consistent.
Okay, so is the water going out from my feet, going up higher in my visual range to the oil rigs, then up higher in my visual range as it goes out farther to the island? Is the surface of where the water is higher up at the shoreline of the island than the last oil rig? That's what I want to know from you.
Okay, so hold on. It's higher
in my visual range.
I don't know what that means.
You don't know what that means? You don't know that the water right near my feet is lower, and as it goes out, it gets up higher in my visual range? So the first oil rig, the water level is higher in my visual range than the water right near my feet. As you go out further to the next oil rig, the level of the water is higher in my visual range.
Okay.
As you go out to the last oil rig, it gets higher in my visual range. And then when you get out to the island, that is the highest in my visual range. Higher than the oil rigs before it.
But that would be the case if you were to claim that the highest level that the water achieves is at the shore, but we just concluded that that's not the shoreline. So
it doesn't matter. It's the level of that. The shoreline would be.
Listen,
hold on.
I just thought about something.
Hold on. No, you listen.
All right.
You take where the island meets the water. That's all you got to do. Is that line where the island meets the water higher up in your visual range than the oil rigs before it?
Well, yeah, but I don't understand why that's a problem.
Yeah, so that's impossible on a globe because the globe's supposed to be dropping away, not getting higher in your visual range as you look further out.
No. It has to be. So that's just a geometric fact. It has to go as high as possible, and then at some point it's going to drop, and you're not going to see anything.
Yeah,
right?
It's supposed to be dropping away at 6 foot above the water. It's supposed to drop away at 3 miles.
Okay, but that's
isn't it dropping away? Why isn't it dropping away at 3 miles?
Well, but you are claiming that that's not 3 miles, but I don't know that.
Really? So the island is. So the oil rigs are not 3, 5, and 9 miles out.
Okay, so that's a different question. I right now we were looking at the shoreline. Actually, sorry, I just thought about something that I think is very interesting. So actually, the proof that cannot be the shoreline is that the shoreline would be remarkably flat, which is strange because if you were on a flat surface, you would expect the shoreline to go back and forth in your field of vision. Like you would have to have crevices and you know what I mean, like peaks and troughs. Like it would have to be curved. Instead, it's a flat. It's a completely linear thing, right? It's not deviating from that. So that proves you that what you're seeing is not the shoreline, but it's the top level of the curve of the sea, after which you don't see it.
Where's the curve? Tell me, where in that picture does the curve start?
No. So
yeah.
So you don't see the curve, right? Because you're looking directly into it. But what I'm saying is, after the maximum level, right, that the water reaches in your field of view, it will start dropping off and then eventually meet the island, right, the shoreline of the island.
Where is it dropping off in the photo?
Hold on, Sonny. Hold on. You're mistaken, and here's why.
Okay.
Because the curvature is quote unquote the horizon, and that's a tangent to the tangent point. You were just doing the math, and so the horizon is supposed to be a specific distance based on your height. There is no horizon in front of those oil rigs.
That's fine, but that's not what we're talking about. That's fine.
There's no horizon.
Hold on, Maxos. Let him finish.
So if you understand that the globe is cooked. I don't know. I mean, I know you're going to keep talking and coping, so I don't know. Whatever.
No, but listen. I understand the point, right? So the point hinges on the position of the oil rigs, right? But that's not what I was addressing right now. So what I was addressing is that you see in the picture the proof of the curve, because if you didn't have a curve, and if it was flat, and that line that you see on the the water line in the distance was the shoreline, you would see something that goes up and down, up and down, up and down, because the island is not a line, right? It's not flat. So instead, because you see something completely linear, that's what proves you that line is the top of the curve of the curving of the surface of the water, and it's not the shoreline.
Damn, dude, get completely fucked. Also, whoever banned me, bro, good luck, dude. I have infinite accounts. I'm fucking in here every day shaming y'all for being morons, dude. I promise. You cannot ban me.
That's so funny, bro. The silence.
Yeah, but I can mute your dumbass.
I'm sorry, but there's better arguments for flat Earth than whatever y'all are talking about. I'm not a flat earther, but man, no.
Yeah, so how would you know then?
Because I've heard it. I want to hear the more intricate pseudoscience.
Where's your proof? Okay, so how do you know Earth is a globe? You.
I don't know. I'm not a flat earther or a globe earth. But
Oh,
technically,
sure.
I think it's more likely that it's
So
a
you
globe.
have no dog in the race? That's why you come in here and tell us that?
Because, why are you getting defensive? I just
Yeah.
think it's interesting.
Yeah, you gave up your hand. Yeah, you showed your hand. and
Gave
then
up
you said,
my hand. No, bro, I'm just listening
I
because
don't
it's
have
interesting.
I don't have deuces and threes.
Yeah, you're right. It's completely impossible that a group of people going completely against the scientific consensus aren't interesting to me.
You come in here saying, I got a
I totally wouldn't listen to a bunch of people saying something that's completely abstract and different.
All right, bye. So you can come in here and say, I got a full house. But then you show your hand and you got twos and threes. That's you, bro. Thanks. No dog in the race? You just gave it up.
Yeah, he goes, I'm going to come and shame you guys, but I don't know either way myself.
Yeah, exactly. Like, we don't see through that. You're going to have to bring your A game in here, because we're not falling for that anymore. Maybe in 2015, 2016, we might have fallen for that, but not anymore. Sorry, it ain't going to work.
Boy, Terrence, I'm going to shame you about what car you drive, but I ride the bicycle.
I know, right? Exactly, man. So I don't know what other excuses. So Maxos. So obviously you're a physics major or PhD or whatever, but you don't understand simple perspective. So at 40 minutes after, I'm going to enlighten you. It shows you how perspective works on a flat plane. It shows the horizon flat in the background and the railroad tracks going up. You notice I said upward in your visual range to the vanishing point, exactly like my photo is showing of Catalina Island. Do you know what your perspective would look like on a globe Earth? Do you have any idea?
Sorry, I'm a little confused. So
that's a yes or no question. Do you know how perspective would work on a globe Earth?
No, I don't know what.
No, have you ever had an art class?
No, I'm terrible at that.
No, so you don't understand how perspective works.
That's why I went.
Listen,
I can tell you something.
Hold on, I'm still talking. I'll be done in a second. I won't take long, I promise. So, do you know the reason why artists use perspective in artwork of, like, let's say, nature? What's the reason they use that?
Because it makes things look, cool and realistic.
Because it makes it look like reality.
Well,
because if you had perspective on a curved ball, you would never see water rising up in your visual range as it went out further.
Yeah, I'm a little
because
confused.
at 6 feet above, at 3 miles, it would be dropping away, not rising up. So you would see more sky.
How the hell does that happen?
I'm a little confused. So perspective only, it doesn't depend on the flat or round Earth. It's going to be just dependent on how light works, which works the same.
No,
I'm a little confused. What do you mean? Okay, so
wrong.
Can somebody help?
At 6 feet above the water, your geometric horizon has to be no further than 3 miles. That means everything beyond 3 miles is going to be dropping away below your line of sight. That means blocked by a hump of water at 3 miles. Everything else is dropping away.
No, I understand the part. So it's the oil rig argument. Yeah.
No, it's not the oil rig. See, you're missing the whole point. It has nothing to do with the oil rigs. It has to do with the surface of the water. As it goes out farther beyond you, it goes up higher in your visual range, just like the image that I posted.
It doesn't do that, Max, Sonny. It doesn't do that at all.
No, but one second.
He doesn't know that. You don't know it either.
Perspective of the horizon basically doesn't demonstrate that the horizon rises. It actually demonstrates that it goes over the edge.
No, perspective shows.
Otherwise, you'd see forever.
This is annoying. Perspective shows that those things below your eye line, in this case, the surface rises up to the midpoint of your eye level. That's what he's trying to demonstrate. It's a perspective why things that are above your eye line appear to go downwards towards your eye level. That's all he's pointing out.
Yep. It's exactly the way reality works.
Which is absolutely not a description of reality. It's just a description of your interpretation of what you see.
Retarded people think like that.
That's a description of how we see.
Do you know how many times your brain fools you in your description?
Oh my God, there's too many fucking people talking shit.
Oh, there are too many. You can't focus.
Who's this wanker?
Yo,
Also, he's trying to point out is a description of how an observer, an optic, sees. It is called perspective. There are many parts of perspective. In this instance, we're talking about an optical horizon, which is the limitation of an observer's view across a horizontal surface due to the angular reduction with distance. So far, it'll get so small that your eye won't be able to resolve it. We call that the horizon.
No, the horizon is when
you can demonstrate this.
Well, okay, I don't get to talk. I understand that. See you guys.
Well, no, that's just because you're wrong. You can demonstrate this. I don't understand.
No, it's because you're rude and talk over people.
You
see you later.
World. Okay, bye. I mean, bye. Don't be so fucking hepped up, dude. You want to die on this hill? Die on it. But trying to straw man Sonny's position isn't going to help anybody in this argument. If you don't agree with how you see, you might want to leave.
Yeah, so I wish someone ought to post the perspective image. I think it's from our main server. What perspective on a ball looks like compared to what perspective looks like in reality on a flat plane or above a flat plane. I mean, these are simple things, how perspective works. And it couldn't be answered like plainly and simply why artists use perspective, because it matches reality as we see it in nature. That's why they use it. Otherwise, it would look really weird. You would have curved horizons, and after 3 miles at 6 foot above the water, you would see everything drop off. So you would have less than 50% of your visual range would be the shore or the water, and more than 50% would be the sky if you were looking over water.
So
curved horizon.
Okay, so 1 second. So, so you confirm that this has nothing to do with the rigs? Is that right?
The rigs are only there for distance demarcation. If you
no, but that's okay. But then in that case, it has to do with the rigs, and then it's very important. That's what I'm trying to figure out, because
it's to do with the horizon. We use the oil rigs as distance markers.
No, but I understand. But that's the entire thing, because if the argument is hinging on what the distance and the height of the rigs are, then
it's not the height of the rigs.
No, it's not about the rigs or the height of the rigs.
Okay, let me finish.
It's not about the height of the rigs. It's not about the height. Rigs has nothing to do with the argument.
Sure.
Sorry, Sonny, to interrupt. What are we trying to measure a distance to?
What?
In the Black Swan, what are we interested in?
I'm sorry, are you asking me?
Yes.
I don't know what the question.
In the Black Swan argument, are we? If the Earth is a sphere of a radius of 3,959 miles, and every horizon distance will be 1.225 multiplied by the square root of the observer's height in feet. So the Black Swan argument is interested in the distance to the horizon. Now we use the oil rigs as distance demarcation so we can estimate a distance to the horizon. For example, the horizon could be in front of the oil rigs, it could be between the oil rigs, or it could be beyond the oil rigs. So we're trying to estimate a distance to the horizon.
I get you. Good. Okay. So yeah. So no, that would work, right? That makes sense. Like if you're saying, hey, look, the water is approximately still, I can see that oil rig, then the point where the oil rig meets the water, you would be able to tell what the distance is. And of course, if this distance is larger than the maximum one that you should be able to see, then of course that would work. Yes.
Yeah. So the distances to oil rigs, I think the furthest one is like about 9.6 miles away. Closest one's like a few miles shorter, so let's just say it's about 6. So if we're on a sphere and we have an eye height of 8 foot, or 1 foot in this case, then the horizon should be at 1.225 miles from the observer, i.e. in front of the oil rigs. But we can clearly see the horizon beyond the oil rigs. So we can estimate a distance of at least 10 miles, could be further, around that. But ultimately, it's like 9 miles further away than it should be.
Yeah.
Which is a problem if we're on a sphere, right?
I mean, yes, but that argument would hinge on verifying the data that you said about the oil rigs, which might be correct. But the problem is that there is a stronger argument with the island that I made before that unfortunately is kind of like the death nail here. So I don't think.
What island? Are we talking about the island beyond the oil rigs that's at about 29 miles away?
Yeah. So we are.
Yeah, we speak about that a lot. But the only reason why we don't is because the image of the island is pretty blurry. We're more interested in just getting the estimated distances. It's not where it should be. It's 10 miles. We've got like hundreds of these types of observations that show horizons. 10, 15, 20 could be further.
But this one is just proving it wrong, because like if that were the case, you would also not be able to resolve all the little peaks and stuff in the island. And so because you can see it, you know that the flatness of the appearing shoreline of the island demonstrates that that's not the shoreline. So because the shoreline is hidden, it's just proving that this is Earth. The Earth is round. So yeah, okay.
Sorry, if the shoreline is quote unquote hidden, then the horizon should be at 1.2 miles away in front of the oil rigs. The oil rig should also be hiding a little bit behind the horizon. So if we're to use,
it's round.
Sorry, you understand, right, that the horizon moves depending on the optic that you use. For example, if you use a high-power telescope, right, the horizon could appear further away than it does just with your eyes.
No,
because it's optical.
No. But because you're giving a definition of horizon that's not accurate. So by horizon.
Sorry, what was the definition of horizon?
No, but so. Are you saying that the line of the highest line the water reaches is the horizon?
Wait, the highest line where the water appears to meet the sky?
Yeah.
Do you think that's what the horizon's defined as?
Right, but that's the problem, right? Because under the round Earth model, that's not what that is, right? Would be
under the globe Earth model. That's where the apparent juncture of the surface and sky meet at a distance of 1.225 multiplied by the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Correct. Exactly. So, but that would have nothing to do with the resolution, right? So that line would simply be determined by the geometry of the curve.
If the curve was there, yeah.
Correct. So that's why, I don't think I follow your.
Bro, you just said it. You just said it. Stop. You just said it. That line would be dictated by the geometry of the Earth. If that's true, then the Earth must be changing size, because there's numerous observations where that line isn't where it's supposed to be.
Well, then you should.
Some of what you were already given.
Yeah, but then that's what you should believe. You should believe that the Earth, for whatever reason, is round, but it changes in size. I guess I don't know. God, I guess I don't know what.
Really, we should believe that the Earth changes size, is what you're claiming.
Yeah, I mean, if you go, because if you go for your observations, I mean, that's what you should believe.
No. What we believe by assuming that what we're looking at is actually accurately reflecting reality, is that the horizon is not caused by what you say it's caused by. It's just an optical effect.
No, because it would have.
Because it's more rational that it's an optical effect rather than that the Earth is changing size all the time. For goodness
but
sake.
it doesn't work. Yeah, it doesn't work because it wouldn't be that flat. Sorry.
What do you mean it wouldn't be? Hold on. It wouldn't be that flat? What, if the surface is lying horizontally? What do you mean?
I mean the shoreline would not look that flat.
What shoreline? Are we talking about the distant island again? We're really not interested. We're probably going to need a better optic or maybe a Beth Y.
One sec, he might be referring to Sonny's personal observation that he posted.
Yeah, that's what I'm referring to.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I do apologise then.
Yeah. So I don't know. I think that observation is pretty clear to me. Actually, that's funny. Yeah. But yeah, I'll go out and do my own.
Yeah, man. Do you live by like a body of water or anything?
Yeah.
All right. So you're back to where you started from, dude. If that cutoff of that shoreline is the horizon, which you said is caused by the curve of the Earth,
okay,
then that means that the horizon is 30 times greater than it should be.
Yeah, maybe the Earth is just different size, but it's still a globe.
No, it changes size all of the time depending on the optic that you use.
Okay.
So that means, listen to what you're saying. That means the size of the Earth is increasing and decreasing over time. That means the distances between places are increasing and decreasing. We're also getting closer and further away from the sun and the stars.
No. So the distance between objects...
because we're increasing in size and then decreasing in size.
I'm sorry, you said what?
Well, hold on, brother. Hold on. He's only a PhD in physics, not rational thought. So take it easy on him.
Right. Yeah, no, I'm a very simple-minded person. So yeah, I think if I believe my own eyes and just like the proof, the evidence, the observations that you guys have brought to me, I think the most rational thing to believe at that point would be, I guess the Earth changes inside. Man, it's weird, but on the other hand, I mean, if you're willing to believe it's flat, you're also willing to believe that.
No. This is if you have the idea that the Earth is a sphere and you have to shoehorn it into your observations. If you just go by what you see, you might notice that when the horizon changes distance, you have changed an optic or the weather conditions have changed. That's the thing that changes the distance to the observer's horizon, the technology that they use and what the weather's like.
But then what you
That's what you would logically come to conclude because those are things that you are either in control of or observe.
Right, but then what you just proved is that it's round and it doesn't change in size.
No, what I've just proved is the horizon changes distance depending on the optic that I use and the weather conditions of the day, which are the two variables.
I don't know. So far, I'm underwhelmed by these things, but I will promise.
Wow. Okay. I should go make coffee, dude. Sorry.
Really a PhD again. These things. So, prove that you have hands, and then touching him is not a demonstration. And then you have Earth is getting bigger and small. It's changing size, like dead ass. Because every time we show them, they're either like it doesn't matter if it's that woman with wakey. They always begin with, yeah, but there must be something you must have done wrong, right? So they like comb through it with the fine tooth comb, and then they go, well, yeah, you know what? Forget your argument. Let me tell you what a stronger argument would be that would convince me. Like, what is wrong with these people?
Okay. So apart from that,
well, it follows logically. If you say to yourself first that your premise that's already true is that the only way that you can get a horizon line or something to be cut off from the bottom is because of the geometry of the Earth, and then that scenario happens at different locations, then you must conclude, like he said, therefore the Earth is changing size all the time. Makes perfect sense.
Yeah, but
it's something only a PhD could believe makes sense.
Right, but if you notice, Jedi actually helped me out with that because he was saying, wait a second, you can still believe it's round. You just need to add some like atmospheric effects and so on. So I think he did it. Thank you so much.
No, I didn't say that.
I think it's like just round and normal size, but there are some atmospheric events that can make things look a little different.
I guess he's
You know what's
delusional.
amazing?
Jedi
Yeah.
is on record for everything he said, and I didn't hear him say that. Did anyone else?
No.
Yeah, I didn't.
Okay.
I fucking said it.
I think
Yeah, so that's a common ploy. Somebody that's having cognitive dissonance, they'll start making shit up, and they hear things that people didn't say.
Oh, I said it. I said it. If it's constantly in different locations, then it's not a geometry; it's an optical effect. That's the only thing it can be.
constantly in different locations. So what you're saying is that the same exact let's say island, the same picture basically, right? If you take it like across the day, it's going to change. Is that what you're saying?
Oh, dude, what I'm telling you is the horizon is not where the globe claims it's supposed to be. Okay, and neither is the appearance or disappearance of things from the bottom up, etc. All of these phenomena that people claim are globe geometry effects are always happening at different distances from the viewer. So therefore, it can only be optical. It cannot be a physical geometry that's doing it. It's that simple.
No, you don't know. You don't know how to distinguish it. It could be physical and optical.
Yeah. No. I do know how. It's very simple. Okay. If the bridge down the street is cemented into the ground, when they built it, it's not going to be 5 miles further tomorrow and 2 miles closer the next day.
I mean, if you believe the gases don't have pressure unless they're in a container, you can believe that.
Wait, what attack is this?
I'm saying
what
that
deflection. What gaslighting deflection tactic is this?
Yeah,
we're talking about what we see now. You're bringing gases into it.
What I'm saying is that I think. What I'm saying is that I don't think that's a particularly outrageous thing to believe. The one that AI Overlord just proposed.
Oh, so gas pressure laws are false things to believe? Really?
He wants to get away from the fact. He wants to get away from the fact that, first of all, Sun showed him two observations where he's looking horizontally across the surface, and where there should be like more than a small couple buildings stacked on top of each other gone. You're just looking at in the harbor. Don't say it again. Wait again. It's just ridiculous. This is what they do. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, a 48-story. Yeah, a 48-story building.
Have some decorum, sir. You're a PhD. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, so I want to ask Maxos one more question if I could. Were you done, Elijah? Go ahead, man. I'm sorry.
No, I'm just saying, like, we got a PhD here who's like, well, like they always like start with, well, I don't want to look at the observations, or maybe you did something wrong, or maybe the math is wrong. Point. Then they keeps talking when we try to make something clear. And then we get to Sonny just going, no, everything is on the up and up. And he just gets to the point where he's like, well, then, and AI is like, either the globe is changing in size, or what you thought was the leading edge of a sphere is actually just an optical effect. And he said, well, maybe it's changing size then. Son, you're a PhD. Chill out. You wildin'.
Nope, Eli, you're wrong. He didn't say maybe it's changing size. He says it would be most rational to conclude it's changing size.
I mean, for you guys, not for me.
Oh.
We're not the ones thinking it's changing. We're not the ones thinking it's changing size here, bro.
Right, that's what I'm saying. You should be thinking.
No, we know it's an optical effect. So that's what's happening out there. That in our observations, it's impossible to be a globe. But I want to ask you one more question, if I may. So I'm going to go back to the 1500s. Do you think ships disappear from bottom up are because of curved edge?
Am I convinced that ships disappear? Can you repeat that?
Okay. Are ships disappearing bottom up because of a curved edge of the sphere?
Oh, sure.
Okay. So what about when I'm watching a ship with my naked eye and it disappears from bottom up with my naked eye, right?
Okay.
Is that, so you're claiming that ship is disappearing bottom up because of the curved edge of the sphere, right? I just want to make sure I got it correct. Is that right?
I mean, just because water is underneath, so water being below, of course, it has to disappear from the bottom up first because there's water in between you and the object.
Yeah, but is it disappearing because of the curved edge? It's dropping below. Is it dropping below a curved edge?
In that case, it doesn't matter. Like, it's simply the water being there, whether it's from a sphere or because there's a wave or whatever it is. It has to disappear from the bottom up.
Listen, I'm talking about a boat disappearing in the distance.
No, I understand.
3 feet away because of wave, and I'm a surfer, and the wave covers up the boat. No, I'm talking about at a distance.
No, but I'm saying it doesn't. No, it's not the reason. The sphericity of the Earth is not the reason. The reason is simply that water is underneath. That's it.
Yeah, water is underneath. So what? So is the ship disappearing because of the edge of the curve?
No, it's because water is below. That's it.
Really?
Yeah.
So ships are disappearing completely bottom up because the water is below the ship. I thought the water is below the ship, not above the ship.
No. What I mean is that water rests below the air. If water was floating up the air, then they would disappear top down. You know what I mean?
Okay, so why is the ship disappearing bottom up first? Explain it to me, please.
I don't know, brother.
Because the water is pooling in the down direction, right? So therefore, if you the part of the ship that you do not see will be closer to the bottom than to the top.
Correct.
Okay, so you're not claiming then that a ship is disappearing bottom up first because of the curved edge of a sphere. So
No,
welcome to Flat Earth. Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth then. Yeah, exactly.
I'm sorry, say it again.
Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth.
Well, why?
Yeah, because you're making a Flat Earth claim.
No, I'm not.
Saying, yeah, you are. You're saying it's not disappearing because of a curve edge. You just said that.
Yeah, but that's not.
It's because the water is beneath the ship. Yeah, we know the water's beneath the ship. Yeah, that's right. That's why they're floating. Buoyancy, that old thing. So the ship disappearing bottom up is because of perspective. You just made a Flat Earth claim. You denied the fact that it's disappearing bottom up. Hold on, I was almost done. You denied the fact you denied in your statement that the boat is disappearing bottom up because of a curve edge. You denied that, right?
You deny the statement. Yeah, the ship disappears bottom up because water is in that location. That's it.
So not because
water's there.
Not because of a curve edge of the ball.
No.
Okay. Yeah. Welcome to Flat Earth. Yeah.
But it's not a flat Earth. It's compatible with.
So I thought the reason why the boat couldn't be seen was because it had gone over the horizon, the curvature of the Earth. But you've just agreed that it's not that. Then, so welcome to Flat Earth.
No. You don't understand. It's the statement that the reason is because you phrase it in this awkward way. I had to answer that way, right? So your phrasing should have been if.
It's a choice how you answered.
When we don't see a ship in the distance, right? Is the curvature of the Earth in between the ship and us? And I would have said yes in that case.
Okay, so yes. Okay, great. So we finally get to the truth here. Okay, so the ship is disappearing bottom up because of the curve edge. Thank you very much. So now when it disappears from my naked eye and I'm on the shore and it disappears completely from my naked eye, it's disappearing because of the curved edge of a ball.
Nothing else.
What happens when I pull out my zoom camera and I zoom back in and I see the entire ship? Now the question is this. Is the zoom camera zooming in around a curve edge and can see something that is already beyond the curve edge? In other words, on the other side of a curve?
No.
Is that how zoom cameras work?
No, that stuff I have actually done, and that doesn't happen.
Do zoom cameras zoom in around curve edges?
I've done that.
0 resolution.
I have myself done that observation, and that does not happen.
Yeah. Okay. So that means if I take my finger and I have my eye up to the top of a basketball or a beach ball, and I have my finger on top where I can see it, my eye is at the eye level of the top of the ball, and I put my finger around to the other side. Now I can't see my finger anymore because it's on the other side of the beach ball. You're saying I could keep my eye in the same place, pull out a zoom camera, and my zoom camera will zoom in around onto the other side of the beach ball. Is that what you're saying?
To be honest, I have no idea what you just said.
It doesn't make sense. You're right. Welcome to Flat Earth. So zoom cameras don't zoom in around curved edges. Ships that are disappearing bottom up first, that disappear completely from the naked eye, you can zoom in back to the whole ship with a camera or a binocular. They didn't go over a curved edge because zoom cameras don't zoom in around curved edges. Thank you. Welcome to Flat Earth.
I have done that observation myself, and you don't see the bottom of the ship.
Yeah, you got cooked. Yeah, you're done.
What?
Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth.
No, but because I actually have done that observation.
Yeah.
Like it.
You can make things disappear from the bottom up on flat surfaces, though. This is the problem that maybe needs to be addressed. You can repeat the observation by moving an object along a flat surface when the optic is very low to that surface. At a distance, the bottom of the object will start to disappear from the bottom up. Yeah, what?
Yeah, but it would look different. It would look different, right? Because it would look basically.
How would it? Sorry. How would it look different?
Yeah, I was about to say. Because you would be on a flat surface, right? You would be more sensitive to the little ripples and waves, right? Because at that point, there is no big. In fact, that's entirely the argument of the island that I was making before, right? Like on a flat surface, you would be really sensitive to all these like tiny little details. You would see a lot of like blue, like up and down, like.
What the fuck you on about, dude? You can just make things disappear from the bottom up on known flat surfaces. So I'm trying to point out. What you on about?
You, on a flat surface, you need to hide it behind some object, right? That you are not.
No. The object that is straight in front of you will start to disappear from the bottom up when that object has gone beyond the optical horizon. Because you obviously know, right? If you get your eyes down to, say, the floor, you're not going to be able to optically resolve the entire length of that floor that's beneath the level of your eye. Let's say it's about an inch above the surface.
No, that's not
Eventually, with distance, the angle of the floor is going to be too small for your eye to resolve. Right? It's an optical horizon. We tried to point this out to you earlier. Do you deny that this observation exists, or do you think that you can see the entirety of a horizontal floor when your eye is down to, say, an inch above that surface?
You see the entirety. It's just that you don't see the details of it. Those are hard to see.
No, you don't see the entirety of it, dude. The angle is too small because obviously perspective exists. With distance, the angle of an object reduces until eventually it becomes too small for the eye to resolve. The angle being 0.02 of a degree.
Yeah, I don't know exactly.
What forms an optical horizon? Because let's say if you've got a mile-long horizontal surface and your eye is 1 inch above that surface, you're not going to be able to see the entire 1 mile length of that surface angularly resolvable to your eye.
Take a breath. Okay, one second.
So, don't fucking tell me to take a breath, mate. I'm trying to help you. If you're going to condescend me, then I'll just disengage from the conversation.
No, because I'm trying to understand what you're saying, and you're
No, you condescended me enough. That's the second time that you've done that. I'm not going to waste my time.
Oh, okay.
I can take over.
Hi, Larry.
I won't be long. So you do get there's only so many degrees between, the center of your vision and what you can see with the ground at your eye. Like it's very, very little information, right? Especially the further you get out. Does that make sense?
No, sorry.
So the information that's the water or the surface of a flat concrete floor, a perfectly flat concrete floor, right?
Sure.
Let's say this concrete goes on for a mile. You're not going to be able to resolve all of the concrete, right?
Yeah, but
the further it gets out, there's the Rayleigh criterion, right?
Yeah, but let's clarify what we mean by resolve, right? So by resolve, you mean you're not going to be able to see the details of this surface, correct?
It'll disappear like a brick.
No, don't do. That's a bait and switch. Just say
I'm
yes
not
or no.
baiting and switching.
That's just say yes or no to what I'm saying. Like by resolve, do you mean like
It will literally disappear. It will literally blink
no,
in
that's
and
not
out. Listen. We literally, I mean, you can say no, that's so wrong. We got videos that
now you're going in a different
things
direction.
blink in and out of existence that clearly isn't blocked by anything.
Okay.
So get out of here.
I'm trying to figure out what the meaning of resolve here. Okay. So if by resolve you mean you're not gonna be able to see.
All Larry is trying to tell you something simple, and you just like keep on having some type of weird rebuttal to. Like, what do you mean? If by what you mean by you can't see is the details are too small to resolve, fam, can't see is can't see.
No, I don't think you. I don't think you understand what I'm saying. So, if by resolve you mean that you cannot see, like I don't know, let's say that it's a floor, right? It's a floor like a mosaic or something, right? And you cannot see, like you cannot tell, like the pictures on the mosaic. I will agree. But if you're saying that literally the object is not there anymore, like you don't see it, no, that's of course not true.
No one's saying
criterion.
that. It's the weirdest straw man bollocks I've ever heard. No one's saying that. It's like you're not listening, dude, which is why I disengaged and why I've jumped in again, I don't know.
Why are you back?
No one's mad, dude. We pity your foolishness.
No, I didn't say mad. I say, wait, are you talking to me?
Do you know what I mean when I say Rayleigh criterion? Do you know what that is?
To be honest, I used to know it. I took an exam, but I hate waves and.
Well, I tried to explain it to you, and you cut me off. So
no, but
do
I
you
don't
remember it or look it up.
No, but that's fine. But it's too complicated. I'm just asking a very simple question. By cannot resolve, do you mean that you don't see the details on the surface?
You have to look up the Rayleigh criterion to understand that things converge. Right? All that information.
Bad boys. That's a code.
Access. What?
Give you the answer.
I think he's willfully ignorant right now. I'm done too.
I think so.
Yeah, he just wants to make excuses for things that we can show empirically that they work, such as the little GIF at 16 minutes after the hour shows exactly what we're talking about. This is a candle moving away from the camera on a flat surface, disappearing, bottom up. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no, but it was weird for him to ask, Hank, for the detail of, do you mean by it's too small to resolve? Because if we're talking about something disappearing on a flat surface and you're like, well, what you mean is it's too small to resolve, then you're admitting that even in a flat surface, there doesn't have to be something in between for you not to see the details, hence not see it.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yep.
You for real?
We need to make up something for
Oh,
PhD.
bro, y'all are so cringe, dude.
Perspectively.
Hey, right back to the shame for y'all, dude. They tried logic and it didn't work. It's right back to the shame. Y'all just need tons of shame. Tons of shame, dude. That's all y'all need. You really
brought
need
up logic. Would you like to hear some logic? Do you know what a logical syllogism is? Would you like to hear one?
Yeah, I want to hear one.
Okay. You know what a logical syllogism is, right? Two premises that are true, and when added together, you reach a logical conclusion, right?
Yeah, I think I've heard of that before. It's like P1, I have sex. P2, your mom. Conclusion, I have sex with your mom. Isn't that how it goes?
Yeah, we can kind of go along with that if that's the way that you're going to go. But yeah, P1, 70% of the surface, we are told, of the Earth is water. Right? Do we agree to this truth? It might be 71, it might be 72, but it's more than 2/3 of the surface of the Earth, we are told, is surface water. Right? Yes?
Yeah, he left. Definitely a virgin.
I won't waste my time then if he's gone.
So you guys won't believe this, but I just got done watching a full-length
2024, the final experiment. What are your thoughts on this?
It wasn't an experiment at all.
Are you aware of this experiment where they flew to Antarctica, they observed it in real time?
Yeah, we know more about it than you do. It's not an experiment. And they watch the sun. They watch the sun 24 hours above the horizontal plane. Yeah, flat Earth. Thanks for mentioning it.
So 24-hour sun in Antarctica is now possible?
It's always been observed and possible. No. It's always been observed. Steve, I'll try and answer. It's always been observed and possible since like the 1800s, I believe, when people started going down there. We've seen this. We've actually measured this, right, for about 200, 300 years. The reason why people say that this is impossible is because of a straw man of a map. That map is where the circumference of a circle is Antarctica and the center of the map is polar north. Now, this is an obvious reification of a globe map, and it's also a projection of a globe map. This isn't a flat Earth claimed map, though. So, this map isn't reality. That's the reason why that we think that the 24-hour sun in Antarctica is an impossible observation, because on this map, it would be.
Well, that depends on your assumptions about what the sun is doing, because the sun itself isn't on that map.
Yeah, so we don't claim that like that 24-hour sun or that map. So, but let me break it down real quickly if I could. It was reductio, right? Is that what we're talking to?
Yeah, hi. Also, I don't have permissions to type in the text chat. It's been like 4 days now. Can someone fix that?
Okay, that's okay. I want to break something down to you real quick. Take less than 3 minutes. So look. So they went to this place in the south. Let's just keep it general. They took a camera and they put it on a rotating tripod, right?
Yeah, they had like 5 cameras, drones, etc. People were accusing them of green screening it.
We're just going to go with, hold on. Don't just spout off at the mouth. We're just going to stick with one camera because that's the observation you're talking about. So they have the camera on this rotating tripod. They raise the camera lens up to the elevation angle where the sun is, correct? Yeah. Then they turn on the motor to the rotating tripod and they move the camera around in 360 degrees to follow the sun. Why is the camera the thing that's moving and not the Earth?
Because the sun is low on the horizon when you're that far south, and they tracked it all the way around.
No, this is high on the horizon. This is high summer in the north.
The entire time as well.
No, this is high. This is high on the horizon in the summer in the south. Right, it's periodically over the last 6 weeks gone up from the horizon to its highest point, and then it goes back down. They observed it around its highest point, so it's not low down on the horizon, dude. It's about 23 degrees above the horizon, I think.
Yeah, so my point is that the automatic rotating camera tripod is the thing that's in motion. If the camera was rotating by an automatic system rotating with a motor and the Earth was spinning also, that's ridiculous. So the tripod standing on,
you weren't there, you don't know how much
hold on, the tripod standing on the Earth that is not in motion, that's why the camera has to rotate to follow the sun. Otherwise, the camera would not be following the sun. Flat Earth proof.
Those were a lot of words, I guess.
Yeah. Follow the logic. So the camera's sitting stationary on the ground, and it has a motor that rotates it 360 degrees. At, like Jedi said, at approximately 23 degrees above the horizon. And the motor is rotating the camera around, not the Earth rotating around the camera.
Yeah. All right, we heard that. So give them a chance to reply.
So if you have a sunflower and the sun whatever state you live in, if you live in the States, the sunflower will actually face the sun and change position through the day. It will reorient itself east to west as the sun sets. And so are you suggesting that something sketchy is going on there with the sunflower. Like, oh no, there's like the sunflowers are scamming us. Like
No.
this camera followed 360 degrees all the way
It's
around.
the same thing. It's the same thing.
It's
What is the sunflower? Hold on. What is the sunflower growing out of? The ground. Yeah. Then the sun is moving around, and the flower is following the position of the sun. The Earth isn't the thing that's spinning. The sunflower is changing its position based on the position of the sun. Another flat Earth proof. Thank you.
So the fact that you can see a 24-hour darkness in the Arctic and simultaneous 24-hour sunlight in the Antarctic is somehow not proof of the globe, and somehow it's also proof of the flat Earth at the same time, right? Like that. You see the goalpost shifting in real time.
Sorry, dude. Sorry.
Remember in
You're gonna
2023 when
measure.
all the flat earthers said, all we need is to go to the South Pole.
Not real flat earthers, dude.
24-hour daylight. Now your positions
not
are all
real flat
changed.
earthers. No, right, dude. Not real flat earthers. Right. No one from 24/7 has been saying this for years, dude. Right, this is just propaganda
I'll
bullshit.
get there.
Sorry.
2135. Oh man, hold on, I got a dollar.
Hey, are you trying to talk through me or what?
Heck yeah, no, I'm just kidding.
AI, you're hot. AI, you're
No
hot.
true Scotsman fallacy, by the way, bro. Get a better argument. Please continue, Jedi.
Yeah. Everything that you're going to do to measure the observations in the sky, i.e. the sun or even the stars, when you mention like darkness, we'll see the stars. Everything that you're going to measure is going to be measured from a horizontal plane because that'll be elevation angles. We understand that people have problems with, well, you saw a 24-hour sun in the south and that should be impossible for a flat earth. But that flat earth is a propaganda piece. It's a straw man that got burnt down when they went to Antarctica, and only stupid people are kind of falling for it. This has never been our claim of the Earth in the first place.
Okay, so just to clarify, even if you went to Antarctica and observed 24-hour sunlight, you wouldn't be convinced because you would say this is consistent with your idea of flat Earth.
Yeah, I would be measuring elevation angles to the sun. Yeah.
Okay.
That requires a horizontal plane to do so.
Okay, how would you disprove, like what could we do that would disprove the globe in your idea, or the flat Earth in your idea?
Measure the surface of the Earth, because that's the question, isn't it? How do we describe and measure the surface of the Earth? It should be curved if it was a sphere, right? So that would be the number one piece of information we would require.
That's very hard to do, factoring in how refraction changes day to day.
So you can't survey the world?
Do you think that you can see the other side of the hill? Is that what you think? Huh? Hello?
I'm just wondering, are there any phenomena other than like just the weird optical, the weird optical stuff, like
We're not talking about weird optics, bro. You're the one that brought up refraction. And now you're claiming us bringing up weird optics, which is weird. But you're saying that you can
Is that
see
the only way? That's what I'm wondering.
Bro, can I
the only way that you could disprove flat Earth?
Hey, is there an other side of the hill in the Black Swan image? Can you see the other side of the water hill caused by curvature? When the horizon's like way too far back behind there? Do you think you can see the other side of the water hill? Is that what you think you could see right before
Are we
you
going to
get
do black
Laurel
swans?
Ridge?
We do that every day. Like I've been in here.
Sometimes.
I'm just asking you a simple question. Do you believe that you can see the other side of the hill?
Yeah, I don't know. I can hear Heretic winding up, ready to freak out at me if I start talking about Black Swan again. So
We're not talking about that. So why do you diffuse? Answer the question.
Can you see the other side of the hill? Because of refraction? Is that what you believe?
Well, I mean, light can bend, yeah.
Okay, you can see the other side of the hill. Next question, is your house moving? Like right now? Your house moving?
In relation to what?
Is your house stationary, absolutely, or absolutely moving?
I guess it depends what you mean. We're all moving through space.
Okay, so how would you know if you had psychosis or not? If you believe that your house is moving and you believe that you can see on the other side of the hill, you might have psychosis. You might need to see a doctor. I'm not a professional.
What is this weird rhetoric? Can we get back to the point where I'm just
That
wondering?
is the point.
For
So
example,
you're just distracted because you don't want to answer the question.
for example, we have like surely there's some phenomena other than just the black swan thing, which we
We're
can
not talking
do,
about the
or
black
the
swan.
Antarctic
Talked about many other
I
things
want you to
apart from the
answer
black
Larry's
swan.
question.
That's just sorry,
Holy
Sonny.
crap, dude. Stop
Oh,
cutting people off before they even get a chance to say 4 words.
fucking hell, man. The microphone's terrible, AI.
Thank you. So, for example, there's the stars like orienting in different ways in the sky at different times, different locations on the planet. There's the 24-hour sun or 24-hour night. That like what else can we do?
Can I try? Can I try this? Can I try this? I'll be real quick. Reductio. If the surface of the Earth is not curving, then the surface of the Earth must be what?
Flat.
By that logic, if the surface of the Earth is flat, then whatever is happening in the sky can only happen over a flat surface.
Yeah. Like if the Earth is flat, there's going to be phenomena which you can observe, and I understand the black swan is an attempt at that.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying whatever you're seeing in the sky is only happening over a flat Earth because there's no measurable curvature.
I don't know what that means. I mean, we have all kinds of phenomena that are consistent with globe Earth, including the black swan. So
I understand, but if there's no measurable curvature, then whatever is happening in the sky only is happening over a flat Earth.
yeah, I mean, if flat Earth were true, flat Earth would be true.
No. If there's no measurable curvature, do you agree that there's only 2 types of lines that you can draw on anything? It is a straight line or a curved line, right?
Sure.
So if the line is not curving, it must be
straight.
If the surface of anything is not curving, it must be
flat.
If the surface of the Earth is not curving, it must be.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like all your conditionals check out. Like if the Earth is flat, then there would be no curvature. I understand that. Yeah,
You can say this phenomena in the sky looks and appears like it could be happening over a globe because it doesn't line up with what I think should be happening on a flat Earth. But if you can't measure any curvature on Earth, then whatever phenomenon, as crazy as it looks, whatever phenomenon is happening in the sky can only happen over a flat Earth because you have never measured curvature ever in your entire life. Nobody has.
Well, I mean, like, I think on both sides of this argument. So, on the one side, we could have the Bedford experiment. We could say, okay, well, why was the second pole higher than the last one? Okay, well, maybe it's a curve or maybe it's refraction.
Well, the water's level.
And when we have, well, yeah, optically, yeah, optically. But
just optically, huh?
But the thing is, like,
means empirically. Don't do double speaking.
Both of us are going to scream refraction as soon as something, must be controlled for to account for our worldview, right?
Rayleigh criterion's not refraction.
Oh my God, the way you're just.
When it comes to the Bedford Hill experiment, which supposedly was supposed to disprove
Bedford Hill.
Or the sorry.
You're broken.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, this thing, this experiment 200 years ago or whatever.
If you have refraction happening all the time, then you still never have measured the curve.
Right, and so in the same sense, you haven't actually measured flatness, right? Because we got to factor in refraction.
A lack of curvature. I can demonstrate bottom-up obstruction over a flat surface. I've never seen anybody demonstrate an object being propped up over a curve due to refraction.
Well, what you're describing is simply what I'm describing, which is, on the opposite side of the argument. Like, okay, optically, there's going to be phenomena. It's going to disappear from your field of where it's observed, and if you zoom in, you can see further. It's like you could zoom in with binoculars and see stars that your plain eye can't see, right?
But did you hear what I said? There is no demonstration ever done where you're looking over a curve like a hill, or I guess it would be a hill because you can't make water bend. So if you're looking over a hill, you can't demonstrate in any observation lifting, like if you planted a flag in the ground, you can't demonstrate lifting that flag up in the air in your field of view using any kind of refractive circumstances and putting a horizon behind that flag. If you can, I'd like to see the observation, because I can give you about 100 or so observations where on a flat surface, it is demonstrated that there is bottom-up obstruction with any object using natural atmospheric conditions, not looking through air and then using water to lift something up. Because I'm not looking through water to see a boat lifting up, or looking through water to see the oil rigs popping up and the horizons behind the oil rigs.
Yeah, no, Sheepdog, I'm not denying that. I'm not denying that. And by the way, just to be clear, I mean, ships can disappear bottom up or even top down. It's more rare to see them disappear top down, but refractively they can, right? With
I've never seen a boat disappear top down.
Oh, it is possible.
I have.
This is just an optical phenomenon that happens, right?
If that's happened, that's happened. I've never seen it before. But
the point being, this doesn't prove
on a flat surface. I can demonstrate on a flat surface,
flat or globe, right?
I can demonstrate on a flat surface bottom-up obstruction on a flat surface using natural conditions.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, a glober is going to scream refraction to that, and then when
that's very desperate when they scream.
Exactly what's happening when there's bottom-up obstruction, refraction.
Yeah, if this is all science to you guys, why are they screaming? Right.
Point being, right, like a glober is going to scream. Right. Bedford level experimentation, right? Like the follow-up.
The Bedford level is a flat body of water. Okay, what's your best evidence that the Earth is a globe?
Well, I mean, number one. I was here yesterday. There's the Athens, South Africa experiment we could do where we both look at the same constellation in Athens.
Okay, dude, you're looking up into the sky. We're talking about the ground being a globe, not looking in the sky and telling stories to each other.
Yeah, but we could make inferences based on right? They're very useful.
Define very useful.
I made an inference. Do you remember that? Do you remember the inference I made, Reductio? Do you think you can repeat what I said about if the surface of the Earth is not curving?
If the surface of the Earth is not curving, then it's not curving, and so it's flat. Okay, but that's not exactly.
And then what did I say? Right? And then what did I say about the sky?
I mean, like there's something about angles or something. I don't necessarily remember.
No, I said if the surface of the Earth is not curving, then the surface of the Earth must be flat. If the surface of the Earth is flat, then whatever is happening in the sky can only happen over a flat Earth.
Am I supposed to slow clap, or I don't understand?
I just want you to comprehend it.
No, just say right.
Where is the surface not curving? Oh, I'm confused.
No, if it's a logical deduction, right? Using the law of identity. If a surface isn't curving, then dichotomically it's flat. That's what he's saying. The other argument point is the things up in the sky. if the surface of the Earth isn't curving and is flat, then the things that are happening in the sky are happening above a flat surface.
So are we just moving on from that, like the claim that the surface isn't curving? We're just moving on.
That's
like
the
logically?
end of
No,
the
we don't
story,
have
man.
to. We can address it if you want.
Well, yeah, I mean, we should.
That's literally the end of the story. Like, if you can prove the curvature of the Earth, then let's talk about where the curvature of the Earth is happening, and make sure it lines up with 3959. Already killed the Darts.
I got one last question. So you believe that your house is moving, and the next question is, do you believe in lumps of gas in a vacuum, like Jupiter? Doesn't really have anything enclosing it in. So do you think there's like a lump of gas in a vacuum?
I think that's the atmosphere.
Sorry, what?
The atmosphere, right? Does Jupiter have an atmosphere? I'm pretty sure it does. Pretty sure it's like mostly
It's a gas
just
giant.
atmosphere.
I'm pretty sure it's all atmosphere in your model.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, yeah, it's spinning. It's got gravity.
So you believe that it's a lump of gas with a vacuum like right next to it, and that gas isn't, expanding to fill the available volume.
Yeah. So you got gravity and centrifugal force. I mean, do you believe in gravity?
Well, are you talking about gravitation?
Centrifugal
Yeah.
force?
The larger a body, the larger the force of gravity.
Well, hold on. Sorry. Centrifugal force is going to throw stuff away. You think that it's going to start pulling the stuff away. It's opposite to physics. It's not that, dude. That's not going to keep stuff attached to an object when you spin it. Now you can go to the gravity thing.
Yeah. So yeah. Anyways, gravity, right? Do you believe in gravity or not?
Well, I dropped my cell phone, right? It falls down. Why does it go down? That's gravitation.
Yeah,
What's causing gravity? So, yeah, I believe that my cell phone goes down because it weighs more than the atmosphere, so it's going to go down. The atmosphere can't keep it up. There's not enough buoyant force. So, what do you think causes gravity?
Fuck, I don't know. In modern physics, it's
Modern physics causes
might be carried by gravitons. And
Can you show me some of
all
those?
matter. All matter has gravitons. Yeah, let's pull up hold on, let me find a microscopic image of gravitons. Hold on.
An image or a photograph?
Yeah, like a photograph. See if we can.
Gravitons. They're just holding things down like tiny little fairies.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's particle physics.
Sounds like a TOPS baseball card or like a Fleer or.
How do they work, man? Do they like travel out, grab things, and bring them back, or do they call ahead to the other dudes and say, "Hey, increase your push so you can get here quicker"? They have like a corporate calling plan to communicate with each other.
Radio? What's going on? I can't hear him.
Yeah,
Sounds like he's yelling from across the room.
It's on the content, not the quality of the voice.
I can't hear what he's saying. That's what I'm saying. I have no idea what this guy's saying.
How do they
Sounds
work?
like he's speaking through a fucking CB radio.
How do gravitons work? Gravitons, excuse me.
What?
Okay.
I was going to say they must work 7 days a week with no breaks. Poor man.
9 to 5, I thought.
No, so you believe?
I mean, like, what's your theory on gravity? How about this? What's your theory on gravity? Because I'm curious.
Don't have one.
I mean, you believe in gravity, right?
No. Gravity
you don't believe in gravity?
is an ad hoc mathematical conception that, to coin a phrase, makes the world go round. Right? It's the mathematics associated with a ball.
What's your counter theory then? Like, that's my
the
question.
Earth's measured flat. What phenomenon are we trying to answer?
So what's your counter theory here?
Why do you
We're not making a counter theory. Our claim is the surface of the Earth is measured flat.
Right. So I mean, like, that's the best hypothesis we really have. I mean, if you see consistently that every object you measure has like a stronger gravitational pull by measuring with like astronomy, the full of like
every object you measure.
Yeah, comets and meteors and stuff like that.
No, just stop on that point, dude. Please. Right, every object you measure, when we measure the Earth, it measures to lay.
It what?
Measures to lay flat, horizontal. The Earth measures flat. We said every object we measure, what the Earth,
well, no,
that measures flat.
No, because you use more advanced tools than
like what?
Like you said, and the horizon. You see ships disappear over the horizon.
Like what tools? What tools?
What we doing?
You see ships disappear over the horizon and things like that.
No, you're talking about in the sky, something in the sky. You said we measure those things. What did you measure it with? What tools?
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, I didn't measure it. We have astronomers, though.
Really?
So measuring other things, not the Earth.
Yeah, I mean, someone's talking about gravity. I thought we were talking about gravity just now.
You people have been led astray.
Are you talking about gravity still, or have we changed topic?
I mean, we can talk about gravity if you want, but we're not going to believe it.
That's what we were just talking about.
What?
I mean, like, that's just the common, rhetoric about why objects fall, right? No matter where you stand on the Earth, it's going to fall down.
Has that common rhetoric been proven scientifically?
It's been observed to be true by measuring larger bodies.
Is this you conceding no, that it hasn't been proven scientifically? I would probably prefer a straighter answer. I'll ask it again. Has gravity, whichever one you're talking about, been proven scientifically? That would mean, has there been a hypothesis that's been tested through experimentation to prove the thing you're talking about?
Okay, so it's passed every test, but it hasn't been completely proven. I mean, what's your theory? Do you have an alternative theory as to why things fall?
Dude. There's many theories of gravity. I use the term theory loosely. There's Newtonian physics. There's Einsteinian bending and warping of space-time. To name but a few, right? You agree to this?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
And none of them have been proven scientifically. That's why people keep coming up with lots of ideas. So do we believe in this thing called gravity? Not until it's been demonstrated to be true.
Rationally agnostic. I think it's pretty, plausible, though, because it's passed a lot of scientific tests. However, what was this? What did this have to do with the conversation again? I'm sorry, I forgot why we started talking about gravity.
You asked us if we believe in gravity. Are you lost?
Because you brought it up. Right. Forgot why we were talking about it.
No, I'm ADHD. Okay, so
the whole thing about gravity is that things fall down, right? The question is why, right? Why do things fall down? So you ask us if we believe in gravity is like asking us, do we believe in weight?
Oh, that's right. You were talking about the gas giant. Okay, so what did you bring up the gas giant for?
Because I'm just demonstrating to you that you said that you believe you can see on the other side of the hill. Your house is moving, and gas will lump up in a vacuum and not expand. That's what you believe.
I don't believe I can see on the other side of a hill. I think that, it's been tested and proven that we can see just a slightly larger distance than the geometric horizon through atmospheric refraction. And like Reductio said, it depends on the day as well. There's definitely different atmospheric conditions that change that amount of refraction.
So that absolutely means that you're able to see on the other side of a ball, water, a hill.
No, not clearly on the other side, but a little bit past the
a little past is still beyond your optical limit. So you're seeing.
Yeah, but it's not like the clear 180 phase degree fucking.
It doesn't have to be. If a ball is blocking your view, then you're not going to see around it.
Oh, hold on.
Period.
Give me 1 second. I'm trying to unlock my phone and write a report.
I got a theory.
Last 10 minutes of work.
Great detail.
No, I'm at work. I have to write a security report. My phone's not unlocking.
I got a theory. Because there is gravity, the Earth is flat.
Yep.
How does that theory work?
Well, we see things fall down when we lift them up. And then because the Earth measures a lack of curvature, the Earth is flat. So because because the Earth is flat, things fall down.
Yep. So you just proved by gravity. You just proved Earth is flat.
That's consistent with the globe as well. So it's not evidence either way, right?
No, the Earth doesn't. The Earth measures flat, measures no curvature in any direction at any time by any method or means or technology. Curvature has never been measured by anyone.
Yeah, there's no up and down on a globe.
Or left or right, or north or south, or east or west.
But we do have those in reality.
Yeah. Cardinal directions only occur above a flat plane.
So when the guy said vertical, he said down. That's in reference to a horizontal. You have the horizontal and then you have the vertical. So horizontal, the level, flat plane, and then the vertical. So up and down, and then horizontal. You have those two. You cannot have those on a globe. We have those in reality. Therefore, no globe.
I'm interested to hear though. Why don't people believe that you can see the ships disappear over the horizon? What's going on with that?
That's that you have a preconception that the only reason that you see ships disappearing over the distance is because globe, but you're dismissing or ignoring or hand waving all the other variables that this phenomena can happen on a flat surface. What are those variables? Well, you have conditions. You know, when the lady in the TV says visibility today is 2 miles or 1 mile or 3 miles, you see, you have weather conditions, you have angular resolution, you have the boat, 1/3 of the boat being in the water, you have waves between you, the observer, and the boat. You see?
That doesn't explain why they. If I set up a camera,
you have all of these verifiable conditions, but you're skipping all that and saying the only reason the boat is disappearing because globe.
No, the only reason.
Yes.
Listen, that doesn't explain why a boat would disappear bottom up over the horizon. Because if it was just visibility, then the whole boat would disappear and nothing about the amount.
On a globe of 3,100, on a globe, on the globe of the specific radius that you're claiming, the boat will have to disappear at a specific distance. But this doesn't happen.
Yeah, because there's different amounts of visibility and atmospheric refraction.
So the Earth changes sizes. The boat disappears.
No, the atmospheric refraction changes the amount.
Oh, not the curvature of the Earth. We agree, not the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, the curvature of the Earth does not change.
You're saying that refraction is a phenomena that causes balls to look flat.
No, it's not a phenomenon that causes balls to look flat. No, that's not what I'm arguing.
Well, you're observing a flat surface and you're saying,
nope, that's a straw man. 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 Are you listening? Okay. That's a straw man. You know why it's a straw man? Because I did not claim that atmospheric refraction causes balls to look flat. I claimed multiple times now in this call that it allows you to view a little bit past the geometric horizon.
A little bit? Define a little bit.
Okay, let's pull up the exact scientific measurements. Hold on.
No, when you said a little bit, what do you mean? What's the limit?
I don't know, but I know that it allows you to look a little bit past.
And why did you say it?
But I don't need to know every single exact measurement about a scientific theory in order to
you're the one that
theory is true. Multiple studies.
You make the claims.
I'm not.
And you don't know what the
this is not how debate works. No, I'm not running my mouth, dude.
Okay, you said a little bit beyond the geometric. You said a little. No. You said a little bit beyond the geometric horizon. So how define a little bit?
Do you know how to make a cake? Do you know how to make a cake?
Indeed, I do.
Cake making.
What ingredients need to make a cake?
Yeah,
if I needed to make a cake 50,000 times normal, 50,000 times the size of a normal cake.
Hold on. Obfuscation to cake making doesn't make your claim valid. So
no, I'm going to draw a parallel, right? Are you ready?
No, you're not.
Listen, buddy, cake making doesn't work.
They're getting mad because they can't actually repeat.
No, you're a smart ass. You're freaking out because I asked you to define a little bit. Your own words.
All right, hold on. I'll pull up
He said
what did you mean by it?
That doesn't work on a globe.
What did
what do I mean by it?
by seeing a little bit beyond the geometric horizon? What does that mean to you?
Let me give you an example, right?
No, what does it mean to you,
I'm
smart
explaining
guy?
it.
These
I'm
are your
explaining it.
words.
I'm explaining it. Are you going to listen? Dude, listen. The Earth is 24,000 miles in diameter, right? So a little bit. Let's say if I can see 10,
24,000
15
miles in diameter, no.
All right,
It's
listen. I'm explaining.
24,901 miles in circumference.
Shut up, you little brat.
I'm explaining.
Not
You have no
diameter,
manners.
it's circumference.
So mad.
I'm explaining, and you're not letting me.
you're not.
This is how you
No, you're
defend your
not.
worldview, bro.
Ooh, can you feel
You're
the
all talking over
seething?
me.
Yeah. We
Are you
wanna
actually going
know
to listen
what
to
a little
my?
bit means. What is
Yeah,
a
I'm
little
sitting here
bit?
trying to give you
If we
the
wanted
answer.
explanations,
No, it's like 20 people.
if we wanted explanations, we can go to any village idiot and ask for explanations.
Listen, wow, bro, you guys are actually not going to let me give my answer.
Between diameter and circumference.
Yeah.
You're not going to let me give my answer, though.
You made a
No, you
statement.
started incorrectly when you said the diameter of the Earth was 24,000 miles.
All right, yeah, whatever. Circumference. Okay, anyways.
Good. So forgive us for
Anyways,
jumping in when you start off incorrectly.
That wasn't even that. That was everybody just talking over me.
But that's why I jumped in. Now, what do you mean by a little bit? Are you going to give that in a ratio or a percentage? What do you mean?
I mean, just an estimation. Probably like the circumference of the Earth being 24,000 miles. If you can see about, I don't know what exactly.
We see.
15. If you can see about 15, 20 miles out. I'm not going to continue talking. Like,
I just want you to be.
This is literally just ad hominem, bro.
Okay, no, we're
You
gonna
guys are
have one guy
actually
talking to
pathetic.
you. Jera, it looks like Jera wants to talk to you. Go ahead, speak to Jera. Guys, just give Jera a break to bring this point to a logical conclusion. Go ahead. You and Jera.
I just want you to be specific with what you're claiming, dude. I don't want you to be ambiguous.
Yeah, so maybe 1 to 2 miles. Like I said, I don't know the exact measurements, but I do know that you could see a little bit past the horizon based on atmospheric refraction.
Okay, so basically what's going to happen is you're not going to be able to demonstrate this claim to us. This is just something that you believe, right?
Well, how would I demonstrate like precise scientific measurements with words that in a study that I don't understand?
Dude, the conversation goes really fast with me. Right, so
how would
I would
I
ask
demonstrate?
you my God, I would ask you pointed questions about what you're claiming. Like, at what distance, at what height of an observer? What technology are you even using? Is this with your own eyes or is it a camera, high-powered zoom telescope? What the atmospheric? These questions, mate, you're not going to be able to answer, are you?
I can answer them. Go ahead. What's the question?
Can you? Okay, so what with optic? With what optic would the horizon appear? Sorry, at what distance would the horizon appear to say a P900?
Sorry, what? To say what?
Yeah,
900?
exactly. What I mean, pointed questions about the optic. Angular resolution of optics changes depending on the optic that you use. It's comparable to the human eye or a pair of binoculars. Depending on the optic, the observation is going to be different, isn't it?
All right, hold on a second.
So you're not going to be able to answer these questions. You've already said you don't know. This is just what you believe.
Wait, Jenna, you're going too fast.
Well, I don't have to pull it up immediately. I don't have to like know it by heart, dude. It's not my study, but I've definitely read.
Yeah, I know. We know it's not your study, dude. Please don't defend yourself
normal
like that.
people don't.
Just, if we start asking you things, you're not going to be able to answer them, are we? Well,
normal
do you know
people
what?
don't
Someone
sit
else
for
can talk to you.
16.
Don't understand why you keep talking through me when I'm talking directly to you and you're questioning. Trying to point something out to you. You're going to have to go and research this stuff.
Right? So you gain a few hundred meters.
Questions, like when you're making a prediction about how far you should be able to see something like a boat, are you going to be using the angular resolution limit of optics? Do you think that this would have to be used when you're making observations of things? Do you think perspective would have to be taken into account? If so, what math? Yeah, you haven't got a clue, have you?
Did he go?
No, he's still here.
Oh, okay.
Maybe he's putting that cake together.
Yeah, because a little bit beyond the curve edge is the same thing as a little bit beyond a hill. So you think you can see on the other side of a hill? Face it. Why don't you just be honest about that? That's
what about in front of the hill?
Well, that would be the first 1.2 miles. But all the water that you can see from after that 1.2 miles, he thinks that he's seeing that water on the other side of the Earth curve.
Yeah.
Okay. But what about the first part, before the hill, before the apex? Should anything disappear from the bottom up on that side of the hill? Or does it only happen on the other side of the hill?
Yeah, he doesn't know.
So what would the horizon be for a 6-inch observer? It'd be 0.87 miles, approximately 4,500 feet. So at a 6-inch observation height, the horizon is 4,500 feet away. That's just when things would start to disappear. Because obviously, if it's not yet reached the apex, you'd still be able to see the entirety of it, according to the globe ideas, until it went over that. Then you'd start to see some of it disappear as it went further and further and further away. So it'd have to get much greater, at least, a significant amount greater than 4,500 feet before the entire thing disappeared, right?
Yeah, so
that means if you see anything disappear from a 6-inch observer height, then it can't possibly be the horizon obstructing it, could it?
Yeah, thus the RC boats.
6-inch observer is short. Even for a leprechaun, that's short.
Yeah, but we have things disappearing from bottom up on a 1,000-foot lake.
Correct, and I've done that myself. Gone to a 1,000-foot lake. It's actually 1,092, 333 meters from the lifeguard station to the pier on the other side, on the short side of the lake. And there's a yellow boat attached to that pier, and I can lower myself in the water, and that boat will disappear from the bottom up some days from the top down, some days sideways. But the interesting one is from the bottom up, because the globe guy will claim that this can only happen if it's past the horizon and the horizon's cutting it off. But this is well in front of the horizon, 4 times in front of the horizon. So if his claim is that it can only happen after the horizon, then I've debunked his claim.
Where are the the incidents of that happening? Like, what's the what do you call it? The proof of that? Say you've seen or you have documentation that an object disappeared beyond the horizon, like way further than it's supposed to.
No. I never said it disappeared beyond the horizon. I said it disappeared, and I never said it disappeared way further. I just said it disappeared way closer.
Way closer. Well, yeah, there's probably larger tide or something like that.
No, there's no tide, dude. It's a lake. It's a lake, dude.
Oh, it's a lake? Okay, I mean, you have to pull up all the weather conditions, everything like that about that specific incident.
Why would I? We're talking about whether it's Earth curve or not. It's either
you could determine what the actual cause was.
Yeah.
Well, I know it's not Earth curve. I know it's not Earth curve, although for all of the radius. I know it's not Earth curve.
You could determine what the actual cause was. Maybe it's visibility or something like that. I mean, I wasn't there.
I know what the cause is. The cause is optical effect. That's the cause. I know that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
So Terrestrial is asking for all these. You need to have all the weather conditions and all that, like the Globers always do, right?
But I also need to provide all the stats and every single measurement about the refraction of the horizon. What's the difference?
So who, where, and when has any Glober ever provided all of that information for their little?
Have you provided all the information about what you just said? I mean,
Yeah, no,
it's
I
just
don't
like
need to. All the information. Listen, it's very simple.
it's not a decent argument. It's not.
Yeah,
there's
no,
double
no, it's
standards
a
in here.
rock solid. It's a rock solid argument. If you let me explain without talking, thanks.
All right, sure, go ahead.
The claim is that the horizon's at a certain distance, physically, geometrically. That has a rate and a distance to it that can be known from your observation point. So the horizon is 4 times greater than my observation. Okay? So it can't possibly be the horizon, and that's all I'm attempting to prove. And so I've proved it. The end.
Okay, all right. So can you fill me in? I had to go for a second, turn in some keys and shit like that. What does this have to do with like boats disappearing bottom up from the horizon?
Yeah, perfect. I'll explain again. So the horizon for a 6-inch observer, based on the geometry of a globe of 3959 miles, would make the horizon at 0.87 miles. That's 4,500 feet. That's the horizon. That's the beginning of where things would start to be being cut off from the bottom. Obviously, they'd have to go further than that to be completely cut off and disappear. So since the horizon itself isn't even happening till 4,500 feet, and this lake is only 1,092 feet wide, then that means that from my 6-inch observer, I'm not even capable of seeing the horizon on the surface of the lake. That means it's not possible that the horizon is obstructing anything, yet the boat still disappears from the bottom and disappears in totality. So it's not the horizon doing it, period. End of story.
But you saw this with your eyes? What about like other measuring tools? Did you use like a camera or anything?
You don't use your eyes for that?
Oh, yeah, I used a camera.
No.
Yes, I do use a camera. I've done it multiple times.
Okay.
In fact, some days it disappears top down, and some days it disappears sideways.
Top down is interesting. Sideways is interesting.
In fact, the other day I mentioned that I have that observation that disappears sideways. It spawned Elijah to go back to an evidence that somebody had posted not 5 minutes before. He watched it again as the boat was going out to the right. He saw that effect, that it was kind of disappearing sideways.
Interesting.
So the idea that boats going to the horizon result in a boat getting cut off the bottom up observation is false. It does happen, but not all the time. And that it's exclusive to globe geometry is also false. So all that you've really done is just proven, as I have as well, that what's going on is an optical effect. It's not any curvature of any Earth.
I mean, like, at the end of the day, this is just anecdote. Like, I have no reason to trust you. So, like, I prefer to, like, look at actual, I don't know, studies.
And that observation costs
$5 there anybody, like,
before 6 p.m., but after 6 p.m., I don't have to pay to get into the lake. It's free. Costs me nothing.
Is there any, like, peer-reviewed studies or anything like that? People like see this.
Man, shut up with peer review. Just ask for a video.
My friend, Mr.
I'm sorry that I want more evidence than Joe Schmo on Discord.
Drive yourself to a lake.
Is that not valid? Like, I don't know this guy. Why would
No,
I
it's not
trust him?
valid. You asked for a demonstration of his observation.
Why the hell are you
don't ask for
talking
a
to us?
peer-reviewed study.
I just want something like beyond just like I go to the lake and record the.
You want us to hold your
You know what I mean?
hand?
Like I don't know. No, I want like more than that. It's crazy.
That's a
How do you
fair
guys think it's crazy? I want more evidence.
No,
Yeah,
it's not
so-
crazy at all.
Like
But
what?
it's just
I just want more
peer-reviewed.
evidence.
So you
Hold
want
on,
an
time out.
appeal to authority fallacy to bolster your claim of the globe.
No, I don't want an appeal
Hold
to.
on, time out.
No, it's not authority.
That's what you just said.
Can I be heard? Time out just for a
I
second.
didn't say anything about authority.
Hello?
I don't care about
Hello?
authority.
Hello? Okay, so the difference between us and NASA is you don't have to go halfway to the moon, turn around and look at the Earth to see the shape of it, right? Because of refraction, that's what you're limited to when it comes to NASA. As far as we are going outside and
making observations ourselves. We're not telling you to trust us. We're telling you to go outside and see how far you can see. And when you can see too far and it looks flat, that's why you're going to realize, that's when you're going to realize that's why you need to say refraction over and over again, because it looks flat. That's empirical, bro. You don't have to trust anybody. Go to the ocean yourself and find out for yourself.
If he's asking for examples, there might be examples in the text chat, laser tests, and long distance observations that has been done. You can also do this yourself, so you can repeat these observations yourself. There's many laser test examples that can be posted in the text if that's what you're looking for.
I think he's looking specifically for a demonstration, like a video of what AI was saying.
What AI was saying?
Yeah, he's talking about something like a.
No, this guy's just looking for an excuse for him not. He's looking for any excuse for him not to have to think about this whole corner he's painting himself into.
Oh, it makes you think that. I'm just
talking
literally
about
asking questions.
Everything about you.
in a lake that's short, too small to have even the horizon. So, I think he was asking for a demonstration of that. He just misspoke and said, like,
doesn't even have
a peer-reviewed study, which is just a dumb thing to say.
So you're going to speak for this guy?
I'll still man him if I know what he was asking.
Yeah. And Percentage was giving me an answer. Come on, guys.
I gotta fix my earbuds. They're fucking dead. Oh, well, they're both dead. Guess I'll use speakerphone. Fuck it.
But yeah, I would be interested in watching a video too where it's like it obstructs sideways and top to bottom. That sounds like that's crazy to me. I'd love to see that.
Terrestrial.
What?
So.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. So, are you arguing that the surface of the Earth is curving to the specific measurements that will require for the globe to be, right? Of certain measurements like the radius and the circumference. You're saying that the Earth is actually dropping like 8 inches per mile square.
No, it's not.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know the exact measurements, but
Do you have any proof to that?
yeah, hold on, let me find some. I mean, I have to explain it by words. I'm not a scientist. I don't have all this memorized.
Someone unfucking mute me in the chat.
So I'm just saying, there's many observations that probably have been posted in the text chat that you're gonna see that that's not the case. That there is such curvature that will be required.
Yeah, buddy. Can you unmute me in chat so I can talk in it?
Bro, you're gonna get muted.
You cannot
in
talk
BC.
in the chat. You have to text in the chat, Saucy. You can talk here, Saucy, but not in the chat, not in the voice, in the text chat. The text chat is for text.
You can't no more, Jemsy.
Yeah, what I fucking mean, buddy. How do I text in it? I can't cite. It says done reading. Check U.S. politics.
It might be a good thing then that you cannot access that, because earlier you were interrupting, so that's probably why you're suppressed.
No, I wasn't. I was simply making my own conversation.
Yeah, but you were starting your sentence on other people's.
I don't give a fuck. Shut up.
We can tell.
How do I use this chat?
You're not going to be here much longer.
Wait, AI, what lake are you talking about? What lake is this guy talking about? Is it like one of the Great Lakes? Or is it just some random lake?
Bro, he said it's... only like
it's 1,000 feet wide.
1,000. Yeah.
Oh,
it's no
okay.
way.
It's a little more than that. Google Maps says it's 333 meters from the tower and the beach to the pier on the other side, on that side of the lake. The other side of the lake is wider. But I don't do my observation there because I want it to be a short range observation on purpose. Because I want to duplicate the effect well before the alleged horizon would be cutting things off, and demonstrate that the horizon, which is claimed to be the thing that cuts things off, can't possibly be cutting off the thing that I'm witnessing with my own two eyeballs being cut off.
Right. Are you sure it's not like atmospheric distortion or?
Ay.
That's the whole point, dude. The whole point is it's not Earth curvature doing it.
He's slow.
Yeah, I mean, but that like so
you're slow, dude.
My point is, okay, how about instead of like insulting people, you just like
Well, how about you learn to listen? You were asking if it was a Great Lake. You don't
Right.
you don't
Don't
listen.
pretend he doesn't exist. I mean, I don't want to like hear people insult. Bro, this guy, all he does is insult me. I'm not gonna listen to it.
I know that's fine, but now we have to hear him insult you while you talk through him.
That's great. He can stop insulting me then.
I'm not insulting
you. Or you can just ban me from the chat. Either way, like I don't want to listen to that.
listen.
It fucks with my mental health, you know? People insulting each other. I try not to be around
it.
dickheads, you know? So I'll like talk. You guys can talk like normal people, but if you're gonna insult me like you're a toddler, I don't want to. Like,
ask your doctor if a grow-a-pair is right for you.
I mean, it's normal, right? If you have people like calling you names and shit, like,
do I need to ban everyone? My friend, do I need to ban everyone and put up padded walls and then we can have a nice convo?
Yeah, I mean, realistically, you probably should like moderate people that interrupt like that. It's not a real debate if people are just talking over each other, being assholes.
I mean, that's fine. Old Hoss is looking introspectively at his wily ways while he gives you birth to ask your question to me. Go ahead.
Sorry, who are you talking to?
Love. You should be listening. You should know that he said a small lake, you know, so there's no way it's a Great Lake. You should be listening. That being said, it's okay to clarify and ask questions and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. This just seems really disorganized. It's kind of tiring me out. I'll let someone else talk.
Fair enough. I think that these safe spaces is like the opposite of what the doctor ordered, because any like psychologist that's worth his weight, he
Wait, who's that
tells
you. Okay, I'm gonna mute him too. Larry.
Jesus, dude.
Why are you muting everyone, bro? What's wrong with you?
I just don't want to hear like smug comments. It's obnoxious.
The psychologist would say, expose yourself slowly, right? So if you need to take a break, take a break. But it's barroom banter, bro. I mean, dudes, they work like this. Like, you ever worked with Mexicans? Like, the shit that they say to each other and us is the most horrible, true shit. I mean, it's just, I don't know. It's just the real world. Like, people say shit.
Yeah, that's cool. Can we allow AI come to AI bring his point to a logical conclusion
yes,
with that guy?
Go ahead.
My conclusion is that my conclusion is that I demonstrated that I get the effect that's claimed to happen after the horizon, well before the horizon, proving it's not the horizon, which is allegedly the apex or top of an Earth curve blocking anything that's causing this effect. The replies that I got from the people who were asking about it were, well, then how did you rule out it's not an optical effect? Which was the point, is that it only can be an optical effect. If there's nothing in between me and the object and it's disappearing in my vision as I'm looking at it, that's something optical going on. It has nothing to do with any obstruction, and certainly not any obstruction of the horizon, which is 4 times further down the line. I rest my case.
Do you hear
Alright,
that,
so yeah,
terrestrial?
yeah, I had a counterpoint. So, proof that like different things can obstruct the vision of an object besides the horizon isn't proof that the horizon can't obstruct an object.
What?
Dude, you're the one
It's not
talking
proof
about
that the
what's going
horizon
on
can't
first.
obstruct objects. Also, does that make sense? So
The
proof
horizon
that
would be obstructing it if it was the horizon. Okay, well, I mean, I guess I get what you're saying.
Yeah. So, like, just because something's obstructing it there doesn't mean that the horizon doesn't also obstruct it.
The question is, how can you differentiate between the horizon
mean?
obstructing something or something else obstructing something?
Well, let's see. There's probably data on that somewhere.
No, man. Because it could always be
What do
like
you mean,
the
no?
same
Have you looked at the
phenomenon.
data yourself?
No, hold up. Because for a
You
fact,
haven't looked at the data yourself? Then why are you saying no?
listen. For a fact, what AI is presenting cannot be the Earth, like the globe, right? So
you're saying you're treating it like a reductio, but it's not.
No, hold up. We have absolute evidence, like I mean, if he was to present it hypothetically, but we'd have absolute evidence that it cannot be the globe that's causing the obstruction. So we have obstruction caused by other than the globe. For you to claim that now the globe is
doesn't
also
mean that it
obstructing it,
can't-
I know, I'm with you. It's possible that the globe is also obstructing it, but you have to bring evidence. We have zero evidence for that, right? You have to bring a way to differentiate between whatever's causing his obstruction, this optical effect or what have you, versus the obstruction that you claim with the globe. You have no way of differentiation either.
Yeah, terrestrial state is an optical blockage as well.
I know,
And
but
then
he's saying it's still possible for the Earth to...
But he stated it as if it was a win for the globe.
No,
It's
you're
bizarre.
right.
So
his point,
it's okay.
His point is that it could still have Earth globe at longer distances, as well as this thing.
Yes.
But he
Yes.
hasn't proven that whatsoever.
That's correct, because it's okay for him to say a possible reason that I can't see the bottom of that object at distance is because the Earth may be a globe, right? And there's curvature on the surface obstructing my view with distance of a distant object, right? But it's not okay to say because I can't see the bottom of that object at distance, the Earth is a globe.
Well, T-Dub, this was an example of a short.
so here we go.
Hold on, though. This was an example of a thousand. He's got me muted. This little punk.
Which is the distance it consistently.
No, this was an example that was in a 100-foot wide pond.
It's not going to work. I've only got half a sentence. Oh, okay, never mind. All right. Well, I'm not going to listen to those people talk, and I'm not going to unmute them either. So I'm just not going to.
Well, but he may want to
Maybe you
speak
should turn them down
to
so you can see
something
their
that
names
somebody
later.
else says, because you're not the only person in this chat. So if somebody else, if he wants to respond to something somebody else has said, and then you don't hear him, you're going to talk over the top of him, causing audio chaos.
Yeah.
So just turn him down if that's the case, so you can see his name light up.
Yeah, and he was actually being very nice and cordial and respectful. You should give him a second chance.
Old Hoss?
Who was being nice? Somebody was insulting me, and I muted them.
I wasn't my best behavior there.
They're being really smug about it. Talking about
No, I
safe
wasn't
spaces and
being
shit like
really
that. It's
smug
like, well,
about
dude,
it. You're
I have
being
manic depression, so I've literally attempted suicide, and I'm just not trying to hear that shit. You know what I mean? I'm
We
here to
could take a
debate
walk,
about an
then.
actual topic, not get fucking insulted by some old fat fucking.
I guarantee I'm skinnier than you are, big boy.
No, he was saying that you might be like a fat fucking guy, and maybe you.
Oh, he
you know,
was saying,
like,
look,
you like
he-
fat
Yeah, dude, I'm not
ladies.
trying to get insulted. I muted them both.
You like
so I can
fat
get their
ladies or something.
You're not trying to get insulted. Dude.
Yeah.
Not trying to get
He
insulted.
put away,
some
look, he
fat-
put away his insults. He put away
I'm
his
not trying to
insults
sit here for an
20
hour and listen to
right?
people like
Trying.
shout at me, bro.
Not trying.
Yeah, I'm sorry that I have a fucking dialect and accent, bro.
No, your apology not accepted. Dude, the
No,
point
Hoss,
was
you're showing your age when you make fun of someone saying, I'm not trying to do something.
not trying.
Yeah, that's
He's not trying. He's doing it. He's successfully doing it. Come on.
Yeah, bro, I'm sorry. I'm from inner city fucking Columbus, Ohio, dude. Like, I don't know what to fucking tell you.
Oh my
I have a
god.
different dialect, bro.
Get a
No, listen,
life,
bro.
dude.
Listen,
You're the
bro.
one fucking making fun of my dialect.
No, I'm not making fun of anything. It's your verb conjugation.
Not trying. What's that then? Can you tell me?
Trying.
Old Hoss.
What does
Listen,
that mean? Why are you
when it
saying
comes
that?
to the
Is it just
point
a
of the
verbal stare?
conversation,
Well, you're trying to ignore. Yeah, dude, you're just trying to. Go ahead, Jim Z. I know you're trying to talk.
No, just saying that if we can bring it back to some of the points and just concentrate on that, because he's engaging and I'm pretty sure he can figure things out. It's just I guess it has to be.
Well, T-Dub just got here, and he liked the way T-Dub was talking to him. So I was trying to.
Yeah, I like normal conversation, not you fucking little brat, you squirt, kill yourself, libtard. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
those are all things that I did not say.
Someone called me a brat and a fucking little shit and was like, spit was flying out of their mouth. Yeah, whatever, dude. Now he's gaslighting, bro. I'm just not trying to hear it, bro. Is that hard to fucking
But you did hear it. It's too late.
Yeah,
dude,
exactly.
Right, can we stop? Can we stop talking about it? Thank
I was
you.
just getting server muted.
Yeah, I'm trying to move on. So, dude, this was a small lake, a small little pond. Have you ever gone to in the inner city? They don't have these little ponds in the park.
Oh no, I live in West Washington now, and I've been all over the country. I've literally like hopped trains around the country.
So bye. All right, hobo.
I literally was a hobo, but okay.
Yo, old Hoss, I think you need to mute, man.
What?
You're putting in some weird energy, bro.
I was trying to say to him, listen, I was just trying to say to him, he had that insta excuse about the small little fountain pond. No, that could be, it's like, dude, these are things you can go do for yourself, terrestrial.
I mean, yeah, but the issue with that is that you're treating it like a reductio, saying like, I can see it disappear in a way that's not via the horizon, therefore it can't be the horizon.
No, it's via the Earth curve because it's too small of a scale for the Earth curve to be a factor. Do you not get that? I'm trying to explain that to you.
Maybe in that instance, yeah, but that doesn't
that's what we're so focus on that instance. Try and do that.
That doesn't completely, that's not a reductio. It doesn't remove fucking the curvature of the Earth from all
have to. It doesn't have to, dude. It doesn't have to. It just proves that phenomenon is not exclusive to the globe claim.
Yeah, I get it. I get your argument. It's kind of a little distorting logic, but yeah, I get what you're saying.
What? It's not
the other observation
does. Logically airtight, brother.
Yeah, no, I know what you're saying. Basically, you think I'm positing that objects disappear over the horizon, therefore it must be the curvature. But you are observing that other things can cause it to disappear over the horizon, therefore my argument's not valid. Yes, I get it.
Confirming the consequence.
No, it's not that your argument's not valid, it's that your argument could be true. It's just not substantiated to be true. My argument, according to your parameters of the globe you claim, is substantiated that it's not possible that the globe you claim is the cause. So mine's substantiated and yours isn't. Now yours could be true, could be.
And if it was substantiated, if both were substantiated, then we'd also have to have a way to differentiate between the two.
So yeah,
we do have other observations.
Yeah, you would do that by measuring it. They've done measurements. There's measurements out there where they see it disappear at approximately the same distance every time, in the same way.
Just because it does at the same, just because it's bottom up proportionally, it could still be the same optical effect that AI is seeing, or a different optical effect or something. You have to find a way somehow to prove that it's the globe.
Or into the Black Swan. We could show them. Have you seen those observations? They're observations where, based on the height of the observer and the claimed geometry of the Earth, we see a horizon distance well in excess of the claimed geometry. So it must be of a necessity like that the horizon be at a specific distance based on the geometry and the observer's height. Right? If we see in excess of that, that claim is falsified.
So basically, it's the exact opposite of AI's observation. That one was obstruction short of the globe claim. This is, lack of obstruction, in excess of the globe claim.
So I'm reading that the Black Swan works both ways.
Wow. Who wrote this? Because you guys are all reading this now. Who wrote that to you?
Yeah, hold on.
I'm just trying to get answers. Because within the last 2 weeks, it's been dozens of you who've said that.
They probably just chat GPT. What's the black swan in terms of...
Oh, is that what it is? Chat GPT is... They've sharpened up their answer, huh? So strange. And remember, Terrestrial, you already limited yourself. You said, well, certain refraction conditions can... Remember when I tried to pin you down on what a little bit meant? And you said 1 or 2 miles? So you're not going to like these oil rig observations.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about that is basically, like...
So who wrote it? I'm asking, who is giving you this information?
I'm just Googling it.
You're just... So
I'm trying to see the validity of it. I'm looking up Black Swan.
So what is it? So Sonny was right. So it is Chat GPT or percentage.
I'm Googling it.
Okay, and who wrote it? What's the website that's giving you this? They say that it works. You said they say that Black Swan works on both. Who's they and who? Yeah, just who are they?
Well, hold on. I haven't read the full thing.
Oh, okay.
Some website, some .org website.
Thanks for clearing that up.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna have to actually read through this and understand it and see what kind of arguments can be made against it or for it to make an actual claim.
LG, take your time, bro.
Well, what's the argument being made?
He's trying to debunk.
No. In the oil rig image, in the Black Swan, quote unquote, what is the argument being made?
Fair.
Terrestrial.
What?
What is the argument being made? Why did T-Dub bring up the Black Swan?
Because so they're 10 miles away, and because the Earth had curvature, the bottom of the rig should be hidden, but we can see they're too visible.
Wrong answer. Yes, you got half of it right. The second rig is about 10 miles away. What is visible beyond that second rig?
I mean, I looked at the picture earlier and I couldn't see anything. I mean, I just saw.
You just saw what?
Straight up horizon.
Okay, so the horizon is beyond 10 miles then.
Yeah. I mean, I guess in that instance, yeah.
From a 1 foot observer's height, that's a big issue for the globe.
No, because with refraction, I mean,
No, but you said earlier that refraction will get you 1 to 2 miles, maybe.
On average, but in
okay, well, this is blowing your average out of the water.
Yeah, I mean, in certain examples, you can see pretty far.
Oh, okay. Welcome to Flat Earth.
I don't think that's Flat Earth. I mean, I'm not going to believe Flat Earth.
Is it 3959? What do you don't have to believe it.
I don't believe
All you have to do is rip your brain from the vice that the outer space mythology has on you.
I don't believe it's a globe necessarily either.
Scientific stance.
You just need some time to deprogram. That's it.
No, this guy's just...
I'm not going to believe either way. I'm not going to sit here and posit that I know something I can't actually prove either way, because it seems like both the arguments are just kind of chaotic.
Why are you positing... I mean, you are doing that, though. You're positing it's refraction that's giving you these anomalous distances, the distance observation.
So
I'm just here to debate.
You don't know that.
Yeah, your presupposition is globe to begin with.
Well, you failed at that.
You were dishonest about that.
No, I'm actually... So my presupposition, what
you're doing is talking out of both sides of your mouth and your ass.
Okay. Not helpful, old Hoss.
No, I don't... Maybe you just, don't believe me, but I don't actually believe either way. You know what I mean? But I'm just...
Wrong. Then why are you bringing up refraction?
Because it seems plausible.
Really? That's a globe Earth claim.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't just because
Yeah.
I'm arguing that doesn't mean I fucking
Yeah.
believe it.
So do you even know what the formula? Do
It
you know
doesn't
what
mean
the
you have
formula?
evidence for it.
What type
On
of
to the next
refraction?
person. He's done.
Do you know what the formula is for the refraction that you're claiming, which is terrestrial refraction? Do you know what the formula is? You don't know? 7
No.
over 6, 7 over 6 R. What do you think the R stands for?
Probably radius.
Yeah. So is that not a presupposition of the claimed radius? That's what's in contention. That's baked into the formula of refraction, the one you're trying to use, and you didn't even know it.
Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, basically, yeah. That's a decent point. Hold on a second. So the point you're making basically is that because the theory of refraction is based on the presupposition that you calculate it using the Earth's radius, right? Terrestrial refraction, then therefore it's a flawed scientific method.
It's not scientific, and we know what refraction is.
Well, how did they get?
Well, I don't know what it is.
Hold on, brother. He's about to ask a very salient question. Ask your question again.
What?
You're
How did
asking
they
a
get the
question
radius of
so
the Earth?
somebody. There you go. How did they get the radius?
Yeah, like how are they using it? 7 over 6 times R, right?
Well,
Good luck.
that's why we're here, and that's why we're flat earthers, because we looked for that answer. And for over 10 years, we haven't found anybody that could give us the answer of how they obtained that.
Well, specifically, are you asking why they're using 7 over 6R, or are you asking why they're using the radius in that form, like in their formula?
We had a physicist today, and he said he read it on the books. That's where he got it from.
Because essentially, an observation you make, right? If you're claiming that the horizon is a geometric location, right? That would be a consequence of the geometry of the size of the Earth that you say that it is, like the radius value. Then if you drew a tangent line of sight from your eyeballs to where it touches the sphere, right, a straight line, that's your apex, the sagitta, right? That would dictate that it's at a specific distance. And if you make an observation where it's beyond that distance, right, then you need to account for that somehow. You need to say, well, I want to still believe I'm on a ball, but I need to explain why I'm seeing the top of the ball, that I'm supposed to be looking at, which is supposed to be the geometric horizon, further away. So therefore, you can just create a formula which essentially increases the radius of the Earth. So it's incorporating the idea that light is behaving in a way through the air which allows you to see the horizon at a location that is beyond the geometric possibility, right? But just by simply stating that the Earth is of a larger size, not really incorporating any optical effects into the formula.
Hold on a second. So yeah, I'm looking up how they got the calculations. Let's see. For the circumference, you get circumference divided by 2 pi equals radius, right? So, let's see where say cast shit.
They made it up.
Yep. So we want to know how
I mean,
they, not
I'm
how
not
they
willing to believe that.
how they measured it.
Yeah, I'm not willing to believe that they've made it up. I'm just going to look for evidence
That's
of how
so
they
crazy. He was looking for
calculated
radius.
the
He comes
circumference.
to come. I don't know what's going on anymore. There needs to be a light that lights up for you when you're pretending not to be a glober and when you're just globing.
No, I'm just actually like a skeptic. I don't like logically.
Time out. What are you skeptic about when it comes to the heliocentric model?
Not refraction.
Everything, yeah, not refraction. Well, I mean, now I'm skeptical
Yeah,
of
but
refraction, but
has
I
the
won't
damn
be once I
line.
figure out how they got the circumference. So I'll look into that. And then also, I'm skeptical of pretty much anything that I haven't looked into. That's just like logic.
Can you be skeptical about the physics of water on the globe, water on the outside of a sphere, with gas pressure in a vacuum?
Yeah, I'm skeptical about everything. But again, if I'm going to be skeptical of flat earther arguments as well.
Okay, have you ever seen water doing anything but laying flat?
I mean,
They have a big pool down there at Ohio State. Have you ever seen what?
According to the globe perspective, it does.
No, I'm asking you, have you seen that? My God, man, open your ears. Have you witnessed it with your two eyes? Water doing anything but laying flat?
I mean, yeah, like waves and shit.
Oh, my Lord. Yeah, those are undulations. So what? Okay, you've been to the beach, right?
Yeah, I mean, I live next to the beach.
You've seen someone digs a hole and then the tide goes out and you have that hole of water, full of water.
I mean, yeah.
Right? That the waves are no longer reaching.
Yep.
Tell me about the surface of that little pool of water.
I mean, yeah, it sits still other than like obvious things like the wind.
And its surface is what?
Like generally flat, yeah.
Okay, so other than waves and tides and birds splashing around and fish, the water is flat.
Oh, fuck, my phone's up 1%. I gotta go inside.
Yeah, it is effed up, isn't it?
Hold on a second. I gotta go in my house.
All right, man.
Hold on.
Don't forget the bears that are chasing after the fish.
Yeah, I just don't think you're being. I don't know. God bless you, but
no, I'm trying to be like actually.
You found yourself in this weird corner, and I don't even think. I think you were reading the writing on the wall, and then you go, "Well, I don't believe in either the globe or flat." I mean, dude, that's bull.
No, I don't believe it. Like, I don't know what to tell you, bro. You go ahead and spend like a few years drifting around on the street to see the fucking.
Been there, done there. Yeah, I was doing that when you were in a diaper in central Columbus.
How old are you? Like 40?
Yeah, like 40.
Yeah, so I was probably about 13 or something.
Yeah, wearing a diaper. So,
come on now,
dude. I know. Well, listen,
I'm still wearing a diaper, all right, bro?
Okay. Hey, it's not bragging if you're telling the truth.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're talking about being skeptical and all this shit. Well, just keep it simple. Water in a pool, it's flat. Water in the ocean, other than waves, it's flat. And like you said, yeah, from the global perspective, it's curved. Yeah, that's what they keep telling us.
Oh my
in reality,
God.
In reality, the best people have are tides and waves.
Water and spheres will debunk the globe claim, because when you add those two together, water doesn't attach to the outside of a sphere, and that's what they're claiming. Especially when they claim it's in a vacuum. Nobody can demonstrate that, because water in a vacuum evaporates. Let alone attach itself on the outside of a spinning sphere in a vacuum. Oof. So many impossibilities.
Give me a minute. I gotta try and figure out why the internet's not on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. The globe claim doesn't pass the water test nor the smell test. Because you wouldn't be able to smell anything on a globe in a vacuum.
Finn Gracie's here. Is that a...
Right percentage? If you're in a vacuum and the gas is being pulled outside of your lungs, how are you going to smell anything.
You got a point.
So the globe vacuum religion doesn't pass the smell test, obviously. It's like a scam. The scam, when you know it's a scam, you know it doesn't pass the smell test. Just like the globe scam.
Yeah, the globe, the fact, and it's not his fault. He's just Googling it. But that's a new thing where you're saying, well, it turns out I'm reading here that it looks like the black swan it's good to go on the globe and flat. Gee. It doesn't that I guess they needed some sort of substantiation for all their refraction chanting, and they got this article that they're all. Oh, I read today that it works. What is this?
But did they tell you that you're claiming that if you believe this, you can see the other side of the hill? Did they say that in the article, or they wouldn't want to put it in plain
They
English?
didn't go that far yet.
Oh, maybe they should put it in English so that people understand what they're saying when they say that, it looks flat because of refraction.
Super happy about this. I gotta use my fucking hotspot. God damn it, dude. Yeah, landlord's supposed to pay the bills. I give her all this fucking money.
No need to damn God over the landlord.
Grumble. Now you're sounding like the boomer, grumbling.
It's not my job to fucking pay the bill, so it's not getting paid when I'm giving the money. I paid my rent 2 weeks in advance, bro. Come on.
I thought boomers were like 80 years old. Yeah, God gets damned for a lot of things that are like. So it's like I
don't believe in God.
I pulled my cell phone plug out of the wall. God damn it!
Wait a minute. So you don't believe in God? So you believe that all the organisms here on Earth sprang up out of the rocks and elements without any kind of direction whatsoever?
No, I'm.
Oh, so there was a crater then.
No, I just don't. I don't believe that there is or isn't. I don't know. That's what I say. I don't fucking know. Who knows? Could be anything.
No, couldn't.
It's not really my concern. I'm focused. So my perspective is like I don't really spend much time thinking about that. I'm just agnostic.
Hey, Terrestrial, if you see something that has been programmed and there's a code for that program, will you say this program wrote itself? There was no coder behind it.
What the fuck? Sorry, not you. Nothing's letting me connect to the internet. I'm gonna have to restart my computer.
You are connected, bro.
No, I'm on my computer. I'm on my phone right now. No, so I don't think that's like saying like we live in a world where we can observe human will, and I can observe that like humans constantly code things, right? And so if I see something that's coded, I'm gonna say, well, someone probably coded that. It's like that makes sense. But like I said, it's possible, but I also don't believe it. You know what I mean? It could just be like literal billions of years of like.
So listen, if you allow 1 billion years, or you have 1 billion years, and you put all the pieces of a watch, a Swiss watch, in a box, and then you let it sit down for 1 billion years, without anyone's intervention, will all the pieces be put together just because time will put all the pieces together and make the Swiss watch work?
Well, no, because that's not how a watch like functions. The pieces of a watch aren't going to be randomly assembled.
It needs a watchmaker, right?
Yeah, or some kind of like machine to put it together.
Yeah, and the machine is a designer.
Why don't you just put it in a tumbler? Just shake up the box for a long time. Think that'd work?
I mean, yeah, if say there were indestructible pieces and you just shook it constantly for like a couple billion years, they might assemble themselves.
Oh, clip it.
Hey, I mean, that makes sense, bro.
Oh my goodness. It makes
no sense. It doesn't make sense.
That nonsense makes no sense.
You're telling me if you put indestructible watch pieces in a box, right, and literally shook it for like 10 billion years, there's absolutely zero chance that they could end up put together in the right place. That's
correct. Yeah.
No.
How do you get all the pieces in the box in the first place without someone putting it there?
I mean, this is just a like hypothetical. You know what I mean? Now you're like getting meta with the conversation that has nothing to do with the initial like hypothetical.
I mean, yeah, it's all good. It's all good, bro.
Okay, how about this? There's nothingness. All right, nothingness. At what point do you have something?
I don't know if there was nothingness before this.
Well, what existed before?
I don't know.
It's a globe claim.
So I'm saying I don't know. I'm agnostic.
If that which existed before,
You say that you're agnostic, and you say
that
you're
which existed before
undecided,
had to have been eternal, right? Or self-causing, right?
No, see, when I make arguments against these arguments, it's not because I'm saying I'm atheist. This is why I'm agnostic. It's because this isn't enough proof for me. These arguments don't make sense to me.
Water laying flat doesn't make sense to you?
No, and with the God conversation.
Oh. Well, you're the one
In the God
damning
conversation,
God.
if it's not nothing, it has to be something, right? Because if it's nothing, give it trillions and trillions of years, nothing's going to come from it, right? So you have to have something, right? This something could either be eternal or self-causing, right? Either way, it had the power or the know-how or what have you to move everything else, to create everything else, right? That something that you must agree had to have existed is what people call God.
I don't know. I don't know if there was a beginning or... We don't know.
Well, 0 plus 0 plus 0 ad infinitum cannot equal 1.
Well, how about
it has
this
to be
one?
a beginning.
So is he saying the Big Bang didn't happen, or
No, he didn't claim that. He didn't claim that, but he said he didn't believe in God, and we just throwing stuff out there, maybe to spark the light.
What happened was he flat smacked himself, and then he said, "Well, I didn't believe in the globe anyways," and then he was damning God about something.
Yeah, that's what kind of what I thought. I had took my head to that for a minute, but that's where I was at too.
No, the only reason I brought this up is because somebody said something about like, see, I knew it. You're saying you didn't believe in the globe before, like out of nowhere when I was trying to like construct an argument or say I'm going to research something, and then I was like taking a pause, and I was like, no, I literally said I don't fully believe it, but it doesn't mean that. I'm not going to sit here and argue like the common arguments that I think make a little more sense. But I mean, some of these arguments make sense too. This is why I came in earlier. Whoever muted me, I was saying something about fucking... He said he can see pixels that look like lights in the distance, and I looked at it and just looked like distorted image. And I was like, that's such a like I've heard better arguments than that. Like I want to hear something more interesting. And then he muted me. So... Oh, after he said that I can't possibly be agnostic on it. And I was like, no, I'm agnostic on it. And I fucking started talking really fast, and then he muted me. So,
well, I mean, it's easy to go into new stuff if you're able to process baseline things. Like, do you understand flat to be an adjective?
Yeah, but I mean, whether or not
there we
it's
go.
like empirically possible for something to be actually completely flat is like, it's a question for me.
Yeah, that's boring. I would say that would be not something we would talk about here.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't think it's really related to the idea that the Earth is like, you know, quote unquote flat. Like actually perfectly flat has no.
The Earth is mathematically damn flat, flatter than a pancake. Is a pancake flat?
Yes.
Well, yeah, like what do you call it? Metaphorically, you know.
The good ones.
Okay. The Earth is mathematically flatter than a pancake.
Wasn't that study done in like the 90s where the geologists, they went to Kansas, or they took the information from Kansas, and they said it's flatter than the IHOP pancakes?
I know.
There's like five states that are flatter than a pancake of the United States. 5 states.
Florida.
Yeah, so I'm saying Florida.
Florida is flatter than Kansas.
So
if you want something new here, do you have an explanation for Florida Man? What would be your explanation?
Florida Man, what is that?
You never heard of Florida Man?
like the meme that people from Florida are always on the news causing shit.
Yeah, they're crazy and shit.
Yeah, I mean it's the same thing with Ohio. Except
Yeah,
Ohio, it's like some fucking lady was gummed some guy to death while he was sleeping at the bus stop.
Yeah, so how about, do you have an explanation for that? Like, why Florida?
I think Florida is just it's like socioeconomically like so fucked because it's just like so many people and there's so much like immigration there and there's so many like people there in like so many large fucking cities. It's kind of like the California of the East Coast.
Do you
And
think
it's
it should
really
be like?
hot, so people can be active pretty much all hours of the day, all year round, and the noise just never stops.
You think it should be more monolithic, like only like white people or something?
What? No.
What?
So how about the Netherlands? Have you heard about Netherlands, man? It's like the European version of Florida, man.
No, that's interesting. Scientists.
Yeah, and then also you
the
have
Flying Dutchman.
Yeah, Australia. A lot of people, Australia, man. So my explanation would be, those areas are so incredibly flat, but they're being told that it's curved. And the result of that is some very strange behavior.
Like the Bermuda Triangle or some shit?
Yeah, kind
That's
of like
a fucking theory, Crit.
You like that percentage?
Like something naturally, intuitively, they've been lied to such a level that now like things are going crazy, going haywire.
Yeah, it's like something breaking. Yeah, it's like breaking their reality. It's like everywhere they go is flat as fuck. Just flat. Netherlands, Florida, and Australia. But then what they do with that is they're being told it's not flat. So then they just like rob a liquor store with an alligator.
That's great. Just something breaks internally. That's a far-fetched theory.
I mean, it's an explanation. I wouldn't say like a theory because it'd be like there's a lot of crazy in Florida, but there's a lot of crazy everywhere.
It makes more sense than the globe.
I mean, what doesn't?
What doesn't, right? Because the globe is complete nonsense. If you want to speak about nonsense, just say the globe. That's nonsense.
Low IQ moment.
That alligator story sounds like a load of crock.
But
sounds like that joke came from down under.
Some new guy was trying to say something. Go ahead, sir.
Rocky.
Talking about his IQ, I think.
Yeah.
Say again?
What were you bringing up about IQ?
No, I just said like low IQ moment.
Okay.
Are you having one of those? Because you don't comprehend anything that's being said?
He's a dog.
Huh?
Low IQ moment. Huh?
Oh, you have
Me,
low
Rocky.
IQ? Is that what you're trying to say?
Which moment, Rocky?
When he talking about
We're talking about Florida, man.
No, not.
So
not
have you ever
when
seen
Gemsy was
the Earth
talking
as a
about
globe,
the globe
other
not
than
making
opening?
sense.
You ever seen the Earth as a globe other than opening a magazine or turning on your TV or some form of media? Like you ever went outside and experienced it?
Cartoons like Star Wars.
Well, we know he hasn't experienced any of that stuff either, but have you ever experienced the Earth as a globe by going outside? Or was it always indoors with a TV or a magazine or something?
Just answer.
Well, just maybe instead of like challenging him, just be like, what do you think then? What would be something new in this discussion? Like old boy there at the bottom, I think, was it Terrestrial? Yeah, he asked for something new. Like, I just joined the channel today. I want to hear something new. What would you offer?
The thing is that he heard a few things and he said low IQ moment. That's what that was his reply.
Yes, what would be his reply? His high IQ.
I think we should ask him if he hears us.
I could really go from pancakes right now. Some flat pancakes. Let the syrup all pool.
Let's go percentage. Where you at? Let's go to IHOP. You don't eat you don't eat pork. They probably sell pork there.
I'm pretty sure there's no pork in the pancakes.
Don't.
I would hope
don't
at
doubt
least.
it.
Satellite navigation. I don't know. This is. Sorry, maybe this will be like my hobby study. I've been kind of getting into neuroscience, but.
Okay, actually,
You know
wait,
the holes
I have
in the
a
pancakes,
question.
like the holes that are caused by the bubbles.
Earthers.
Yeah, Rocky, the question was for you. What would be your high IQ moment?
What was the question for me?
Yeah, what's your high IQ moment?
Oh well, I think the Earth is a globe, but I don't even want to debate
Low
about
IQ moment.
the science of that. My question here, it's so if the Earth is flat, it means the government and everyone is lying to us, yeah.
That sounds low IQ.
Yeah, so everyone's lying to us, right?
Dude, this is really low.
Trouble believing that the
Not
government
everyone.
You think
Hopefully
the
it's
guy
full.
cleaning the toilets at NASA, he gets paid by NASA, you think he's lying to you when he cleans the toilets?
So hang on, who's gonna answer the question?
Yeah, Rocky, this is very low IQ.
The government's lying, right?
Dude,
I
does
haven't
the
even made
government lie to
an
you?
opinion
Does the
yet. How can it be low IQ?
The government believes it. Just like you, they believe it.
That statement is low IQ. How can a question be low IQ?
Yeah,
You saying
at some
it's low
point
IQ
do you
is low
realize your government's lying to you? Do you know that? Do you
Right,
know,
okay.
Do you know your government's lying to you, or you don't know that?
Every single government in the world has at some point
lying
lied
to you. Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah, you know that.
So I'm just
and they're continuing to.
Of course, 100%.
Except when they
My question is, and you guys might not know the answer, but what is
Why would
is
they
the
lie?
benefit? What is the benefit of telling
right.
people the Earth is flat when it's not?
Mind control.
Isn't that like the lowest IQ question we ever get? That one?
Yeah, that's super low IQ.
That's the lowest
You have
IQ.
to have a motive, right? When
Yeah,
you
you're asking why psychopaths
when you
lie.
make something.
Like, what's the point of lying from a psychopath?
Why would they lie?
There's motives. Everyone has motives to lie.
Why would they tell you the truth? Why would your government tell you the truth? You think they like you?
To
You
have
think
your
they want
trust.
to help you?
To have your trust.
You think your government
So they
gives a
can
fuck
control
about
you
your
easier.
Trust?
So why does the lie that
Listen,
the Earth is
Rocky,
a globe?
if they
Why
can,
is that
Rocky, if they
make
can
it easier to
convince you
control?
to believe absurdities, they can convince you to commit atrocities.
Nice quote.
That's Voltaire.
That's
That's
to
high
me, that's a
IQ.
bit of a reach.
Voltaire.
Has to be
That's-
explained further. That one.
Is Voltaire, is he low IQ or high IQ?
Huh?
Is Voltaire low IQ or
Is
high
that the
IQ?
username of someone in here, or is actual?
Depends on the quote.
Holy shit. You never heard of a historical figure called Voltaire?
I know. I'm asking if you're referring to the historical figure, or if there's someone out of the 60,000
the-
people that are in this
The
room named
historical
Voltaire.
figure, Voltaire. Is that low IQ or high IQ?
Probably has a high IQ.
Okay, so if he said, if the government can make you believe absurdities, they'll let you commit atrocity, something like that.
I get that.
Okay,
I
so
mean,
is that a good answer, or is that a low IQ answer or a high IQ answer?
I don't know. It doesn't. So is everything else about science correct, as we understand?
Well, hold on. Let's go one question at a time to a full, complete,
Yes,
logical
yes,
conclusion.
that's a possibility. Yes.
Okay,
So we can go up in IQ.
Okay.
So
okay,
did Voltaire also
maybe.
say it's very dangerous to be right when systems of authority are wrong?
I mean, I haven't heard that quote, but I'll take your word for it. Sure.
Yeah. How about did he also say common sense ain't so common?
Okay.
And from now on, anyone who says IQ owes me $5.
Okay.
There's some smart
Sure,
guy
just
that
as long
said
as you
that
pay
nonsense
100,000 in
makes
advance.
sense. My bad.
Okay. So, hang on. Are you done asking questions, or what was the point of those quotes? What's the link?
The quote there is that when Terrestrial was asking, hey, I would like something new here in Flat Earth, a new discussion. So I'm like, sure. I brought up a museum about an explanation for Florida Man. You deem that as a low IQ moment and then went on to ask,
I didn't even say that
don't
about
know
that.
why government would lie.
I didn't
Therefore,
even say that about
they
that.
couldn't have lied to you while knowing
Are you listening?
the only
I
thing
didn't say
government
that about
does
what you
is
said.
lie.
I didn't say that about
He
what
said
you
it about
said.
what Gemsy was saying.
Maybe that's just his catchphrase. He says that before he enters any chat. Hey, another low IQ moment. I am Rocky.
I'm rolling it.
So anyway, okay. Maybe the government is lying to us to control us about the Earth being a globe or flat. Okay. But are you guys... Why is it about flat Earth specifically? Is everything else about science the way the government presents it to us? Is that true? Or what?
Like what? Do you got an example?
Anything, any theory, any
Start throwing out some
scientific
examples.
theory, thermodynamics.
Start throwing out some examples.
He thinks that the surface of the Earth is a
thermodynamics.
scientific
How
question,
about that?
guys.
Thermodynamics.
Thermodynamics, that goes against the globe.
Hang on. We don't.
A lot of thermodynamics is true, but there's some.
It doesn't have to be related to the globe or flat. I'm just saying, is any other field of science lying to us? He asked for an example. I said thermodynamics, the theory that the way heat is dispersed is from hot particles to cold. Is that a lie?
No, of course not. No. So high gas pressure expands out, right, in the same way?
Yeah.
So do you believe in lumpy gas in a vacuum called Jupiter? That's a
Lumpy
violation
gas,
of... Yeah, a lump of gas in a vacuum that doesn't expand to fill the available volume? Is that what you believe in?
Well, that is related more to gravity, the theory of gravity, not so much thermodynamics.
Let's say that I have a propane tank, 250 psi, right? And the nozzle's facing up, and gravity's pulling down on Earth where it's the strongest at the surface. What's going to happen when I open that nozzle and change it from a closed
Can you
container
repeat
to open?
you said
If I have
PSI and I locked out. I was trying to
It's okay.
convert to
It's okay. High
kPa.
pressure propane. I open the tank, it's facing up, gravity's pulling down. What happens? If I open the propane
you tell me.
tank, doesn't it spew out until it reaches equilibrium?
Yeah.
Okay. How come Jupiter doesn't do that in violation of the second law of thermodynamics?
Probably because their gravity is way stronger than the atmospheric pressure that we
How to
receive
get
on
that
Earth.
high? How did they pause the second law of thermodynamics to allow for it to amass enough gravity?
Well, I don't know the numbers. I'd have to look at the numbers specifically, right?
But gravity
I'm
doesn't
asking
affect the propane
I'm asking you to
tank.
qualify it, not to quantify it.
Okay,
Because-
what am I qualifying?
Okay, so how did they stop the gas from expanding for enough time so that it would amass and get enough gravity?
Well, now you're asking am I correctly understanding that this is a question about how the universe was formed, basically?
No, not the universe. Just Jupiter.
Well, Jupiter,
a gas
right?
giant.
Okay,
yeah,
but
any ball of gas, any star,
I
any
don't know
sun.
that. I don't think anyone knows how planets were formed at the very beginning. We don't
So
know.
how
that.
do you know they're gas in the first place?
How do I know they're gas?
Yeah, how do you know they're gaseous planets in the first place?
In a vacuum, you're forgetting that.
Well, because they're defined as gas, like they've been analyzed to be gas.
So because they tell us that they're gas.
What?
Because they tell us, the government tells us they're gas. They're
No.
gas.
Okay.
Right?
What is your reason?
I don't believe they're gas. I don't believe they're balls of gas in a vacuum. I don't believe they somehow stopped, entropy or or high to low or what have you, the second law of thermodynamics, so as to allow the gas to clump together and get enough gravity to then turn on. Now we can turn on the second law of thermodynamics, and it has enough gravity to fend it off. It's retarded.
Why is that retarded?
There's also a scientist who agrees with this. Would you like to see him say it instead of us?
You could, but here's the thing: we can get gas flowing in any way we want. We can get it to go against gravity, with gravity, just by pressure valves. Right?
Right, but you're going against the gas laws, and we're saying no, the gas laws are true, and you're saying no, gravity defeats gas law. And
No, it's about. No, it doesn't always defeat. No.
It never does.
It just depends on the pressure.
Oh shit!
We're not talking about just flow of gas. We're talking about stopping equalization, stopping it from evacuating.
Mm-hmm.
Right, because it's not like your car when you have a full tank and you run it all out, and then you open the cap, and then it sucks it in. It's not like you can turn your car sideways and that won't happen. It happens every time, no matter what.
Yeah, because of pressure force.
Right, the pressure forces it out, expand until it fills the volume.
Not always. It can force in.
He said gas pressure. You know, gas pressure is the force that the gases exert on the walls of its container, and there is no container on the globe.
Wait. Let me try to correctly understand. Are you saying that gas has to flow from an area of low volume to high volume? It can never be the opposite.
High pressure to low pressure. It never moves in the opposite direction. Always.
No, it does. Okay. It does sometimes. Very, very, very rarely.
Okay.
It's a very, very.
But it has nothing to do with volume,
steep
right?
Bell curve.
It has nothing to do with volume, just pressure, right?
Gas pressure doesn't have to do with volume, and the definition of gas pressure is the force the gas particles exert against.
Well, it is related, right? Volume
That's
is related
a volume.
to pressure.
The container is a volume.
Mm-hmm. But so why? Okay, what is the flaw in the explanation that the gravitational force, for example, on Jupiter, is stronger, meaning it causes more pressure than the gas pressure?
Too bad you mentioned Jupiter. Now we're gonna be up in the sky.
How'd you get the gravitational force of Jupiter?
He mentioned Jupiter.
Well, they believe in lumpy gas in a vacuum. I just don't know how they can take themselves serious. And they just say gravity. It's like the magic word that makes it all disappear.
Yeah, tell me how this lump of
Larry,
gas
how
formed.
you and I listen. How you and I gonna demonstrate anything about Jupiter?
Well,
but you guys brought it up. No, I didn't bring it up.
Yeah, we know. I brought it up, right? My fault. But we're claiming we don't know what's going on with Jupiter. He's claiming, if he believes in the globe, that the scientists have got it all figured out and they know exactly how much Jupiter weighs. And you can Google it, and Google will tell you the mass of Jupiter. Right? We're saying we don't know. We're with George Carlin in the corner of doubt, and he's got certainty and confidence.
Wait, is your position right now to say you don't know for Jupiter?
But you're the one who asked. You said, "What about the rest of all this stuff?"
Hang on.
Is that a lie too?
I don't know what Jupiter is.
Wait. Hang on. I think we're getting mixed up here. Wait. I said, is everything else a lie? Now, his position that he just said is he doesn't know. He not knowing doesn't sound the same as him knowing it's a lie.
You agreed.
Yeah.
You agreed about the formation of all. That's one of the things. All the other stuff. So yes, they're make believing and lying, and people are repeating lies. They're fibbing. They're backfilling other old stories. They're putting other lipstick on a pig of another story.
Wait, hang on. I'm confused now because first you guys said that's a lie. Then he said he doesn't know. To me,
if
that's
something is made up and it has no proof whatsoever, is it a lie?
I'm asking for clarification, by the way. I'm not.
No, you said is all the other stuff bullshit too.
Yeah.
Right, and then I'm pointing out that we believe in the second law of thermodynamics, and you're making excuses as to why it doesn't happen.
No, I believe in the second law of thermodynamics for sure.
Okay, then you don't believe in the standard model of the sun, which is a gas giant that's experiencing fission. right? Or you don't believe, or fusion.
What
sorry,
I don't believe is that that model somehow is flawed when you compare it with the idea of thermodynamics.
How could it not be?
Rocky, it's very simple. Yeah, either the second law of thermodynamics works and gas expands to fill its container, or the gas clumped together and the second law of thermodynamics didn't work. Pick one. You can't have both.
Okay, you can have a force, right? Now, if there's no forces involved, I agree with you. Naturally, gas expands over a container. But you can introduce forces that will make it so that that is not the case. That's a possibility.
Which force? Which force did this?
Pressure force, any pressure force. So for if we're talking planets, it's gravity. That's your pressure force.
You will require a container for that.
Yeah.
You will require.
That's not how
a
gravity
container
works,
for that.
bro. Gravity. Oh my goodness. For gravity, it goes to the center of mass. If
Yes,
there's no center
and
of
where
mass,
do you think the center of mass is?
the center of mass requires the for some reason the gas stay together. It fought off the second law of thermodynamics. How?
Hang on, that statement didn't make sense to me.
It does.
The center of
you're in a
mass
catch-22. You're
requires
saying
everything to stay together.
Hold up. You're saying the gravity's fighting off the second law of thermodynamics, but in order to have gravity, you have to have the gas lumping together. In order for it to lump together, you have to fight off the second law. You're in a circular argument, bro.
No, that doesn't make sense.
What doesn't
Okay,
make
so what came
sense is
first?
you all of a sudden know how all the planets were formed when 2 minutes ago you didn't.
That's like that. That's like you're on a seesaw with your friend, and you guys weigh the same, so the seesaw is flat. And you're saying it doesn't make sense for the seesaw to be flat because it being flat means that there had to be one force in the that doesn't make sense.
No, that's a false analogy.
Okay, explain yourself. Maybe I didn't understand.
You're saying that the reason why we have a force that can fight against the second law of thermodynamics is because the gas is because of gravity. But gravity requires the gas to clump together. In order for it to clump together, you already have to be fighting the second law of thermodynamics. So you're fighting the second law of thermodynamics even before gravity is introduced. What came first?
Okay, I get it.
Okay, go ahead.
I get it now. So you're not okay. So you're not questioning the status of the planet now. That's fine. You're saying how did that come to be in the beginning?
Of course. How did it form?
Okay, I don't know. I can't answer that. I don't think you have the answer to that.
No, but I'm saying you have to choose one. Either the second law of thermodynamics was working and it wouldn't have formed, or it formed and the second law of thermodynamics wasn't working. Do you concede that?
I did. To me, what happened that caused the formation of everything, the universe as we know it, I don't think we have the science to study that. So I don't think our laws that we know, our laws today, I think, portray how the universe world works today in its current state. I think that's what's going on.
So you think there was a different set of natural laws, or maybe some natural law that we haven't discovered yet, that existed back
I don't
then
think
that
that
allowed...
for sure. I think it could be a possibility. But whatever is going on, I don't think we understand it.
Okay, but there would have to be something, right? There would have to be something that could overpower entropy and allow for the gas to clump together, to have mass, so as to have gravity, right?
I don't think you used the word entropy correctly, but yes, I get what you're saying.
Okay, so you're appealing to a hypothetical natural law that has never been discovered and we have no evidence for.
Well, I think you also appealing to a hypothetical if we're talking about the very formation of the universe.
How? We're talking about the formation of a gas, like a gas planet, a gaseous body.
Mm-hmm.
In order to keep your story alive, you're appealing to a supposed natural law that has never been discovered and that we have no evidence for. Isn't it more logical to say we don't know and maybe it's not a gas giant to begin with?
Well,
Like, what evidence
here's
do you
where
have?
I'm having
Do you have a
trouble with this
specimen?
conversation.
Do you have a probe that went there and collected a sample, and that's how you know it's gas?
Obviously not. But here's my trouble with this conversation. Okay, I'm gonna try to make an analogy. Let's see if it works. But it's like we're looking at a bridge right now, and we're trying to study how does a bridge work. Well, it's all about canceling out the force. If anyone's a civil engineer here, you'll understand what I'm talking about. But it's about canceling out the forces so that nothing moves. No part of the bridge is in motion. That's how a bridge works. And then it's like someone else is asking, oh, but how can the bridge just not be in motion? How did they build the bridge in the beginning? It had to be in motion for, like, the parts had to be in motion for us to build the bridge. You see, like, it's not the same argument. It's not the same question. Does that make sense?
It makes sense, but I think it's a false analogy.
Okay.
Because all the thing is a ball of gas. It's not like a bridge that has different, like, stages of
Well, the
development and stuff
analogy
like that.
there is that a bridge, when it's built, it's relying completely on statics, but before it is built, it's relying completely on dynamics. Two completely different schools of physics.
Yeah, there's no problem there, but I don't think you can apply that to a ball of gas in a vacuum forming. Unless
but that's your opinion, right? Just as much as I have my opinion, right? Can you, like, do you have evidence for that to not be your opinion, but for it to be fact?
Do I have evidence for it to be fact that it's what? Could you rephrase your question?
So your argument was that, oh, that applies to bridges, but it won't apply to gas. That's your argument, right?
I don't think it applies.
So I feel like that's your opinion. I don't feel like
it's a much more
that's
simple thing.
Just as much as I can prove it, I don't think that's something you could prove either, right?
Yeah, but the thing is, the burden of proof is on the one that makes the claim. So if you're claiming it's a ball of gas, the burden of proof is on you, right? You're not going to ask me evidence to disprove that it's a ball of gas because I don't have omnisciency that I can prove a negative claim.
Well,
that's not how it
I'm
works.
saying, right? I'm proposing that a bridge is confusing in the way that once it's built, the concept is completely different as before it's built. So I'm just like the same way someone who doesn't understand that would be confused by it. I feel like that's our state when we look at planets. That's what I'm proposing. I'm not making a claim that I feel like I have a burden of proof for.
So you don't think the planet is like a ball of gas? You don't think the sun is a ball of gas?
I don't. Well, what do you mean by gas?
Oh, come on.
Well, sun, yes, like explosions, right?
Fluid,
Gas.
but not liquid. That's what we mean.
Yeah, that's fine. So, like, not solid.
Yeah, definitely not solid.
Yeah, I think they're gas. Yeah.
Yeah. The point is, if you're claiming that they're gas, according to the the heliocentric model, according to the main belief, you'd have to have evidence for it. What evidence do you have to say that it's gas?
Spectroscopy.
Say again?
You could have told this guy spectroscopy, but you just didn't. So it seems like you're not really well versed on this.
It seems like you're not well versed because it's not spectroscopy.
I'm not talking to you, buddy. I'm talking to this other guy. He's arguing with you.
I mean, my understanding.
That's the wrong word.
My understanding was
being pedantic. It's really cringe.
We established that through observation, and like, what was it like analyzing their atmosphere, which tells us it had behavior that was similar to gas. I don't think I have the details more than that, but that's. There's the science there. Yeah. They don't
either. They say that they judge the absorption emission spectrum. Basically, they take the wavelengths of the light that they see, the colors of light, and they say it's similar to the colors they observe in the real world with certain gases in different different samples, and so they say that it must be this gas. They don't have any they've never gotten a sample and verified it or whatever. It's all just
You
assumption.
can literally just do it thousands of times on the Earth's surface and already see that it's accurate. I don't know why you trying to like pretend like it's not accurate all of a sudden because it goes against your worldview, dude.
What do you mean? You could do
like you're just like I can just tell by the way you're talking that you're just in bad faith. Like this guy.
What are you talking about, man? Of course,
going to hell,
spectroscopy.
Bro.
Listen, you could do spectroscopy on an actual sample, something you have. You can do it 1,000 times if you want. That doesn't mean that if you see the same color in the sky, therefore it's the same sample of gas or whatever substrate you have. That's affirming the consequent fallacy. You would need to somehow confirm it, and you'd have to take a sample in the sky or something like that to confirm it. They've never once done that. When did they take a probe to the sun to get a sample of hydrogen and helium?
Well, like the thing about science, right, is that it's completely based off observation and result, and we attribute that to be correct, even if it's not. So I'll give you an example, right? Like, if you, it's gonna be a stupid example, but this is.
Hold up. All empiricism is based on observation. Science is based on specifically experimentation.
Yeah.
You have to test
And if
your
it works, if it's a system that works, we don't question it further. That's what the point I'm
Sure,
trying to
if it's actual science, yeah. There's no actual
But
science.
that's the thing. It doesn't have to be actual science for us to not question it.
What?
So if you're, I'm gonna give you a very stupid example, but if you were a doctor, right, and you believe that you can cure cancer by eating a cucumber and then eating 3 strawberries, right, and then you did that with a bunch of cancer patients, and miraculously all their cancer was cured, right? It doesn't matter that the actions they did isn't actually what caused them to cure cancer. The fact that you had a method and it was repeatable and it worked, even if it's not actually the truth, but every time we repeat it, it works. That's all that matters in science.
Sure, yeah.
Does that make sense?
And that would be actual science because I tested it by giving the whatever to the patient.
Even though you might be wrong, right? Even though you might fully not understand what's going on there, but if it's giving the expected result every time, that's enough to say it.
Absolutely,
it works.
I agree. Now, that requires testing. I tested it on the patients. I gave them this, whatever I thought would cure it, right?
Mm-hmm.
When do you ever see that with anything astro, any so-called science that's astrophysics, when have they ever tested anything?
Okay, so I'm not sure about this. Okay, now I can just speculate.
But we agree, if it's just observation only, it's not science, right? Science
no,
right?
No. Because if from what I understand, they're analyzing the atmospheres of the planets, and the atmosphere they're analyzing gives off behavior.
Contradiction of terms: atmos, air, gases.
If whatever they're analyzing
gases have no shape,
gives us predictive behavior, something would be a gas. That's basically what we just described, right? Where you have an observation, it's dependable, it's reliable every time you do it, and that's
Hold up, first off, what makes you think the data that they're so-called analyzing is accurate? Like how do they have the atmosphere of another planet? Do they go and get a sample?
I think it's. I don't know. I don't.
Okay.
I just don't know.
That's number one. Number two, is analyzing data the same as testing a hypothesis?
You can test a hypothesis by analyzing data. I'm not sure what your question means other than
okay, so let's take your dumb example with like curing cancer. Let's say I'm observing the cancer, I'm collecting data on the cancer of these patients, and I analyze that data. Is that me doing the experiment of testing the cure?
No.
No, it's not, right?
No. Oh, analyzing the cancer itself?
Yeah, just analyzing the data that I have from the cancer.
Not.
It's obviously no test is there.
You're saying you observe
I have to do the test. I could analyze the test results, sure.
Yeah.
But I have to do a test, right? So now where are these so-called scientists doing the tests on the atmosphere of other planets? What tests are they doing?
From what I understand, it's just through observation and comparable observation with Earth.
So there's no actual test.
How are you gonna compare the luminaries to the Earth?
No, I mean, I agree with you. It's not perfect. It's probably the best
It's
we
not
have
science,
at this
bro.
stage.
It's not science, yeah. You got to test your hypothesis. If you can't test your hypothesis, you're not doing science.
As a heuristic, imagine anything that starts with astro is not science.
Mm-hmm.
It's empiricism, maybe. Yeah, you could astronomy, astrophysics. You can like have thought.
Biology.
Mm-hmm.
What about lone wolf
thought experiments? But you can't actually have an actual experiment until they go and take a probe and get a sample and yada yada.
I mean, yeah, I agree with you. But isn't that why? I don't think any single person that studies science specifically, or I meant to say seriously, any person that studies science seriously takes anything for a 100% that's the reality analysis.
No one said that.
That's why we call things theories. We don't even call them facts.
You're attacking a straw man. No one said that.
No, a scientific theory has been established already by repeated experiment.
Yes, I know. I wasn't saying that planets being made up of gas is a theory. That wasn't my argument. It's just that I'm saying sometimes all you can do is go with the best you have, and sometimes the best you have is observation.
Yeah, but it's not science.
But observation is not a theory.
Well, observing the behavior of things can be. It's not just as. I feel like you guys are putting it simpler than it actually is.
What's the benefit?
No, you definitely learn things from observing. There's benefit.
What's the benefit, though?
Is that a question for me?
Yeah, what's the benefit?
The benefit of what?
How does it improve? Does it improve lifestyle, or what does it do?
Knowing things or assuming things?
It's just serving curiosity. It's just for curiosity's sake,
for sure.
is it?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, cool.
So if you want to know why we're even interested in astronomy in that way, I mean, there's a lot of advantages, like to know space for us, right?
Space?
Yeah.
What's that?
See, once you start talking about galaxies, you run into the problem of the crisis in cosmology. And this is where even Michio Kaku admits that it's the largest mismatch between observation and theory in the history of science. It's not it's not off by a little. It's off by a factor of 10 to the 120th power. So if you do 5 minutes of research on the cosmological constant crisis, you're going to see that gravity breaks down everywhere that there's dark matter, black holes, and it's like this placeholder that doesn't even exist. And then once you realize that 96% of the universe, the so-called space, is made up of dark matter and dark energy that can't be directly observed, but it has to be there to make the model work. I mean, if that doesn't make you skeptical at all, I mean, I don't really know what's wrong with you, because that would make me extremely skeptical. So I'm going to ask you, what is it about the standard model in cosmology or the acentric model, what you know is the heliocentric model? What is it that you're skeptical about? Space.
What's that?
Was that a question for me?
Yeah, brother, what are you skeptical about?
Hang on, I felt like that was a question for a flat earther, so I'm confused.
No, that was it's for you.
I'm
Are you
sorry
skeptical
to tell you, I
about
don't think I
anything?
understood your question then.
Are you skeptical about anything when it comes to what they tell you about space, or are they just batting 1,000?
I'm not gonna lie, I'm not that skeptical about it.
So you would be someone we called somebody with a lot of faith in what other people say.
It's not like maybe you can call it faith. Here's the thing, right? Like,
It will have to be faith.
well, this is what I and this is just like this. I'm not about to make an argument, and there's no argument to be made from this. This is just my personal experience. I'm an engineer, so I studied a lot of science, and basically, every time something has been proposed to me in my studies where I've been skeptical about, right? And then you're presented the theory behind it, extensive formulas and everything, and then it finally makes sense to you. You kind of develop that thing where you can trust science, where it's like, okay, even though it sounds skeptical, I know there's probably a bunch of formulas and theory that back it.
Yeah, but the lore of a computer game or of a fantasy series can make sense to you, but that doesn't mean that it's reality, right?
Well, hang on. Now, do you guys have a problem with math?
No, math is a language.
Globe has a problem with math.
But can you prove it? Like, you guys agree that you can prove things with math?
You can describe things.
Through experimentation. So math is a language, so I can put a sentence together and I can describe things. I can describe how a purple unicorn farts rainbows, but I can't prove it.
Oh, yeah. Okay, let me give a specific example so we're all clear. Newton claimed that planets orbit in a helix kind of shape. When asked why, he used integral calculus to... he actually invented integral calculus for that reason, but he used integral calculus to solve why the shape comes out to be a helix. Do you guys have a problem with that happening? Do you think it's possible for that to be a case?
The problem you have is when you started with planet, you haven't proven that balls of rock can exist in the first place.
Well, hang on. I don't feel like respectfully. I don't feel like you're.
It could just be the luminary. It could just be a light. Where did he come up with the helix thing to begin with? Did he observe it?
That's a good question. I don't know. He made that claim, but the only point I'm making is that he proved it with integral calculus. Is there a problem with that?
No, but that doesn't make it true, right?
No, that's fine. But as long as
it's just like the guy said, I could have a mathematical equation for why purple unicorns fart rainbows or whatever he said. That doesn't make it true.
Okay, but as long as you believe it is possible to do that with math, that's all I'm trying to get out of this.
Yeah, math is input equals output.
You can make up stories with math. Yeah.
No, hang on. Making up stories is like.
But what I said is true. The problem is he's built that upon many pre-assumptions. He's now all of a sudden moved the cosmology to the sun orbits the Milky Way. This means the whole solar system is moving forward through space. Like, you've got to prove these initial premises to then, start building upon this more advanced explanation as to why we see what we see. It's putting holes over problems in the original cosmology. It's like the cosmological constant. It's
not being
covering holes. Go ahead.
So I want to try again. Because you guys fine with math proving effects? Because every time I answer it, okay.
No, so math doesn't prove anything.
Maxwell supposedly proved that the rings of Saturn are neither liquid or large clumps of solid. Proved it mathematically. No, he didn't. He didn't prove shit. Came up with an idea that he expressed mathematically. He has no way to test that. He got an award for it, though. Everyone patted him on the back and said, "Well done, you solved the mystery once and for all." No, he didn't.
Okay, let me try to be more specific then. I'm going to give another example. Let's say, you're in this channel and there's a fan, right? So it's blowing air at you, right? You have X amount of, let's say 500 cubic feet per minute of air blowing at you. You go into another channel, a second one. Again, 500 cubic feet per minute blowing at you. Then you go into a third channel, which is the convergence of both these two channels, and the air blowing at you now it feels like it's twice as hard. And you're like, why is that? oh, because when 500 CFM plus 500 CFM converge, it creates 1,000 CFM, and now you're being blown with 1,000 CFM. Does that make sense? Is that okay with the math there? Did we prove that you're being blown harder with that? Is that okay?
This is weird. It's weird.
Okay.
Like,
but
what comes first is the observation. So if you're observing that you're being like that, the wind is stronger, then the wind is stronger. You know, like.
But
you
why?
Don't need math to prove it.
Yeah, but you don't need math to prove it, but you need math to understand it.
I don't necessarily agree, man. You have your own empiricism, your own senses, your physical senses. You feel with your proprioception or whatever else that the wind is stronger. You don't need math to prove it.
Yeah, dude.
Your senses could be wrong.
You have math to quantify it.
Wait, what if?
Hold up. I think there's an important distinction between qualification and quantification. You can qualify it with your own senses. You don't, and this is absolute certainty, 100%. You know that the wind is stronger, right? But you can use math to quantify it if you want to.
If I may,
I know you have an issue with me saying 100%. You don't know everything 100%.
No. I had an issue with the word senses. That you can use your senses. I can bring you a schizophrenic person who won't be able to rely on his senses.
Yeah, that's the exception that proves the rule.
But hang on, if I may, Rocky, you gotta understand though, math is a language, okay? So when you're using math, you're using it to describe something with finer precision than you otherwise could in just pure language. I mean, maybe you could, but it would be very verbose, okay? So we use math to describe what we witness or what we've done, whatever, using kind of more in a compact way. So it's not a proof. You don't use math to prove something. Okay. What you can do though is detail out. So for example, if you're going to use a quote unquote mathematical proof for something, what you're doing is basically logically encapsulating sets of possibilities using these numbers, but you could technically word them out. Okay. So it's just a language to describe something. So what you're talking about here, you wouldn't use math to quote unquote prove it in the same sense that it's being used in this conversation.
Okay.
Yeah. So with that being said, Rocky, with that being said, the reason why this new model was created, this math was needed, was because Kepler's laws, I believe, was with a stationary sun. So it's like a coordinate transformation. They had to move from a fixed sun, a stationary sun, to a moving sun. You can't use
dynamic.
Yeah, you can't use that math in a new updated model. You're going to have to update the math.
Yeah, but they use the math to understand that still. So going back to my example with the wind you're feeling, right? Yes, you can use your senses, and it's also clear black and white with the math. But what about a case? What about a science you're trying to observe, but you can't rely on your senses for it? You can't see it or feel it. Isn't math all you have?
You always have to rely on your senses. Whether or not you have like some tools, some gear to augment that is something else. But you can't
you
ever
always have to rely on your senses.
Yeah, you always have to have input. You have to have some sort of data input,
so
some stimulus.
You don't always need math. You will always need your senses.
If you always need your sense, am I strawmanning you when I say you always need your senses to understand science? Is that what's going on?
Absolutely. You won't be able to experience it. You won't be able to do anything.
So it's not a strawman if we go that.
Yeah, you can't have science.
Do you disagree though?
You have to have observation.
Yes. Oh,
okay,
wait.
Don't agree or disagree generally.
Wait, you said observation as a sense? I thought you meant like you feel it.
Bro, you know what this physical senses are, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so you don't have to feel it.
I was just looking at the old example.
You can hear it. There has to be sensory input, is what I'm saying. You have to have observation. You can't have science with math alone.
Of course.
Yeah, you need your senses to do observation.
Rocky, I think the problem we've got between our understanding and yours is that you're probably going to be accepting sensors from computers and satellites, particle detectors, etc., assuming that what we're being told is absolutely correct in the context of This 1 and 0 means there's a planet in the sky and that we're bouncing radiation or photons or particles off X. And this 0 means that we're not. You're already pre-assuming that data corresponds to your pre-assumption. So this is why we're saying you actually need raw data or primary source evidence. Otherwise, you are building up all of this data on a pre-assumption.
Okay.
Now, what we're telling you is that they are lying to us when they say we live in a vacuum in space, and the 1s and the 0s on the screen could correspond to something else. Now, you have no way to prove whether those 1s and 0s mean that a planet is up there in a vacuum. And I keep telling you we are building on an assumption where we haven't even proven that you can have a vacuum in the sky with balls of rock, which go against many of the laws, basic laws that we understand.
That's fine. That I don't have a problem with the statement there in itself.
So this is why we don't accept this as science. This is why this cannot be science, because it's not verifiable. You need direct evidence for science.
Just light-hearted question. Why don't any flat earthers try to be astronauts so you can just go up and see it yourself?
There's many flat earthers that are actors and, do acting. So, yeah.
Good one.
What? I didn't get it.
What?
Saying astronauts.
Do you know how many astronauts? Do you know how many astronauts have been to deep space, Rocky?
No.
We're talking 20-something. I can't remember the exact number, but it's less than 30.
23, I think, that are claimed.
Yeah, less than 25 people have been to deep space. The rest of these astronauts spend most of their times in simulations and might do low Earth orbit flights, which don't prove a vacuum in the sky anyway. So what good would it do?
Like 200 miles above the surface. That's like from here to a couple cities over, wherever you are at.
What about Rocky? You know how many astronauts are 33rd degree Freemasons?
I don't know what that means.
Sure, you don't.
33 degrees.
He's basically telling you.
Freemason would say. No, I'm kidding.
Rocky is basically saying it's a big club and we're not in it.
It's closed off. Okay.
And even if you wanted to be a scientist, percentage. I just want to finish by saying, even if you were, there are flat Earth scientists. I could show you a flat Earth astrophysicist now. And there's plenty of scientists who are flat earthers, but they become what's known as fringe scientists once they admit or once they make content or challenge the claim of the heliocentric model. They become fringe.
Just like a doctor that challenges vaccines becomes a fringe doctor.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
We're not trying to change the establishment. We already know that this won't be accepted, and they've made their decisions, and they've gone so far down this path that they're not going to go back. Mm-hmm. But we're just challenging the average person to use logic and critical thinking when it comes to these ideas, because we believe that if enough people do reclaim critical thinking and use logic to make their decisions, that you will be able to debunk all of this heliocentric model. It doesn't work.
But Roots, I want to challenge you on something. As you said, you know how many astronauts are claimed to have gone into deep space, and you're making a point that was very, very little. And you said, all the rest are in low Earth orbit. They claimed that they're in simulations or low Earth orbit. Are you affirming low Earth orbit then? And how would that work on a flat Earth?
No, I'm using language that they use. That's something he can go and check up and verify, and even AI would confirm that for him. But what I'm trying to say is nobody's been to space. There's only a handful been to space.
Okay, but I feel like that argument is you're kind of debunking yourself by saying so many have been to low Earth orbit.
Yeah, and some flat earthers don't like it when I use the term gravity as well, but I use that term. It's more just trying to be relatable. I'm not affirming that there is a low Earth orbit as opposed to a high Earth orbit and a space vacuum. No, I'm just using that term for him to understand what I'm saying. But yeah, you're right. I probably shouldn't use that term in these conversations.
I'm like equivocal when it comes to low Earth orbit. I don't know what to think with like, like the Starlink and stuff like that. I don't know what to make of it.
Well, anyway, guys, it's time for me to sleep, but I'm actually very happy with this conversation. It was a lot more civil than I had anticipated, so thank you for that. I like that we respected each other.
A lot of it was you, man.
What?
Yeah,
Flutter?
come back again.
Oh, thank you.
Savages, huh? Running around barefoot, huh?
Thank you, guys. So have a good night.
Good, man. Have a good night.
Take care.
What was that about running around barefoot, Flatter?
He thought we were a bunch of savages, dude. Running around barefoot.
Oh, got you. Yeah.
Yeah, when it comes to that term low Earth orbit, they claim that the ISS is in low Earth orbit. And they'll just say that low Earth orbit is close to the Earth or whatever, the space above us close to the Earth. So it's just like a buzzword.
Yeah, but I mean, that's like Starlink and the ISS. These are things that can be physically seen by like regular people on Earth. So I don't know what to make of it. Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, what would you say instead of low Earth orbit then? Would you just say like...
I'm not just talking about the terminology. I'm talking about the mechanics of these things being in the sky on a flat Earth. I don't know how it works, you know?
Well, you don't believe we can orbit a flat Earth?
By the way that... You mean just like with propulsion? What are you referring to? What kind of orbit are you referring to?
Just, yeah, the path around the Earth, the path an object takes around the Earth.
No, I mean, of course you could have like a circuit on top of a flat Earth, but the mechanics of it, like with the Starlink stuff, they'd have to be constantly thrusting, you know, because they're going to be constantly falling, right? So they have to use a huge amount of like resources of fuel to stay up there, if it's a traditional means. But like orbit in terms of like, you know, how it works on the globe model type thing, where it's constantly falling but not, because it has like an orbital acceleration and going tangentially. That's, you know, it makes more sense to me in terms of just like the sustainability, like fuel wise and stuff like that. But then you'd have to have a globe and gravity and stuff. So for me, I have like doubt with the whole thing. These are for the ones that are actually moving. If it's a geostationary one, then it could just be floating there with like, you know, a helium balloon type thing, and that doesn't give me any doubt, or not as much, I should say. But for the ones that are moving, like Starlink, you see them moving in the sky and they're constantly moving and stuff like that. I don't know how it works.
Have you ever seen a cartoon where a cartoon gets hit over the head with something hard, like a frying pan or something, and then you see all the little stars orbiting the lump on his head?
Yeah.
I'm just saying though. That's pretty much scientific proof right there.
You're crazy, man.
Yeah, you make a good point. I think I'm using it for a lack of a better word. I'd like a better word, but I don't know what that word would be for an orbit.
What about use the word HAPS, which is high altitude platforms, satelloons, you name it. I mean, even a blimp from the side looks like a UFO. I mean, it is for all intents and purposes.
Have you guys seen the quantum levitation on a table?
Yeah, the quantum locking with the disc.
Yeah, quantum locking with the disc. Isn't that an orbit?
Yeah, dude, I'm always showing people. Yes. This is proof of things can like rotate above us, and there's no they can't take a ball with water and do that same thing. But the quantum locking, you can put it in any shape, like any like left, right, like any side you want, and then it still spins on the top of the circle table and on the bottom too.
Yeah, but you have to have like the liquid nitrogen, whatever. Yeah. What do they call it?
I mean, it has to be really cold, and up there is really, really cold.
Mm-hmm.
No, it has to be really cold on top of where it's levitating. The disc itself doesn't have to be cold.
Well, there
So
is
that means
something called what is it?
Liquid
Electromagnetic
nitrogen.
locking. Electromagnetic. I forgot. I have to get the term. It is spoken in satellites language. It's electromagnetic locking. Oh my gosh! There is some type of. There is some type
I mean,
of
I'd love to see a lot.
tracks, like some
I'd
like
love
some
to
type
see.
of tracks, some locks that happen up there, and they said they can lock electromagnetically some type of
Okay, so
like
let's
a
suppose that's
highway.
true. Let's suppose that's true at a really high
Talking
scale.
about quantum locking.
Quantum locking, yeah.
Yeah, so supposing that's true, like that these things that are in sky, Starlink, whatever, using this technology at a really large scale, we should be able to scale it down and have something, like do it with like, some sort of maybe a
quantum
car or a
locking.
scooter or something like that. No, but at a higher, let's say at the height of a building, we should be able to do it at different scales. Where have we seen this?
Well,
It's
a
done
lot
at
of
a lower scale.
a lot of the technology they just won't introduce to the public at all. So I mean, dude, they have crafts, dude, that can cloak, can become invisible with and it's really simple actually.
Yeah, but I've seen this technology, like someone can, have like this panel that they on TikTok, and they'll show it, the technology at work, right? But with Gemsy, it's not like you're claiming that it's the same technology at a really small scale with the quantum locking, right? But there's nothing in between. Either we have it on this table here with the liquid nitrogen, and it's really cold, or the supposed claim that it's happening up in the sky with these so-called satellites, right?
There is another
We should
one
be able to-
called electromagnetic tethering, and it's like they have a piece of the device that is pulling down and another piece that is pulling up, and it's locked in place in an electromagnetic grid or something, and it's pulling both sides up and down.
Did you have
And
like
it's
a
locked
demonstration
up.
of this?
It's on the papers of the satellites demonstration. There's terms about it. Probably can look it up. And sporadic echoes. Amish has some of that information as well. Pretty cool stuff. They also have some technology that they can power up the devices wirelessly from the ground with antennas. They shoot like a beam, and they can power airplanes and satellites with this basically like a laser system. So the devices can be even powered up from the ground.
Okay.
If you're in the line of that laser, dude, you're through.
Yeah, I don't know if they're shooting lasers at Starlink to keep it up in the air. That sounds...
To power it.
I know, yeah. Well, I mean, how long would you have to power it for? Shooting this laser for like 10 minutes? To go for a day or something like that? I don't know.
For all we know, dude, those could be holograms. They could be anything. I mean,
They could be floating up there. It's not a big deal. Stuff can float.
Yeah. True.
I don't see any problems with things floating.
So the electromagnetic locking, can you recall if there's any like small scale demonstration?
Yeah, quantum locking, bro.
I thought you were talking about something else. I thought you were talking about something else because you said quantum and then after you said
That's one example, and there's the electromagnetic tethering. That was the other one.
Electromagnetic tethering. Okay, is there a small scale? Like, can you describe any demonstration that you've seen of that?
Not that one, but the quantum locking, yes. So I imagine the quantum locking is probably related to that kind of stuff.
But for the quantum locking, you need a really cold, like, medium, right? Like it has that table,
like up there that is freezing cold.
No, but it levitates above or below the really cold part. Like it could be underneath the table or above the table. The table is what's really cold, right? That track that's on the table.
No, the table thing, the cold thing is the thing itself.
The disc is cold. They usually wrap it in like saran wrap, and they dip it inside like nitrogen oxide or whatever it's called. That like freezing liquid.
Okay.
The cold thing is not the table; is the floating thing. It's the
all right, what's special about the track then?
It's probably some type of material.
The track's got magnets all around the edges of the circle.
Okay, so you're saying that it's really cold up there, and so it's levitating
So
over
the device will
the Earth because
be
Earth is-
cold.
because Earth has
The device in that
magnetism.
meeting will be cold up there, and it's locked in some type of electromagnetic grid up there or something. Some magnetic highway, of some sort.
You know what I've thought? I've thought that
It's possible. It's possible. Yeah.
that they possibly have like a track in the sky that's, you know, I mean it's not out of reach. They could have a track in the sky, and the track has like huge cables that connect to the ground.
No, this track is not man-made. It's not a man-made track. It's like a field of electromagnetism.
It's like a jet current, but with
It's
magnetism.
like a current of air, but a current of magnetism.
Okay.
Interesting.
It's feasible.
Yeah, I mean, if that's true, that definitely could explain it.
And they lock it in place to those things. Yeah.
How do the Globers explain this phenomenon in relation to gravity, quantum locking?
They call it. They say it's a gravity gradient, and within the gravity gradient there is a downwards and an upwards, and in the middle of those two you have that lock.
I figured they'd just say gravity is weak and magnetism is stronger.
They'll say
They describe it as that, a gravity gradient.
a number of different things. Because I've asked Globers, like, so does temperature affect gravity? And they're like, no. I'm like, well, then how come when water heats up enough, it goes up? So temperature does affect what they call gravity. When things are frozen, they lock and they can get frozen and stuck to things. Throws gravity out the window, basically. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Do you guys remember the last time that you had a Glober come on and he was adamant about it being a globe, and by the time after an hour or two of talking to him, you had changed his mind, and then he started coming back, and now he's like a legit flat earther? Like, do any of you guys can recall even one person like this?
Bro, I was that.
Really?
Yeah, dude. We get that a lot.
Yeah, like 8 years ago.
Yeah. Okay. Hey, how much conversation?
They tend
did it take?
Sorry, dude. I was just going to say they tend to come back a few times before they make that sort of decision. A lot of them don't come back after saying like, yeah, like, you know, I'm in the rabbit hole, and you know, I'm really grateful for meeting you guys. You've opened my eyes to a lot of questions, and I'm going to carry on my journey. And usually that's the last time we see them, but you know, sometimes they hang around.
Actually, Flatter Day, I thought about what you said. I lied. I was never like I was never like a strong Glober. Like, I came in kind of like skeptical and just had to deprogram slowly. But I wasn't like one of those like active Glober types that we see here.
Okay, yeah, because I was gonna say these dudes are like they're quantum locked to the ball. You know what I mean? And I don't know how to undo them. You know what I mean? You know the ones I really can't stand. The ones I can't stand are the ones that come in and they'll like chime in like they're flat earthers, and just so they can like throw these little seeds of dissension and then start using like the N word or like, you know what I mean? Just like you know what I mean? He's like, what the fuck?
Dude, I think a lot of them. Yeah, a lot of them are hung up on why the lie. How could this be possible? So we spend a lot of time talking, you know, like the laws of nature and logic, but that doesn't really have much of effect on them. It's more they want to know the context in how this could have happened more than, and that's what's holding them back more than any misunderstanding in the physics or in logic.
Yeah, they don't seem to understand that their government has lied to them from their age, and it's continuing to lie to them right up until today. So that's what I put forward to them. That's what's actually going on. You were misinformed as your childhood. You never proved that the Earth was a globe. Now that we're telling you that it's flat because we've actually gone out to check it now, right? That's why we're trying to explain to you, you know, that it is flat and not a ball hurtling through the universe. Oh, but you're going against all the scientists and all. Yeah, I have the right to go against. Don't I have the right to check whether or not they're telling the truth? Yeah, but you're not a scientist. Well, you cannot say that. I can study the subject to any level that I deem fit to get an understanding. And I've got an understanding that the Earth isn't a globe. I have that understanding. I have that knowledge now. Now you can do the same. You know, you've got to press rock and roll with those particular characters. Oh yeah, I'm ready.
Have you people seen people being scammed and they trust the scammer so much that they protect the scam?
Oh, like
Stockholm syndrome.
Yeah, Stockholm syndrome. Yeah.
like that.
I almost said Munchausen syndrome. Stockholm, yeah.
But this is an interesting question.
I can't behave like that.
I personally can't think of a single example of a person, even though I know it's happened. I can't think of anyone specifically that was a strong glober, and now we see him and he's a flat earther.
Right?
Sure
Yeah, wasn't that Brommy? Was his name or?
Bromy, yeah.
Bromy, yeah. Like he was totally anti-flat Earth. Like one of the box flat earthers. Like get in the ring. Like he was like a semi-professional boxer.
Yeah.
And then he had a conversation with, I don't know if it was QE. I think it was QE. Just where they broke down gas pressure without a container. And he got it. Like it just clicked. And he went full flat Earth.
That's right, bro. Hell yeah.
And then he ended up, at some point, he met like another sort of, conspiracy woman, and he got married. And the last time I heard, they got 2 kids now.
That's dope, bro. Is that the dude?
He's still flat earther?
Yeah, last I heard. I mean, he doesn't come around anymore. He's like a busy family man and stuff like that. But one of those success stories where you're able to take an anti-flat Earth globetard and return them to society. And now he's got a family and a wife and.
Is his wife flat earther too?
Yeah, she's like a alternative something or another.
He's martial arts, right? Martial artist?
Well, he's a boxer, like boxing.
Yeah.
Wait,
he
that's
raps
not
as well. He raps as well, Flanaday. Yeah, he's a bit of a rapper.
Really? Oh shit!
But Crit, wasn't Jeremy a glober to begin with as well?
Yeah, I'm not really sure about Jeremy. I tried to pretend that guy doesn't exist.
Why?
That's not the guy they call Flat Earth Boxer, right?
What?
Flat Earth Boxer is somebody else, though.
That's somebody else. It's Bromy. He's a Bromy from the UK.
Okay.
From the UK, yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
Bromy.
Have you guys heard of the dude called Flat Earth Boxer, though?
No.
No, not that I can. No,
he goes off on people, dude. I've seen his channel. Like he walks up into like a class, like in session at like a university, and he acts like he's a student, and he just goes off on the professor. It's pretty funny, dude.
That's awesome, man. Are there videos?
Yeah, it's on YouTube. Flat Earth Boxer. Check him out, dude.
I'm gonna search this up. That sounds hilarious.
It is, dude. He did this one where he like signed up for junior aeronautics space, like where they're like mini astronauts or whatever, and he went in there and like totally under the presumption that he was going to be a student there, and then he breaks out with a gas pressure without a container, and they fucking call security and have him like taken off campus and shit. He's not allowed on like a lot of campuses, dude. It's really funny.
What the people who do the First Amendment audits is they go to the colleges that are like publicly funded, and as soon as you start saying, I'm here doing a story, they can't trespass you. But privately owned colleges that don't take funds, they could definitely trespass you. But that's not legal advice. But if you wanted to pass that on to him, show him how to stay in the college without getting kicked out. A good example would be I Am Free Inland Auditing Media, but all you got to type in is I Am Free Audits.
Okay.
I just searched Flat Earth Boxer on YouTube, and the first thing that shows is Wikipedia. Flat Earth is an archaic and scientifically disproven conception of the Earth's shape as a plane or disk. Many ancient cultures subscribe to a flat Earth cosmography. The model has undergone a recent resurgence as a conspiracy theory in the 21st century.
The only other thing they really had a warning about was the C-19 thing. They put up a warning about that too, but other than that, they don't really have warnings on stuff. Flat Earth always gets a warning though.
Your ancestors were flat earthers, therefore they were conspiracy theorists.
Right. Let's see, I just looked it up on YouTube.
All the results are like anti-flat Earth ones.
Damn, I wonder if they wiped him, dude. They might have wiped him, dude. That sucks, dude. Damn.
Yeah, I don't find him.
Yeah, it's been
Is
a
it all
while.
one word or what?
No. Fuck. But even that really shouldn't make a difference. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm looking it up on YouTube. And it looks like they wiped him. I don't know. I'm scrolling and see. Fuck, that sucks. I miss back in the day, good old 2017, when this shit wasn't really wiped. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
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 But he must have deleted his account or something, right? Unless you actually have.
You the Latter-day Saints, and that's what I'll give you. Unless you've like looked it up before. I'm scrolling through my feed and I'm not seeing it, but I'm gonna keep looking now because he's definitely somebody that's worth watching. He's funny. Damn. He's one of the he's like a YouTube streamer, or he was. You know, it's been like over a year since I've seen his stuff, but he was one of the guys that is always walking around like downtown Hollywood with like, you know, his like doing streams and stuff like that. He got like dreadlock.
Yeah, I never did see that character. It would have been nice to have seen that.
Yeah, me
Let's
neither.
see. He's in the university.
I'm gonna
He's
find it.
sleeping up the professors.
I know. Yeah. I'm gonna find this, dude. I'm gonna find it, dude. Damn. I'm gonna type in Flat Earth Boxer Hollywood. Maybe that'll pop up.
I think the reason why you don't see the anti-flat earthers changing is because most people who do become flat earthers are pretty much open-minded people to begin with. I think to become an anti-flat earther takes a certain characteristic, and I think those types of people have a big ego. And even if they do get to a point where their whole reality is in question, that wouldn't be on display for us to see. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I love taking them apart anyway. So no matter how anti they're going to be, you know, I'm very anti. There's no curvature. Okay, so you better have some curvature with you because if you haven't got it, you've lost. So be sure you bring your curvature to the debate. That's what you're going to need.
I've heard you on Jim Panda's server before, just going off, dude. You won't even let him get a word in edgewise. It's so funny.
Yeah, that's right.
It's hilarious, dude.
Yeah, you know, unrelenting I am. They always end up muting me, but now they've made me a mod. Can you believe that?
Really?
That's crazy.
No shit.
I got banned from that server for being Muslim, like years ago.
That was silly.
Yeah, someone like insulted the Prophet and Aisha, and I was defending it, and that got me banned.
Hey, I went to a Muslim and got Muslim chat and I got kicked out. I wasn't being disrespectful or anything, so it goes both ways.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, that happened to me as well. Right? And I reminded them that in Islam, you are to welcome your guests. This is not how you're supposed to treat your guests. And I've given you the quotations from the Quran that reference the flat earth, and this is how you respond, you know? Okay, you know? So and then I got kicked out because they knew that my points I was so on point, and they just didn't want to discuss it. So they kicked me out. Just for the day. I can go back there now, but they kicked me out that day. Boom.
Yeah. Unfortunately, most Muslims, you know, have the kufr of believing that it's a globe.
You know, or even an egg shape. And I say, well, if it's an egg shape, why are you looking at NASA's photograph and saying that's the Earth then? If it's an egg shape, when NASA's images are not egg shape at all.
Oh no, because the egg thing, what they say is it's an ostrich egg, which is almost a perfect like globe.
Well, an ostrich egg. I've had an ostrich egg. It's nothing like a globe. Nothing. It's not. It's an egg-shaped thing. Very, very hard exterior.
Wait, 1 second. You could be in the inside of the egg and not on the outside of it.
Right?
Doesn't say that in the Quran.
That's what my
It's just a poor interpretation. There's no egg stuff at all in the Quran. It's just one of the revisionists.
For misinterpretation. That's correct.
Yeah, it's one of the revisionists, like, retrospective, you know, interpretations, apologist interpretations.
Yeah, I had to say that to my brother. If it's an egg shape, then why are we looking at NASA images then? We shouldn't be looking at NASA images at all, if that's the case. They don't like to be cornered because it appears that they don't have any integrity, or they accuse you of going against Allah.
Yeah, they're the ones that are going against it.
Well, that's what I said to them. I said, you are not the judge anyway. You don't judge me. Only Allah judges, not you. You are nothing.
No, we judge by what's apparent. Islamically, we judge by what's apparent. Like if someone's, he looks like he's stealing, then he's a thief. Like
yeah.
But Islamically, the primary sources of Islam are the Quran, the Hadith, and the Ijma' Sahaba, what the companions were unanimously upon, right? And they all, without exception, believed that the Earth was flat. So anyone who says that the Earth's a globe, they're not taking it from the source of Islam.
That's right.
Is Larry still here?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Oh yeah, Larry.
Was it Job that made a claim about the shape of the earth and the Creator corrected him, asking him, "Where were you when I laid the foundations?"
I don't think
drew
he was
a
making a
line.
claim about the shape of the earth, but the angel in the whirlwind challenged Job in chapter 38. And verse 14 says that the earth is like pressed wax.
But what was the claim that Job was making?
I don't remember that part. That's before chapter 38.
Yeah, I remember it. I remember something about that, but not very well. Yeah, because he was asking Job, where were you when you laid down the foundations and everything else? So clearly there was some kind of discrepancy going on. Query.
So it's almost like one of the Job was a glober and the Creator was correcting him or something.
Something similar in the Quran. There's something similar. Basically, and it's a debunk for anyone who claims that the Big Bang, the universe started with the Big Bang and stuff like that. Basically, it says no one was there to know how Allah created it.
Yeah, that's right.
In the Bible says that if any man, I think it says something like, if any man were to figure it out, the Creator will destroy it or something.
Well, no, in Islam, I think that Allah challenges any man to make enough. Challenges it. Go and make it if you can. And that's a daunting prospect. And that's when you realize there's a creator, isn't there? It has to be.
Well, there was a glober earlier saying that if he puts all the pieces of the watch in a box and he shake that box for 5 billion years, it will make
that's so stupid. Yeah,
watch.
Ridiculous. Yeah. I think Jaron put that forward as well, that all the pieces of the logs would then form a log cabin over years. It never would. There's no possibility of that ever happening. Some logs were put down on the ground, cut up and that, and then the monkeys will eventually build a log.
It's not just a log cabin, it's a log cabin with electricity and running water.
There you go. Yeah.
It's absolutely ridiculous. It's like a hurricane going through a scrapyard and building an aeroplane with a refueling station.
Yeah.
With Wi-Fi and hot coffee.
Yeah, right. You guys don't believe in science.
Yeah, you're science deniers. And you're denying all those scientists, thousands upon thousands.
I found the verse I was talking about.
It would be fine. Oh.
I just want to say real quick. Yeah, so Allah says, I never called them to witness the creation of the heavens and the earth, or even their own creation. So anyone, this is a debunk for any Muslim who claims the Big Bang, they're going against the Quran.
Yeah, there you go, going against Allah.
all these guys like come in here and talk about that, probability stuff, shaking the thing, creating the thing. I'd like to see them walk through the math on that, show their work, and then just to piss them off, ask them, hey, can you redo it and throw in this contingency and see how see them work it out. It's like, the odds decrease by a factor of 10 to the whatever if we throw the coffee pot in there, and the refueling station is going to cost us another odds. Have them work it out. Like that would be fucking hilarious.
Yeah, itemized bill. Yeah.
I don't think they have enough digits on their calculators for those numbers.
Wouldn't the Globers, God believers, wouldn't they be calling the Creator a liar or a deceiver, because they give us our senses, but they're claiming that our senses don't work?
Like
That's right. They're going against God when they do that, of course.
Every time it
That's
goes
right.
against the globe or something like that, Matthew Learn says it's allegory, right? It's like, oh, so you're not a Bible literalist. He's like, oh, I take it literally that he died on the cross and blah blah blah. So when you call him out on that, it's like what's it called? Special pleading. So this over here we take literal, even though from a non-Christian point of view, that's like the most far-fetched thing that he died and rose again 3 days later. But the Earth being flat, we can't take that stuff. That's just
That's a great point. That is an
it's because their
great
standard
point.
for what the religion is modern day heliocentrism, whatever socially acceptable, what have you. So anything else is allegory. Anything else is metaphorical.
That's how you spot their true religion.
Exactly.
And
That's
people
how you highlight the inconsistency. Sorry, go ahead.
Doesn't say in the scriptures that God will send a great deception or something like that? Even the elect will be deceived?
In the book of Enoch.
A great delusion.
Concerning the ways of
Strong
God.
delusion.
So who's making that delusion? Is it God or is it someone else?
Everything that happens is a product of God.
Yeah.
So I'm speculating here, but if God sent a delusion like that, wouldn't he has his minions protecting the delusion? So wouldn't that make these anti-flat earthers part of God's plan then?
Everything is God's
That's
plan.
the case?
Yeah, there would be
the Antichrist. He's with Allah's will.
Look, everything in existence is a part of God's plan. Everything. Even Satan is a part of God's plan.
Yeah. God is clearly a gambling man. Have you read the book of Job? He clearly likes a challenge, right?
I wouldn't say he's a gambling man. I know what you mean, but
from the Muslim's point of view, I wouldn't say he's a gambling man.
No, not just that, because gambling entails that there's a chance, and there's no chance for Allah. He's omniscient. You can't.
But it was funny because you guys don't gamble.
Yeah.
Hey, did you guys hear Witsit the other day on he was on the other Discord, I can't remember the name of it. He was on there and he was saying that they're doing a documentary about them and the TFE. They're actually making a documentary. I was like, fuck, I fucking knew it was gonna happen, you know what I mean?
I'm already bored.
I know, right? Fuck.
They're doing a documentary on how it's it wasn't fake, or on just what happened.
They're doing. It's going to be like behind the curve type of documentary where they make a flat earther look stupid.
Yeah, I knew that was coming. Yeah, I knew that was coming last year.
He just admitted it the other day that they're doing a documentary, and he's like, yeah, I'm hoping that Jaron does the right thing and and says he wasn't a I don't know what the fuck he was saying, but he was just saying he's gonna look through all the footage and make sure that he's not portrayed in a way that makes him look bad before he allows them to fucking use his face on the thing. I'm just like, oh my god, I knew that.
He already looked bad with the vaping anyway and the fake beard. He looked bad already. What are you talking about?
I I know. I knew that shit was coming, dude. It's like, fuck. That's why that's probably the whole point of going down there, is to have that documentary.
That was on the cards. That was on the cards to happen. That documentary was definitely going to happen. They said
it still hurts to hear it, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll reserve judgment until I see it.
Did you say fake beard?
Yeah, the beard he had didn't look right. Didn't look right at all.
Really?
Yeah. Have another look and tell me that that's really a beard on his face.
I need a bit of a consensus here. Who here thinks that there was fakery involved?
Both my arms are up.
Both mine are too, bro.
So
There most
Jen,
definitely was.
That's a very
Vladiday,
fakery
Toby.
involved. What does that mean?
Like the observation, some part of this 24-hour sun observation was faked. Whatever you're.
I think the 24-hour sun is definitely a true thing, and I think anyone who denies it lacks discernment.
I'm not denying the 24
That's a
hours.
strong position percentage without direct evidence. That's a very strong position.
There's a lot of direct evidence.
But tell me this though, you don't.
There
think
isn't a
TFE
lot
is
of direct evidence.
You're not using TFE as direct evidence, are you?
No,
even before TFE. Even before TFE, there's a lot of videos on YouTube, and
no, there's not.
Did a good job.
There wasn't one that I saw.
There's like one, maybe two.
No, there's more.
No, there's not,
more,
dude.
guys.
There's like
was even
two.
like a skydiving company that went down there, and they also recorded the 24
That's one of them.
sun.
Yep, that's one of them.
And there's
one
that
other
was
one.
doing an expedition. Some woman like on Instagram. She just goes to different places. She has another video showing the south-facing sun.
Yeah, another faker. That's what I saw.
Like there's a lot of different videos. Get into contact with Geo in Earth Awakenings. He has a list that we can.
Yeah, but Geo says that there's only two. Geo only found two. I was speaking to him the other day. He found two.
But Geo also thinks the TFE. Geo also thinks they did go to Antarctica, though. You know what I mean?
No, this is even before TFE. In the lead up to TFE, we found these videos, and so I was absolutely confident that they were going to have a 24-hour sun, even before they went. Yeah, there's a lot of videos that show the self-facing sun, man.
Me, honestly, bro, I'd say the TFE actually makes it less likely that there's a 24-hour sun, because if there was, why would they need to fake it, dude? That's why
were they faking it before? And why was it the year 2024 they give us the 24-hour sun? And why did it have to be the flat earthers? It should have been documented by the National Geographic, because they documented the the North Pole 24-hour sun. Why didn't they do the South Pole? Nah, it's crap. Never going to accept that.
I can answer that as a fence sitter. I don't care either way. They probably did that to make the pendulum swing all the way to the left, and then once they present the 24-hour sun, it makes people's heads spin all the way to the right.
I mean, it's a possibility, but I don't know. Like, why would
I'm not saying I believe that. That's just the answer to the question.
Yeah, no.
One thing I found really interesting that put me on the fence with it is there was a guy out there who ran so there's some software out there that detects deep fakes. You guys know what a deep fake is?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
There was a guy that ran all these guys, or a bunch of a bunch of videos from these guys, like Will Duffy, the TFE, the production that they put out there, all these things, and the software detected time and time again instances of what it would have declared as being a deep fake. And the thing is, I work in software, right? And we know there's always little quirks and shit in software in general. I mean, you guys use software, there's bugs all the time. There's always something that goes wrong. So to go on, one or two instances every 30 seconds of a deep fake being indicated or having been detected, to me is a little bit of a stretch, but it does detect them. So it's hard to really say, because how do you even quantify that? It's like, unless there's 20 deep fake per second detected, it's not legitimate. Like, no one can really do that, So the sheer fact that it does detect them is something to at least consider. So that alone, plus all the weird shit, the stories that are told,
no footprints.
Yeah,
No
and then
footprints.
it sounds like the sensitivity on this thing is like out of whack, and it's
It could
probably a lot
be.
of false
Well,
positives.
What
It could
about
very
the
well be.
documentary called Scamtartica? Scamtartica 1, Scamtartica 2, the sequel, where it's looking at the time and date and various other time and dates data, right? And all those supposed space, Antarctic stations, research stations, are seeing the sun at different times when they should be seeing it all together. There's discrepancies all over the place. That's what I mean. It's just not right. It's not clean. It's not clean enough.
See, I was like percentage. I thought well before they went that there would be a 24-hour sun. I thought there was more footage. I know that the guy who I've forgotten his name now, but there was a flat earther from the 70s who he also said there was a 24-hour sun. Lady Blunt, there was all sorts of people, credible people, and flat earthers who said there was a 24-hour sun. So I was like, yeah, there's 100% a 24-hour sun. I actually liked the idea of, I don't know if you've seen Tomb of Illumination. Joe Hanvey's tried to model a few ideas as well of how a 24-hour sun would work on a flat Earth. So I was like really comfortable with it. Yeah, there's got to be a 24-hour sun, and I'm quite happy with it. But lately, I've been seeing quite a lot of flat earthers making some real strong cases about how this element was faked, that element was faked, and I can't even tell whether the videos on Instagram I watch are real now. So I've gone from 100% 24-hour sun was real, and flat earthers are silly for questioning it. Now I'm just shutting my mouth because I don't know either way, and I know what's possible nowadays. So
yeah,
I'm more open now.
If you had no other sources, right, and you were blindly looking at this, you could do what they say with the 9/11. You could follow the money, and the money that was paid for this was from Duffy's and them pockets. You know what I mean? And they're not going to just let their money fall on fucking fruitless soil. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and remember, Duffy is in debt to the federal agents in America. Yeah, he's got outstanding fines to pay. How does he have time to be doing this event when he's got to be paying his fines? What's going on there? That doesn't make
I got outstanding fines. I'm free to talk to y'all.
Yeah, but you're not in Antarctica.
I'm not paying that parking ticket. Screw that.
Oh yeah. I don't blame you.
What I like about the whole faking angle, and there's an angle that somebody kind of touched on earlier, right? And it's let's say it's a fake. The reality is I don't know, and I think nobody here knows. We've seen the videos, we've seen the people pointing towards the footsteps, the breath, the inconsistencies, but nobody really knows, do they? But my guess, and it is only a guess, is that they were basically doing a bit of like 4D chess almost, because you can go there, you can fake it. You can leave little breadcrumbs to show that you didn't actually go there at all, and then you're faking it. So then within people in this community are saying, see, it's fake, it's CGI, they faked it. They get to see, those dumb flat earthers, even when you show them the evidence, they'll just say it's fake. They'll just say it's CGI, even though they know damn well it is fake.
And then when the flat earther goes to actually confirm it, it blows up in their face because it's actually.
And then when we point out, oh look, it's fake. Oh look, they've manipulated this. They get to say, see, we told you. Even when you show them the proof, they just say it's CGI.
Yeah, I'm going back. I'm going to go back to 2015 and 2016, where the algorithms were in our favor. The only video that was there that was coming in was the one that was on a loop. Right, and even Jaron contacted McMurdo base and they had the stick in the ground, and they calculated that the shadow was moving for 18 hours only, and it would go back to zero. And when he contacted them and asked them, why is it that you're not giving us a 24-hour full footage, they replied that we can't do it because of the bandwidth. He then responded by saying, why don't you do 2 12-hour stints rather than 18 hours, and you get a lot. They didn't respond to Jaron. Okay, so there was too much of the trickery. And where were the videos back then? They should have been available back then.
Wait. Hey, did you say Jaron's the one that made that inquiry?
Yes.
See, I don't even believe in coincidences like that, bro. It's like, why him out of everybody? Why? It's just like, I don't know. That's too coincidental, don't you think?
Well, he made the inquiry. This is back in 2016.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that it's just too coincidental that he made the inquiries. I feel like this whole thing is a fucking Nathan Thompson chicken suit. You know what I mean? Like,
well, it could be.
It's just,
it could be, but there wasn't enough videos out at the time where there should have been abundant, especially before, like 1961, when I was born, or the 1970s. Where are those videos? Why
Jen,
are they? Yes.
You know what may have happened? You know what may have happened is he may have stirred the hornet's nest, and by doing that, by just initiating that, he may have stirred the hornet's nest, and like snowballed it where they made it, like, because they forced him to do whatever and say whatever. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what pressure points they had on him. Like, one of my theories is that, like, he got in debt for gambling, but I mean, who knows what it is? But whatever it is, dude, they push the right buttons and, like.
Is it possible back then that he was sincere?
It's possible back then he was sincere and he may have just stirred the hornet's nest too much. But then again, though, he's been in shit like the Behind the Curve and stuff like that. That, like, you know what I mean? And, like, basically, he got a pass.
He has
Yeah, he's got a pass for that. You know what I mean? I guess supposedly he got a pass, but then, like, he can't get it. I mean, he whatever it is, like, he knows he's not part of this no more. You know what I mean? And, like, whatever. I mean, obviously the opposite choice, or the other choice, wouldn't have been fucking cool. And, like, really, I was thinking about, like, I don't know what the fuck what they have over either him or Witsit. So, like, I can't say that I wouldn't have done the same thing in that situation. You never know. You know what I mean? So it's like, I don't hate them dudes for that. You know what I mean? It's just like,
but something's gone wrong where their credibility and trust is now called into question. And for me,
totally,
and for me now, I don't understand why in 2016, if I'm looking for the 24-hour sun, there should have been some legit videos at the first one you're clicking on is fake. You look through, it's the same one, and they split it into different clip them and put them on the YouTube. Why was it I wasn't able to find an original from way back?
There are, though. Jin, there were, before this TFE thing, there were
I
a
didn't
bunch of
find
videos.
any.
Hold up. None of them were named like 24-hour sun, because that wasn't the main point of them. They were just Antarctic expedition or something like that. And then in the video, you can see how the sun is facing south, like wherever they are in Antarctica.
Yeah.
Have any of you guys?
There's a list of like 6 videos. And hold up, just to respond to what Roots said. He said, like, initially he thought that that he believed it or whatever, and he was comfortable with the idea of there being 24-hour sun, and then he saw the footage and the debunks, basically, like the analyzing the videos and showing the inconsistencies, and now he doesn't know what to trust, right? That idea, it makes me uncomfortable, because it's like we are like it's too much. Like, it's negative skepticism, like when you go now, any video that you see on YouTube from years back, you're not sure, even if there's a bunch of them, if it's all been doctored or something. It's
years back, I think there was less of that technology around. It's just now the technology is going at such a rate that it's getting difficult to be able to discern whether you're looking at something that is real or is it CGI. Has there been some optical buffoonery performed that is bamboozling you? It's getting that.
Yeah, absolutely. But what about prior videos?
Sorry?
What about prior videos from years ago?
Old YouTube videos, just because it has an old date on it, does not mean it hasn't been added or doctored, bro. They totally, they're ingrained in this shit. You know what I mean? I mean, you've seen the video where the director of YouTube, the CEO, is talking to Congress, and they're saying, like, what examples of conspiracies are you trying to block or keep the public safe from? And he goes,
what are you doing about flat Earth? He said. What are you doing about
exactly,
flat Earth?
So you're saying that they're actually uploading new videos but giving them old upload dates?
Yeah, absolutely. I've witnessed this shit before. I mean, I can't say that I saw the person putting it on and everything, but I've gone and I've looked up things that have to do with mass shootings, and that's all I'm going to say about that. But I've looked up things concerning some of the players in these scripts, and, like, there was one where I pulled up about 8 or 9 videos that were of this kid who passed, who got unlived or whatever they call it. His dad was yelling his name, go Cody, like, hit a home run, right? And the kid was like, swing. The background voice of his dad yelling from the stands while he's videotaping it didn't like quite match up with the sound in there, right? And the things he's saying, and I could recognize the dad's voice. And these dates were dated like one of them was 7 years before the mass such and such. And so I was in my mind, I'm like, okay, so they went and added these videos. And the video, one of the videos had like 16 views, or you know what I mean, not very many views at all. And like how would anybody be able to prove or disprove that video had been there before? You know what I mean? It's something that's it's unfalsifiable basically by its very nature. But you got to think though, if YouTube, the director of YouTube, actually said that, you know, about you know, she actually said the word flat Earth and trying to hide the algorithm from that, then why wouldn't they be able to do that? You know what I mean?
There's an experiment that people can do now that can prove, and you can all do this if you've got 30 seconds. I can prove to you right now that YouTube is not necessarily doing what he's just talked about, but I can prove that YouTube are doing shady things of a similar level. And what you do is go into YouTube and find a flat Earth video, and a good one as well. Then go to your history, and you'll see the video you've just watched in your history. Now what you do is go to the search bar within watch history, type flat, and the video will be gone.
Whoa.
Like,
Okay,
you can
I
all do
believe
this
that.
now. It'll take you 30 to 60 seconds. It's not every video. The better, like some videos get targeted, other videos don't. But go and put a load of flat Earth videos in your watch history. Click on them all one by one by one by one. Go to your watch history. You'll see 6, 7, 8 flat Earth videos in a row. Type flat in your watch history to search within your watch history, and those videos will be gone. And not only will those videos be gone, they will be replaced with flat Earth debunking videos you've never even watched.
No shit, bro. I'm gonna try that. That's crazy.
Yeah, like I've been telling everybody since I stumbled across it. Like, so if somebody says nobody's censoring this topic, it's ridiculous. It's a refuge for retards and crayon munchers. Well, if it's so silly, then you can show them that in real time. If it's so silly, explain this. And
yeah, why would they go to those lengths? Why would they? If it's so silly and retarded.
And they go to great lengths. And this is something you can.
Can you imagine being that desperate about Pizza Bunny? Can you imagine being that desperate?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, bro,
like
I feel like they wiped out a whole generation of people in order to pass this globe Earth thing. Because think about it, if all the old generation after generation passed down the knowledge of flat Earth, then you'd have to wipe out a whole generation, but yet still have that generation produce children. And it's kind of like, I think, what they did. You know what I mean? They wiped out a whole generation and then took
you don't have to,
huh?
You don't have to do that if you're brainwashing them at school.
Well, I mean, then how would you get the parents to
the same way they did?
You see what I'm saying? Like, they have to stop it. They have
killed
to
the parents, and they took all the Native American children and forced them into these schools. There was a mass grave found in Canada near the Catholic schools.
Yeah, I remember that.
Native Americans,
yeah, bro, totally.
That's how you do it. Anybody who doesn't go along, it's the Borg from Star Trek: Assimilate or Die.
Yeah,
you don't even have to kill the parents. Like, as long as the school system is more trusted than the parent, then the kid's like, do you know what I learned? The kid would be teaching the parent, basically. The parent would be like, oh, the whole time I thought it was a flat Earth. Then they're not going to be like, they're not going to have a stronger, more aggressive stance than the school.
Yeah, but where would you dull that generation down? Like, if generation after generation had passed down that knowledge, then like you'd have to come in there and cut that generation off. You mean from its pet? And like I know that most people I know too in the United States don't know their as far as they know, like as far as I know, I've been told like my great grandpa came over on a boat for a better opportunity in life from like Lithuania. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's so many people have been told that story. You know what I mean? You see in the movies, like, you know, Italians coming over on a boat with nothing and like making a life here. You know, and you see in all the old literature too. All the old literatures, all that, like the whole orphan narrative, dude. You know what I mean?
Orphan trains.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, but I think Root's got a point there. You know, got to review everything properly, and you'll find that there are anomalies in the videos.
I'm just speculation Sunday. You know.
too many anomalies. It's not. It should be straightforward. There are just too many anomalies, and dubious characters are bringing us the truth. Dubious characters. Duffy.
Yeah.
When he came on the scene, he had federal agents after him for money. Why would you trust such a guy? Come on, man. It's a joke. Sorry, it's just not clean enough.
You've had the feds after him?
Have you seen it? You're going on like you've been there.
No, I haven't seen it like myself personally, but I'm very confident in all the
Okay.
like, videos that I've
The
seen.
24-hour sun in the North Pole. 24-hour sun in the North Pole. You said there's a 24-hour sun in the.
Yeah, North Pole.
Well, I mean, technically, is the South even a pole? The South would be like
Antarctica.
Yeah,
Well,
I mean, I don't know, bro. I don't know how you'd ever prove that or disprove it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, South Pole.
It's
I mean, if we went personally, I guess.
24 hours sun at the South Pole. That's what you got to prove.
Yeah. It's just I think there's no way we'd ever be able to really even if we took a boat to what they told us was the South Pole or Antarctica, how do we even know that that's where it is? Like, you know what I mean? We don't know, dude.
Exactly. It's true. It's another good point.
Travel
who
south
had the
from
feds after
Australia or from South America or from Africa.
Yeah, I'm saying you travel what by yourself or with like a chartered crew that like we don't know where they're leading us. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but we can read the map. Hang on, we can read the maps and we can read the headings and the charts. That's not difficult to do. You can actually do that and then keep the ship on the heading. Then you hit the ice wall if it's there, and then you'll know.
But you know, we'd never be able to get that close, bro, without being stopped.
No. Yeah, we would have to get that close because that's the only way we're going to be sure. Obviously,
yeah, but then they got military guarding that shit. You know what I mean?
Oh no, I'm talking about being on the ship and watching the captain of the ship hold a heading. Because that's what I want to see. I want to see the heading being held. Thanks.
Yeah.
Can I not see the?
Yeah,
can I not see the heading?
Like an expedition crew.
Yeah, even with an expedition crew, I would still want to see the ship holding a heading. I'd want to see that with my own eyes.
Absolutely.
I'm on the ship. You know what I mean? So I want to see it. I want to see the direction we're going, where we left from, direction. What are the headings? And we're going to hold this heading, are we? Okay, let's see. Yeah, and before we go, anyway, I would learn a little bit, brush up on the equipment that they have on the ships, just so that I'm ready before we go, because I want to know that. I think that's something
Bring a
very
couple
useful.
compasses with you as well.
Yeah, that's definite. I am the compass.
Maybe and use the compass upside down.
Yes, I would be the compass. Believe you me.
Remember, homeboy was holding the compass upside down.
Who did that?
Jaren was holding the compass upside down.
Yes, that's right. He was. Yeah. I remember. That.
It doesn't matter, does it?
Fucking bubbles in space, homie. That's what that is. Bubbles in space.
There were just too many silly little shenanigans going on for my liking.
I don't think it matters if you hold it upside down or not, because it's just a needle pointing north-south, right?
No, I don't know. Maybe my point was lost on you. I don't know.
No, I just think there was just too many shenanigans going on.
Well, let me ask you this: do you think the TFE was legit?
Yes,
I don't.
Yeah, you. No, I already know.
I imagine there are minor inconsistencies for whatever reason, but I think on the whole, it was legit.
Like, okay, tell me this then: if you're in tune with your circadian rhythm, when the term "it rings true," when Witsit was talking about going there on Discord for like an hour or two while people drilled him, what he said in the sound of his voice, did it ring true to your heart?
I don't know if I was.
Well, there you go.
There was a lot of times when Witsit was talking on like,
Earth Awakenings. That's where he would mainly grow.
Yeah, it was more than one time. So.
Well, I mean, like, okay, from like, I'm not saying one particular time, but just from what you surmised, did the vibrations coming from his mouth ring true to your heart?
Not for me.
No, and
I asked him.
They did not ring true. Like, I never felt it one way or another in that way.
Well, I mean, like, I'm not saying I know what's that well, but
just someone talking. That's
just from the way how meticulous and detailed he is, and not even with taking notes. From the debates I've seen him in, dude, he's a really good debater, and he can do stuff right off the cuff of his head. Like, so for him to be that clumsy and just like not prepared and all these different things for like cameras breaking and this and that. It's like, dude, this dude's not no slouch, dude. He's a very intelligent human being, dude. Like highly intelligent. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. There were some anomalies that had no business being there. Some anomalies that shouldn't have been there.
Austin's a highly, highly intelligent person, bro, who has a very, very good memory. Better than most people, bro. You know what I mean? I can't take that away from him. You know? So I'm saying when I heard him talking about the TFE, I was just wondering if it rang, like the vibration of his voice rang true, like when something rings true to your heart. This isn't something like, this isn't like a math equation that we can falsify or not. I'm just
I hear
like,
you. I didn't get any vibes of it being like authentic, nor did I get vibes of it being fake, of him being like, like speaking.
What about the vaping incident? Why would you pretend to be smoking and trying to bring condensation out of your mouth to prove that it's cold? Why would you do that?
I think he's just trying to sneakily vape, and he doesn't vape, and maybe he vapes when his wife's not around, and he doesn't want that on camera. That does make sense to me. But I think it was just a dumb move. Maybe. Yeah, I think that was a dumb move. But the biggest red flag I'm seeing is the way he's been acting since he's got back. It's almost like he's tried to go a bit mainstream, and although he hasn't been around on Discord, he has been in politics groups on X, because I follow him on X, and occasionally I see he's in a live group talk, and he was in one the other day about Iran and Israel, and he was a speaker, and there was only 5 speakers, and dude, there was like 8,000 people. Listeners, 8,000. It was like a real big mainstream for X group, and he's got a big blue tick. You know, he's now official Austin. He's changed all his optics to be a lot more professional. He's moving away. So I think that is a red flag. Just the fact that like he's being accepted into mainstream now. Mainstream, the mainstream alternative crowd who was focusing on politics and division. And I think maybe this was his way of making a career out of being a conspiracy theorist potentially. And maybe this was his
not just that, but an excellent debater
to get opportunities.
He's an excellent debater, and I've been with him firsthand in person and seen that, like, even when his camera's off, bro, he's addicted to it like crack, and he's very good at it, and it's in his heart. And so I think it's killing him to have to, like, basically dumb down to these dumb, like, red and blue, right and left, that we all know is just all one facade from the same body, having to debate with peons, basically, and heads of universities or whatever. Like, it's going to make him miserable and sad, because really, I really feel like he was authentic at one point, and he really he loved debating and like just spilling facts, bro. You know what I mean? And I could attest to that. So whatever reason they had to have him do this, I don't know what it was. So I can't say nothing bad, because had I been in the same position, you know what I mean? I may have well done the exact same thing he did. But I know it's killing him. Man.
He's still debating, right? And I've never heard him say I only enjoy debating flat Earth. I'm sure he enjoys debating the other stuff, and that's probably a reason why he's doing it. Also, he's got a family. You can't fault him. Hold up, you can't fault him if he's trying to get his big break and be more well known and stuff like that and make money.
Not at all. I'm not faulting him at all.
I'm not surprised by it at all.
No, I'm not faulting him at all, bro. He's a very intelligent person, and he has a very strong drive.
No, that one was mostly for Roots.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, for me, it's the timing in which he's decided to make this change, and go more mainstream. He's been sort of accepted into these circles straight after TFE. That's what I think is a red flag. If it was a controlled event, and he was, promised to be bought in, this is kind of how you would move afterwards, expecting more eyes on you, expecting more attention. You would start to prepare for that, taking that leap into the mainstream. So I just see that as a red flag personally.
Because although he may be doing these debates with even a bigger audience or whatever and getting paid more money, he has to dumb down a lot of what hella water down his shit in order to do what he does in that platform, because he's gonna have, I mean, literally every debate or everything that people are arguing about from politics to medicine to archaeology, dude, to like fucking sports cars, anything you're debating with somebody, eventually it's gonna come in the conversation. The word global, the word what's called climate change, something along one of their agendas is going to come into the, I mean, if they're debating politics, they're debating the price of gasoline and crude oil, right? And like the root of that is they lied to us and told us it came from dinosaurs. And I've talked to people before about this, and I've debated it, and they're like, even to some flat earthers, and I was like, the root of what you guys are arguing about is a lie. So like, you don't think that's important? They're like, that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. But I mean, like, to me, like the root of something. And if you're arguing about gasoline, how can your argument be based on anything solid if like the beginning idea or the myth about it is that it came from dinosaurs? That's all I'm saying, if that makes any sense to you guys.
Yeah, I just think there's a lot of suspicious behavior around that whole event, and the only person that we've got left to trust is Austin, and Austin himself is acting differently, suspiciously, and I'm not saying that means anything was faked, and that could be a natural reaction, but it's just another red flag amongst many red flags, where at what point do you start questioning his authenticity? And I like the guy, and I've spoken to him personally in small groups before, and I used to think he was one of the best, debaters and flat earthers. I still think he is, but my problem is I can't just ignore the red flags, and I think that's something we need to be aware of. There are red flags.
Yeah. Yeah, dude, it's just like, whatever. Like, you're right, though. Like, I really looked up to that dude. You know what I mean? Like, when I first became a flat earther, I remember first becoming a flat earther, and like within the first like year, I was watching like Nathan Thompson, and like, so I finally got a hold of him. He came and stayed at my house for a couple of days, and like I really like that dude too, Nathan. Even though with the chicken suit thing, like I don't care. Like Nathan's a really cool dude, like in person and shit. You know what I mean? But certain things, when you become too high, like when what they say, when you fly too high, you get burned by the sun or something like that. I think if YouTubers or let's say, not call them YouTubers, call them flat earthers who become YouTubers. Like, I'm guilty of it too. I'm a flat earther that became a YouTuber, but like I never got more, and I pushed my stuff hard. I never got more than like 1.5 thousand views. And like none of my songs have ever got more than like one song had like a couple thousand views. That's the most. But like, so it's not anything that anybody's gonna like raise an eyebrow about. But once somebody starts getting like 30,000-40,000 views on multiple videos and stuff like that, I think that like they can't keep pushing that message without extreme interference. You know what I mean? Because I mean the interference comes
just
from
getting into psychology. I mean, for about 6 months before the trip, I must have watched 3 or 4 videos where he was basically asking for money and highlighting the fact that he had money issues. Now, psychologically, when you deal with liars, or you deal with like cheaters, for example, they try and justify their behavior by highlighting issues. For a cheater, for example, if they're cheating, they're highlighting issues or trying to make problems that might justify their actions later, so that if it does come out, they can say, well, look, I made it clear that I needed the money. And not that he's going to say, oh, I did it for the money, but to justify, getting on a payroll or being accepted into the mainstream, having to make sacrifices due to your financial circumstances. Just psychologically, those patterns are sort of there, asking for money, highlighting his financial situation. He needs to do something, he either needs to go get a job or he needs to go mainstream. And he was highlighting that 6 months before, and he brought that up multiple times. So, I'm seeing patterns there that I don't want to say he's a liar or anything like that. I'm not saying he is. I'm just saying you can't ignore the patterns that you see if you've seen these patterns before, right?
Yeah. For sure.
People who need money think completely differently to those who are sweet. You know, if he was more financially secure, I'd be more comfortable. You know what I mean? But the fact that he needed money, the fact that Jaren was really struggling, moaning about how nobody's watching his stuff, and they clearly want to be mainstream streamers in this community or in some sort of community, knowing that they've accepted over the last few years that Flat Earth isn't a community that they're going to make money from, that needs to be taken into account. You know what I mean?
I think though more likely that it was they got pressure pointed where like, you know, something was like they got to a point where like the powers that be have gotten to them in a real way and made it so like they didn't really have much of a choice, you know. I think that's what happened, really. Like how the
I'm not going to comment. I'm not going to comment. I'm just leaving these ideas here for people to make their own decision. I don't think. I would be actually horrified to find out that it's actually true, and you know, it became a shill. You know, I'd be horrified. That I'd be disgusted.
Well, I mean, what if they basically
we got to
gave them a
talk
choice
about
of
it.
Plato or Pluma, like Plato or Pluma, silver or lead? You know what I mean?
I don't know what that means, Plato or Pluma.
You never heard that expression, silver or lead, Plato or Pluma? It's usually in cartel movies where like the cartel tells the cops or whatever, or the border patrol or whatever, like Plato or Pluma. Like you can't not. Basically, they're saying like if you turn the other way, we'll give you money. There's no way you're just gonna keep doing what you're doing and turn the other way and not accept money. Will kill you. So basically, like you either take the money or you're dead. You don't. There's no other choice. You hear me? Plato or Pluma.
Well, I made a prediction to a couple of the guys that I was hanging out with, Lalo Thinks and a couple of others, like a month before the trip, and I said that Jaren would become a Glober, and he did. I actually made a bet, but I'm not cashing in. I just made that bet, and it came true. But I also made a prediction that Witsit would become a geocentric Earther, and up until last week, I was like, yeah, the jury's still out on that. And then he released a video last week, Is Earth in the Center? And if you've noticed, there's a subtle change to the way he's speaking. He's speaking now, you know, is the Earth in the center? Are we geocentric? He's focusing on the ether rather than speaking about flat Earth. So I think maybe they said to it, you know, maybe his deal is, okay, you just leave the flat Earth thing alone, but maybe you can talk about geocentrism, but don't focus on that entirely. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm sure there's some guidelines of what he can and can't do. Obviously, they left him as a flat earther, though, if for whatever reason, you know what I mean? It's just with the debates that he's doing now, he's got to be like, you know, almost like Roger Rabbiting inside, like wanting to jump out of his skin and say more than he's able to say. So he's got to keep a lid on it and like just get in. It would be really hard for me to debate anybody about these certain subjects without getting to the bottom of the matter, literally, because everything he's debating now is based on a globe system, and like a lot of people like it really that doesn't affect that, but yeah, it really does all the way to the core, dude. You know.
Yeah, I feel like we've exhausted this Austin topic a little bit now.
For sure, get off his nuts already, huh? That was just a message to me, to myself.
I think the fact of the matter remains a 24-hour sun doesn't change anything in terms of, you know, is the Earth measured, observed, treated as flat?
Absolutely.
And I think there's plenty of flat Earth models. You know, there isn't a flat Earth model, but there's plenty of flat Earth ideas with a 24-hour sun. So either way, it doesn't really matter that much.
And not just that, like I've never heard anybody actually like say like, because every model is based on a dome that's like dome shaped above us, but what if it's not shaped like that at all? And so we're, you know, I mean, we have no idea how the mechanics of it, how it works or anything. So whether there is or there isn't a 24-hour sun, whether and you know what I mean is it that's like almost a moot point. It's very very it just doesn't really matter.
Distraction. It's a
Yeah,
distraction, and
big time, bro.
it's a
Yeah.
straw man, and it's a way to convince those people who haven't really thought about it deeply and are just trying to follow the consensus. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
I think I said a lot of we'll lose a lot of flat earthers because of it. But I actually see that as a good thing because there's a lot of dumb flat earthers, just like there's a lot of dumb globers, but there's a lot of dumb flat earthers who don't really understand the arguments and don't really know, what it really means. So for me, I think it's not really a problem to lose those people. But I've already accepted the fact that it probably wouldn't go mainstream anyway. So, I'm comfortable with that and the way things are going.
It will never go mainstream like that or anything. You know what I mean? At one point, I thought that I would be able to get a lot of subscribers and like a lot of people, and I just realized like that's the system set up so that doesn't happen. And so like even if I could change like one or two people's views or like bring somebody to the truth, like that's really like what it's about. You know what I mean? And just like seeing the fruit of that one person or a couple of people. Dude, I remember this one dude I talked about it in jail. And like from that point on, bro, he'd ask me questions every day, and I could tell he was genuine about it. Like I saw the light in his eye, like I felt that light too. Like something just clicked, and you're like, like all the questions you've had since you're a little kid, like everything just falls into place in that one moment, dude. You're just like, fuck, like I mean, that's the moment I had. It was like when it clicked in my mind, everything stopped, bro. Like time slowed down, bro. You're spiritual.
Well, not everyone who calls himself a flat earther is really a flat earther. And I use my dad as this example. My dad, I showed him so many arguments and showed him so many observations, and he still wasn't convinced. And then it was when I did focus on the why would they lie a little bit more and put it into context that he was like, oh, okay. So it kind of clicked for him. And I realized, like, I see that with a lot of people we speak to in here where, I'm not putting anybody down, especially not my dad. I love the fact that he's proclaims to be a flat earther, but he's more interested in talking about it and telling other people than figuring it out for himself. And I think, I don't really say he's a flat earther, although he would say he is. I would say he's more following along with what makes sense to him, but what makes sense to him isn't based on empirical data or necessarily logical arguments. It's more of the conspiratorial side that he kind of buys into. So for me, I think it's not really a problem that those people jump back and forth. They kind of flip-flop anyway a little bit, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
and you are
like
the
me,
one
I
to
don't.
decide what's empirical evidence, which is credible enough, and what is logical argument credible enough. You're the one who decides that, I guess.
Yeah, but there is such thing as a logical argument and a non-logical argument, and there's certain premises, that need to be followed, and if they don't follow that, then you can define an argument as non-logical, right? I mean, if you base your argument on fallacious reasoning, then that's a non-logical argument.
Yeah.
Exactly, and you're the one who determines what's fallacious reasoning and not. My point still holds.
No, but we have clear definition. We have clear logical fallacies. We have specific fallacies for specific types of arguments. So if your thinking or your argument falls into one of those categories, then regardless of whether you think it's a fallacious argument, it either is or it isn't.
Exactly. If it meets the criteria that's laid out and agreed upon by everyone, then logic is logic. It's not like even an agreed upon thing. It's like something either follows from something else or it doesn't.
Is logic a mathematical branch?
You one of the dudes that still wears a mask in public?
Shit.
Yeah, but you don't want to breathe in that clean oxygen, bro. You want to deplete your lungs with that stuff.
So you'll have for logic, you'll have a syllogism. So you'll have your premises, and then you'll make your conclusion based on those premises, and it has to follow, like T-Dub just says, it has to follow that framework, just like a scientific. So it's a method. Syllogism is a method to establish logic, right? And if you're not following that method, and your argument falls outside where you don't have that major premise or that universal truth to begin with, then it cannot be considered a logical argument.
Yeah.
And that's why
But
flat
you
Earth.
cannot use it though, like because logic is a part of math, and math is just descriptive, but you flatsoid organisms.
No, math is not it's completely separate to logic. What do you mean it's a part of math?
The most fundamental branch of mathematics is logic. Like together with set theory, two most fundamental branches. Literally. The first ones you learn when you go to high school. First ones. Introductory courses for high school maths are logic.
Oh,
He's
okay.
all laughing.
Yeah, I know. I don't know why you're giggling, but I can kind of that. Yeah, you know, there's mathematical sorry, logic, and yeah, it can be part of your foundation of your premise, but math itself being just a language, you know, like you can also have non-logical math, like you can have math that isn't based in logic, right? You can have math for your fantasy world and your computer models, but that doesn't mean that although it's a logical algorithm, it doesn't mean that that is reality, right? When you want to apply it to the natural world and things.
Is it logical or is it illogical? Decide.
Well, just like you can, if math is a language and you can make illogical statements, you can also make illogical mathematical equations. Like, for example, Einsteinian relativity. There is a lack of logic within some of his math, although the math fits his model and description. That doesn't mean that's what we experience in reality.
Yeah, it's like agreeing with you that something like whatever that metal that Wolverine's body is made out of, adamantium. We could be like, yeah, adamantium has so many, you know, molecules of carbon, and you get all the math right, and it's like, okay, yeah, that all checks out, but like we can never test that. You know what I mean? It's just fantasy.
Yeah, because if you build your equation on a fallacious argument, so Mars is a ball, so Earth must be a ball. So let's do some math to determine how far away that ball is from that ball. Yeah, the math could work, but that doesn't mean that Earth is a ball, does it? And it doesn't mean that Mars is a ball either. But
and if you think about it, you can never verify. You can never verify. Nobody could ever verify how far away a planet is, or the moon, or the sun. It's like chasing fire, like, you know, swinging at shadows, bro. I've heard a lot of Globers recently in here, and Globers will say, like, if you guys don't have an explanation for it, then it's not real. It's like, because so if you don't know the answer to something, you're just going to make something up, and that makes it more legitimate than just being honest and saying you don't know.
Yeah, so you can use math to replace the language. So if you've got, you know, that famous syllogism, Socrates is all humans are mortal. Socrates is a human, so in conclusion, Socrates is mortal. Well, you could replace Socrates with X. You know, for all X, if X is human, then X is immortal, right? But when you're applying that to the Earth, we haven't got that premise, that major premise established that that Earth is the same as the lights in the sky. Do you understand? So you're building that and using that logical framework on the foundation of a fallacious argument. So math itself isn't logic. Math is a language. He left. I guess he couldn't respond.
Yeah, of course he left. He came in here to like talk kind of like condescendingly, laughingly, say like, "Oh, we learned that in high school or whatever," and then we just completely dismantled his whole high school system and everything, and just like, in their mind, they're just like, "This isn't fun anymore. I'm not getting any good clips out of this," if they're trying to do that or whatever. I don't know. Me personally, before I was a flat earther, I wouldn't say I was a glober, but for lack of anything else, like, pretty much believe we live on a globe, and like, so I would, even in my wildest fantasies, ever imagine trying to root for that globe and then like going and debating any flat earthers. Like, I had no idea what a flat earther was, and once I found out, it was like a day or two later that it clicked in my mind and everything made sense. So I can't even imagine having listened to flat earthers for weeks or months or years, and all the arguments, like Matthew learns, like he's heard with the amount of knowledge he's gotten just coming in here and listening about flat earth, there's no way a person in their right mind, sound mind, who's honest with themselves could ever continue being a glober after that. It's just it's impossible, bro.
I disagree, bro. I disagree.
Really?
I think Einsteinian relativity has thrown a spanner in the works of logic. So now there's the fundamental belief that what we experience in terms of relativity, what we experience isn't credible to determine where we are based on that Einsteinian principle of relativity. So that's a real crutch for them to defy logic and to defy the natural world.
Yeah, but as long as you highlight that point though to the average citizen out there, Joe Blog, Sue Blog, as long as you highlight that and you explain why you hold the position, because I do not hold that Einstein thing as anything. It's not real. It is based in fantasy, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, I cannot put my hands on it, use it, and grab it. I can't do that. That's words that do not have any physical, condition in my life. Or connection, even.
Bearing.
Yeah, bearing. That's what I'm looking for.
It can get them to that point where they can be a brain in a vat, right? Because they can just say, well, we don't know relativistically whether we're real, whether we have hands.
That's just stupid. We don't have hands. Here we go again. We don't have hands now.
And I can understand that position. It's not insane to hold that position in this world.
At that point, though, I would have asked him, like, once he starts, because I've heard a lot of globers like, well, we could all just be in a simulation and whatever. Like, once you get to the point where, like, I can't even prove I have hands, it's like, why are you even here? Like, what's the point of coming here? Because his conversation could totally flip-flop. He could be trying to prove that he was in an automobile, then you disprove it, and then he goes, how do I even know automobiles are even real? Just proving what his main argument is. So it's like, why is he even there?
Yeah, it's stupid.
Right? But people like that, like, there's no way that these people don't know the truth after having been
it's impossible. Exactly. They know the truth.
So they're paid.
Come on, children get it.
Yeah, they're paid to come in, run that white noise interference. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Once children understand it, and they've been on the earth shorter time, less experience. If they're getting it, that's the honesty of the situation there, because they haven't been contaminated completely. They're young, and if they can get it, don't tell me an adult don't understand it. Yeah,
I met kids before they start elementary school, bro, and they get it. Like, they know the earth is flat before they're poisoned, dude. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's right. So and if you're explaining it to them, right, they get it. And they get it quick. So I don't want to hear an adult with more experience on earth not getting it. It's crap.
Yeah, there's no way.
No way. Yeah, that's how you expose their willful ignorance. Okay?
Yeah.
Because no one's that dopey. Sorry. And that's how people
can you imagine though how many people are employed by, quote unquote evil corp or whatever to like try to disprove flat earth or like just throw a wrench in it? Like, how many people are employed, and like how do they get do they get paychecks? Like, how are they paid? I think all kinds of people are paid in different ways and means and everything, but like, dude, know the budget they threw at this thing is like fucking overwhelming, bro. You know what I mean? Can't even imagine the amount of dollars.
They're out there, yeah, of course.
So, dude, if they put this much trouble and this many deaths and this much money all these years into it, dude, there's a serious reason why they're hiding it, bro. And I think it's because of like maybe the possible power, or you know what I mean, like the whatever we harness inside of us, bro, is real powerful. And like they've gone to great lengths for us not to know what we have inside of us, bro.
Yeah. The fear of them losing their power, because there's so many of us, and if we all come together, we can overthrow the governing force.
We wouldn't even need to overthrow them. We would just literally like ignore them and just like
no. I'd want them removed. I don't want them to be around. That means you have to remove them and put them in prison. That's what I mean. I don't mean kill them.
Yeah.
They need to be removed from the position. They cannot be in a position where they're controlling. In other words, we chop their hands off, metaphorically speaking.
Yeah.
The problem is history. In history, there was a point in history where they reformed the education system. Around the 1500s, there was a real revolution of not just in the cosmology, but in all education, the way that they do things. So I think the problem is it's not people. People aren't the problem. The problem is what they did and how they reformed the way that we think and the way that we approach education now. And now what we're actually up against now, like a couple of hundreds of years of
indoctrination.
Methodology. It's the methodology now that's the problem. So you remove these people, they're going to be replaced by people who believe in the methodology, and it's because the methodology is
not really, Roots, because the methodology hasn't been productive. It's been a devaluation. The whole system has to change. So it cannot be that you remove the people and you keep the framework. That framework is gone as well because it's devaluing. It's devaluing creation. It's devaluing Earth.
Absolutely.
It has to go.
Jen, can you imagine the point where like all the old infrastructure where everything's symmetrical and you got the pillars and like everything's made of marble. They can never recreate that. And because it's like pleasing, it's not just for aesthetics, obviously, but like, can you imagine the day when like the last one of those buildings was built? And do you think at what point were they like, these buildings will never be around again? Not only that, but they're going to start destroying them too. So
London's like that. Do you know that London is like one of my Japanese students today said, because she lived in London for a while. She learned her English in England, during her 20s. She's now my age. I'm 63. Right, so we're the same age. During her 20s, she's in London. She lived in London, She looked at London recently and she said, it's becoming like America with all these glass buildings. The original architecture is being lost. I said, I know. Terrible, isn't it? You understand? So I know where you're coming from. And it's a shame. Shameful, I think. No tradition, no history,
when we're inside structures that have like a flat roof with like square corners, our energy gets trapped in there, and it's like that's not healing for us. You know what I mean? So all these they all had dome ceilings. I think that's essential for us as human beings living under dome ceilings like that for our health. Not to mention the bells and everything. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the buildings of today have no character. Really, not compared to the buildings of old.
They harness like they pull energy from us, and we don't get it replenished. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they're terrible.
Even the aesthetics, there's something called brutalism, and they figured out very early on that if you build buildings and all the architecture in this brutal fashion, they resemble schools and prisons. It kind of like imprints onto your attitude, and it kind of has an effect. And it's interesting how they moved away from just some of the old science and alchemy and ether and all those things, because we were more aware of the symbolism and the effects of surroundings and energy and things, whereas they completely removed that from our consciousness. And that's why I say the framework changed, because we're not aware now of the nuances of what's affecting us. And I think we've got so much to undo or to rediscover that just removing the symptoms isn't going to deal with the root cause of the issue.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, it's education, I think. I mean, you are raising some good points, mind you, but I still think that we can overcome them, because there are people out there with integrity who are aware of what we're talking about, and they'll want to do good, and that's through counselling, because everybody's going to need it. We're going to need that. Yeah. Oh, yeah. We're all going to need it, so that we can begin to appreciate what is good. We've had a few hundred years. So it's all what we've learned through the flat Earth has to be taught in the schools. We have been indoctrinated from this point onwards. So now it's time for us to recover. We're going to need to go through counselling. It's definitely doable. I'm saying that for sure. Lots of good people out there who can do this. Yeah.
Hey, have either of you ever experienced anybody who's like you believe in your heart is demon possessed, like in front of you, and you're like interacting with them?
No, I've never had that in my life.
Well, like where I live, and like I've dealt with like a lot, and I work with like homeless people that have like quote unquote mental problems. Yeah. The way I look at it is like I've seen ones who like I believe they're like a demon, maybe not completely possessing them, but is definitely influencing their actions, like just their body movements and everything. And so I've tested this in the last couple of years, and like before I was a flat earther and I'd come across people like that, I would like put my hand on their chest or near them and I'd say like something about Jesus, in the name of Jesus, I command you to leave this person or whatever. And it never really worked, but like when I approach these people or they approach me, and then I say, the first thing, I look him dead in the eye and I go, the earth is this flat, non-rotating plane. Like I'll just keep saying the flat earth, bro, and it enrages them, like really seriously. Definitely demons definitely want that stuff kept under wraps, you know what I mean? And it's a good way to see if somebody has a demon in them, though,
I tend not to say demons. I tend to, if I do go that extreme with my thinking, I think parasites. This guy's got parasites, dude. And then
a parasite for sore eyes.
Yeah. And there's a lot of people who say parasites are connected to demons. Who knows?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. True.
But we've definitely been infected with some sort of mind virus. And I think just to follow on what Jin said earlier, is a devaluation of us. They've devalued us to the point where we devalue ourselves and we don't even trust our own thinking. And I think relativity's played its part in that, because now we don't trust our senses, and if you can't trust your senses and you've got a devalued view of your own psyche, I think it's very, very easy to fall into this. We need a model. We need the math. We need an authority. You know what I mean? We don't trust ourselves.
We don't. Yeah. We don't need
Think about it. Everywhere you go, there's signs everywhere. Drive here, park here, do not park here. Like all these superfluous things that really like get people caught up in like the colors and the symbols and the like, no's and yeses, and it's really it's in everything though. It's ingrained in everything. I mean, you buy something to eat at the store and like it explains you how to open the wrapper and like heat it up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Fucking everything, bro. Everything.
I think deep down people don't.
Do not put your foot. Do not put your foot here. Like it shows you where to rest your arms. It's like.
Put your feet here, kind of thing.
I think deep down people don't want to be NPCs. Like when you meet a family and they're like, you haven't met before, and they've got character, and they've got, they get their inside jokes and things. It's not like they're just like, mindless zombies. Like there's a lot of people out there that are real. They're real. They just have got no choice. Really? Do they? Like they don't see that they have a choice, right?
That's right.
But inside their home, they do. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
At the moment, but when that goes, I wonder what will happen then. When the TV becomes the authority, I mean, at the minute you can turn it off. What if you can't turn it off? You know what I mean? There is going to be more
North Korea
invasion.
Does that.
Yeah, there's going to be more invasion into the home, and people. You're right, T-Dub. People do say, "Oh, just for God's sakes, leave me alone. At least I just want to be safe in my home." But when that becomes compromised, maybe something can change then.
Yes, please leave me alone. I want to be alone in my house. Yes. I'm absolutely bad. I'm not going to take it anymore.
Yeah, that was where I was going with that.
Yeah, and throw the TV out the window.
You know, I just realized, you know why they call them Freemasons, right? Is because like the masonry that they have, it was free. It was given, or not given, but it was free, right? So like another expression that just popped in my mind is that expression, mi casa, su casa. You know what I mean? What's yours is mine. Slap some religious symbols on it. You know what I mean? We got ourselves a. We got
Just gotta be
ourselves a
careful of the Hegelian dialect, right?
The what?
Hegelian dialect. So you got to beware that you're not part of something that is instigated by them, right? And that you're part of some rebellion that's being controlled by them.
All right, we've got somebody weird who's joined the channel.
Oh, Stan.
Not weird.
Clearly got no life to be making
First
that kind
impressions,
of noise.
mate.
Yeah, to be making that kind of noise, he's got no life. Got no life.
Look at the picture he has.
Hey, that's not very nice, all right? That's not very nice. Hey.
Let me guess, Stan, can I make a prediction? You're a glober, you think flat Earth is ridiculous and a joke. Is that your position?
Yeah,
I think.
I hope you're being ironic.
I think you need to show your butthole to chat. What do you think? What do you think?
Okay, then. Moving on swiftly.
Yeah, why don't we just mute the guy and
mute the cons. Mute me. Wait, hold on.
Yeah, well, you're not contributing anything positive, that's for sure. Right?
He's muted.
You're essence at the moment. Why? You know, squat you like a fly.
Hold on, Stan. Let's give him another chance. So, Stan, this isn't a joke room. I'm not sure if you're aware. Where there's genuine flat earthers here, and it's a very, very logical position.
Yeah.
Were you aware of that, or did you think this was a joke room?
No, I would love to, explain myself and get my side of, the opinion.
Well, go ahead then. Go ahead instead of making.
Well, I mean, I'm not just gonna spill the beans just yet.
You spilled some horrible noises. You made some horrible noises.
He's not going to give it up on a first date, Jin.
Dude, you know what? Woo is
fucking stupid noise. Hello? Is that how you spell the beans? Is that how you spell the beans?
Hold on, let's pause. Let's relax. Let's take a step back real quick.
Damn fool. See what I mean? See what I mean, ladies and gentlemen? The psychology of the Globers. Another one. There you are.
Yeah, Stan, I'm gonna just sort of I did mute you, but I've unmuted you because maybe you didn't realize that this is quite an intellectual
I like
subject.
that. No, here, look. Okay, I'll give you my stance on what I believe. I believe.
No knowledge.
Look.
Go ahead.
Guys, you can break down what I say and everything after I elaborate on what I believe. I believe that we are not on a globe. I agree, but I also don't agree with a flat Earth. I think we're in dimensions. There's layers in every. Do you understand what I'm saying by layers? It's too hard to put into words right now because I'm fucked up. But I want you to understand. I think you guys are right. There's the edge of our world where we cannot go beyond. I think we have many eyes that are watching us, even eyes that are not on this planet. And I think there is nothing beyond this. I think this is a simulation to a point, right? But it is a forever infinite simulation upon dimensions. So we're in the third dimension.
So hold on, before you expand on that.
There's no such thing as future.
I don't have the worst. I don't necessarily, I don't want to rebut anything yet. Why does that not work with the fact that we observe the Earth, experience the Earth flat? Where's your reluctance to just admit that what we observe, whether it's a simulation or not, what we observe, experience, and how we treat the Earth is a flat, non-rotating plane?
Well, I agree it's flat, but I don't agree that it just stops there. I think it expands a little bit more beyond that.
Well, that's fine. But who said that that we think it stops at a certain point?
That's a flat Earth theory because it stops. There's you only believe.
No, that's not true. That's misrepresentation.
Okay, I'll let you.
We don't know how far.
I'll be brief. In technicality,
be brief and accurate. Be brief and accurate, though. Don't misrepresent us. Thank you.
I'm not going to misrepresent.
Well, you have done already.
I'm literally explaining my opinion and my theory, and you can break it down whether you like it or not. Okay, I'm being respectful here.
Representation of us.
But look, the flat Earth theory means that there's nothing.
Flat Earth is not a theory. Flat Earth is not a theory. Got it wrong already. It's not a theory.
Well, let him get him out, and then Jin, you respond to him.
You don't know, I don't know either. Okay, but it is a theory, and it's literally a theory. All right, but my theory is it goes beyond just flat Earth. I think there's multiple. I'm not even kidding. Dimensions through this world that we're in. I feel like we're
we got that.
But look, your flat Earth doesn't make sense. This is my opinion, by the way. So, I'll let you talk, but this is me. I'll make it brief. Flat Earth doesn't work because it doesn't correlate to how we originated. There's no fucking basis.
It's got nothing to do with that. Jin, do you want to respond? Because I know you wanted to address the whole theory idea. Yeah, let Jin respond and really listen to him, because it really isn't a theory, and our position isn't a theoretical one. And Jin will expand that for you.
Yeah, look, we went to school. They told us that the Earth was an oblate spheroid without any evidence. And it wasn't until 2015 that I actually decided to go and check it now. Clicked on a video. I learned I was in error for 48 years. So if they've given us the numbers and dimensions to this supposed ball Earth, that means by rights we should be able to take our tools and go and measure. Now, every single one of us in here has gone out there and we are measuring flat Earth level. Okay, that's not no dimension thing, going through portholes. That's me leaving my house with some tools and friends, family, and going to check. It's as simple as that, yeah? So the Earth is indeed flat. Secondly, this Earth, trees, fruits, pistachio nuts, broccoli, onions. You're interrupting.
Nothing substantial.
Let him finish. Hold on, Stan. Let him finish, and then you can. Stan, let him finish, and then you respond. Yeah.
Right.
Go on,
because I'm bringing the reality to the thing. And the thing is, these things that I mentioned, those things that I mentioned, we don't know how they came to be. So clearly, there's a creator there.
You.
Right. This man is. Can you not mute the guy? Come on,
Stan.
Man.
I don't want to have to mute you. I think he's nearly finished. He's nearly finished, and then you can respond.
Yeah, he went on.
Jin, did you want to finish?
Just mute the guy. You know what I mean?
If he does it again, I will.
Yeah, right. So basically, what I'm trying to say is that clearly there has to be a creator on this Earth. Okay, right? So we're not coming from any dimensions or nonsense like that. That's not what we're about here. We're about proving with empirical evidence. That's what we go by. It's staying in the realms of.
Do you even know what empirical evidence is?
Do you know? Yes, we do know.
So what is it? Because that's the whole foundation of why you're wrong.
No, I'm not wrong. You see, you're based on an assumption.
Empirical evidence. Can you define that? Can you define that?
Okay. Hang on a second, ladies and gentlemen. Let's ask these fools some questions.
Dude, you are a fucking bore.
Hang on a second. What is the circumference of this Earth? Supposedly, do you know that?
Do you even know?
Hold on, Jin. Before you ask him that question, I want to respond to his question.
Yeah, go ahead.
We know what empirical evidence is. It's the basis of why we're flat earthers. Flat Earth is an empirical.
That's why he's wrong, though. Do you not understand that?
No. So I want you to expand on that, Stan, because empirical evidence is.
No, I asked him a question, and I want him to answer it.
Stan, empirical evidence is evidence acquired through direct experience.
That is the exact reason why people don't believe flat earthers is because of empirical.
We don't ask you to believe. We don't ask any human being to believe.
Yeah, I know, but I'm trying to pick your brain a little bit and expand on it. You're not fucking making sense, my boy. Okay, genuinely.
Let's hold Stan to his claims, Jin. So he made a claim that empirical evidence is the basis of the globe. So what empirical evidence proves that we live on a spinning, curving ball in a vacuum?
First off, let's ask Mr. Sherlock here what empirical evidence even means, because genuinely,
I just told you.
You're insulting me by asking me that question.
I'm not insulting you.
It's an insult to even ask me that question.
Fine, I bet.
And I'm not going to give you an answer purely because it's an insulting question.
I don't know.
Get on with your problem. You have a problem. You've made a claim. You've misrepresented us, and I've pulled you up every step of the way.
But
now, tell us the empirical. Please give us the empirical.
I'll tell you what your problem is, Stan.
No, I'll tell you
You
what your
have
problem
been
is. First
suspected of
off, y'all
online
using
harassment
words you can't
previously,
define.
and
There
you
you
have
are.
been reported for harassment. So we
There you
kind of
are.
get an idea of your character from what you've been doing on Discord. Now, I
Right.
don't give a shit about what your
That's not
past.
harassing by
The only thing I care about, but Stan, right now, I don't really care. The only thing I care about is you backing your claim that empirical evidence proves we live on a
That's
spinning
exactly
ball.
why you guys are.
So you made a claim. We know what empirical evidence is. I already told you. If you wasn't listening, that's your fault. What
Yeah.
empirical evidence proves we live on a spinning ball?
Exactly. Where is it?
That's the whole basis I'm talking about because you know what?
Yeah, what?
Can you give us the empirical evidence? Why are you dodging the question? Why are you obfuscating the question?
That's not what I'm saying. But he doesn't even know what empirical
You're
evidence is.
obfuscating. Don't be accusing me of not knowing anything. That there's a baseless claim. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're listening in the YouTube live stream, here we have yet another Glober who doesn't know his model, but yet tries to defend what he doesn't even
Have you
know.
been to space?
And
You fucking
then he
idiot.
can't
You don't know
prove it.
shit
He
either.
can't prove the empirical evidence.
You know just as
that
much
he
as I
puts
do.
forward. Don't interrupt me when I'm
Let's not
talking.
turn this. Let's not turn this into.
That's why you should
he's a
be
fucking
muted.
loser,
That's
bro.
why
He
you
doesn't
should
know
be
what I'm
muted.
talking about.
He should be muted when I'm talking. He should be muted.
No, you
Yeah,
should be.
I will start controlling. Dan,
Yeah,
I will
he
start
should be muted
controlling your
whilst I'm
microphone
talking.
now.
Otherwise, I'm just going to talk all over him. So, because I'm not going to stop.
Jen, do you want
ladies
to
and gentlemen,
make your point?
yeah, I'm going to round it up quickly. Ladies and gentlemen, here we have another Glober who has come in, right? Doesn't know the model, makes a claim that he's got empirical evidence, but doesn't know his subject. How could he have empirical evidence? What could he have? And then when you ask him, he starts to claim that I don't know what I'm talking about. But he made the claim. Yeah, of course he's gone.
Funny. That's
Of course
so
he's
funny.
gone. Of course he's
Doesn't
gone.
even know the subject.
Now he's gone. Of course. What an idiot he was.
Oh, I wanted to roast him on the fire. Oh well.
Yeah, another display. Well, yeah, I'm glad he's
I don't know about you. I don't know about you guys, but when people like that come in here, at some point, you might want to ask them if they're under the influence, right? Because then you gotta ask yourself if it's even worth conversing with somebody who's under the influence. Right?
He said he was 20k. He said he was fucked up or something.
He was. Oh shit. Well, then my question to you guys is why even bother? But that's up to you.
That's a good question.
Well, he's going out live.
But he is back.
Yeah,
he is back though.
Yeah, he was a douchebag. He's going out live, and remember,
the picture he has is of him having sex with a cartoon, bro.
No, Jit, I was saying he's back.
Oh, he's back. Oh well.
Yeah,
you're right about that too.
It's a picture of him having sex with a cartoon, dude.
Now? Is he now going to present his evidence for his empirical evidence for the globe? Go ahead.
The fucking question. I will stand on that.
Stan, why did you storm out and then come back?
Because I thought if I went out,
what's the point in that?
It would reduce the mute on my account, so I can come back in.
Probably right.
No, dude, I only muted you. I only muted you.
Ladies and gentlemen.
You know what? I get
muted you because you were causing audio chaos.
Server, plenty of times.
You made a claim that there's empirical evidence for the globe. The only thing I care about right now.
That's not what I was going to finish on. Okay.
Yeah, but unless you're going to provide some empirical evidence, we're
get on with it. How about you get on with it? How about you fucking
get on with it? Get on with it. You're not. Get on with it.
Go on, Stan. What empirical evidence proves the globe?
But that's the whole basis of what I was saying. I'm not disagreeing with you. I don't think there's a sphere we're on.
You are disagreeing. Just get on with it.
You don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Shut up, you lemon. Get on with it.
Fucking uncle. Okay, so give me an argument because you said a lot of bullshit wrong.
I don't have to give you anything. You said you had empirical evidence. Can you please present that? People are waiting.
Empirical evidence. I said you didn't even know what that means.
I'm asking for you to present the empirical evidence.
I'm asking for you to shut the fuck up and
can you please present it?
Dude, you're not understanding what I'm saying.
I'm understanding.
I agree with you. I don't think the Earth.
Every time you open your mouth,
dude, holy shit, this guy sucks.
All right, all right. I'll moderate.
Ban him now.
I'm gonna let Stan
ban him now.
Stan, shut the fuck up, dude, else you'll stay permanently on mute.
No, mute this fucking.
Right, so Stan, this is how this is gonna work. If you're gonna start demanding things and raising your voice, leaving and coming back, you're gonna stay on permanent mute. Or you could have an interesting conversation with Jin that's moderated, okay? And then you'll take it in turns to speak. Once the one person's finished, you can respond, All right. So now Jin made his point. Even though you left during what he was saying, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt to answer the question when I asked you what empirical evidence proves the globe, and I'm going to let you finish. Go ahead.
You know what? This is like a dictatorship, but I'll agree with it. Whatever.
It's just a moderated discussion. It turned into a debate.
Moderated
And having a
discussion, but it's
moderator
a one-sided discussion as well. So
it's not. I will also moderate Jin if he speaks through you. Yeah. So let's go. So it's you and Jin. So you.
what was his question?
The
Jin?
question was, what empirical evidence proves we live on a spinning ball? That's where we begin from.
Evidence is if you were to put your flashlight through a. Okay, how was the experiment done? It's already been done though. It's not flat and it's not a sphere, but we are definitely curvatured to an axis of some point, and there's definitely. Okay, look, I'm fucked up. Okay, look, let me break it down. Give me one more chance.
We know what you're talking about. It's a Netflix special you saw.
We are in dimensions. You know, there's no such thing as past and present.
Do you know what empirical evidence is?
Dude, shut the fuck up. I asked you that. I know what that is. That's why your claims are wrong. This whole basis of this argument is because empirical evidence proves that we're not.
Don't react so emotionally. You're asked a direct question for empirical evidence. So far, you haven't said anything that's empirical. Forgive me. That's on you.
You guys think that there's nothing but this fucking flat Earth that we're on?
No,
that's wrong and incorrect. There's multiple dimensions between us, time, past, present.
If you bring up dimensions again, you're just out of the discussion. You can't keep to a point. You've been asked several times now. What empirical evidence is there for a globe? Now, you started talking about some Netflix special that you watched, but it sounds like you don't have a grasp of what that was. So we're going to give you another chance. Jedi's involved in the convo now, so maybe try again with the empirical evidence response. Forget talking about dimensions, else you'll stay on mute.
All right, so I'm going to say this loud and clear. Fuck you. I can say whatever I want. And fuck your whole chat.
Yeah, you're done.
So the real question is, where is the flat Earth model?
That's not the real question at all. The real question is, what is the measurable surface description of the Earth?
You can apply for being an astronaut, and then you can fly to outer space and can watch the Earth, the globe Earth.
Can you do that? Can you do that?
I know astronauts, yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
It's only, 12, 14
You know 33-degree Freemasons?
that have said to be gone beyond low Earth orbit, so to quote-unquote outer space. These are the people that are said to have gone to the moon.
It's not possible for you, then yeah. Then
it's not possible for us.
What should we do?
It's not.
Oh my God!
Cheap and quick to measure the surface of the Earth. You don't need to be an astronaut to know whether or not the Earth is a plate spheroid. We can measure it on the Earth. You don't need to go to space.
You have to.
Not that you can go there anyway.
You have to.
Because you can't anyway.
That's why we did it in the end, right?
You were the one of the people.
No, you didn't do it. You didn't do it at all. You didn't do it. And they didn't do it.
If you want to understand the geometrical form of the globe Earth or the flat Earth, you have to watch the Earth as a whole and not like stay on Earth and have any model, you know? Doesn't work like that.
Yeah, I'm 63 years of age. I've travelled a lot of this globe, supposed globe. I've travelled all over this supposed globe, and I haven't seen the globe there. I've seen flat Earth only. Okay? So I've travelled enough to know that the globe doesn't exist. That's what I'm saying.
Interested to know what he means by
Mohammed, you know that
it doesn't work like that.
Mohammed, Peggy
Hold on a sec, Flatterday. Hold on a sec. Jedi, could you just repeat your question? Because that's a very prominent question.
He said it doesn't work like that. So when we're trying to figure out what the surface of the Earth is, being on the surface of the Earth and measuring the surface of the Earth, it isn't going to work like that according to him. You have to go far away. Is that what you mean by it doesn't work like that? man. He says you have to go in rockets to space to see what the Earth really is.
I think he bolted, mate.
Yeah, he is.
Shit. See what I mean?
Jesus.
He came in saying that he knew astronauts. It's so
Yeah.
funny.
Ridiculous. And then Jedi hit him with the
So
12.
funny.
Supposedly had gone to the moon, you know.
I was going to
And
ask him
that's
if he knew the astronaut Peggy Whitson who stayed in space 666 days. Fuck. I swear to God, I think they have a rocket launch every time they have a mass shooting. One is like a ritual that follows the other one.
it's just convoluted, is what it is.
Fuck. Some fucking real characters.
He clearly didn't know what empirical evidence was because he didn't give us one. Says, I don't know what it is. What's a Wally? We're just wrong. Flat Earth is wrong. I agree, but flat Earth is wrong. I mean, how can you be doing that? That contradiction right there. I'll be brief. He didn't say anything at all. Dimensions. Oh, the root was right. If you say dimensions one more time, you're out of here.
Some new age bullshit, mate.
Yeah. New age troll. That's what he was. And he had previous, didn't he? Harassment.
These kids come in with their tie-dye dimension T-shirts and shit.
Yeah. Now they could be listening in the live stream and then decide to do a little hit piece on us. That's another thing that I've noticed.
I've been in a couple hit pieces.
Yeah.
I'm in a hit piece that's got over 100,000 views. Some Glober put out. It's like McToon or one of those guys put out this thing, and there's like a little clip of me in there. They're trying to make me look stupid.
Yeah, exactly. That's what they try to do. You see, they're listening to the live stream. They see it's going at great guns, and we're really hitting the nails on the head. And people are listening, and they're going to be waking up the way they're listening to us. And then someone will come in and disrupt that and try and break the flow and the chain of thought. That's what they try to do, you see, but that's not always going to work.
Try to disrupt the train of thoughts.
Yeah, the flow of the logic that's waking people up.
Because like left to our own devices, if just us are talking on here, we're just picking each other's brains and like sharpening iron, then yeah, eventually like we're gonna come to greater conclusions had we not been interrupted. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's the key, especially when you're doing a live stream as well. If you're doing a live stream, that's when they want to interrupt the most. They're waiting and say, let's go in now, you know, and then they come try and disrupt. Because that definitely happens. They call it a raid.
Well, you know what? It's going to be a scary day when it all stops and you don't see any more opposition. That's like the quiet before the storm, huh?
That's right. Yeah, the tipping point. Once we get to that point, slowly but surely. I was listening to a video. Oh yeah, it was a young girl called Hazel, and she was putting forward the anti-flat Earth stuff from like the Flat Earth Society and CNN. You know, she mentioned all this, and she said that there's a report out there saying there's like 200 people join the Flat Earth Society every year. 200 a year, roughly. Yeah.
It's funny.
Yeah, it's funny.
It's such a taboo subject, though, dude. I'm trying to pick my brain and remember exactly what I was told in elementary school that would make me because it's the only thing that especially now they make it a point to not put down any genders or anybody's belief or anybody's anything that a person identifies as. It's looked down horribly if you put that down. But if you're a flat earther, or if you think the earth is flat, it's like that you expect somebody to be treated that dumb because they're dumb for even being dumb enough to think that. You know what I mean? It's the only thing where we don't. Not only do we not get a pass, we're scrutinized twice as hard. But that's the thing.
Well, fuck them then.
You know
well,
what I
fuck
mean?
them then.
Right?
Don't need that. We don't even need to talk about that because, I don't accept that. Jin don't accept that. You shouldn't accept that. You know what I mean? Joe don't accept that. So, fuck them.
Yep. Just stand your ground. You're the leader at the end of the day because they're the ones that are indoctrinated. You've broken that spell, so you're the one that's going to be leading them anyway. And you just be the best flat earther you can be. That's it.
Yeah. I like how you
I'm
said
not overly. Yeah, I'm not overly keen on this society anyway. I don't know about you guys.
No, me and you are the same. Me and you are the same, Root. Me and you are the same. Yeah, they're just dumbed down big time. Yeah, they're lost. And it's just getting worse each year.
Conversations with the average person aren't the most invigorating, let's say,
Yeah. I'm going to mention something about Bill Gates just very shortly, and that is he reckons there's something coming in the next 4 years. That's all I'm going to say. He would know, wouldn't he? Yeah, he would know. He would know.
Was it Windows 11?
Windows 12.
Windows 9/11.
Yes, the anniversary is next month on that event.
We'll commemorate the day that a building that wasn't on fire and wasn't hit by a plane collapsed into itself at free fall speed. Tragic.
Yeah, but that's true words there, because that's what actually happened.
Probably a good time to say welcome to the new people who have joined in the last 20 minutes, half an hour, or just joined. You're welcome to open your mic and get involved.
Yeah. Ignore the heated earlier. Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Ignore the heated session earlier, but that was necessary because the individual was obviously obfuscating his claim. He made a claim, he didn't want to back it up, and then at the same time misrepresenting what we stand for. I'm not going to stand for that, so obviously I had to raise my voice because he was trying to talk over me. But generally, it's amicable. We have amicable discussions here, So please don't hesitate to ask the questions. Me and my colleagues here can easily answer your questions. Because sometimes they come in and they might be put off by the noise, and they don't want, let me listen. I don't want to do any talking at the moment. But you might have a very good question that someone can learn from. That's the thing.
To the person who asked in the chat, what is the best argument that the Earth is flat? Do you have a microphone so that we can respond to you?
Clearly not. Mike must be broken. Yeah, well, the lack of curvature speaks volumes, and then long distance observations and no rotation. We're not even rotating. But the thing is, it's the measurements there that we're measuring horizontality everywhere. No curvature experience. Not physically,
Did you say
not in my memories.
What did you say? What?
Horizontality.
Horizontality. I like that. I've never heard that before. Horizontality.
Yeah. Extended horizontality. That's what I usually say. Extended. That tells you that you're just on a level plane, man. You know? It's not just horizontal, it's extendedly horizontal all the way. And that's beauty in itself. And then you think, what created this? It's clever in its design, very clever in its design. You know? And if there is an ice wall, you can see that the ice wall is, if it's there, it's being used as a temperature control as well. That controls the temperatures. Then the sun, and that heats up what it can to give us our weather. It's great design, I'm telling you. Really good design. Appreciate it more and more when you start to look into it. The mechanics of it all.
Basically, what you're doing is you're just just filling people in who weren't aware of their blessing, their inheritance that the Creator gave us. You're just letting them know. You know what I mean? But just like I say with the shootings, you know what I mean? I'll tell somebody like that thing never happened. I mean, it happened, but the only shooting was like the clicks of a camera lens, clicking, and they'll get all mad and want to get violent. And I'll be like, bro, I'm giving you good news. I'm telling you, nobody's dead. Like the people are still living. Why would you be mad and get violent over good news? You want them to be dead? Like, what is it? I don't get it.
Yeah, no. What you say there is very true. That there's been so many incidences that are purported to be from terrorists, but it's just crisis acting going on, making real fake news, man. Yeah, no, you're telling the truth there. Telling the truth. There's a guy called Richard Gage, AIA, right, who is an architect, American Institute of Architects. He has spent since 2006 pursuing justice for his trade, first and foremost, for his trade as an architect, because that event goes against architecture itself and how you build, the building standards that are in place. And then those who have died, and he's taken it all the way to the extreme court. Now, he's the last person that you'd want to hear say to you that there are fake actors out there. And that's what he said. What you just said there, he said it himself. And that's an architect who was surprised to hear another guy speaking of the event as an inside job. And he thought, that guy is crazy. Let me go and check it. You know, much like the flat earth. And when he checked it, from 2006 to the present day, he's still pursuing justice. Okay? Present day. Right.
That's right.
Yeah. That's right. So there you have it. Yeah, an architect is speaking like you, saying that there are crisis actors out there. They create fake news, and then he gave us a clip where you had the director directing the fake actors on what to do.
Right.
Wow. Yeah. There you go.
And so many of these people are recycled, bro. Like they just dress up in different gear. They might put masks on, but you know what I mean. There's a group of them across our region. You know what I mean. And they're summoned somehow through via internet or whatever, and they show up where they have to. They get their check, no questions asked. They don't give their opinion on it. It's a job, you know.
Yeah, that's right. It's a job. Yeah, and like I said, they wear these masks. Like they can peel off. And that's the real person underneath. And you don't know because you don't even know they've got a mask on. Such is the quality of the mask these days. Oh, yeah.
And not just that, but in a situation where like you're not critiquing like the actors, like the whole message of what they're sending, you're like in shock like that. Oh, people died, or like, oh, huge hurricane, like, oh my God, like you're just in survival mode basically. So you're not like critiquing like how real of what they're saying is. You know what I mean?
Yeah. In the last 10 years, especially, I began, you know, it's just been crossing my mind. Is this news real? Because how can it be that every time there's an incident out there in the war, the women are getting raped? In the military,
right?
I was in the army. You don't do that. That's not what we do in the army. You're trained to kill the enemy. Okay, that's what you've got to do. But you're not there raping. That goes against the company. You're bringing the company's unit into disrepute. So every time I hear this, I think, that can't be true. What do you mean they're raping the women? It's crap. There's just
I think
so out of sync.
If these countries were really fighting against each other, bro, they would never air it where the public could see it like real time. You know what I mean?
Yeah, where have you got time to be raping here? Don't understand it.
Right.
Just doesn't make sense. They're saying it way too often as well. It's coming out too much in these news bulletins.
Bro, what about where they say the shooter took his own life? You know what I mean? How many times have you heard that, bro?
Very convenient.
Fuck. I'd say that's like 95% of the time. The shooter takes his own life.
Yeah, that's convenient. That's what I always say. Very convenient. That. Yeah.
God,
So
bro.
yeah. Questioning. You have to question everything because that's what you should be doing anyway. Remember, you're living in a world where they've explained to you that you live on a globe, so they've already lied, and all governments of the world are teaching the same education. So you're not wrong to say question everything. You have to. They've lied about where you live continuously. Right. So you question everything. Yeah.
That's something a kidnapper would do. Would create a whole scenario for this person they're keeping in a cage or keeping away from the public, and then they paint a different picture. It's basically kidnapping.
Yeah. Well, that's what they're doing. They kidnap the minds of everyone. That's what they're doing, and they're creating your future, your life is what they're doing. And remember, the media is well under control. They've got that under control. You cannot trust the media. It's not in our favor.
No.
It's not in our favor at all, is it? Right. Thank God I haven't met any of them because I'll be telling them what I think of them. So you're the ones that are perpetuating the deception. That's all you do. Don't be proud of that. You've got to answer to the Creator. Remember, in a world where you don't know how the pistachio nut, how broccoli, how tomatoes, sweet corn, you don't know how they came onto this earth. You don't even know how you as a human being came. Yeah, and you think it's that easy. When you pass on, you're going to meet the Creator of this earth. So keep pushing your deception, yeah? You're going to be punished later. Don't worry. Okay? Keep thinking that. Keep thinking you're going to get away with it. Yeah. Because it cannot be that this earth was created for us. And there's got to be a price to pay for that somewhere. It's a test. Definitely a test. That's what this is. This existence is a test.
Hey, sorry to interrupt. Sorry, I just need to say something. I'm banned from chatting on the... I don't have permission to chat in the side chat, so Ultimate FE Final Boss, it doesn't help that you ping me. Doesn't do anything.
Can any mods help her out so she can actually chat?
Well, we do encourage conversation in here, so is that not a conversation you can have in here?
Oh, he's calling me out and I can't respond in chat. If you wanted to call out and if you encourage it so much, encourage him to call it out in chat then, in VC.
Well, he's asking. I mean, I can let FE Boss speak for himself if he can get to the mic, but it seems like he's asking about your globe radius. Do you have evidence for your radius?
Yeah.
I don't really want to discuss it. I just came onto VC to tell you, or to tell him rather, that he's pinged me twice and I can't respond. So I'm telling him why I'm not responding.
It sounds like you're refusing to respond anyway, even with access.
What? I don't have access. What are you going on about?
Yeah, but you've got access to the VC and you're not responding to the question, which is, where's your evidence for your globe radius?
It doesn't help that I give you a globe radius. Anything doesn't matter. You guys refute everything. Like, there's no point in arguing. I only came here to listen.
It matters to you, doesn't it? It matters to you, doesn't it? So, and we want to know what is your best evidence for that radius. That's all. That's why you've made it this far. Please answer the question.
Dude.
How did we get the radius?
Bro. It's like, what's wrong with you?
Yeah, no, I don't. Like, I had a conversation yesterday. If you wanted to know my evidence, you should have come yesterday. That's unlucky, you guys.
Yeah, we're not doing ad hoc here, madam.
Listen, I only want
it's
to know
1v5, so like, no, I don't really want to speak. I'm here to listen.
No, you can just speak to one of us. That's fine. I'm not really bothered about you as a person, but you made a claim that obviously you've made a claim to FE Boss about the radius of the Earth. So I asked you a question.
And if you wanted to know,
FE Boss's question.
Sure, if he wants to come onto the mic and ask me a question, yeah.
Well, FE Boss, are you there? Do you want to engage on the mic? Can you?
Yeah, I'm here.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. So can you unmute
can
me
hear
from
you
the chat so I can
perfectly
actually send evidence?
Evidence, quote unquote.
Yeah, FE boss, do you want to ask your question again on the VC?
Yeah. And yesterday, she was talking about if there was an edge and all that. Yeah, and I asked her about the claim globe claim radius, and I asked her after 10 miles, what is the curvature drop, and she couldn't explain it. She had to ask me to explain it to her. So
what?
Yeah, she obviously doesn't know, dude.
Okay. That's not what happened at all. I was talking to multiple people, not just you, so I'm sorry that your question got lost. But, like, it wasn't just you in the VC. Again, like, there's 5 people. You weren't even there.
Can you answer it now, though? Can you answer it now?
I'm answering it to you guys, bro. You guys, like, be 5 people and you get a kick out of it. Like, it's not a productive conversation.
I don't get a kick out of it. I like the good discussions and debates that lead to advancements on either side.
Yeah, one-on-one.
You might, but there's other people in here that don't see it as that. They just see it as an opportunity to try to take down other people.
Well, you're not dealing with someone like
Do you
that
think
now.
we enjoy looking like silly people when we talk to them?
Yeah.
Not today.
Like it doesn't matter to me whether you believe the globe or flat Earth, but it is an important question, though. How did we get the radius, and what is the curve? If 8 inch per mole squared isn't correct after 10 miles, what is the correct calculation we do to be able to figure out how much curve we're supposed to be experiencing?
Yeah, and I'm not here to educate you. Yesterday, I came into this VC to ask questions about flat Earth. I was curious about it, and then people loved
Robot voice. We can't hear you.
Sorry, one sec.
Use your man voice.
Yeah, let's not be rude or antagonistic if you can help it, please. We're trying to keep it cordial. Thanks.
Yeah, let's have a good discussion.
I think it should be fine. Yeah, so yesterday I came in here asking questions. Okay.
Hold on, Vice for Syndrome. We don't need your little comments.
Yeah,
if you want to have a discussion, if you want to have a discussion, you can have one next. But let's just keep it cordial.
Understood.
So yesterday I came in here asking questions because I was curious. I'm not here to like prove that it's flat or round, whatever the fuck you want. Like I was only here to ask questions because I have. Every time I come into this VC, it's always people trying to disprove globe science, but I never hear anything about flat Earth science. So I'm curious about that. Like yesterday, and I'm sure Flat E final. I don't even know if he was there for the beginning, but I asked like what a map would look like for you guys. Like, what do you think it looks? Really?
She's not. No, she's not.
for me.
Listen,
She's not.
Vice for Syndrome. I'm going to just pop you on mute for a few minutes.
Yeah, pop him on mute for a second. Now, let me just say something to the young lady, please, Ruth. Young lady, look, let me start off by extending an apology from yesterday's, whatever stresses you were given. Take an apology from me, Gene CBO1, on behalf of all the flat earthers here, because that's not what we're about, okay? You've got some good questions, I feel. You were roughed up yesterday. Let's dust you off and try and start again on a better footing, okay? Okay, now you're saying that you're not getting any information about the flat earth, why is the earth flat, etc., etc. I can feel that in you. Well, maybe Root can take you on that. Really nice guy, and he knows it all.
I appreciate it.
You are welcome.
Thank you.
Before I do,
I just need to like ask, sorry to interrupt. I just want to see if anyone can like give me permissions to send messages in the side chat because I can't like send anything there if I have any questions.
Maybe you were VC locked by somebody yesterday. Let's get to know you just a little bit better. Let's get to know you a little bit better, and then I can put a request in. But I just want to give you the context as to why every time you come here, people are having to justify evidence that the Earth's a ball, and this is really important. The positive claim is that the Earth is something we don't experience. We are being told that the Earth is a spinning ball, although we don't experience that. So that's an extraordinary claim, and an extraordinary claim requires evidence. So when it comes to our position, we know that the Earth is measured, treated, functionally used as a flat, stationary, non-rotating plane. So if you're going to claim otherwise, if you had claimed that the Earth was a ball, then it would actually be your burden of proof. to actually substantiate some evidence for that. Do you get why that's how this
but at the
tends
same
to go?
time, yeah, but at the same time, whenever someone like a flat earther would make a statement, they can't really back it up, or they don't really want to. They always push the question onto the globe earther. It's always the globe earther that has to prove something, and never the flat earther. That is a problem that I have.
We can back it up. We can back it up, but we first put the burden of proof on the person making the claim. Now, if you want to know why it's flat, again, Root can do that for you quite easily.
Well, I don't really come here to know that. I have like specific questions that I need answered. So one, for example,
Can you ask them now, then, please?
Yeah, of course. So one would be like, what map do you guys follow, if you have a map at all? Maybe not even a map, like a scientific map, but like a representation of what flat Earth looks like.
Yeah, go on, Root.
So there's no consensus on a map. All maps that we have in the last 200 years are that with a spherical coordinate system. So even though we get a flat depiction of a map and people will show you the AE map, that's not a flat Earth map. That's a depiction of a globe in 2D. So there isn't an official flat Earth map in that respect.
So you guys don't have like a representation of what you believe the Earth looks like?
No, we don't have a position based on a map or a coordinate system. We know that the coordinate system has been converted from flat data. So what we're saying is the data used to create maps is taken in respect to a flat Earth, a flat plane. And alongside that, all empirical evidence that we have in terms of observations or tests over water, we're not experiencing any curvature or motion.
I'm not really answering. I'm not really asking about curvature or anything. I'm just asking like a representation. It doesn't have to be completely accurate.
I told you
it's
that.
Reality
I told you
is
that.
a representation.
But reality
Right.
can be put on a map for globe earthers, so why can't it be put on a map for flat? It should be much easier to make a map for flat Earth, or like at least a representation of like how the countries are oriented and stuff.
Yeah, we do have the Alexander Gleason's map, and it seems to be working very. Hang on a minute, please. It's working very well, especially with flight paths, etc., etc. The point is, we know that the Earth isn't a globe because we're not measuring that curvature. So our position is we do not know the shape of the Earth because we cannot leave the Earth to see the Earth in its entirety like a God's eye view. We can't get that view. And then giving you the surface is not actually giving you a shape. The surface of the Earth isn't curving to an oblate spheroid standard. It's just not. It's horizontal and extendedly so. There's no measure of curvature. That's why we say flat Earth. We don't actually know the shape. We're not making a claim like that. Right.
Yeah, that's fine. But why has no one gone to the edge of flat Earth, like to see how wide it is? We have ships and such.
Okay.
There may not be an edge.
So, Athena, you're willing to hand wave everything away just because of a map and no one being able to spot an edge, correct?
No, that I didn't even finish all my questions.
Well, I mean, that was a valid question put to you. Are you basing your position on the fact of the map and the edge? It's a valid question that you have to answer, really.
No, I put it on science, which I know.
What we're doing is not science. That's a miss. Exactly.
Yes, and again, like I said, what you guys do is you always flip it on me. You ask me
No, we're not flipping it on you. We're not flipping it on you. We're not flipping it on you. That's not what we're doing. Okay.
And let me just say to Athena, don't play the victim, Athena. You're not going to do that, right? You're not going to walk in this room and say, demand us to give you a map and demand an edge, and then point at science. No, hold on a minute, Athena, and then say science has the answers. We're presenting you with reality, and it's up to you to take the reality and plug it into whatever you need to figure this out. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, and that's true.
That's fine. But I'm asking questions. I'm not claiming anything. I haven't claimed anything, have I?
Yeah, but we're answering your questions. We even gave you the Gleason's map, who was a flat earther himself, which is pretty accurate and can be used and was used.
Yeah,
the Gleason's map. He was a flat earther, and that is pretty accurate. It's not used anymore, but it is a flat earth map. But you're missing the point when we say we don't subscribe to a map, because we're not making a shape claim. And when it comes to the edge, what we have in reality is we have the water, the seas.
I apologize, guys.
Yeah. I don't know who muted Stan. What we have is the seas, and when we go south, what we have is a higher landmass called Antarctica. So just like a puddle, the water is contained by the higher landmass. That's what we experience in reality.
But you're
So
not
we're just
answering
being
the question
empirical
that
and
I
honest.
had.
We are answering the questions, and I think we're answering them to sufficient standards. You're being a bit disingenuous now.
How? Okay, that's fine. Whatever.
Because we're answering your questions. We've provided a map. We've told you there is no edge that we're claiming, and we're claiming no shape. And you're still saying we're not answering your questions.
Well, do you agree that Earth has to finish at a certain point?
Not really, no, because we don't know what Earth is in that regard. I can't say that.
So why has no one gone out to test it?
Let me
Well, we
ask
can't go
Athena
out
this
there.
question.
Hang on a minute, Ruth.
sorry.
We're not able to go and do that. One, it would cost a lot of money. You can't do that just off your back. You're going to need a logistic and groups of people, a military approach. Now, maybe the military, the Navy, and the Air Force, perhaps they know, and they're not telling us, okay? But we as individuals, that's rather a large undertaking, and it's being patrolled. There are legal documents and legal protocols that have to be followed, okay, before you can go and do this. And you wouldn't be allowed anyway to go out on your own. There are restrictions in place, okay? You may not be aware of that. Yeah, you may not be aware of that.
That's fine. I meant more in like the old days. In the old days, there were ships that went all over.
Yeah, but those ships were commissioned. Those ships were commissioned by those who were in control back then, and that same system is applying today. So the elites are controlling everything. So when they went out in those days, they weren't ordinary people like me and you. You know, I haven't got that kind of money where I can get a boat and just go out. These are people commissioned.
Yeah, but they weren't all. Not all of them were controlled by the government. A lot of them were controlled by private companies, like the East India Trading Company. It was not controlled by the government.
Part of the government. East India Company, part of the government.
Yeah, but Athena, you're not allowed to. Yeah, but Athena, you're not allowed to freely explore Antarctica. Now we have the technology to be able to go into, areas where you would clearly die without technology over long distances.
Recently, there was a guy that offered a famous flat earther to go with him to Antarctica, and he didn't go. He denied it. Didn't deny it. He didn't go.
That's not free exploring Antarctica. They wanted to go to Union Glacier. Yeah, that's great. But that doesn't really prove and doesn't help us when you ask the question. Athena, don't interrupt me. I'm being as polite as I possibly can with you. Okay. We cannot go and freely explore Antarctica to find out what's beyond those plains of ice. Now, we have anecdotal evidence from explorers from the past who say that they saw green land beyond some of those ice cliffs. We can't verify that. We can't go and prove what's beyond those ice plains. And there is now a treaty in place that stops any free exploration of Antarctica. So you're asking for something that isn't physically possible.
You said Antarctica, right?
And Roots, last time I checked Roots, water seeks its level and boats sail upon the water, correct?
Now that's a very good point. What can we prove? Killian's bringing us on to what we can prove. And what we can prove is that the Earth isn't curving and that we are experiencing this flat water across the whole plane, and that all of the land masses sit on this flat water. And that's what we're experiencing. We're not experiencing a spinning ball in reality.
But isn't the moon spinning? We can see that with a naked eye.
Can we? We've only seen one side of the moon.
No, we haven't. If you look at the moon one day and then you look at the moon another day, it won't have the same pattern.
Hold on a minute.
It spins.
Mic check. Am I coming through?
How do you know that?
Okay, bet.
Yeah, go ahead, Killian, but
All right,
you don't know that.
So again, we're not talking about stuff in the sky, sister. Okay, we're not going to jump to the moon now. What we're asking for you right now is an honest admission of you actually observing nature as it sits. So from your standpoint in nature, where do you see a spheroid coming into play?
Where do I see a what coming into place?
A spheroid.
Is a moon.
So you're going to point at stuff in the sky in order to prove the surface of the Earth. Is that correct?
I didn't say that.
You just said moon. The moon is in the sky.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that it proves that the Earth is round, did I?
I'm asking
then why bring it up?
for your proof of what shows you in nature that the Earth is in fact a spheroid. What are you
Again,
appealing
you're asking me questions and such, but I'm not
Am
here
I allowed to ask
like,
you
educate.
questions? Oh, I'm not allowed to
No.
ask you questions. You can ask us
Why are you
questions. We
so
can ask you.
rude?
Wow, that's ignorant.
Why are you being so rude? I never attacked any of you, and you're like calling me ignorant and such. I never attacked any of you. You've got a nasty attitude towards people that come into
I
this
think,
PC.
Athena, you've set the tone with your attitude, and I don't want to start throwing stones and pointing fingers here, but he makes a very valid point. You're the one who brought up the moon and then said you're not inferring that the moon has anything to do with the ground. So why bring it up? Because what we're telling you is empirically, we're treating the Earth as flat. Functionally, we treat the Earth as flat and that it's non-rotating. The atmosphere is treated as non-rotating. We don't experience anything that the heliocentric model claims in reality. And it's like you're not accepting that fact. Even though that's a fact, that's not a secret. It's understood in engineering. It's understood in aerodynamics. It's understood that we treat the Earth, in aerodynamics, we treat the atmosphere as non-rotating, and we don't account for curvature when we fly planes.
Because
Use
it's
a
not
gyroscope
important.
and we fly flat and level. Yeah. So what I said stands. We don't have to account for curvature, and we don't have to account for any axial rotation of the Earth.
And how do you know this? Where did you learn it from?
Because we make it our business to know this. This is what we're interested in, and this is something that we wouldn't go around claiming without knowing this to be true.
Yeah.
In the pilot handbooks, in the ballistics rocketry manuals, you are not having to make adjustments and calculations for the Coriolis effect. You're not having to nose planes down. In the pitch data from aeroplanes, you are not seeing that there is any deviation from flying flat, straight, and level.
Yeah.
This is in all engineering, in the building. Killian's a surveyor. I think you're a surveyor. Are you a surveyor, Killian? No, you're not a surveyor, but you're in the building industry, right? I mean, we've got people of all industries here that have to treat the Earth as a flat, stationary, non-rotating plane for the safety of people's lives.
Yeah. Then what about the government agency documents as well that state that if you're flying an aircraft or firing your ballistic weapons, you have to treat Earth as a non-rotating flat Earth. Okay, and they use the words flat Earth. Okay, these are government agency documents. What agencies am I talking about? The Army, the Navy, the Air Force, NASA, KGB, CIA, for example.
You said that pilots don't account for the curvature of the Earth. That's not true. They do.
No, it's true. It's true.
It's very much true.
Hold on, can I explain myself before you interrupt me?
Yeah,
go ahead.
Have any of you been in a plane?
Go ahead.
Probably all of us.
I want to, okay. So when you're in a plane, for example, you put a ball on the ground, or like a bowling ball, whatever, doesn't matter, it's going to roll down. That's because the plane is slightly curved downwards to account for the curvature of the Earth. Sure, they don't do calculations of it, but that's what they do. It's to slightly account for the curvature.
That's not true. What you state there is not true because back in 2016, I've been flying since 1969. I'm 63 years old, okay? Now, when an aeroplane flies, it actually flies with its nose up. This is an industry standard, by the way, 3 degrees nose up from horizontality. The reason for that is to keep the airflow going over the wings smoothly, and it keeps for a nice smooth ride for the passengers and easier life for the pilots, okay? So when you put your spirit level down on the floor now, spirit level, which you can download onto your smart device, you will see that there'll be a black circle, and the bubbles in the middle of that black circle doesn't deviate unless the plane is taking off. or landing. During the flight, it remains in a circle. That's leveled horizontality, but there's more. There's more to come. Not only are your senses registering that you're not flying over a curved trajectory, the in-flight telemetry data, which is coming from the black box, which is actually orange. This black box resides at the back of the plane. When you look at that data and you're looking for the pitch data, which is the angle at which the plane is flying, it shows for the duration of the flight that they're flying horizontal. They're not taking a curved trajectory. Okay? So these are the things that you're not knowledge of. Go ahead.
Can I show you something? Here's a commercial pilot. Yeah, I'm screen sharing. I can't post in the chat, so I am screen sharing. So if you want to watch my screen, if you can. You can let me know when you guys are watching.
Go ahead, play it.
I mean, if there's more than one person watching, I only heard the sound twice.
Yeah, go ahead.
The people who are engaging with you are listening. Go ahead.
Okay, great.
Bloody hell.
Just listen.
Nose up.
Mm-hmm. You're right.
I was correct. I said 3 degrees, didn't I?
Well, he said 2, but yeah, it doesn't really
Yeah,
matter.
I said 3. Yeah.
Yeah.
So so we're correct.
Yeah.
Yes,
exactly.
Except that it still accounts for the curvature of the Earth, which you were incorrect about.
No, it doesn't.
Pitching
No, it
up,
doesn't.
nose up. How does nose up? How does nose up? Athena, yeah, but let's just address the first point, Beans, as you're making comments. How does nose up account for an 8-inch? How does nose up account for a curvature of the Earth?
Yeah,
Just
give me a
explain
second.
that.
He's going to explain it. Just listen.
No, he's moved on to altitude. Brilliant. INS system. Yeah. So let me address that, because we speak about this all the time. So when he says autopilot, he's actually talking about an internal navigation system. Within the internal navigation system, they have something that's supposedly taken into account the curvature, which is called Schuler tuning. And Schuler tuning is also supposed to be taking into account the gravity as well. The problem you have with that claim is there are many planes that don't have an internal navigation system. And you fly I mean, just Google it. There's planes that you can buy today. And remember, we didn't have internal navigation systems. Don't interrupt me, Athena. Don't interrupt me, Athena. I'm going to make my point, then you can respond. So, the internal navigation system, which is the co-pilot, which he's using as a buzzword, but he's actually talking about the internal navigation system. They're using Schuler tuning, apparently. Okay, within this black box, which is taking into account the curvature. Great. Sounds beautiful. Sounds like we live on a ball. Until you realize that aeroplanes that don't have an INS system, you fly the plane in the exact same way. And when the aeroplane was invented, all the planes that were used didn't have internal navigation systems. There is no difference to how you fly a plane with or without an internal navigation system. Because if this is being taken into account, then without the co-pilot or the internal navigation system, then you would have to manually take into account the curvature of the Earth. And for your first point, the nose up is not accounting for the curvature, which would need to adjust to a nose down position.
Yeah.
Okay.
So both of those points are just easily debunkable.
Yeah, so for example, you were talking about the planes that don't have it. The planes that don't have it are the commercial planes, which means they don't fly as far as other ones, which means that they don't really
They do.
cross
Look, Japan.
overseas.
Hang on a minute, Roots. London to Japan, that's 6,000 miles. That's a quarter of the globe. That's a great distance. Okay, sorry, I've done that 9.5 hours. Also, if you look in the side chat, for your benefit, I've actually posted 28 pilots confirmed flat Earth. Okay.
Those are commercial pilots. I would rather.
No, they're not just commercial. No.
Those are hold on, I'm going to
Excuse
check it
me,
out,
hang on.
right?
I'm trying to talk. I'm trying to say something, but you're interrupting me. Please listen, right? They're not commercial pilots only. You've got jet fighter pilots, helicopter gunship pilots, pilots from different fields, okay? And they're all telling you for 3 hours that they don't fly on a ball Earth. So please watch it. Don't assume. Please watch the material. Thank you.
Good. I'm glad you found that video. I was actually looking for that, Jin, the other day. We could sit here. Stop interrupting me.
I got
interrupting me. Athena, you're doing my head in with this rudeness and then you claim victim. I was just making a point. We could sit here and stream that video like you've just streamed, and we would have far more pilots that are claiming that they treat the Earth as a flat, stationary, non-rotating plane, not taking into account curvature. So what good is that?
Okay, but you didn't let me finish because Jen interrupted me and I let him speak, and then you spoke afterwards. So again, you didn't let me finish.
I've already started.
Okay, so why, even on a flat Earth, this doesn't make sense. Why would they adjust 2 degrees nose up? Wouldn't they just go into space? How does that work?
It's to do with the atmosphere. It's to do with the resistance.
No,
I can't remember.
Actually, I explained that, Roots. Roots, I did explain. It's because the airflow across the wings.
I think you cut out.
For a very bumpy ride. The pilot would be struggling to keep it dead level. He wouldn't be able to do it. It'd be hard work. So when you nose up slightly, the airflow goes across smoothly and you don't get the vibrations and turbulence. That is why it's nose up. Okay? It's about avionics.
It's be flying up, right?
Yeah, it has to be up. Yeah, because if it's down, if it's
aerodynamics.
Hang on a minute, please. If it's nosing down, then there's more danger of losing control of the aircraft and going further down than you need to. So nosing up gives you more room to control to the horizontal line. So you start from up coming down. It's logic. That's all logic of engineering.
Yeah. So it's pressure, right?
It's not just it's not pressure. It's airflow.
Yes, airflow and pressure. It kind of goes. It goes hand in hand.
It's airflow. It's not pressure.
Another thing that I have a question for is how. What?
Sorry, go ahead.
Okay.
Have you got the flight data? Can you post it anywhere?
The what?
Oh, you want? I think he wants the. You want that?
Flight data?
Is that what you want?
Well, the data you're talking about, pitch data. Have you got that?
Yeah. I've got that. I've got that. I can give you that later on.
I'd actually like. I'd like to see that now, please.
Yes, I'll post that shortly.
So we can...
Yeah, I'll post that shortly. So, but anyway, you can carry on talking anyway. In the meantime. Yeah, carry on talking.
I still can't believe we skirted over that this person's apparently seen a different side of the moon. Like we're just letting that one slide.
There you go. Let's take that on.
Am I talking to one person or am I talking to 5?
Well, you're talking really. There are many individuals in here who may want to add their points of view. That's all you know. So please bear that in mind.
About the plane, it's just asking for pitch data.
Yeah, I'm going to get that for you now, mate. I'm on that right now. I'm just going into my private library, of course, which I've just entered, and I'm now scrolling down. Give me just a couple of minutes, and I'll get it. Go ahead.
And just throwing in a quick point, that thing that the nose of the plane is interacting with, the stream is called the jet stream. That's the pressure that the plane is riding upon. Thanks.
Okay, so far I've been speaking to Jen, I've been speaking to Roots, and I've been speaking to Killian, and then Raised by Goats also interrupted. So, yeah, so who am I actually speaking to? Because if there's going to be people interrupting, making their own points, it doesn't make sense.
I'm sorry, Athena. I'm sorry. Hold on, Killian. I'm sorry, Athena. Okay. This is not the Athena show. This is a busy room on Discord with many participants who have plenty to offer on this subject. This is not an ego battle. This is about having clarity. This is about having clarity on a subject. And if somebody has a very good point, which is true and correct, they are more than welcome to get involved.
Okay, that's
Exactly.
fair. But like
Are
I
you
said
having an
earlier,
issue with tracking the topic versus the person? Because as Bruce just said, if you're tracking the conversation with the person, you're ego tracking, right? But if you're tracking the topic, which is the thing we're talking about, then you're taking everything that everybody is saying and you're effectively onboarding it to your wall of media that you can consider your
when
wall
I
of
first
evidence.
joined, I said that I didn't want to do a 1v5, and what's your name? Bruce?
If you would like an organised debate, Athena, we
You're
can set that
interrupting
up.
me.
Yeah, but
You're interrupting me.
we're not interested in the meta conversation. Unfortunately, people are going to jump in, Athena. That's just how it works in here.
And you reassured me in the beginning that it was not going to be a 1v5.
No, but the
that it was going to
conversation
be...
has been ongoing for a while, Athena. So you're making statements.
I want to give somebody else a chance to speak, since that's not what I'm in here to do. I'm not in here to take opinions.
Well, your points have been debunked anyway. Your points have been debunked. You provided one pilot, we provided 28. You provided 3 claims, we rebutted all 3.
That's okay. I'll provide you more. Hold on.
Yeah, but we've rebutted all of the points that you...
Do you want to give me permission so I can chat, so I can post a link, please?
Nosing up doesn't account for the... I'm just going to pop you on mute for a sec. Nosing up doesn't account for the curvature of the Earth. That's a matter of aerodynamics. Schuler tuning isn't something that can be taken seriously because you fly a plane the same way without an internal navigation system. And I don't remember what was the third point? Do you remember the third point, or are you more bothered about the meta? Yeah, I can't remember the third point, but what I'm saying is your points aren't relevant.
Hold on, I'm looking at what was sent. Which flight
this is the
this?
telemetry data. I've just sent it. The young man that was asking about the in-flight telemetry data. 39 minutes past the hour. It's posted, okay? It's really good, crystal clear. It's come from a Boeing 777 in an incident where the aircraft's engine that and then the pilot had to shut that engine down, of course, because it obviously got destroyed. And then they flew back to Honolulu, right? No one was injured. Everyone got off safely. Plane's been repaired. But that incident took 2 hours. And that's what you're looking at there, the incident and how the plane is flying horizontal, not taking a curved trajectory, which it would do, okay, if it were flying over a ball Earth. That's what this is all about, okay?
Okay.
That's Elder Bear, by the way, Jim.
Can you describe?
Yeah, I know.
If you look at the pitch data, if you look at the pitch data, at 12:05, between 12:05 and 12:35, can you explain what's going on there?
It's going well. It's just for me, it looks like it's flying horizontal.
No, pitch. What's the pitch data between 12:05 and 12:35 like? What does the pitch data show?
12:05.
It's at the end.
Well, it must be coming down to land then, if it's at the end.
But what's the pitch data? What's that show?
Well, it must be coming into land. It must be coming into land. So it's dropping in altitude.
It's showing a decrease in altitude.
It's dropping in altitude, which means it's coming into land.
Hang on,
clearly.
But the nose is pitching up.
It doesn't matter. The nose is always pitched up when it's coming into land. It's losing altitude.
You said
hold on a second, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on a second. Can you mute me, guys? I'm not going to get my words out. I'm not going to be able to get my words out if it's going to keep talking through what I'm saying. So, ladies and gentlemen, when an aircraft is coming into land, first from this horizontal flight of 3 degrees nose up, it will begin to nose down because it's coming into land. It has to drop altitude. Okay, so it's going to nose downwards.
It's not showing that.
Hang on, look. Can you not mute the guy?
That's not what
I don't want to interrupt when I'm talking.
All right, Fallen, I'm gonna mute you while Jin responds.
Thank you. Thanks. Right. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'll start again. When the plane is flying to its destination, when it's approaching its airport 10 miles out, let's say 20 miles out, it begins to drop in altitude. In order to do that, it has to nose down. That's when you're going to notice a difference from the horizontal. So it's nosing down as it's coming closer to the airport. But you will notice at the very end, it will nose up and land bum first. Doesn't land nose first, does it? But obviously, from a high altitude, it's got to nose down in order to drop in altitude to reach the ground. It's as simple as that. Now, I'm not going to explain any more than that. That's it. Thank you.
It's common sense, but let's let him respond. Go ahead, Fallen.
Yeah, let him respond. Yeah.
So between 12:05 and 12:35, the plane is pitching up.
It's losing altitude with its nose up.
The plane is pitching up, but the altitude is dropping.
That's right. That's what he just explained. Did you not listen to what he
Why is
said?
the nose not pitching down?
He
Why is
just
the nose
explained.
not pitching down if it's losing altitude.
Fallen, did you can you stillman, hold on, sorry. Fallen, can you stillman what he said? Can you stillman what he said?
Hang on. No, I'm telling you, asking about the data.
See, he can't even stop. Mute the guy. He's not hearing good
If you were going
space.
around the globe, the nose would have to pitch down in order to change elevation going round ball.
I already explained that.
Right.
I did explain that, and we don't live on a ball.
But when elevation is dropping, when it's coming in land, the pitch of the nose does not point down, pointing up.
Ladies and gentlemen,
the pitch data is no evidence. No evidence.
I clearly explained. I clearly explained it perfectly.
It always pitches up. It's only two
Ladies and
occasions
gentlemen.
in that time frame where it pitches below zero twice.
All right, let
Rest
Jin
of the time,
respond.
it's
Let Jin
losing
respond now.
elevation, but the pitch data is up, not down.
All right, we get it. Let Jin respond.
Of elevation change.
Fallen ladies and gentlemen, Fallen has got it all wrong as per usual. Okay, as I've said before, once the aeroplane is approaching like 20 miles, 10 miles out from the airport, destination airport, it noses down first, right, to drop in the altitude. But it's not going to land nose first. It's got to level off again and then bring the nose up as it comes into land. That's how the planes land, ladies and gentlemen, and that's what this pitch. Now, he's going on about the nose down. I mentioned it already. It does go nose down at first, but eventually the nose will be up as it lands because it doesn't land on the nose wheel. It lands underneath the undercarriage, which is underneath the wings. So that means the nose must be up in order to land. End of story. Thank you. Wow. What is the matter with this man?
If the plane were changing its elevation in order to go around the ball, the nose would have to pitch down. Now, in the most obvious position where the plane is losing elevation, hang on, when the plane is coming down, the pitch at nose is up. It's never down.
No, that's a lie, ladies and gentlemen. That's a lie, ladies and gentlemen. What he's told you is a lie. What he's told you is a lie. He's misrepresenting. Like I said,
he is. He's got the wrong context.
The data is the proof.
Yeah.
He's got the wrong context here. Listen, Fallen. When you're going around your ball, when you're going around your ball, you're not decreasing in elevation. You are adjusting. You are cruising, but you are supposed to be adjusting for the curvature of the Earth. So this is a false equivalence. Dropping in altitude is a landing procedure. Accounting for curvature is not a landing procedure, is it? It's a stupid argument, Fallen.
It's landing. The nose is
a stupid argument.
The data is there, mate.
Yeah, the data's showing you what happens when a plane lands, Fallen. When you decrease in altitude to land a plane, that's a different phenomenon to what we're saying you should be expecting, which is cruising. When you are cruising, you are going around a ball. Now that's where the pitch data becomes relevant, because at cruising altitude, because at cruising, when you are cruising, we're not decreasing in altitude when you're cruising.
Yeah, when it's going down, the nose is still pointing up.
When it's decreasing in altitude, yeah, the nose is pointing up. Yeah, that's what Jin explained. But what we should be experiencing, but Fallen, what we should be experiencing at cruising, not in a landing procedure, we should be accounting for going around a ball. We should be accounting for the curvature of the Earth.
True.
Yes, it's true.
Yeah, it's not true because we don't live on a ball.
No, hang on. The plane has to fly with the nose.
Listen up. At the very beginning of that
condition,
at the very beginning of the graph, at the very beginning,
that is happening.
Why did I get my words in it? What's going on?
Has nothing to do.
What's going on here? Mute the guy, man. Right. At the very beginning.
Jin, I've got control of it. You don't need to tell me to mute. It's all
Sorry,
good.
Nice one. Cheers, man. At the very beginning of the graph, you see that there's a sharp upwards. That's when the plane trajectory. Now it's coming into land, and that's what he's scrutinizing. Ladies and gentlemen, you will notice he's not scrutinizing the very beginning of the graph, and in the long period in between before the landing, he's contributing, concerned with the ending. It's silly. What about the middle of the flight where there was no curvature, where it was just straight and horizontal? Doesn't talk about that, ladies and gentlemen. Doesn't talk about the plane nosing up to take off.
Initially, when the plane takes off and gets to cruising height,
don't have a point.
It's actually pitching up higher than the 3 to 5
You don't
degrees.
have a point, sir. You don't have a
12
point.
degrees.
Sorry.
Hang on. The plane will pitch up to 12 degrees to gain altitude.
It shows that in the graph.
Now, when the plane is actually losing elevation, you'll notice that the nose does not pitch down. It stays.
No, you've got it wrong. You've got it wrong. No, it's not what we're saying.
Is of no use to you at all.
No, you've got it.
Determining whether it's going around
as I've stated,
or not.
As I've stated categorically for the third time.
Stay in sky.
Yeah, as I've stated for the third time now, ladies and gentlemen,
wrong.
When you've spent 9.5 hours in the air, flying horizontally from London Heathrow to Japan Tokyo Narita Airport, when you've flown 9.5 hours, you notice the plane nosing down. The plane noses down because it has to lose altitude because it's got to land on the ground. But there comes a point where it's coming into land where it must land nose up because it's not going to land on the nose wheel. It's going to land under the undercarriage, which are under the wings. So the
nose never pitches down when it's coming into land.
Yeah, it has to know.
Yeah, we've already established that. Can I step in here? Fallen, he's made his rebuttal. If you're not going to respond or steelman his rebuttal to be able to move the conversation forward, then we're just going to move on. Because at the end of the day, he has a response. It's a logical response. You're not responding to it.
No, it's logical. He said, in order for a plane to be going round the ball, the nose would have to pitch down regularly.
It would have to. Of course it would.
Now, when we have
it doesn't, does it? It only
actually
pitches down when it's coming to land.
Changing elevation. Hang on, I'm talking. The pitch of the nose does not go down. So it's not necessary for the nose down to go down.
So Fallen, in order to navigate...
Plane, hang on.
But Fallen, go ahead, finish your point. Finish your point then.
That plane is travelling from...
He's desperate. His voice is quivering.
It's travelling from... No, hang on. The plane is travelling from east to west, right? San Francisco to Honolulu.
All right.
Now, if that plane is flying on the flat Earth, the metric that would be most important would be the yaw angle. Because on the flat Earth, it has to constantly change, point right or left if it's going east to west. You would have constant
doesn't have to do any
change.
of that. That's a non sequitur right there. Non sequitur.
Let me respond.
With the yaw angle, no, the yaw angle changes the right left movement of the plane. Now, if it's going on a flat Earth,
here we go.
You will have data that shows it's constantly turning east to west with the yaw angle data. The pitch data is of no use to you in your
That's
argument.
what we want.
It's of no use to you. Listen. If your position, Fallen, if your position is that because the pitch data on a landing is showing a nose up, and that's due to aerodynamics and keeping the plane level, If your argument is that that's no use to us, it's no use to you, because what you're saying is we are pitching the nose up. Fine, that's fine. But we're not decreasing in altitude, because you should, if you're not going to pitch the nose down for the curvature, and your claim is that you don't need to, then where's the decrease in altitude to account for the curvature? During the cruising part of the flight.
Yeah, long length.
So at cruising, we're at a parallel, we're level at cruising, parallel to the level of the Earth. So unless you can show the altitude decreasing during cruising, then you don't have a ball, do you? You have a plane flying flat and level over a flat plane.
Yep. That's exactly what that graph shows.
Not what your data
and that's
shows.
what the data. That's exactly what the data shows, Fallen. That's exactly what the data.
No.
There's no decrease. There is no decrease in altitude while the plane is cruising. Your data shows this that you've shared. Oh no, Jin shared. Sorry. That the plane is not decreasing in altitude. So if the plane isn't nosing down, so Fallen, you're trying to fundy mute me. So if the plane isn't nosing down and it is not decreasing in altitude, then no curvature is being taken into account. You're done.
Exactly.
What you have to do is
you're done.
You look in the data. Hang on. You look in the data. You look in the data. But where it does occur that there is elevation change, and you notice what the pitch data is doing, and the pitch data does not change; it stays pitched.
Flying horizontal.
So that demonstrates that pitch data is
flying level and horizontal. Yeah. So where's the curvature accounted for? So where's the pitch data showing? Fallen. Fallen, where is the curvature calculated? Fallen, where is the accounting? Where is the curvature being shown on the pitch data at cruising? Where's the decrease in? You're going to have to decrease in altitude. You're going to need to decrease in altitude if you're not nosing down.
There's no curvature. There's not a metric of curvature. Or
yes, there's no curvature.
In pitch data.
And the pitch data shows that we're flying on a flat plane.
As it should be in flight. That's all.
Correct. That's fine. Correct. But that doesn't help you.
Pitched up for the duration of the flight. And it wasn't.
You can't fly horizontal with globe, ladies and gentlemen.
With elevation. Nothing.
A straight linear flight, leveled flight, does not match a ball Earth. You must fly a curved trajectory. Curved trajectory for 1.5 hours. And if that was the case, ladies and gentlemen, you wouldn't be able to go to the loo. You wouldn't get your meals. You wouldn't get your blankets. You wouldn't get your magazines, comics, newspaper, soft drinks. You wouldn't get anything because the plane is taking.
You don't use newspapers in 2025.
The data speaks for it.
Yeah, basically it's a leveled flight. That's what it is
for itself.
You don't have it. That's what
this guy lives in. No way.
So we're going to move forward. We're going to move forward from this argument, Fallen. This doesn't help you at all.
There's a photo in chat. Help you. I'm pointing out it doesn't help you. It doesn't have to be. It's not my argument. I'm pointing out.
No, it proves it. Yeah, but you're refusing to point out. Yeah, but Fallen, you're refusing to point out that there's absolutely no accounting for Fallen. You're refusing to acknowledge that there is absolutely no accounting for the curvature of the Earth in pitch data. Your technical argument is based on a landing procedure that Jin has already explained is as to why the nose is pitching, why the nose is pointed upwards.
That's
2
more
degrees.
than any of you have explained this whole entire night. So.
You freaking world-minder. He just explained it.
Now, if you want to go into more detail, I don't know if Sporadic's free, but Sporadic's just joined the chat, and I would love
good
him.
Morning.
Good morning, Sporadic. We have a gentleman who has, I don't know if you can see in the chat, he shared some pitch data and believes that it demonstrates basically that he basically believes that pitch data doesn't show that we're flying over a flat plane.
Yeah.
And his argument is the nose is pointing up during a landing procedure, therefore it doesn't help the flat Earth argument. I don't know if you've got any thoughts or if you want to engage with Fallen about this. Because I know you know a lot more about this than I do.
Well, yeah. Let me try and parse this out. So the pitch data, is this the same pitch data that's been posted before from the 777?
I believe so.
Yeah, fucking go up,
Okay.
Yeah, the 777 Boeing. Yeah.
You don't know what you believe.
Okay. Yeah, I'm familiar with it. Yeah. Yeah, I've got actually a whole stack of documents, including spreadsheets from various readouts of the avionics equipment. Yeah, so the claim is here that this doesn't prove that the Earth is a flat Earth, or that it does prove that the Earth is a globe, or what's happening?
Well, he's completely ignoring the fact that we're not decreasing in altitude when we're cruising, and he doesn't want to address that. He would rather address the fact that, I mean, I'll let Fallen. Would you like to make your point again to Sporadic? He knows a bit more about this.
All right. Well, you present the pitch data as the defining factor. And the pitch
And what's your problem with it?
only shows. It just shows that the pitch of the plane is what it is during that flight. Now, you said in order to go around the globe, the nose will have to pitch down. Now, when the plane is, that's a change in elevation, right? That's a change in elevation.
No, it's paused. That's a change in orientation.
Correct. I said to you, the altitude must be dropping, or you must decrease altitude at cruising.
Hang on. You're saying the plane is horizontal. In order for it to go around the ball, it would have to change in elevation. Drop down.
Attitude. It'd have to change attitude.
Altitude. That's what I told you. I've been saying this for the last 10 minutes.
Hold on. I see where this is going, Roots.
And you said the pitch of the nose would have to go down to reflect that.
What point are you getting at, though? Because I'm kind of interested, but you haven't gotten to the point yet. What do you mean?
I'm not talking to you. Not talking to you.
You're talking to everyone.
Your claim is that if the plane were to go around the ball, the nose would have to pitch down.
Or decrease in altitude.
From horizontal to follow the contour of a ball.
That's right.
You said the nose would have to pitch down.
Or decrease in altitude, or the plane would need to decrease in altitude.
Now in that data, apart from when it takes off, and the pitch is more extreme in order to gain altitude, the only time when that plane is losing elevation, when it's landing, the pitch of the nose does not go down. It's always up. So there's no relationship between that pitch data and any change in orientation or elevation. It will not show that.
Oh, I'd love to hear a round earther's explanation for that.
Obviously.
Don't they know that?
You can pump that around all you like, but there's a big hole in that. What I'm saying, if that plane is traveling on a flat Earth from east to west, then the yaw angle will show that you're having to change bearing to go east and west in the circle like you do on flat Earth. Now, if you have any yaw angle data to show that, you might have something.
Okay, I get what you're saying. Now, can you look in the chat at a graphic I posted? Yeah. We're looking for evidence that angle theta exists. And we don't have that from anything that the airplane is giving us.
No. We're looking at plane data, the actual data.
There's no evidence that the local horizontal reference plane is rotating.
You are saying that the plane is flying horizontal all the time. In order for it to go around the ball, you said the nose would have to pitch down. That's been your claim.
No.
Angle theta, you might check.
Oh, yes, it is.
Crying out loud.
Aye, that's the claim.
All right, Fallen, let Sporadic respond.
Now, if you're traveling east to west...
The claim
Fallen, that's not an invite. That's not an invite.
I want to talk to you, bud. The claim is a geometric claim, which I've simplified in the chat. See 0 minutes past the hour. The horizontal reference plane changes orientation. It changes pitch with respect to angle theta. So this circle, this unit circle, represents the globe. Angle theta represents the rotational vector that is missing from all the flight data.
You said it would be represented in pitch data. The nose would have to pitch down to do that.
If Earth is a globe, then the local horizontal reference plane must be rotating. The horizontal reference plane that is first established when the plane is on the tarmac and does its calibrations and then taxis to the runway and then flies off. That local horizontal reference plane must be rotating if Earth is a globe. This would mean that the underside of the airplane is nadir focus, that's downward focus to a curving surface of the ball, and must maintain that nadir facing orientation around a ball. This is geometry, like 10th grade geometric terms.
Like you're trying to make out it's
all right. Do you want me to from 10th grade to 3rd grade?
That's dumb.
Don't be dumb. The nose would have to pitch down. Now, in the evidence, in the data, when the plane does lose elevation when it's landing, then the nose would have to pitch down in order to do
Here's why I don't like the altitude claim, guys, because there's a pitot tube in an airplane that tests barometric pressure. It derives altitude.
And then it changed. You should be looking for your angle.
Yeah, I don't have an angle of rotation on a flat Earth, ding dong.
It would need to change its bearing. Traveling east would have to change its bearing.
Dude,
your angle.
You're fucking incoherent.
No, your angle would have to change at exactly the same as
on
you
a flat Earth
to do. The pitch.
Gyroscopes.
Aye. On flat Earth, aye.
So wait,
if you're traveling east and west, if you're traveling east to west,
there's no horizontal reference plane that's changing
has to change orientation.
Yes, the plane, but the plane changes orientation with respect to a horizontal reference on a flat Earth or a globe Earth. Okay,
but on flat Earth, going east to west is a circle.
On a globe Earth, going east to west is a circle. What do you mean?
Oh, different orientation, mate.
Yeah, that's what we're looking for, because you need to have an extra dimension of rotation on a globe. And that extra dimension is not being captured by the avionics equipment. It's what I'm showing you.
Oh, aye. Well, but you need, isn't it? What you're saying is that if the plane is going round the ball, the pitch data would show that. But it doesn't, because that's not what that metric is. Oh, but
that's right.
On
it doesn't
the flat Earth, if it's
show that it's going around a ball. Welcome to flat Earth.
On the flat Earth, if the plane's going east to west, then it would have to change its bearing to carry on round the circle of the east or west, like. And the yaw angle.
The plane wasn't. Listen, the plane wasn't doing that.
That would prove that you were on a flat Earth.
The plane
you're constantly having to change.
Listen, this plane wasn't.
To keep on the east or west.
The plane was not following a line of latitude. Holy crap!
Doesn't matter.
You stop your fucking mouth for 1 second. The plane was not traveling along a line of latitude.
It doesn't matter.
Because your claim is that it does on a flat Earth.
No.
It didn't in any case. Flat or globe. The map.
In relation to a
the map.
No.
Okay. The map that this plane was tracked to did not trace a line of latitude. Okay. It went in two different vectors at the same time. It went longitudinally and latitudinally. It's going north. It's going northeast.
It would have to be corrected to northeast in order to go to its destination.
Are you just talking to hear yourself
Your
talk?
pitch
I'm trying to
data,
respond to you.
what
You
your
end up
pitch
yakking.
data,
Listen to this.
what your pitch data does,
For fuck's sake,
what
dude.
your pitch data shows is that the plane is flying correctly.
You don't even know what
It's
this
nose
pitch
up.
data's showing.
I do. That's what I'm talking about. So when you look at the relationship
but you're
between
saying I'm
the
using
change in
fancy
elevation when
geometric
it's landing, hang on.
because you don't understand it.
When you look at the direct data between when the plane is losing elevation, it's landing. What does the pitch of the nose do?
It remains up because the plane is falling down on a flat Earth.
Aye. So you couldn't use that to prove
to maintain
that
some
it's not
element of
going
lift
round the
so that it's
ball.
stall. Okay, the angle of attack must maintain positive lift to ensure the plane doesn't stall. Okay, if it was pitched up too much, it would begin to stall. If it was pitched down, it wouldn't be able to touch down gracefully and would crash.
No. The argument is that the plane would have to pitch down to change elevation to go around the ball.
No,
it doesn't pitch down when it's coming
That's
into
not-
land, when it is
Go around a
changing
ball.
elevation.
This
So
is
that's
for
not
a landing
anything.
operation, dude.
Tried to tell him this, but he
Don't
won't.
forget
He
the
won't have
plane's
it.
only got one
You must think the
Don't
Earth
forget
is
the
tiny.
plane's only
Like you
got
must
one
think the Earth
engine
is
as well,
a tiny
right?
ball or something. I don't know what your malfunction is.
Well, don't forget the plane's only got one engine.
How does an airplane
Got
how
one
does an
engine
airplane
fails,
maintain a
and one's
positive
going,
pitch
so
up
that's not a
while
really
it
good
rotates
clear
down
data,
around a
is it?
ball?
What would they have to do to correct for flying with one engine instead of two?
Do you
what does that
even
have to do
listen,
with the
Fallen?
Not on the data.
Fallen,
You look
answer
at
the
that.
question.
Man?
You what?
How could a plane simultaneously pitch itself up continuously while having to rotate and pitch down around the surface of a ball?
Well, I'm saying that the pitch data is not related to that because it shows that if it were, the nose
So
would
yeah,
still
no
be
shit. The
pitching
pitch
up.
data doesn't show a globe.
No, the pitch data shows that the plane is flying correctly. It's not a metric that you can use for proving it.
Is the pitch?
Flying around the
Do you
ball
see?
or not?
Do you see a globe in the pitch data? Okay, simple, direct, yes or no. Do you see a globe in the pitch data?
I'm only looking at your claim. Your claim is the pitch
Do
data.
you see a globe
Nothing
in the
else. That's
pitch
the only
data?
metric.
Okay, because the claim.
The only
There's no globe in
Hang
the
on.
pitch data. Fuck. The claim is there's
there a
no
flash
globe
in
in
the
the
pitch
pitch data. Are you listening to me? Damn it! Is there any globe in the pitch data? Because the claim is there is none.
Is there any flat in the pitch data?
Yes.
Fucking oath there is. Nearly across
Where?
every band.
Where?
This is not a
You
burden
only relate-
reversal.
you
Answer the
only-
question
only-
you were asked.
I'll tell
It
you.
says
I'll
flat
show you
on
where
every
this was
fucking
explained to
page.
you once.
It's on like every page.
No.
Yeah,
It does not.
the constant
It doesn't.
upward.
The claim
the
is the
constant
pitch data. The
angle of
only,
it. The constant positive angle of attack. Cat got your tongue?
Oh, the orange data you're referring to, the pitch data. Now, if
Yeah,
the plane
goddamn, welcome
was
to the
having follow a
conversation,
ball-
doofus.
Hang on, shut up now. If the plane
No, I'm
was
not gonna
having
shut
to
up.
follow a ball, then the nose wouldn't pitch down. It's no
Why?
point of
Okay, refer to
anything
my diagram. Okay,
Because
it's
when
0
the
minutes
plane
past
is
the
coming
hour.
into land, hang
Angle
on.
theta is
Because-
necessary rotation around a ball.
Hey, Echo, if this data was to prove you wrong, would you even admit it?
No, he wouldn't admit it. No, because
No,
I mean,
the
yeah,
problem is he's
I'm
got
asking you.
Listen, yes. If this data proved me wrong, of course I would. I would
No.
shut down this
Sorry,
entire
sorry,
channel,
Right.
and I would
No,
issue
you
public
wouldn't.
apologies. All right,
Liar.
I would
Maybe I wasn't-
apologize.
One
to
at
the
a
whole
time,
world that I
guys.
was
One
wrong.
at a
Holy fuck!
Alright.
Am I allowed to have a
The
conversation here
question
with
was
anybody?
just sporadic.
That
Let
question
sporadic
wasn't
answer.
for you. That question wasn't for you. That was for the
Yeah,
rounder
listen.
here.
If we found evidence for the globe, absolutely. If this was proof of
Yeah,
the
but I
globe,
want to
I
hear
would
what I
shut
want to
this
hear
channel.
if he would fucking admit it. Would he
Holy
admit it if
crap!
it would
I
prove
can't even
that it was
get a
flat?
fucking reply out to you assholes.
No, because I wasn't. I was asking the other guy. I accidentally said your name. I was asking him if he was proven that it says flat in this fucking article. Would he even admit it? I don't even think he would fucking admit it. That's what my question is to him. Would you even admit it?
All right, well, cry me a goddamn river.
I told you where the proof is. The proof would be in a constant change of. Hang on. The proof would be in some data that showed a constant change in your angle.
Why would you need a proof of constant change in our angle to prove what? What would that prove, Fallen?
I want to know what he means by our angle.
If you're traveling east to west, you have to keep making a change.
What's our
change
angle?
to what?
Oh, you know what I'm talking. Hey,
no, I don't know what you mean.
You said you
And
understood.
get a decent internet connection. You're skipping and starting and farting and carrying on. This is disgusting.
No, I can't.
Old man building a goddamn watch while we're trying to have a conversation over here.
Not my problem. Your problem is that you're presenting pitch data that doesn't show what you're trying to say it shows. That's
Yes,
the
it
problem.
does. It shows the plane pitched up at 3 degrees consistently. In order for it to fly and or navigate around a ball, it would have to show negative pitch, below 0. You can say nah all you like, Mr. Scott Mackey wannabe, but you need it to show negative numbers.
To be more specific, okay, to be more specific, the horizontal. Hey, dude, can I clarify this? To be more specific, the horizontal reference plane must show a constant adjustment around a ball. Where is that?
I'm literally on the fence, and this is proving to me more that the Earth is flat.
You said it would be reflected in the pitch data.
Where's the horizontal reference plane's constant adjustment to angle theta? I want to see a horizontal reference plane adjustment to angle theta with respect to Earth curvature.
You haven't got angle theta in your orange line, mate.
No fucking shit. Welcome to flat Earth, old man.
Because it doesn't represent what you want it to represent. That's why.
That's what it's got to represent, what you're trying to show us. If you can't present that, as stated, welcome to flat Earth.
I did.
Right. Because the claim, the claim was that you can't get a globe. Listen, the claim is you can't get a globe out of anything that an airplane is doing.
All right. Explain.
All right.
Between 12:05. Right? Between 12.
So
between
the airplane's not proving a globe,
and 12:35. Between 12:05 and 12:35. Explain the
flight
data.
Recorder data does not show you a globe, does it?
Between 12:05 and 12:35.
Goddamn, the flight recorder data, does it show you a globe?
I'll explain the data. I'll explain the data. It was an emergency landing. They had to nosedive at an excessive rate to get the fucking plane down fast because it was down one engine.
Can you show me? Can you show me?
What? You want a video of it?
Down. Can you show me?
Yeah, I've actually got all the reports from this incident, okay?
The nose pitches down violently for an emergency landing.
Gigabytes on this incident, dude.
Where in the data you presented does it show the nose pitching down for an emergency landing?
Holy shit, it's on the right side of the chart.
Yeah,
right, go and look at the data and show me where it is.
Gravity is pushing down on the plane. It has to have a 3% pitch up. But gravity's still pushing it down around the round Earth.
Oh, you want gravity?
Show me gravity.
Now. Gravity. Your gravity's useful now, is it?
Oh,
is it useful to you? I don't know.
And the elevation of the plane is changing in an emergency landing, as this other guy said. The nose.
Yeah, is it changing it around a globe or a flat Earth?
What you said have to do if it were changing elevation. But
is
not
it
related,
changing around a globe or a flat Earth? Can you answer any question? Is it changing around a globe or a flat Earth? That's the question on the table here. You keep deflecting.
Answer the question, Fallen. It's getting silly now. Answer the question.
Yep, because I'm about to go and the whole world
data
seeing you exposed.
The data does not provide for that. That's not.
Thank you. It does not provide for whether or not you can tell that it's on a globe. There's no globe data anywhere in what you're seeing.
I'm saying that the relationship between elevation change and nose is not connected. You wouldn't.
That's a different context. Okay, listen. All right, altitude.
No.
Altitude is a bad argument for flat or globe in this instance, and I'll explain why.
Well,
Okay,
that's what
because
you're using, though. That's what you're trying to use for it.
No, I'm measuring. No, altitude is not attitude.
You are.
Okay, altitude is we're talking attitude, which is orientation, and you keep trying to replace that with altitude and elevation, which is a bit different. Okay, and I'll explain the difference.
You're looking for drop over.
There's a barometer inside the plane.
Put a sock in it for a second.
Inside the plane, there's a barometer in the plane that is used to calculate its altitude. Okay, if Earth is a globe and it maintains a constant altitude, you wouldn't be able to detect an altitude change just from that barometer because it'd maintain a level altitude without registering a pressure change. All right. So what we look for instead, or to coincide with this, is a pitch change, a relative change of pitch, a horizontal reference change. And that isn't provided by any of the gyroscopic data.
There's no gyroscopic data there.
I'm so happy you explained that like that. Thank you.
All right. And then if you look at the relationship between changing elevation to land, you notice the relationship between that and the pitch of the nose.
Yeah,
not required.
I do notice.
The
Okay,
pitch of the nose to pitch down to lose elevation.
What? So the Earth is
would not be able
Earth
to
is flat
use
until
that
it's a
to
globe at
see.
the end? Do you think Earth is flat in this data until it's a globe at the end? Is that what you're
it's
suggesting?
the wrong data. No.
Oh, it's the wrong
you're using
data.
The
Well,
wrong
then
data.
We've got the entire black box from this flight, as well as all flights going back to 1960.
No,
It's
you
registered in the
haven't. No, you
National
haven't.
Transportation
Don't lie.
Safety Board.
Don't lie.
Yeah, no, it's
You've
a public
got no black
database.
box. You haven't got the black.
Yeah, we got the black box data. This is one piece of it. I've got gigabytes from this particular flight, and you can download black box data from all the other flights that have been investigated by the U.S. government. And it goes back to the 1960s, and we can't find a ball Earth in any of it.
You will have unpicked the Schuler tuning then, eh? You will have unpicked the Schuler tuning.
Yeah. You want to talk
Can you
Schuler
give me the
tuning?
analysis
I know
for that,
about Schuler
please?
tuning. It's not
Within
the only
this
thing you
black
need
box
for your
data.
ball.
Post the data. Post the data.
Yeah, you know
But the
Schuler tuning
gyroscope,
isn't
the
measured,
change in
right?
precession of the gyro.
No, Schuler tuning is
Show me
a
the data.
calculation that is done in the software
For this exact flight. For
to
this
adjust
flight.
level
Show me
horizontal
the
flight to a
data.
globe, so that they could present globe coordinates on a computer screen. So you can pretend you're flying on a globe while you're flying over a flat Earth. That's one thing that Schuler tuning
No,
helps
you
out
said
with. The
you've
other
got the
thing,
data.
the other thing that it
You
needs
said
is
you've got
something
the
called the
complete
transport
data.
rate. The transport rate and the Schuler tuning both must be mated to the same datum, the same mathematical reference ellipsoid, which is WGS84. This is all handled in the strapped-down INS system of the 777, okay?
Your waffle words, but they don't
Yeah,
mean
you want to
anything.
talk?
They don't
Listen,
mean anything if you got no data.
I am ready to
You
discuss
got
the
no
specifics
data.
of the Air Data Inertial Reference Unit of the 777. I know how this works. Do you want to talk about this with me, or do you want to dance around it?
Present the data. Present the data that shows.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Change in the gyroscope.
There is no
Of this
change in the
particular
gyroscope.
flight, the black box data.
There is
There'd
no
have to be the
change of the
change, wouldn't there?
horizontal reference plane with
Show me the
respect
data.
to Earth.
Show me the specific data for this flight.
Fallen, can you stop interrupting? You're creating audio chaos. Wait for him to finish. Sorry, Sporadic, go ahead.
I can't present you something that doesn't exist, that wasn't picked up by the instrumentation.
Prove it. Said you've got the data. The complete.
You want me to
black
prove
box
that something
data
doesn't
you said you
exist?
got for this flight. No,
Yeah,
you said you got it.
Okay.
Where is it?
Okay.
The complete
I will show you
data.
screenshots.
Why is
I will show you
it Fallen
screenshots to show
always
you where
has
to go to
this?
get it. I'm not going to upload gigabytes of shit to Discord, okay? What I can show you is a screenshot of how to go to the database and query it.
The mobile fag
No, you
wants the
can't.
data. Give the mobile fag the data.
Yeah,
I'm sure
the
his
point
phone
is,
can handle all
I
of
don't
this
have
data.
I don't have the data to give him because it doesn't
problem
exist. Because what he's asking for is
No, it doesn't
imaginary.
exist 'cause you don't have it. No, you don't have it. You think you have.
Why are
This
we
isn't a
so
great
You've shown
argument,
no
Fallen.
data presenting anything. Like, I'm literally on the fence with flat Earth, and your conversation fucking with this guy, Fallen, you've literally fucking made me go with flat Earth. Like, this is, how can you not have a fucking calm, normal conversation about something? Like the flat Earth guys always seem to have.
He's mentally disturbed, that's why.
I came into this conversation like cheerful and bright and hopeful, and this asshole kept over talking me, interrupting, and then strawmanning arguments, misrepresenting claims, and refuses to accept my explanations and my interpretations here. And his alternative explanations are goddamn incoherent. And now you're asking me to prove a goddamn negative. Like, this is sophistry, dude.
Did you know that there's an iceberg melting right now?
Yeah, cool story, bro.
What?
Yeah, please.
You know, and then you keep demanding me to present the data. Well, listen, I've got the data. I went through it. I went through others. I can't find what you're looking for. And I can show you where to go to get it so you can look too. I'm not about to upload gigabytes of crap to a Discord. I can give you the source reference link. Yeah, I do. It's on my goddamn Dropbox, dude. Like, come on. So listen, I can show you where to go on the National Transportation Safety Board's website to go look up this particular flight.
Hang on.
And then from there, you can download the data and see that it's not there. That there is no measured horizontal reference plane that adjusts with respect to the globe. Okay? And Schuler tuning is a software calculation.
Show me one thing.
Schuler tuning is a software calculation that is done in order to provide spherical coordinate reference of latitude and longitude. Okay? The spherical coordinate reference system is not the Earth itself.
There you go. Do you understand that, Fallen?
Yeah, or are you going to confuse the map for the terrain like all the other goddamn Globers do around here?
I thought you're talking to me now. Within the pitch data, show me a correlation.
Fallen, why are you three conversations behind?
And the elevation change. Now, if you can show me that when the elevation
I already
changes,
addressed the elevation problem, okay? It's a non sequitur.
You might have a connection, but you don't.
Elevation, which is altitude, is a non sequitur for the barometric pressure reading I described earlier. I already described, listen, you keep asking us for elevation. It's a non sequitur. I already described why it's a non sequitur. It's because whether flat or globe, you have a constant elevation is registered by a barometric pressure sensor, okay? You need pitch. You need change in orientation, which is attitude, not altitude.
Pressure sensor.
Holy.
When the barometric pressure sensor
you're just not interested in listening to a thing I have to say, are you?
To show that it's landing. When the barometric pressure is changing to show a landing.
It lowers in altitude on a flat Earth.
It does not show that the pitch of the nose has to point down to facilitate that.
It's a different measurement, of course.
Relationship between the two.
Right, because you could be in a flat stall and you can lose elevation without changing pitch down. I understand a little bit about aeronautics.
Right. So that's not the metric you need to try and prove whether it's going around the ball.
Can we rewind the clock to the beginning of when I stepped in and said we need an orientation change, not an elevation change?
You're using the wrong metric.
I'm pointing out the right metric to you, and I've been pointing out the right metric this entire conversation, okay?
Fallen, if you can't accept what he's just said, then you need to just leave it because you're not listening. He's told you the orientation.
Why should I?
Because it's the orientation change.
No.
You're straw manning him right now. That's ridiculous.
No, your whole claim has been about the pitch of the nose.
That's not elevation, dipshit. That's orientation or attitude.
Why are we continuing with this clown? I'm pretty sure Callist has probably got a lot better questions and is probably more of a better conversation piece than this Muppet. Seriously.
I do, but this is nice because it's really... No, it's nice because he doesn't realize it was actually like helping someone
Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto.
So it's not just me.
Pressure doesn't
Carlos,
change.
your robot.
Changing.
I've put some photos in chat that disproves everything.
Yeah,
And the
guys, we could
aliens
have had
are
this
coming.
conversation without this elderbeer guy in the chat. You know what I mean? Like,
And the
I don't know
aliens
why
are
these
coming.
I don't know why these
Stupid
bev cards
question.
are always unbanned to come back in here and cause
What's
chaos.
the distance of curvature? Like, what's the different distance of curvature that like should be noticeable? Is 12 miles? Should there be curvature within 12 miles?
I mean, it depends. Listen,
should be 166 feet of drop over 10 miles.
Well,
if you were to take geometrically, if you were to take this to the geometric level, if you take a 1 square mile swath of a flat Earth, and you were to take a 1 square mile, call it a square mile of a globe Earth, and overlay them on top of each other, they are off by a difference of 0.03%.
All right, so this is some data I've collected over
Statistically
the
insignificant.
weekend after I talked to you guys last week. I wanted to kind of like go out to the ocean and check this shit out myself. So I went out on a ferry and I took it out to an island that was about 12 miles out. And out by this island, there's a bunch of windmills that stand on stilts, like red stilts. I could see all the way from where I got on the ferry, which is like a little over 12 miles away. I could still see those red stilts on the top of the water. If it was around Earth, I shouldn't be able to see that, correct?
Depends on how high the stilts are, but yeah, you wouldn't.
Well, the stilts
Depends how high you are. Depends on a lot,
30,
man.
40
Depends on
feet.
meteorological conditions.
I was on the bottom like level of the ferry because I had to stay with my motorcycle. So that's basically water level. I was basically like chest height from water level.
Ideally, what you need is a stable temperature gradient. So a very, very minimal difference, or as minimize the difference as you can between the water temperature at the surface and the contact layer of the air on top of it. If those are, like within a few degrees of each other, and it's during a time of year where you live where maybe the temperature doesn't fluctuate wildly between day and night. So maybe during like seasonal transitions, then you should, and also with low humidity, then you should be able to see very clearly without much optical disturbance, very, very far beyond the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, well, I mean, basically what I'm saying is I was able to see the bottom of the windmill and the thing it was standing on in its entirety. And then when I got all the way up there, I confirmed, yeah, that's what I was looking at, and it didn't change. I didn't see more when I got closer. I saw the same thing that I saw from land.
Yeah, man, that's it. We tell people all the time that you can see flat Earth and experience it yourself. You just have to remove the brain filter of the globe that you're processing information through all the time because you've been conditioned that way. You just got to remove that filter and start to see things as they are. So like when I say the word Earth, right? I got two people in a room.
But like,
one person's a flat earther, one person's a glober. If I say the word Earth, the glober is going to imagine like a solar system in a ball, but the flat earther by default stops doing that and conjures up images that he's seen in his own mind.
Yeah, now it's to the point where people start saying the sun, the stars, the moon. I'm like, dude, space is fake. So like, you don't even need to argue this with this round earther because space is literally fake, dude. So.
Well, that's kind of a tangential topic too. Like space could be fake and Earth could still be a globe. Just talk to geocentric globers.
Yeah, but they're using arguments that are in space to like validate around Earth.
Yeah, it's a non sequitur. It's like Eratosthenes, right? He did elevation angles to the sun.
Why do we always use water? Why do you always have to shoot lasers into space? Like how? Like.
Yeah, so flat Earth shoot lasers over water. Right, so we take those lasers, we shoot them over water, and we measure Earth flat. Like some of the best flat Earth proof is done via what's called laser transit methodology, where you pan a laser horizontally over the surface of the water, hitting targets.
That's what I was.
Sometimes, we've done that.
Well, because I came in here last week and it was women's night, and she was really trying to help me because I was on the fence, and people were like, "Yo, he's on the fence. Stop being dicks. Like, let him fucking, ask questions and shit, yada yada yada." And I had a theory which I know would never work, but like when I was younger, I always literally elementary. I'm like, why can't I fly a helicopter and levitate in one spot for 12 hours and end up 12 hours away? You know what I mean? So now my theory's gone to, why can't we have a shit ton of drones just hovering equally to each other above a flat surface or water and shoot or drop something and time it to see if they all hit at the same time or if they hit supporting around Earth. I don't know.
There should be a momentum bleed. That should be picked up. And yeah, nothing's ever been able to show that. And the opposite should happen if you're facing the opposite direction of the rotation.
I think the example would be better with an aeroplane because you're actually traveling either with or against the spin of the Earth.
Oh yeah, that's another thing. Where's Coriolis in any of this flight data? No, it's not there either. That's also calculated after the fact. And I'll tell you why. It's not because Earth is spinning, it's because the stars are. And so they need a way to account for what's called sidereal rotation in order to make it map to latitude and longitude, because latitude and longitude are also derived from the sky. So yeah, the Coriolis effect that is calculated within inertial navigation systems is really just to make the sky, the star at night, match the latitude and longitude, which is derived from right ascension and declination in the sky.
Huh.
Yeah, lat and long come from the sky. It's a wireframe ball mesh of the heavens that people constructed out of observations and interpretations. And what they've done is they've taken Earth and they wallpapered it into the sky grid. And then they called that a globe, and then now they pretend they live on top of it.
A lot of globers think longer locations on the Earth.
All right, guys, I have to go.
GPS is all land-based. They say it's satellites and shit, but if we got... whatever.
You don't need out of space to have a working GPS system.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So basically, I had a conversation with a friend, and they were explaining to me, yeah, dude, if shit hit the fan, yada, 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 and we didn't have access to satellites anymore or that data, there would still be GPS because most GPS systems are 80% or something they were saying is all land-based, or actually all of them are land-based, and that other shit's fake.
Well, it's satellites don't satellite. It's not a denial of satellites. Don't get that twisted. It's a denial that these satellites are in a vacuum in a place called outer space. You don't need to have an outer space. Yeah, for satellites.
Which is funny that they have Space Force, which I think the actual purpose of Space Force is hypersonic missiles because they travel so fast and our lasers can't even communicate with them. So now I think it's a race for low orbit satellites, which would just be satellites on Earth. But
right, and there's all sorts of technology that they have,
which means there's already satellites on Earth. Yeah,
for the satellite system. Yeah, it's like a big dream that they have, and these buzzwords, they just equate it to their model, but in reality, what we see and what we actually have evidence-wise doesn't match. The satellites, they're releasing balloons, they've got high altitude platforms that can all be part of the satellite system, and they've had, we have evidence of satellites that have crashed to the Earth on balloons. We know that they're using high altitude platforms for these systems. So it's the truth is kind of hidden in plain sight. It's just people don't research it. They don't look into it.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna say I wouldn't research and look into it if it wasn't, if you guys didn't talk about it interestingly and calmly. Otherwise, I'd be fuck it, it's not even worth my time. But I just don't know. I have friends that all seem to talk about it, and they're just they have good supporting claims, and I can't prove it. I can't even devil's advocate them, really. You know what I mean?
Well, there you go. 20k ups. I think it was 20k ups who asked earlier. I think it was yourself. Forgive me if it wasn't. Who asked? Are there many people who come in and actually, come back and do the research, and then come back and admit, you could be right, and start their journey of discovery. And it's fitting that you've come in this afternoon because people were asking about that this morning, and we see this regularly. People come in, as long as they take it serious and they ask the right questions, they'll come to the same conclusions. But then we get guys like the guy earlier who refuse to address the question and want to play semantics on a claim that
Yeah, but
they
at the
say
same time,
represents the flat Earth.
me listening, it helped. You know what I mean? It was actually like he thinks he's fucking like proving you guys wrong or something, but he's actually just proving you guys right.
Well, he's
To an
playing the
audience,
debate
which is
game.
hilarious.
Yeah, and the majority of us, we're not playing the debate game. Like Sporadic said earlier, if the pitch data showed any evidence that a curvature was being taken into account for, then that would be huge, and that would be taken on board, and that would be, potentially devastating. But the problem is, there is no direct evidence like pitch data that proves we're accounting for curvature. There is no field of engineering or industry that takes into account any of the claims of the globe, and that's the reality we have. We treat the Earth as flat and stationary. It's just a fact. And it's not even a secret, dude. Like, when you get into this stuff, Einstein was famous for saying that there's the Earth is treated in a state of rest after the Michelson and Morley experiments. So they know this, but people still come in here and claim Coriolis and claim that, things are being taken into account for the Coriolis, like sniper shots or mortarmen or artillery, when it's clearly understood from the higher levels that no, we don't need to take this into account. The Earth is treated as if it's in a state of rest. It's like the truth's hidden in plain sight.
Why is it even hidden?
And I'm glad you're, responsive, because some people are just not even responsive to the facts. They are stuck behind the why question that you've just asked. Why would they lie? And that holds back a lot of people's logic. They can't imagine why they would lie, or how such a big difference to their fundamental understanding of the world could be different when the majority believe it to be a globe. And then they can't get past that. It's a shame, really. It's like a mind virus.
It's tough. Fortunately, I have to. I just pulled up to a job site, so I got some work to do. But I'll be popping back in later. Thanks, guys. Later.
Yeah, see you later, man.
Well done, Root. I was listening all the way there. I've got a few things to say, but I'm in the middle of a call, so I will speak about it later on. Just to tidy up a little bit of any misconceptions dealing with the flight and that. Is that okay?
Yeah, go ahead, bro. And it was mainly Sporadic.
Yeah. Sporadic did a great job. Yeah, not now. Later on, I'm going to do this one. Not now, because I'm just talking to my brother at the moment. But I was listening on the sidelines. You get the agitators come in, right? We're telling the truth. We're delivering it concise and correct, right? Oh, there you go. Right. Sorry about that.
So for the new people joined, we've just been talking about pitch data. Coriolis effect was mentioned. Schuler tuning and internal navigation systems. And the conclusion is none of this shows or is accounted for in reality. There is no globe in industry. The globe is just in your fantasies. Does anyone new want to speak up or ask a question? It's not just myself here. There's a good panel on. We got Matrix, we got Jin, we got Elbow, we got Gemzy, Crit, 20k ups, Ultimate FE Boss, T-Dub.
Oh.
Fallen, I'm going to unmute you now, being as it's quiet. Just giving you a heads up in case you're unmiked, unmuted, even. Yeah, Raised by Goats. It's been a spicy afternoon, hasn't it? Just how we like it.
Roots, that was a good conversation. I really enjoyed it. But it's a shame that the other guy didn't comprehend what you're saying.
Well, it's not my. I'm not going to be. I'm not going to say I know that much around the pitch data, but Sporadic, I think, came in and really just sort of laid the facts down as it is. I kind of teed him up, and he must have been listening because he come in and he made it very clear. This isn't about flat Earth proof. This is about the lack of curvature evidence.
Yeah, Roots, he keep talking about pitch data and playing do this, do that over a globe, but he won't provide no curvature measurements just to shut up the flat earthers. Like he knows that. I think he knows that, but he won't mention it. So he's trying to.
Sorry, man.
I think he's trying to play mind games.
I was just pointing out that the pitch data that you're trying to use is no use to you. It doesn't show what you're trying to make out it shows.
It doesn't show what?
It doesn't show.
What doesn't it show?
Between elevation change and the pitch it knows. You see that? It's in the data.
Okay, so I'm going to repost the data. Let's have a look here.
It's not pitching down. Now, if it did pitch.
Why does the nose have to pitch down? Let's go one step at a time. Why does he keep talking? Is his lag that bad? Fallen. Why does the nose have to pitch down? Why does the nose have to pitch down? Why does it have to pitch down? You just said that.
You said it would have to follow a globe.
That's correct. In order for it to navigate around a globe, the pitch would have to be below horizontal. Negative. Horizontal is 0. It would have to be a negative number. So as you fly further and further away, it would have to tilt its nose down to account for this distance.
Aye, that's what you say.
Well, that's what it would have to do.
Change, right?
Unless you can prove a ball. Otherwise, unless you can prove a ball, guess what it does?
No.
Planes take off. They tilt their nose up till they get to the required elevation. Once they are there, they hold a constant angle of attack, somewhere between 1 and 3 degrees. That is it. It has to fly around a ball. If it has to fly around the ball. If you can shut up and deal with it, you slimy little weasel. Shut your yap. If it has to fly around a ball, the nose would have to tilt down. Do you understand that?
All right.
The reason we know this is because when you compare the elevation, one of the other bands down the bottom, no tilt of the nose down, constant elevation. That's interesting. See, the problem you've got now is that's the relationship you're looking at. Excellent, because it shows a constant elevation. If you're flying around a ball, that elevation would be changing if the plane's nose does not change. So you've got two choices, my friend. Choice number one, the elevation stays constant. Yes. Shut up. No. How about we just, instead of listening to you fucking yabber on, I'll say my piece and then you can go for it. So you now have a fork in the road. You've got two choices. Choice number one, a constant elevation, in which case the pitch data would show the nose dipping down to navigate around the ball. Or you've got constant pitch data, in which case the elevation would be slightly changing. Do you understand that? The problem is we've got a consistent both, which fucks you over. And now you may go for it. Tell everyone your bullshit.
Can you establish, a relationship between the elevation change of the plane and the nose pitching down in order to do so?
Where's your proof? Put forward your proof.
I passed 12 and 12:35 and later. That's where the...
No, stop. Hold on. I'm not referencing that. I'm referencing the big blue box section where it flew flat level, pitch up 3 degrees for 2 hours consistently. No change of pitch, no change of elevation.
No. The orange.
No, don't say no to me. Do not say no. It is marked out quite clearly. I posted it up at 46 minutes past the hour. So you can say no all you like. It's there in black and fucking white just for your convenience.
Can you address that, Fallen? Because cruising is where you have an issue.
There is the pitch data. No, the orange data.
Notice how, hold on, I'm just going to put a stop to him for a second. Notice how, Roots, every time we talk about cruising or elevation or pitch, he always reverts back to that plane has to tilt its nose down to land. And whenever we talk about that, he talks about cruising. Notice how he switches between the two?
Yeah. And we addressed this at the very beginning, and that's where it turned into an argument because he would avoid the big straight lines where the plane's cruising and just focus on the emergency landing part. We don't really need to discuss that part. What we need to discuss and what we're asking him to address is the altitude at cruising. He can't address that because he knows there's no globe in that data. There's no curvature in that data. This is where the argument is. He's refusing to address it.
So let's just have a look at the end where he's having a wobbly anyways. The solid line is 0. So when the plane's going up, down, up, down, up, down, that's probably where its flaps have been extended and to stabilise. And that's when, when you're just about to land and the flaps get extended for all those that have been on planes and it gets all wobbly and shit right that last minute before it lands.
Yep.
Or in this case, the last couple of minutes before it lands. That's what that data at the end would look like. Bouncing around, up, down, up, down. And if we go down the bottom, let's have a look here. Ground speed, as it decreases, yep, exactly.
They're just steadying the landing, but we're not discussing a landing procedure. We're discussing a cruising, constant throughout the flight. So the whole flight is unimportant to him. It's just the landing part. That's where he seems a bit disingenuous. But I don't know, maybe he will address it now. Probably not, but...
No, he won't. He'll just carry on with his shit like they normally do. But it is interesting when you look at the pitch data of the landing section. There's only a couple of spots where it actually drops below horizontal. Most of the time, it's nose up slightly, and as it glides down, so they shut their power off and it lands. So I don't know where he's trying to go, but that's not really helping him out much at all. But anyways, let's have a listen to what crap he's going to roll out with.
Well, you're
back, special ed.
Data. That's all. You presented the pitch data. That's all you presented.
Yeah, but what's your
exactly
response?
For a correlation.
I posted it up for your convenience.
Now you just well, you're not worth talking to.
Project much?
You just butt in all the time.
Well, you don't answer questions all the time, so we're a good fucking pair. Would you like to go out sometime?
I gave you the answer. You don't like it.
No, you haven't.
You don't like it because you haven't got.
You've answered questions that weren't even asked.
No.
This is only an issue because of what QE said something about pitch data, and that suddenly now this is the first time he's ever heard the word pitch and data put together, and suddenly he's an instant expert and he knows QE's wrong. This is because QE derangement syndrome on display.
Have you got a hate on for QE?
I thought you
isn't that a shame? Here's an idea. If you've got a solid hate on for QE, why don't you grow a set of furries and get zip 3, 2, 1. No, don't hello me. If you've got a solid hate on for QE, why don't you grow a set of furries and say something directly to QE? Don't come in here and cry about it. We don't care. Go and say something to QE. Don't be a spineless little bitch.
So that's why he won't address our arguments. He's running with an argument from QE. Right.
Yeah, he's looking for a clip of somehow to like spread more drama. I mean, this is basically what they do with their life now. It's just you're permanently online drama queens.
QE's not in room. It's only Jin, Roots, Sporadic, and Matrix.
Hello. Yeah, he's got me turned down probably too. Like you know that who he turns down because he's not smart enough to at least put him at 5%, so he won't overtalk and give it away.
I guess we'll just leave him on mute then, because it's just going to be it's just going to be the same old rhetoric, no addressing of the actual questions that we have. So we'll move on.
What we could do is like once they start unbanning on their server, we'll start platforming them here, tit for tat. They deplatform flat earthers on their server and their channels, no problem. What goes around comes around. You obviously don't want to talk on our platform either. What's even more breathtaking is they'll be like, flat earthers are extremely triggering. We have to ban them and block them, stop them from posting. Then follow us back to our server and continue the conversation anyway.
Most of us don't go to their shit channel, so what's the issue?
That's the thing. They beg for you to come. Then when you show up, they just delete your comments, like take roles away so you can't post. They pretend like you're not banned, but you've got like a role where the server is just blank. There's no channels at all. It's like one channel where it's like the earth is not flat or something like that. You're like, what the fuck is this? So you're like, all right, fine. So if that's how you want to do it, maintain your echo chamber, and then when you feel safe to discuss a topic inside a space you control, you've got all your needs and wants met. It's just like bizarre at this point. Which one do they want? Do they want to talk to flat earthers, or they don't want to talk to flat earthers? They're going to have to pick which lane to drive down.
How sure? How sure are you that's Elder Bear?
Oh, 100%.
Right, okay. I was skeptical. Because if it is, that's really sad that he's putting on an accent.
Hey, Roots, can I ask you a question, man?
Depends if it's a dumb one.
I don't know. I don't know if you consider it dumb. But what does it matter if the Earth is flat or round?
Why does it matter?
Yes.
Well, truth matters. To have your worldview built on a foundation of lies, you'd be quite surprised how many things that affects not just your philosophy, but also you're able to build more lies from that basis. So it actually affects far more than one would first think.
Could you describe how it's affected your life?
Well,
yeah, I've learned how logic and empiricism and critical thinking is extremely important, and that you shouldn't be afraid to challenge the mainstream or the majority, and you should work in the pursuit of truth.
All right, but it's not like negatively impacted your life and like financially or like opportunities or any of that.
No, hell no. No, I'm earning more money now than I ever have. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, why would that be the case? Why would flat Earth impact people desperately? You make it sound like flat Earth is like atheism or something like that.
Well, I don't know how atheism would affect people like that either.
Well, yeah, I mean, people's families disown them when they come out as an atheist. Like, there's whole communities of atheists coming together to try to build a new family because their family said, get out of the house. Disown.
Okay, well, I never made the comparison. You just kind of came out of nowhere with that.
Well, I mean, you're making... That's what I've heard. I've talked to atheists who said that they are in trouble, that they need
this
help.
Had, like, some negative impact on your life.
Yes, I'm telling you, like, why would you connect the dot there? How would flat Earth have the same desperate impact on somebody?
Hey, dude, you messaged me for like a month straight and I didn't respond to you. I'm not going to respond to you now because you're...
Yeah, so we can answer your questions very easily. So why is it that you think flat earthers have the same desperate impact that atheists
So, Roots,
suffer?
how do you make all that money?
Don't worry about it. Yeah, I work.
Well,
Don't worry about
you
it.
work? Okay, I was just curious what career you're in.
Yeah, don't worry
dude,
about
you
it.
did respond. I'm looking at the messages right now. You self-deleted. You self-moderated. This is the best part. You guys complained about moderation. You went through the whole DM string and clicked every single message you sent, which was legion, like about 1,000 messages. That was your day.
You guys know Crit's a pedophile?
Dude, you're gonna get banned. You're gonna get banned if you carry on that shit.
I'll clip it.
You clearly upset that guy, Crit.
Yeah, I know.
Jesus. Wow.
I didn't even know who it was. I was tabbed out, and I'm like thinking, what's this guy like? Let's see if I can hit the normal conversation. Like, oh nope, triggered freakazoid. Dudes just lose their fucking mind. I mean, he'll be perfect for a Bev space. That's where the what the Bev people do. Just accuse people of shit. No form, no function, can't answer why. Just say, oh, that person is trolling me, or that person is... Bev accused me of taking a picture of his house. I'm like, what the fuck you talking about, dude? Never took no picture of your house.
That's paranoid. And doesn't Bev live in the UK and you're in the US? That's just ridiculous.
Well, I mean, they did find out that I was over there for a certain time period.
Oh, so he made... Okay.
This is what I'm saying. They constantly use shit against you. They'll like... You just say something just just very off the cuff. Yeah. So it's...
That's just sad. People want to make up things to try and tarnish people's reputation. It's so desperate, man.
Yeah, that's how me and Bev had the first falling out, is that he said I was working with trolls on Gem Panda server to try to get personal information about people to turn into child protective services. Like I was some sort of fake flat earther trying to weasel their way into flat earth communities to gain information about people that isn't posted public. And I'm like, what the fuck?
How dare you, Crit?
What type of delusion did that person have to go through to like construct that level of just paranoid break with reality. Just a straight break with reality. And you see the number of people who have left Bev. I mean, it's gotten to the point where it's legion. I mean, it's like there's more people now who have left and said, fuck this. This is too cringe.
It kind of makes sense now, Fallen's semantical approach.
I think we got to look into this.
It's a semantics argument. Hey, what's up, Neil?
Yeah, hey, Neil, good morning.
It's a very disingenuous way to approach the debate. I was wondering where that came from.
Yeah, it's always a way of somehow, like, you tell them something. Like, this is what I'm coming from. Then they'll try to say, well, you said this. Yep. And my conclusion was what? Not what you said. You're like, huh. So you took what I said and you twisted it to something else I didn't say, then told me what I said. Dude, the gaslighting is not going to work. I know exactly what I said. It's like where the idea of pitch data or celestial navigation. Before like FED brought up these two topics, you could ask anyone in the Bev crew, what's celestial navigation? They'd be like, oh, that's Star Trek. That's where Captain Picard reads a star map and goes from Alpha Centauri to, whatever, Vulcan. What's pitch data? Well, that's when you play cricket or baseball. The baller, how much strikes and balls they throw. Then the 10th man or QE comes up with the actual definition of these words, and suddenly they're instant experts. They know all about celestial navigation, all about pitch data. They'll tell you all about it. I'm like, dude, you never even heard about this shit until someone else mentioned it.
Well, to be fair, Rumpus used to say way back in the day, celestial navigation can only be accomplished on a globe.
I know that we got the globe. Yeah, he would do that too. He would like emphasize globe.
But I hear what you're saying, and you are correct. They become instant experts once the devastating proof comes out.
It was funny, that guy who was on the fence, and he was like, I'm on the fence, but after this debate, it sounds like the flat earthers are winning. I was like, yeah. Welcome to the fucking debate room.
Isn't it funny how it's still called a debate even though there's no debate?
Yeah, but we like to pretend that so people, are interested in joining. We know deep down.
Even they know deep down as well. Because they do.
I don't think they do, bro. They're so disillusioned by relativity. They think that nothing can be proven.
They do. Don't let them bullshit you with that. They know. They measure it too. That's how they got their globe. They're all aware of it.
I don't know, man. The best arguments they've got is, I'm not an absolutist. I could be a brain in a jar.
Yeah, that's just their cope.
Yeah, I agree with that. I'm not an absolutist, but it's absolutely a globe. Yeah, okay, mate.
I talked to one of those guys a little bit ago in DMs. I won't say his name because it kind of ended a little bit functionally normal. He came on the 24/7 and he was posting the same shit there about like you're a brain in a vat. You can't know anything. And I'm like, so what's the purpose of science? He's like, to study the universe. For what end? He's like, that's it. It's just studying the universe. I'm like, I'm paraphrasing, So it's not to gain knowledge. And he's like, well, yes. So then you know it. Once you studied it and you found the answer, now you know the answer. He's like, well, no. But yes, but yeah, but no. And then eventually, after going back and forth with him for a while, so he finally admits that science is the best, most robust tool to find knowledge. So you know things. No doubt, 100%. You know it. You know the answer. He then goes on to say how toxic flat earthers are.
Listen, Indio had him the other day when he said, "You're talking to me right now." I mean, come on.
As I said, it's the DMs. We're in DMs. Why do you care about the rest of the community? So he says here, why is your community so toxic? Obnoxiously toxic. I'm like, what are you talking about? Let's test that idea. Go into an anti-flat earth community and simply suggest some of the science might be wrong. You won't even have to lie because you think it's only 99% correct. So 1% of it is wrong. So just go there and just say, don't say flat earth, just say, hey, some of the current understanding is wrong, and watch how they treat you. They won't even recognize your humanity. They'll go into some kind of like deranged crackhead freak shit, like you just saw this dude a couple minutes ago.
Well, I don't know. Do many flat earthers go to baller channels? I think it's the other way around, right?
Baller
Could you
channels.
imagine?
I only know one
Can
of
you
them.
imagine me in one?
Well, does Gem Panda still have a server? And I think Omnivore started a server.
Yeah, Jen's a mod on Gem Pandas. I ended up getting banned on Gems, and it was quite glorious. I really pulled it off well because I kept being warned and timed out. I'm triggering people. You're being toxic. You're being abusive. You're purposely aggravating people. I'm like, really? How? What am I doing? Can you give me an example? When, where, why, how? What did I do? Tell me exactly what I did wrong and exactly how I can not do the same thing next time. Give me examples. Just showcases. I do it all the time. I'm like, okay, if I do it all the time, pick a random one and let's go over it. No, you know what you did, Crit. No, I don't. I really have no idea. So I said, okay, I'll come up with a test. I will sit in that channel, AFK. I won't post anything. I won't open my mic. Nothing. I'll just join up a computer that isn't even have a microphone or speakers. Just a bang connected to the channel. Banned. Why? I was secretly recording and streaming to some other platform for entertainment purposes on them. Make a joke of them. I'm like, you guys realize you're live streamed. Doesn't matter. So where is this evidence I was streaming? Where was it? Where's the recordings? Is it posted on YouTube? So me doing absolutely nothing at all is just as triggering as something I supposedly did or didn't do at the same time.
Listen, you just going in their server and your icon being on their screen is triggering to them.
That's enough. That's all it takes. It doesn't matter what you say. It doesn't matter what you don't say. Just being a flat earther to them is completely insult to all their sensibilities. How dare you disagree with them? They are such a perfect, divinely inspired human that you can't agree or you can't disagree. You don't have a choice. They're better than you and they want you to know it. And if you disagree, there's something wrong with you. There's a morality issue. There's something inherently evil about you. And that's all it takes.
Oh my God.
What's up, dude?
That's one of the skits for why I put my photo as reverse field. Like Evil Crit. Evil Crit thinks the earth is flat.
What up?
Sounded like someone was trying to get in there.
Callus, are you back with more questions, mate?
Wait, what?
Yeah, this guy Callus.
Oh, it's Stan.
Is it?
Stan, not Callus.
Oh, okay. I was like Callus. Yeah, I've been talking to that dude too.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's him. Callus. Yeah.
Looks pretty flat from here.
I'm not Callus.
Cell tower, I can see.
If I think it's the same guy.
Maybe we can try and have another discussion with Stan. It went a bit. Stan, you were a little bit OTT earlier, but you did. I think you tried to apologise, but we were in the middle of another convo. I don't know if you want to say anything
I
now.
did try to apologize, and I want to apologize right now and say I am sorry. Like I don't remember anything.
Dude, there's no reason to apologize. I mean, no harm was done. You can't take. There's no reason to apologize for something you even if you intended to cause harm, you didn't.
Okay, thank you. I don't remember what I said. Did I say anything like bad to you guys? I don't want to.
It wouldn't matter if you did.
No,
You
nothing worth apologising for. Yeah.
Yeah, if you could come up with the worst insult you could think of, it would say more about you than me.
I'm very sweet though. I'm not really into like insulting anybody. It's not.
Yeah, dude, I get it. I totally get it. This topic is very triggering, and we give a lot of grace and a lot of good faith to people who come into the channel. Why? Because I was right where you're at. When I first talked to a flat earther, I did not
give
a very good showing.
I wouldn't consider myself a flat earther, but I definitely would not consider myself a person that believes in the spheric aspects in the books that we've been learning from. I definitely do not believe we're in a goddamn ball floating in the middle of space. I just don't believe it. I don't believe it at all. I don't even believe that there's anything above the atmosphere at all. I think it's a dome.
Well, it's not a belief. You can know. There is a knowledge.
You cannot know. Sir, have you ever?
You can know.
That
Once
was
you
our
measure
whole
something,
argument.
you
Though,
know.
like last time, it's like.
Well, just hear me out. Just hear me out 1 second. Once you measure something, you know. Measured, so you know. You don't believe in a measurement. You validate a measurement.
Okay, so what are you getting at? Like, you can measure it all you want, but at the end of the day, there's a slight curvature.
No, there's not.
It's not because of a sphere. It is because we are slightly curved. It's in the Bible as well.
No, it's not in the Bible. Stop blaspheming.
And that guy, Admiral Byrd, he said Antarctica is a. If we go to Antarctica, that will uncover everything we've ever learned about anything.
That's nonsense.
It's not nonsense. Why do you think it's nonsense?
It's from the Feast of Nonsense. That's what we call a Feast of Nonsense. All other arguments,
This
all
guy's
other
talking
things.
about General Byrd in the Bible now. I think he's been planning specifically to try to taint what I've just learned.
I was going off topic of the Bible, but I was giving him another example. Like, that's what I believe.
So the Bible didn't prove curvature. Admiral Byrd hasn't proven curvature.
No. The Bible proved that there was no curvature. There was no sphere. That's what I was getting at. I'm agreeing with you guys. I'm not trying to
Okay, well, we heard it the wrong way then.
Well, it's because you guys are so hostile
you said,
all the time.
No, but you said there was a curvature.
Yeah,
there is a slight one, but that's because we are on a slight curvature. Even, dude. Okay. I'll hear you out.
Hey, Stan, if we shoot a laser across a large section of water, like a large lake or something like that, at 10 miles, there's supposed to be a 66-foot drop. This is assuming the given numbers of the 3959 radius that we're all indoctrinated into at school. Now,
he's LARPing anyway. He's a LARPer.
Well, look, I agree with you guys, but I think Antarctica uncovers a lot of the questions that we're both.
God.
Yeah, you just read the script again. That's great.
No, listen to this. Listen to this.
Do I have to?
Wait, what did he say? Do I have to?
Yeah, this
No,
I
you
heard.
don't. You haven't even
2015.
you haven't proven yourself either, dude. And I'm over here just trying to agree with you, but to a slight, like a certain
Okay.
extent.
Hey Stan, at 10 miles, how much drop should there be?
Bro, is that like a rhetorical question? Are you stupid?
How much drop should there be?
Dude, you're not even living in America, and you're talking about all this shit too. Is that the same guy?
Your
The
LARP
bucket
is
hat?
over,
Dude, wait, this is the bucket hat
Dude,
guy.
you failed. You failed.
Oh my god, dude!
Yeah,
Give me mathematics when I'm trying to ask a simple question. Why do you think that the Earth is
Because
flat?
that's how you work shit out. You measure it.
Bro? And you would measure a curvature, you fucking idiot.
And where is the
Well,
measurement?
there's no curvature measured, you fucking idiot.
Oh my
That's
god!
what we're trying to get through your stupid
Google
head.
right now. We are.
Google is not your measurement.
It would be in the pitch data.
Why do I keep
of
getting
any
muted?
flight.
Like, why do I keep getting muted? This
Because
guy
you're
is
a
Maybe
clown.
because you're calling people
He's been doing
fucking
it all
idiots.
day. He's been doing it all day. No. He has nothing to back his statement
Okay,
up at all.
Stan, how far over
don't
10
stand me. Don't
miles
stand me.
should
No.
there be a drop?
No. Don't
What is the
stand
alleged...
me.
Okay, you can shut up. You're a clown.
I love it. Shut him up. Google.
Wow.
If you look in his profile at the bottom, he's been banned for harassment previously. I don't have much hope for this guy.
Yeah, listen, they want to get that out there in the airwaves. There's a slight.
Do we have any? Are there any fun ways that I can, do some measurements not on land or in a plane that I could do it every day to kind of like show my, you know what I mean? I'm just like looking for real things to prove myself.
Long range observations. If you've got a mate, you can go and do mirror flash tests. If you've got an unlimited pot of money, you can go and buy a shit hot laser and shoot the bastard across a very large expanse. Or if you've got a small pot of money, you can fly over to Australia and just drive across a Nullarbor. That'll be enough for most people.
Just take a flight. Take a little trip on a boat.
Yeah, no, I just did that over the weekend, and I just did a helicopter flight as well. All just for this, just to have my own
All
accountants and
flat,
shit.
right?
Yeah, yep.
What
Seems
else
it.
you need to know?
Well, I just don't fully understand it too, so I don't know what I'm seeing. If what I'm seeing
Here's
is
the thing.
at face value, I should take it, or like
Here's
if
the
maybe
thing. Here's the thing. It's constant. We've been so indoctrinated into this heliocentric system that the simple things don't make sense. Like flying over a flat plane for over 100 miles, still flat. But the indoctrination of a globe is still in your mind. So a simple thing like that, to just refute it and end it, it still sticks in your mind. You're looking for something that's not there. Like how much drop should there be? I understand what you're saying, but I hate that. There shouldn't be any drop. We're on a flat plane. And all of these people that come on and say, well, on a globe, this is what you would see. How do you know? Nobody has ever been on a globe. All our observations have been from a flat Earth.
right. And the guy was saying earlier that like no one can understand it or whatever. But then I wanted to ask him like this was a round Earther talking. He's like, well, no one can understand it. It's not to be perceived. Yada yada yada. So I'm like, well, then how did you get these round Earth measurements then if it can't be perceived? Like you're the like what? Yeah.
Because they were told stories. They were told stories at school about sticks and shadows, and they were told stories about space and radio waves and things like that. And they just bought it. They didn't ask the question who's measured or what's the confirmation. They just bought into it.
But they all prove flat Earth. Sticks and shadows also. Radio waves also. It all proves flat Earth, not sphere.
Yeah, that's why I said the truth's hidden
a flat Earth
in plain sight. Yep, lunar eclipse does prove a flat Earth. Well, it doesn't prove a flat Earth, but it proves that their story of what's causing it is incorrect. Once the globe's been debunked, which is very easy to do, the rest is really, it's about sort of speculation. What we can do is debunk the globe. When it comes to a flat Earth, nobody knows the size, the shape. Nobody knows what's beyond X, position on the Earth. So really, it's are we living on a globe? Well, no. You can prove that. The burden of proof isn't for the flat earthers. Flat Earth is just, well, that's how it's observed and measured. That's what we experience. That's just empirical.
Yeah, no one's ever tried to prove to me that the Earth was round. I was kind of just like in my classroom when I was a kid. And then I realized who created kindergarten through 12th grade. Oh, the Rothschilds who created the banking systems. Oh, well, that's weird. And this was like 2006. I was thinking this.
Wow. You were ahead of the game.
Hell, I'm an old cat. I'm 30, so.
He's old at 30. I love it.
I know.
I feel ancient.
I just, okay. I got to take 30 off to equal your age. I'm sick about it.
Oh, my bad. At most, I thought you'd be like, oh, we're about the same age.
Where the freak did 60 summers go? That's what I want to know. And the fact that if my strength is strong, I only have 20 more summers left. That's depressing.
Now you go to heaven.
I'm secure in that. But still, think about it. All we know of existence, I got 20 more years if I'm strong. That sucks.
Nah, dude, starting a GoFundMe right now. I heard that they'll freeze people up to 20 years. Got you, bro.
Wait until you do the research on how many people never make it to 60, then you start to get happy.
Yeah, I guess I'm blessed, right? Hey, you ever hear that we used to say that what the freak? Like do things seem to be moving quicker for you? Like to me it seems like I'm paying bills a lot faster than I used to pay bills. It's like boom, the month is up and I'm already on the next month.
Yes, it does accelerate as you get older. Or it seems to.
Fucking hell, lads, cheer up. It'll soon be Christmas.
Oh, that's a whole nother set of bills you've just bought.
Next year.
Thank you very much. Nice. Now I'm thinking about Christmas money.
As the Grinch chuckles and fucks off.
But I do think the powers that be, if you want to get a little conspiratorial, I don't think they were ready for this. Like, you know what I'm trying to say? Like, it would come around every 10 years, but it would die out. But I don't think they were aware with this internet that this topic can reach everywhere and not die down. I don't think they were ready for that.
No. And me being an ally, see, because I do believe in the globe Earth, I love you guys. Because you are actually pushing back on the powers that be. So I'm like, fucking, you guys are awesome, you know?
What do you mean we're pushing back? We're just pointing out the obvious. There's no curvature.
Well, good stuff. I mean, that's what we need. We need someone pointing out the obvious.
Why are you a glober? Like, dude, it's like 2025, man. What's going on?
Yeah, so right. Everybody laughs. So the thing about it is, and I'm not here to argue, of course. The thing about it is I find more, just like how you guys find a lot of your findings in the flat Earth. I find it in a spherical, at least a ball, something round.
Show me one.
So you've measured it then?
No, of course not.
Well, because that's what we've done. We've measured it, and there's no
Give us an
curvature.
example.
So
Give us an
That's why
example.
we're flat earthers.
Okay, yeah, I get that part. And like I said, I love you guys. I don't hate you guys.
Example,
I
flight.
didn't come here to troll, and I didn't come here to troll. So
Right, so
the
you came
seasons.
here to learn. So
Yeah,
listen.
So the seasons.
Forget about
Go
the
ahead.
seasons. Forget about the seasons. Flight.
What? Forget about the seasons.
Flight.
What?
Yes, because I'm going to tell you, because flight proves Earth is flat. So what about the seasons?
Right?
Yeah, because you're thinking about them in a heliocentric perspective that you were given. They made a so-called model that's not even a model, and they explain how everything works, and this is what you were taught in school, so this is how you're looking at it. This is what you're looking at it from, that point of view. Wipe that out. Once you prove Earth is meant to be flat and there is no solar system, that you're not a ball floating in space, it's all out the window.
Don't we experience the seasons? I can't just throw it away.
Yeah, you experience them, but stop trying to put it into a heliocentric system that you're on an Earth that's revolving, and that's why you have seasons.
All right, that's a good one. I want to hear. Explain why why is he bringing up the why is he bringing that up as if like it proves that it's not flat?
So it's not that it proves that it's well, there you go. That's how you prove that the Earth is not flat. No, this is another little piece of evidence that shows you that the model, the heliocentric model, right? And it's not that that's the universe, but it shows you that this is how it could work in this instance. Now, how does it work in a flat Earth?
So it
instance?
can
How do the
work.
seasons
So it
work?
also cannot work. So where there's a can, there's a cannot.
Okay, so how does
that's
it
a
work?
50-50. So what? How does it
How
work?
do the seasons? The question
Sun
is, how do the
moves.
seasons work?
Sun moves.
How
Sun moves.
The sun fluctuates between the tropics. What's the big deal?
Is it going to answer that?
So okay, so it's summer right now where I'm at. Why is it winter in Australia?
The sun to you is higher in the sky to those that are in the south. In the north, when it's summer,
I
we
don't
see the sun
understand
higher in the.
that. I
Why is
don't
someone talking
understand
through
that.
me? Why? I'm clearly speaking, right? Answering the question. You want to talk through me? In the summer, in the north, we see the sun for longer and it is higher in the sky. It rises in the northeast and sets in the northwest. Now, 6 months later, the sun changes position. This is what we observe and this is what we measure. So when it is summer in the south, we see the sun higher in the sky and for longer periods throughout the day. So what's the seasons? Summer is where the sun is.
So that doesn't explain the solstices that we witness. That doesn't explain the equinoxes.
Sorry, what's a solstice?
So you can talk through me, but I can't
Ask
talk
you a
to
question. What's a solstice?
But I was in the middle of talking. You see
Can
what I
you
mean?
tell me what a solstice is?
It's just unrealistic. It's when the sun, right? It's when the Earth is either at the furthest away, the zenith, furthest away from the sun, or the closest to the sun, right? That's all it is. Now, how do you explain it?
No. A solstice, a summer solstice, is when the sun is in its midpoint through the summer before it starts returning from either the Tropic of Capricorn or Tropic of Cancer at 23.4 degrees north or south of the equator. That's where the sun is. At the equinox, that's over the equator, between the two tropics. This is what we observe and this is what we measure.
So a 24-hour sun isn't possible in your view then, right?
No, we can observe two 24-hour suns when you stand inside either Arctic or Antarctic when it is summer in that region. So where we get summer from, what the sun's doing, where it is, the arc or the anti-arc of the sun.
Right. So, like I said before, if it's winter, you should have a 24-hour sun where?
Sorry, where is it winter?
If it's winter in the northern hemisphere, then where should
if it
we
is
see
winter
the
in the
24-hour
north,
sun?
then it's summer in the south.
So where should we see the 24-hour sun?
In the summer, inside the Arctic Circle if you're talking about the north, or inside the Antarctic Circle if you're talking about summer in the south 6 months later.
Right. And it's not because we're wobbling, it's just because it happens, right?
No, it's just wobbling. Right, you've got a 23.4 degree tilt on the Earth. Does that number ring a bell? Because I mentioned it twice when I was talking about the Tropic of Capricorn and Tropic of Cancer. This is the sun's location over the Earth. This is why I said this is what we observe, and this is what we measure.
Right. It just doesn't ring a bell to me when there's supposed to be 12 hours in every day. Shouldn't you be able to observe this everywhere at one point then?
No, we don't observe this everywhere at one point. We're talking about the phenomena of the sun being observed or not.
Yes,
What
and you're saying we're flat.
Shouldn't be.
Yeah, you're saying we're flat. So we should be able to observe this on any point as the sun moves. Why is it only in the north and the south?
No. If I'm standing on the inside of the circle of an object, I'm going to be able to see the entirety of that object circling around me. If I stand outside of that circle, I'm not going to observe the thing circling around me. What the fuck are you talking about?
Jedi, I think what our young friend has done here is he's removed Baltard Earth and inserted Pizza Earth. So therefore the sun should be illuminating everything at once.
That's it.
Yeah, no, that's not it.
So
how do we get this idea that the Earth is a circle then?
It just doesn't seem to be the thing that evidence provides. That's
Sorry,
all.
the evidence that it provides. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm saying, shouldn't you be able to, if you're on a flat surface, shouldn't you be able to see the sun literally transform from night into day as it moves, right? It shouldn't be how it is now, how we see it. On one end, it's nighttime, and on the other end, it's daytime. They're complete opposite.
We've just been talking about a 24-hour sun, where the sun is above the horizon for 24 hours for 3 months of the year.
What horizon?
Well, we're talking about
Where's
horizons.
this horizon? Yeah, you just said horizon.
Yeah, dude, above the horizon, the sun. You started talking about the 24-hour sun in the Arctic or Antarctic. Did you know you see it for 3 months of the year in the north and then 3 months of the year in the south? Because the sun is above the horizon. You're talking about night and day. That's due to your location closer to the equator, only being able to observe an arc of the sun, not its full rotation, because you're not standing inside
So
that
you believe in
circle.
a local sun then?
Fuck me, dude.
When did you hear him say local sun at all?
Well, he just said it moves across the Earth.
Not
And
making a
not
claim to
local.
distance and just making a claim to what we observe. I'm literally describing the observations to you.
You're talking about a local sun observation. Are you
I'm
not?
talking about the sun being observed. I'm not making a
Right.
claim to its distance,
So
not
let's talk
making a
about the
claim to
moon.
its
So
size.
let's talk about the
I
moon.
wouldn't be able to do such a
Okay.
thing.
Right. Let's talk about the moon then,
Why?
because that's also proof of a ball.
No,
right?
it's not.
How? Hold on.
Yeah.
How?
Lunar eclipses. I already said it.
Describe a lunar eclipse to me.
Okay. Sun hits the Earth. Earth casts a shadow onto the moon.
Okay, so is the moon flat?
I don't think nothing out there is flat, bro.
Okay, so have you ever cast shadow puppets before?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so if you get a light source on the ball on the wall, a flat surface, you'll notice that the shadow cast by the ball is a perfect curve. Now, when you cast that shadow on a curved surface, like another ball, it becomes a complex curve. It becomes more horizontal. It distorts as the shadow moves over the surface. So for you to have this observation, you better have a flat moon.
No. Not at
Okay,
all.
do me a favour. Get a flashlight, get 2 balls, cast a shadow from one ball onto the curved surface of the other ball, and then come back and fucking grovel.
Yeah, that was stupid as hell. But
Excuse
Okay,
yeah.
Mr. Void, Mr. Void, Mr. Void, just stop for a second. Mr.
That was
Void, you
stupid as
don't
hell.
understand. You've got this idea in your head that a sphere is going to cast a perfect circle shape on another sphere. That does
I
not
never said
happen.
that. Yeah, I never said
that's-
that. The Earth is
with
bigger
you-
than the moon,
Listen,
so it wouldn't be a
stop, listen. It
perfect
doesn't
circle.
matter. It doesn't matter. They're both, in your worldview, supposed to
Hey, I
be
love you guys.
spherical.
Hey, keep fighting.
Yeah, that's
keep
great.
fighting against
They're
fight.
both supposed to
Hey.
be spherical in your worldview.
I love you
when
guys.
you get
Keep
a
fighting
sphere,
good fight, all right?
Void, listen carefully,
Avoid his embarrassment
and then he's
now,
going to fuck
Matrix.
off. Yeah. He saw the videos inside chat. How does he know that the Earth is bigger than the moon?
That's his idea of what's going on. He doesn't know, he just believes it.
So, like I said from the beginning, he's taken everything from his heliocentrism that he learned in school.
Yep. I love it when they bring up lunar eclipses. I'm going to start counting down from 60 seconds to when they leave. I think that's the third person I've made rage quit whilst bringing it up within the last 24 hours. They don't like that lunar eclipse is being ruined.
Well, I'm glad that just happened again because that happened last week when I was in here and I didn't really remember. But now I get it. Yeah, it should be casting on. Fully round object if it's supposedly round.
Yeah, if you're a forgetful person like me, that's the good thing about 24/7 is they always come back with the same stuff, right? So you're falling asleep one day, you wake up next day like, oh yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, rinse and repeat. It's called rinse and repeat. They have to, if they would stop and think for 1 second, what they believe, they don't know, this is a belief, that we are floating in space right now. Just think about that.
Well, most of them have never heard like the flatter side, right? Or they just think it's some type of like, troll joke type of thing, right? So when they come here, their logic is reinforced by these textbooks, right? They've never written a textbook before. So people written textbooks must be smarter than them. So they just automatically put their brains aside and just assume that these people know the knowledge and they take their knowledge for, actuality, and they're not even arguing their own claims, which is like, robotic.
I call it nothing new under the sun. The same set of conditions today, same set of conditions tomorrow. No change, no effect. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how many times you explain to them the same explanations to their same questions. Nothing sinks in. They won't understand it. They can't understand it. They think they debunked it, and they come back tomorrow and do exactly the same thing again. And if you try, say, how about this? Forget about flat Earth for today. Let's talk about the globe. They can't do that either.
There is no